Chapter 1. Above the primordial chaos, the world of turmoil. In the midst of chaos, where the ethereal and the insubstantial intertwine, one gazes into a realm shrouded in mist and darkness, an expanse seemingly without end. The heavens above shift between clarity and obscurity, manifesting a visage reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Lightning crackles, thunder roars, torrential rains cascade, and fierce winds howl, while flames erupt in wild abandon. Deep within this realm, a colossal palace stands, radiating a brilliant violet glow, soaring majestically within the void. While the chaotic world is rife with turbulent winds, an aura of tranquility envelopes its surroundings, untouched by the storms and tumult. The grand hall is encircled by an endless celestial mist, exuding an ancient essence, presenting an air of profound mystery. This magnificent edifice is known as the Zixiao Palace, the sacred venue of Hong Jun's teachings. Within its confines, a world unto itself unfolds. The interior is vast and awe-inspiring, shrouded in ethereal fog. Massive pillars, resplendent in gold and jade, stand tall within the hall. Upon the walls, ancient and enigmatic Tao patterns are intricately arranged, emanating an air of archaic wisdom. Furthermore, the seats within the hall emit a golden radiance, simultaneously drawing in the spiritual essence of this space. Seated upon these thrones are various innate divine beings, each striking a unique pose, yet sharing a singular trait. Each exudes an extraordinary aura. Most are at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with a few possessing the cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal. The hierarchy of realms includes human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the quasi-saint Hongyun Golden Immortal, culminating in the Saint Hongyun Great Luo Golden Immortal. Each realm can be further divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and perfection. At the foremost seats, 6 conspicuous cushions hover, distinctly different from the others. These cushions, radiant and shimmering, are fully occupied. The innate divine beings seated upon them, save for Kunpeng, have closed their eyes, immersed in introspection. At this moment, Kunpeng gazes vacantly, his expression one of bewilderment, akin to a person who has experienced a shock. Who am I? Where am I? Soon after, a surge of new memories floods his mind, causing a splitting headache. Only after a brief moment does he come to a realization. So I have traversed dimensions. As he processes the influx of memories, he grasps the sequence of events she has indeed crossed over. His name is Su Kuan. Once a weary wage slave, he had spent years struggling in society without a home, without a car, devoid of savings, and single. On the day of his crossing, he was supposed to finish work at 6 o'clock, but due to an urgent document assigned by his superior, he was compelled to stay late for over 4 hours, just catching the last bus home. After a long day of toil, Su Kuan fell asleep on the bus. When he awoke, he found himself in this strange and wondrous scene. Kunpeng. Su Kuan recognized the original host's identity. In his previous life, he had been fond of various fantasy novels and was familiar with Kunpeng. However, his current expression was far from the joy typical of other travelers. He understood that this was the Zixiao Palace, a moment when Kunpeng was vulnerable to deception. Through the memories, Su Kuan learned that the position he occupied on the cushion was a tremendous opportunity, symbolizing the 6 sacred thrones. In the world of primordial chaos, there exists a saying, "Beneath the saints, all are but ants." Those who ascended to this position, such as the 3 pure ones, became saints, attaining a pinnacle of existence. Niwa also followed suit, ultimately becoming a saint. Even though the positions of Zhunti and Jieyin were acquired through trickery, they too ascended to sainthood. This underscores the immense significance of the cushion's position. Originally, the plot dictated that Hongyun, the benevolent figure, would willingly relinquish his seat to Jieyin and Zhunti. Upon seeing Kunpeng alone, the 2 from the west would then conspire to force him to vacate the seat. Contemplating this, Kunpeng's gaze turned resolute. "Since I have been reborn," he declared, I shall not tread the same path as before. Su Kuan immediately resolved within himself to alter this fate. He cast a glance around the Zixiao Palace, his heart filled with overwhelming awe. The palace exudes an enigmatic aura, its grandeur almost palpable. Before the 6 seats lies a cloud bed, motionless yet radiating a gentle violet glow, eclipsing even the extraordinary phenomena of the 6 cushions by leagues. Su Kuan shifted his gaze to his right. At the forefront sat an elderly man, his expression serene, as if the affairs of this world bore no weight upon him. Beside him was a middle-aged man, whose pride was immediately apparent. Then there was a youthful figure, brimming with vitality, emanating a rebellious spirit. The elder, middle-aged and young man represented the 3 pure ones, Taiji, Yuqing, and Shangqing. In the future, they would be renowned saints. Next to Shangqing stood a woman, her form a fusion of human and serpent, possessing unparalleled beauty. Behind her was a man, also with a human head and serpent body, exuding a demeanor of refined elegance and courteousness. The woman was Nuwa, destined to create humanity. The man was Fuxi, her elder brother, who greatly aided her in securing this seat amidst the assembly of innate powers. Adjacent to Kunpeng sat a kindly man clad in a red Taoist robe, whose countenance radiated approachability. Upon closer inspection, he bore the hallmark of the congenial Hongyun Taoist. Furthermore, the hall was populated with numerous formidable beings familiar to Su Kuan. Though they did not occupy the cushions, their significance was undeniable. Among them was Jieyin, a figure of imperial mandate and great fortune, the architect of the heavenly realm. There was also Zi, the progenitor of earth immortals in later times. Each of these beings within the palace was remarkable in their own right, akin to illustrious figures in Su Kuan's recollection. He understood that this lecture would be unkind to the less cultivated. Although Hong Jun proclaimed that all who are fated may attend, the Zixiao Palace resides within the chaotic realm. Most who arrive here are of the great Luo golden immortal caliber, with only a scant few at the Tai golden immortal level. Even those of Tai golden immortal strength require protective treasures to endure the journey to the Zixiao Palace. Those lacking such treasures with inadequate cultivation would find themselves eroded by the endless chaotic winds, meeting a tragic demise. While the Zixiao Palace appears populous, countless beings have perished en route. It is well known that chaos is fraught with peril, yet Hong Jun, as the first saint, possesses unparalleled might. To attend his teachings is of immense benefit to one's cultivation. Such an opportunity is indeed a great fortune. For those below the great Luo golden immortal level, venturing into the chaotic realm is akin to seeking wealth amid danger. Yet still, many beings are willing to take the risk, for they are acutely aware of the brutal reality only the strong survive. Weaker beings constantly face peril, while the powerful find greater security and more opportunities to seize. Within the Zixiao Palace, as Kunpeng pondered, 2 streaks of light swiftly descended from the outside. In the blink of an eye, they arrived within the grand hall. As the lights dimmed, 2 figures emerged, one stout and one slender, appearing weary from travel. Su Kuan immediately recognized them. They were none other than the 2 from the West Shinyi, the portly one, and Jieyin, the gaunt figure. Upon their arrival, rather than seeking a seat like the others, they approached the 6 cushions directly, surveying the surroundings. After a moment of observation, the 2 exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a decision. "Brother, we have journeyed far," Zhunti lamented, "and yet there is not a single seat available. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have chosen not to come." He adopted a pitiful demeanor, his voice mournful, as if genuinely lamenting the lack of space within the hall. "Indeed, there is not a single seat to be found," Jieyin echoed, his tone mirroring that of Zhunti. After such a long and perilous journey, to arrive at this disheartening conclusion, the 2, clad in tattered garments and harmonizing their lamentations, painted a picture of utter desolation. Su Kuan observed them, thinking that in his previous life, these 2 would undoubtedly be award-winning actors, their performances impeccable in every aspect. Yet within the Zixiao Palace, surrounded by innate powers, none would fall for their ruse. Zhunti and Jieyin did not lack for seats, rather. They sought to claim the coveted cushion positions. Due to the positioning of the meditation cushions, it is evident to all that this represents a significant opportunity. Arriving so late, it is improbable that a spot would be available for them. At this moment, the 6 cushions were already occupied. 2 fellow Taoists. I still have 2 spots available, please come over here. Such disgrace. Utterly shameless. The onlookers were appalled by the actions of the 2 individuals. As for the words of the celestial beings, Zhunti and Jieyin treated them as mere whispers, completely disregarding their admonitions. They appeared utterly unfazed, showing no trace of embarrassment, their expressions unchanged from before. Just when everyone assumed there would be no concession of seats, the affable Hongyun Taoist noticed Zhunti's despondent demeanor and kindly remarked, "Zhunti Taoist, Jieyin Taoist. It is merely a seat, there is no need for such formality. This humble Taoist willingly cedes my position to you." With that, he rose and vacated his cushion. Such a generous gesture. The kindness of my fellow Taoists shall not be forgotten. My disciple and I, representing the West, extend our gratitude to Hongyun Taoist. Jieyin feigned appreciation, yet internally harbored scornful mockery, thinking to himself that Hongyun was indeed the quintessential good-natured individual of the primordial realm, so willing to relinquish such a fortuitous opportunity. After yielding his seat, Hongyun found another spot to settle down. This action sparked fervent discussion among the innate powers, who were astonished by the unexpected turn of events. They recognized Hongyun as a kind-hearted individual, but were taken aback that he would so readily relinquish a seat in the face of such an auspicious occasion. Jieyin had taken his place, yet there remained one individual without a seat. After contemplation, Zhunti cast his gaze towards the foremost cushion occupied by Taoiseach Taoist, only to sense the combined essence of the 3 pure ones, a force far beyond his capacity to contend with. He then redirected his attention towards Nuwa, initially prepared to take action, but was met with Fuxi's formidable presence, as if to declare, "Should you make a move, I shall retaliate with all my might." This dissuaded Zhunti from pursuing his intentions. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to the side where Kunpeng sat. "Kunpeng Taoist, I humbly request that you consider the barren nature of the West, while my disciple and I have struggled to arrive. Please relinquish your seat in the future. I shall repay your kindness." Zhunti feigned a pitiful expression as he addressed Kunpeng. "Indeed, Kunpeng Taoist, the West is indeed impoverished, and we shall require assistance from you and my disciple in the days to come. May I inquire if you would be so gracious as to yield your seat?" At this moment, Jieyin chimed in as well. Upon witnessing someone concede a position, Zhunti and Jieyin savored the sweetness of their success and sought to claim Kunpeng's cushion. Kunpeng Taoist, Jieyin and Zhunti have traveled from the West. The West is undeniably desolate. Perhaps you might consider my humble request. Kindly grant this position to Zhunti Taoist. Hongyun, observing the escalating tension with Kunpeng, intervened, saying, "Please do not be so hasty. This matter does not concern you. Furthermore, do not provoke me to act unfavorably." Kunpeng retorted sharply. Hongyun, ever the meddler, not only relinquished his own seat, but also sought to interfere with Kunpeng's affairs. While Hongyun could choose to give up his position, Kunpeng felt no obligation to comply with interference regarding his own seat. Faced with Kunpeng's obstinate attitude, Hongyun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In this situation, he realized that persisting in his arguments would be inappropriate. Though he was known as a benevolent soul, he could discern the emotional state of Kunpeng at this moment. "Kunpeng Taoist, will you yield your seat or not?" Zhunti's countenance darkened as he unleashed a formidable aura towards Kunpeng. "Those who are born from moist eggs and possess feathers and fur are certainly unworthy to sit alongside us." "Step aside," shouted Jieyin in anger. The overwhelming energy, combined with Zhunti's pressure, bore down on the opponent, leveraging the strengths of both to coerce Kunpeng into yielding his position. Indeed, those born of moist eggs and clad in feathers and fur have no right to occupy this space. The primordial Taoist, Yuan Shi, interjected suddenly, his tone laced with disdain. Their words incited dissatisfaction among the many powerful beings present, who turned their gazes toward Yuan Shi.at this moment, during the era of the first lecture. Everyone was an extraordinary innate being, esteemed and revered. Notable figures like Kunpeng, Jun, Dong Huang, and Nu Hua were numerous. Yet, no one took action. Even the hot-tempered Dong Huangtai was restrained by Jun. Strength reigned supreme. Currently, the three purities stood united. Should they act in concert, they would be invincible within the Zhixiao Palace. The crowd merely glared at Yuan Shi, their anger simmering beneath the surface. Ding! The divine selection system is activating. Ding! System activation successful. Ding! Host status detected. Triggering selection task. A choice must be made from the following options. Option 1. Yield the position, reward of 1 supreme, innate spiritual treasure, and 1 drop of Pangu's essence blood. Option 2. Resoundingly refuse to yield, reward of the Hongyun Dao Sutra and the Lingbao Merit Measurement Ruler, along with 2 experience cards for a significant surge in cultivation. Before Kunpeng could react, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Subsequently, a faint blue screen appeared before his eyes, visible solely to him, displaying the 2 options that the system. Kunpeng rejoiced at the sight of the system, recognizing it as an essential trait of a transmigrator, himself included. After a brief glance at the options, Kunpeng had made up his mind. Regardless of the options presented, even without the system's appearance, he would refuse to yield his seat. I choose option 2. I refuse to yield. Without hesitation, Kunpeng opted for the latter. In this life, having been reborn, he would not allow himself to be bullied again. They cannot expect him to concede his position. Get lost, he shouted. Otherwise, he would not hold back. His commanding voice resonated throughout the Zhixiao Palace, heard by all present. Facing 2 opponents without fear, this boldness was appreciated by Nu Hua, who admired Kunpeng's demeanor. Ding! Host has completed option 2. Ding! Rewards. Lingbao Merit Measurement Ruler and Hongyun Dao Sutra, along with 2 experience cards for a significant surge in cultivation. As Kunpeng's words faded, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Glancing at the rewards, Kunpeng was elated. What is the Lingbao Merit Measurement Ruler? It is a treasure formed from the condensation of merit, the foremost innate offensive spiritual treasure, possessing immense power, killing without incurring karma. The Hongyun Dao Sutra, as described by the system, is a transcendent-level cultivation method. Mastering it can lead to the achievement of Hongyun. The experience cards for a significant surge in cultivation can temporarily elevate one's cultivation level. After a brief review, he refocused his thoughts. Taoist Yuan Shi, we all hail from the same origin. Every blade of grass and tree in the wilderness has been transformed by the great deity Pangu. All beings are equal. Where lies the distinction between high and low, noble and humble? Kunpeng retorted defiantly to Yuan Shi. He could not tolerate Yuan Shi's derogatory remarks, even though the 3 purities were currently united. He felt no fear. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, silently applauding. Particularly, Nu Hua, Jun, and Dong Huang expressed their strong approval of this sentiment. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yuan Shi, Zhunti, and Jieyin. Yuan Shi scoffed, choosing not to respond further. His words had offended most of those present, with many standing in support of Kunpeng. Even if he felt displeased, facing so many powerful beings, he could only relent. Yuan Shi closed his eyes, ignoring the situation, while Zhunti and Jieyin remained unfazed by the disdainful glances from the crowd. Thick-skinned, they paid no heed to the scorn directed at them. Kunpeng, my friend, Zhunti began, adopting a congenial tone. Let us see who truly deserves to occupy this position. With that, he resolved to take a more forceful approach that he doubted that Kunpeng could possibly contend against both of them. As Zhunti prepared to strike, the assembled powers observed but remained uninvolved, merely spectators. Boom! A radiant golden light enveloped Jieyin as a golden lotus appeared behind him, accompanied by resounding sacred sounds. A massive image of a Buddha manifested, radiating brilliant golden light and exuding unparalleled might. Following Jieyin's wave, the enormous Buddha image surged towards Kunpeng. Crash! The area where the Buddha image passed reverberated with a hum, as if the very fabric of space were about to be torn asunder by its energy. Zhunti summoned the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, unleashing a formidable stream of light aimed directly at Kunpeng. Oomph! Did they think me an easy target? Kunpeng bellowed. With a thought, he activated the Surge and Cultivation card, propelling his initial Daluo Jinxian early-stage power directly to the mid-stage. The reason was simple. He possessed only early-stage Daluo Jinxian strength that, if he did not use it, he would surely lose his place while facing two opponents. Boom! Kunpeng's mid-stage Daluo Jinxian pressure was overwhelmingly powerful, eclipsing many of the innate beings within the Zhixiao Palace. He merely lifted his hand, unleashing countless divine lights into the void. The spiritual energy within the Zhixiao Palace began to converge, merging into the flowing light. Witnessing this spectacle, the innate beings were utterly astonished. No one could have anticipated that Kunpeng, originally at the early stage Daluo Jinxian, could suddenly ascend to mid-stage. Many present were also at the early stage Daluo Jinxian level and understood just how challenging it is to transition from early to mid-stage. It was akin to a mortal reaching the heavens. Break! Kunpeng's palm gathered, fist clenched, as the countless divine lights manifested in the void surged forth. Boom! With a cacophony of explosive sounds, Zhunti's attack and Jieyin's phantom were pierced by the divine laser, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the Zhixiao Palace. After neutralizing the attacks from Jieyin and Zhunti, the divine lasers surged towards the two. Zhunti positioned the Seven Treasures mysterious tree before him, while Jieyin conjured a golden lotus. Although they managed to defend themselves, they still sustained wounds. Zhunti staggered back, nearly losing his balance, while Jieyin almost toppled from his mat, despite being 2 against 1. The disparity in power between the early and mid-stage Daluo Jinxian was insurmountable. Even adding another person would not suffice. Well done. Deserved, the spectators murmured, deeming the actions of Zhunti and Jieyin shameful. In the current situation, they believed that the two from the West had brought this upon themselves. When did Kunpeng become a mid-stage Daluo Jinxian, Zhunti was equally taken aback. Initially, he believed that Kunpeng, being solitary and without assistance, could be coerced into retreat. To his astonishment, he had instead encountered the strongest opponent. Presently, the situation for both Zhunti and Jieyin was exceedingly awkward, albeit only from an outsider's perspective. In truth, he remained unfazed. Exchanging glances, Zhunti and Jieyin relinquished their pursuit of the coveted seat. Kunpeng, my friend, Zhunti exclaimed, his expression shifting rapidly as he addressed Kunpeng with utmost politeness. Though he coveted the cushion, he was no fool. Kunpeng had already attained the mid-stage of Daluo Jinxian. Even if he and Jieyin joined forces, they would not stand a chance. Jieyin's demeanor mirrored Zhunti's eyes, his expression softening in Kunpeng's presence, shedding the earlier ferocity from his gaze. Next time, he declared, taking this lesson to heart. Kunpeng retorted, having no intention of pressing the matter further, despite his mid-stage Daluo Jinxian prowess. The time granted by his experience card was limited. Once it expired, he would be unable to contend with the two of them. Furthermore, they were in the Zhixiao Palace, the domain of Hongjun. The earlier scuffle had already caused considerable commotion. Should another altercation arise, Hongjun would likely intervene, and Kunpeng could ill afford to incur his wrath. The overwhelming power he felt invigorated Kunpeng's fervent yearning for strength. In his past life, it was his inability to match Zhunti and Jieyin that resulted in his seat being usurped. The profound respect exhibited by Jieyin and Zhunti was entirely attributable to the might he had just displayed as a mid-stage Daluo Jinxian. Even those in Zhixiao Palace who previously held Kunpeng in disdain now regarded him with renewed respect upon witnessing his capabilities at that moment. The concept of power being paramount crystallized before him. A resounding boom echoed as the grand doors of Zhixiao Palace swung open, revealing a man and a woman entering the hall. Kunpeng turned his gaze to see 2 young disciples. The male was Hongyun, and the female was Yaoqi, future sovereigns of the heavenly court, though at present, they were mere Taoist youths under Hongjun's tutelage. The saint has arrived. Hongyun and Yaoqi stood rigidly, their voices resonating with solemnity. As their words echoed, a series of Taoist melodies reverberated throughout Zhixiao Palace. enveloping the space in an ancient and mystical aura. Ethereal purple mist emerged, accompanied by radiant golden light that illuminated the entire hall. While celestial fog coalesced in one area on the cloud platform, wondrous phenomena such as Tao beads, purple lotuses, and intricate Tao patterns materialized. The power of the saint truly is formidable, Kunpeng mused inwardly, overwhelmed by the aura of the saint. At that moment, he felt insignificantly small, akin to an ant before the saint's presence, utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, Kunpeng's Tao heart remained steadfast, impervious to the feelings of insignificance that might disturb his resolve. While others marveled at the weight of the saint's presence, an elder appeared upon the cloud platform, exuding an air of natural authority and boundless Taoist wisdom. This venerable figure was none other than the first saint of the cosmos, Hong Jun Daorun. As Hong Jun manifested, all eyes turned towards him, their expressions a mixture of awe, envy, and reverence. We bow before the saint. The crowd respectfully clasped their hands together towards Hong Jun, acutely aware of the need for decorum in the presence of such a powerful being. Kunpeng, too, joined in this display of respect, recognizing the hierarchy. Beneath the saint, all are but mere insects, and none dared to show disrespect. Hong Jun surveyed the assembly, his gaze momentarily resting on Kunpeng's position. Could it be that he had noticed? Kunpeng's heart raced with apprehension, and no need for excessive formalities. Hong Jun replied, nodding in satisfaction, casting only a fleeting glance at Kunpeng without further elaboration. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, Kunpeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had traversed through time, fearing that Hong Jun might possess knowledge of his true origins. Yet from Hong Jun's gaze, Kunpeng discerned that he was merely acknowledging his occupancy of the cushion. Entirely unaware of his actual background, the grand tide of fate remained unaltered. The minutiae were of little concern to Hong Jun. I have attained the status of a saint. You all have come here to listen. And this is indeed a fortuitous encounter. I shall impart teachings 3 times. After finishing his statement, the crowd once again clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you, saint. The positions you occupy this time must not be altered at will. Hong Jun continued, we shall abide by the saint's decree. The crowd responded respectfully. Before this, each individual harbored divergent thoughts, all yearning to see seats more swiftly in future encounters for a chance at the coveted cushions. However, upon hearing Hong Jun's words, their aspirations were quelled. As a saint, his words were not to be disregarded. Each lecture spans 3,000 years. This time, I shall expound upon the Tao of the Luo. How much you comprehend hinges upon your own capabilities. With that, Hong Jun commenced his first lecture. Things are neither merely this nor merely that. From this perspective, one cannot see, yet from self-awareness, one can discern. I shall speak of this here. Do you know if it is akin to this or not? Is it akin or not akin? Akin and not akin. If they coexist, then they're indistinguishable from each other. The sage delivered a sermon, magnificent and resplendent, filled with extraordinary visions. Within the Zixiao Palace, purple lotuses surged from the ground, materializing in the void. The resonant sound of the Tao echoed throughout the space. Every utterance from the sage Hong Jun manifested countless inscriptions. Kunpeng was immersed in profound realizations. In the depths of his consciousness, Kunpeng stood suspended in the void, enveloped in golden light. The once tranquil sea of his mind became tumultuous as he practiced the primordial Tao scripture, transforming into a scene of raging rivers and tumultuous mountains. Verses converged, forming chains that cascaded from the heavens. The celestial beings within Zixiao Palace exhibited varied states of understanding. Some experienced profound enlightenment, while others grasped little. For instance, the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan attended. Apart from the Earth Mother ancestor, the rest paid little heed, with some even dozing off. The Witch clan held no reverence for heaven, earth, or the sage Hongjun, but only for the primordial deity Pangu. They had come out of curiosity, hoping to discern any benefit for their clan, yet found themselves utterly bewildered. Even the Earth Mother ancestor, who listened earnestly, could not comprehend the teachings. Devoid of a primordial spirit, she found her heart willing but her abilities lacking. Hongjun, aware of this phenomenon, remained focused on his discourse, yet was cognizant of every movement below. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on these trivial matters. As long as the grand pattern remained unchanged, as time passed, the disparity in understanding among the attendees became pronounced. Some wore expressions of agony, contorted in frustration when faced with incomprehensible concepts, while others, filled with joy, experienced significant realizations. Mighty beings like Mingyi, Xinyuanzi, and Dongwangong reaped substantial rewards, more so than the majority. Naturally, the greatest insights were garnered by the six seated on the meditation mats. The three pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, displayed expressions of delight, indicating considerable gains. Niwa, though not as fortunate as the three pure ones, still benefited from her position on the meditation mat, achieving a level of understanding that surpassed that of the audience below. Among the six, Kunpeng amassed the most profound insights. This was due to his possession of the primordial Tao scripture, a transcendent cultivation technique that others lacked. While absorbing the teachings, he continuously circulated the scripture, and given his current status seated on the meditation mat, he experienced a significant leap in comprehension that he felt an imminent breakthrough, with signs of this potential sporadically erupting around him as the six seated on the mats exhibited their realizations. The other celestial beings looked on with envy. Infuriating, Zhunti thought, observing Kunpeng's insights, feeling a surge of discontent. Witnessing his profound understanding, jealousy gnawed at him. He imagined that if he occupied that position, he too would gain immensely. Yet such was merely a fantasy. His current expression betrayed his discomfort, as many concepts eluded his grasp. Not only Zhunti felt this envy, since Kunpeng achieved the most profound insights. Even Yuqing among the three pure ones regarded him with disdain, believing that as a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, he should not attain such enlightenment. Why should others be capable of this? Second brother, Laozi interjected. In cultivation, one must not rush. Noticing Yuan Shi's impatience, he opened his eyes to offer a reminder. Indeed, elder brother, Yuan Shi replied, finally settling his heart and concentrating on his insights. With Laozi's counsel, he dismissed his distractions and soon became absorbed in contemplation. As a great Luo golden immortal, Yuan Shi had committed a grave error, a cardinal sin in the pursuit of understanding. Without Laozi's reminder, he could have faced regression in cultivation or even succumbed to madness in Zhixiao Palace. A small faction among the attendees, witnessing others' rapid enlightenment, hastily sought immediate results. Lacking any counsel, they were significantly affected. Time slipped by unnoticed, and just as everyone remained engrossed in their realizations, the 3,000 years came to a close. Hong Jun ceased his teachings. At that moment, Kunpeng opened his eyes. The first lecture had concluded. Hong Jun, devoid of expression, announced, "The lecture has ended." Upon hearing this, the assembly gradually emerged from their reverie, blinking in surprise. With the conclusion of the sermon, many felt a lingering desire for more, perceiving the passage of 3,000 years as a fleeting instant. Shortly thereafter, many within the hall began to share their gains from this experience. That my friend, how were your insights? Not bad. The sage's teachings were truly remarkable that if I return and enter seclusion, I am certain I will achieve further understanding. Shall we return to discuss our insights? Excellent. Everyone had gleaned something, varying in degree, and anticipated that a period of seclusion would yield significant results. Kunpeng reflected upon the insights he had garnered, finding that this lecture had resolved numerous issues on his path of cultivation. Although he was a great Luo golden immortal, Hong Jun, as a sage, imparted teachings on the great Luo Dao that far exceeded his understanding. In areas he found perplexing, Kunpeng remained unperturbed. The journey of cultivation was long and winding. Not comprehending now did not preclude future understanding. Silence, Hong Jun proclaimed. Upon his command, the crowd immediately ceased their discussions, and the hall fell silent once more. With the conclusion of this lecture, there is yet another matter to announce. Hong Jun continued, not waiting for the audience to react. Now, amidst the chaos of the primordial world, ungoverned and disorderly, I shall select from amongst you a male celestial leader and a female celestial leader to manage the primordial realm and maintain order. As soon as Hong Jun finished speaking, the hearts of the crowd surged with excitement, His words implied that he would choose a male and a female celestial leader from among them. Who would not be astonished? Knowing that Hong Jun was the first sage, being selected by him was a stroke of fortune. For many, power could be seized in that moment, and for those with great ambition, such positions were perfectly suited to their aspirations. Kunpeng observed Jieyin and Zhunti, both of whom were beaming with delight, seemingly more elated than from their previous insights, their expressions suggesting, "I shall surely be chosen as the male celestial leader." Zhunti also felt elated. Though he had not secured a spot on the meditation mat, if he were to attain the position of male celestial leader, it would undoubtedly benefit the Western faction greatly. While the majority buzzed with excitement, Kunpeng remained impassive. He did not pay heed to Hongjun's pronouncement, for such matters were not conferred merely by declaration. It would be of no use. The choices had long been predetermined, and Hongjun already had his candidates in mind. The exuberance of the crowd was in vain. They would not be selected. Just as Zhunti prepared to volunteer, Hongjun spoke again. Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu, stepped forward. A single utterance shattered the fantasies of all present. Expressions of despondency washed over the crowd. Had it not been for the fact that Hongjun was a sage, one might have expected objections to arise at this very moment. After all, though the Eastern King and the Western Queen were both great Luo golden immortals, they did not stand out among the assembly. Many harbored dissent. This moment, the Eastern King was excessively jubilant. Oblivious to the scrutiny of those around him, he was profoundly exhilarated, never anticipating that the sage Hongjun would select him. The Western Queen, however, was somewhat taken aback. Her reserved nature did not favor such an appointment, and she had already sensed the unfriendly gazes directed her way. Yet, as it was the decree of a sage, she dared not defy it. The Eastern King and the Western Queen rose from their seats and hastily advanced through the throng. All eyes turned toward them. Upon reaching Hongjun, they clasped their hands and bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Sage Hongjun." Hongjun cast a glance at the pair and spoke. "Eastern King, you are transformed from the essence of pure yang. Henceforth, I appoint you as the foremost of male immortals. Tasked with upholding the order of the primordial realm, I trust you will govern wisely. Western Queen, you are molded from the essence of pure yin. Therefore, I designate you as the foremost of female immortals." He concluded. The Eastern King found himself holding the precious dragon-headed staff, while the Western Queen grasped the pristine Cloud Realm banner. Their treasures were indeed bestowed by Hongjun himself. The Eastern King, overwhelmed with excitement, showed no restraint, eager for all to witness his fortune. The Western Queen, outwardly composed, felt a surge of joy within, not merely for her title as the foremost of female immortals, but for receiving the precious Cloud Realm banner. Eastern King. Upon witnessing the Eastern King's arrogant demeanor, the Eastern Emperor was filled with disdain, questioning what right he had to occupy such a position. Many share the Eastern Emperor's sentiments. This matter is concluded. You may depart from the Zixiao Palace at your leisure. Hongjun paid no heed to the expressions of the crowd and vanished from the cloud bed without a sound. Undetected by any, the Eastern King's lack of modesty even caused Kunpeng to sweat in trepidation. The gazes of the denizens of Zixiao Palace toward him were markedly different. Fortunately, he had been appointed by Sage Hongjun. Otherwise, he would have been besieged long ago. Western Queen, we are jointly appointed by the Tao Ancestor as the foremost male and female immortals. Together, we shall surely govern the primordial realm effectively. The Eastern King greeted the Western Queen, his voice resonating loudly enough for all remaining in the Zixiao Palace to hear. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first." The Western Queen hastily bid farewell, transforming into a streak of light as she exited the Zixiao Palace and soared into the chaos. The Eastern King, not overly concerned, found many individuals approaching him to extend their greetings. Having been appointed by Hongjun, he possessed a certain renown, and in the midst of the ongoing turmoil in the primordial realm, numerous loose cultivators sought refuge by ingratiating themselves with him. Seeing the throng approach, the Eastern King was elated, proclaiming, "Esteemed friends, in the name of the foremost male immortal, I shall establish the Zifu in the Eastern Sea. Those wishing to join are most welcome." Upon hearing this, the Eastern Emperor Tai, who had been holding back his anger, nearly lost his composure. "Eastern King, are you courting death?" The tempestuous Eastern Emperor brandished the chaos bell, but was fortunately stopped by Emperor Jun, preventing an imminent confrontation. "Brother, why are you restraining me? This Eastern King is far too arrogant, and I must teach him a lesson," the Eastern Emperor insisted. Perplexed, he and Emperor Jun had already amassed considerable power in the primordial realm. The Eastern King's actions were in direct opposition to their interests. The Eastern Emperor, known for his straightforward nature, was now quite agitated. "You must not act impulsively, brother. Patience is key. The Eastern King will undoubtedly face consequences. It simply must not be at this moment," Emperor Jun explained. Though the Eastern Emperor was hot-headed, he recognized the potential pitfalls in acting hastily. Outside the gates of Zhixiao Palace, boom! Countless streaks of light surged into the sky, the sound of their departure echoing incessantly. One after another, they shot forth like meteors, cutting through the chaotic winds, soon vanishing into the void. In less than a moment, only a handful of innate divine beings remained. With the address concluded, no one wished to linger, and they rapidly departed. Swish! Upon hearing the end of the address, Kunpeng, like the others, transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the chaos with astonishing speed and formidable presence. Wherever he passed, mountains crumbled and rocks shattered. During his flight, Kunpeng surpassed many, his velocity placing him among the elite even within the primordial realm. But if he fully exerted his strength, few beings could hope to keep pace with him, for he had emerged victorious among the innate powers, claiming a seat upon the mat. Such speed! Is Kunpeng truly this swift? Observers marveled at his extraordinary pace. After the incident at Zhixiao Palace, where he had boldly confronted the two formidable beings from the west, he was no stranger to the crowd. Boom! As the assembly journeyed toward the primordial realm, a brilliant golden light radiated from the depths of chaos, ascending toward the heavens in resplendent glory. Even in its fleeting moment, it captured the attention of the great powers. Upon witnessing the golden light, the three purities slowed their flight, hovering in the void. "Brother, second brother, that phenomenon we just witnessed must be a treasure. Shall we investigate?" Tong Tian grinned as he gazed into the distance. "Indeed, most certainly." Laozi and Yuanshi nodded in agreement. An opportunity had presented itself, and they would not let it slip by, though Laozi maintained an air of indifference. He held a deep regard for such chances. Yuanshi, lacking any precious artifacts, was especially eager for this newfound treasure. The trio immediately sprang into action, unleashing their full speed as they transformed into three streaks of light, racing toward the source of the phenomenon in the west. "Martial brother, this extraordinary occurrence seems to indicate a connection with us," Xiu Tian remarked with delight, observing the distant manifestation. To him, a treasure radiating such an aura and being perceived was a sign of affinity. "Indeed that in this vast chaos, the phenomenon surely guides us," Jieyin replied, his expression brightening. The West was already barren. Acquiring a treasure at this juncture would be a tremendous boon. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor transformed into their true forms, two colossal, three-legged golden crows that blotted out the sky, emanating the true fire of the sun that scorched their path. A treasure? Kunpeng was no exception, having also noticed the phenomenon that had emerged from the chaos. Like everyone else, he was eager to uncover its secrets. For in this era of the primordial realm, few possessed precious artifacts. The emergence of such a treasure would undoubtedly bolster one's standing in the primordial realm. Among cultivators of the same realm, those wielding treasures held the upper hand. Whoosh! The Kunpeng hastily accelerated, soaring towards the location where the extraordinary phenomenon emanated. He did not dare to be complacent, for Kunpeng was acutely aware that such a significant disturbance could not have been caused by a lone individual. It was inevitable that numerous powerful beings were converging upon that very spot. Thus, Kunpeng summoned his utmost speed, enveloped in a radiant aura that shielded him from the onslaught of fierce winds and lightning. The boundless and infinite chaos of the world dwarfed the vastness of the primordial realm by immeasurable proportions. In a fleeting moment, many innate deities adjusted their trajectories, racing towards the source of the golden light. each eager to seize the opportunity before it was snatched away by another a century later. Kunpeng arrived first, landing atop a mountain peak as he gazed ahead. Here, the chaotic winds and other tumultuous phenomena were absent. Instead, the air was rich with spiritual energy, and the slopes were adorned with luminous spiritual herbs, radiating a dazzling golden glow. The sounds of spiritual beasts echoed in the air, within a certain area of the mountain. A shimmering barrier flickered intermittently, drawing in the spiritual energy surrounding it. When Kunpeng probed with his divine sense, he found the interior shrouded in mist, rendering him unable to discern its contents. The presence of a formidable array suggested the existence of something innate. Kunpeng sighed in regret. Being the first to arrive, he had anticipated being ahead of others, only to discover that the treasure had yet to truly manifest. Nevertheless, Kunpeng remained unperturbed, patiently biding his time. The grand formation before him could be effortlessly breached by his Deluo golden immortal cultivation. Yet he understood that a forcible intrusion would surely damage the treasure within, preventing it from realizing its full potential. Kunpeng recognized that the earlier phenomenon was a portent of the treasure's impending emergence. As he observed, a man and a woman descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before him. "Friend, your speed is truly remarkable. You are indeed the first to arrive," remarked Fuxi and Yuhua, their admiration evident. Having met both Fuxi and Yuhua, Kunpeng responded politely, harboring a fond regard for them. In the Zixiao Palace, many looked down upon Kunpeng. However, Fuxi and Yuhua were among the few who did not disdain him due to his relatively low cultivation. Kunpeng could sense their genuine respect, prompting him to respond courteously. "Your actions in the Zixiao Palace were nothing short of impressive. Kunpeng, you single-handedly contended against two, earning the admiration of our court," Yuhua stated. Clearly impressed by Kunpeng's deeds. "Thank you for your kind words. I merely acted in accordance with my duties," Kunpeng replied modestly to others. It seemed a significant accomplishment, yet to Kunpeng, it was merely a trifling matter. "You are too humble, Kunpeng. My sister mentioned you on our journey here." Fuxi laughed, sharing that Yuhua had spoken of Kunpeng while they traveled. As he spoke, Yuhua's face flushed slightly, betraying a hint of bashfulness. "By the way, how was the discourse on the Great Tao?" Fuxi inquired, hastily changing the subject. It was quite enlightening. "The teachings of the Tao of Deluo have greatly benefited me that I was about to return to seclusion when the allure of the treasure drew me here." Kunpeng replied with a smile, recognizing the situation. "Should you find the time in the future, I would be delighted to host you at Fuxi Mountain." Kunpeng extended the invitation that I shall certainly visit when time permits. Fuxi responded amicably. After their exchange, they turned their attention to the shimmering barrier, sharing a mutual sense of regret that although they had arrived, the spiritual treasure had yet to appear. Following a moment of reflection, Kunpeng, Fuxi, and Yuhua delved into discussions regarding their insights from the recent teachings. Each possessed their unique paths, and thus, their revelations varied. Decades swiftly elapsed in the blink of an eye as the three opened their eyes. Concluding their brief dialogue, it became evident that although their discussion was short, they each had gleaned considerable wisdom. Suddenly, three streaks of light descended as Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian arrived, followed closely by Emperor Jun and Donghuang. With the arrival of the three pure ones and the other notable figures, the gathering began to swell. "Brother, we must be the first to arrive." Jieyin and Zhunti, brimming with excitement, contemplated their imminent arrival at the destination, envisioning themselves as the first to claim the treasure. Moments later, as they descended, they encountered a multitude of others. Their first-place arrival was merely a figment of their imagination. In reality, they were among the last to arrive. Akin to the situation in Zixiao Palace, as the crowd gathered, they awaited the emergence of the treasure, obscured by the innate formation, leaving them oblivious to its nature. Most exhibited patience, yet each harbored ulterior motives. For with so many present and only one treasure, thoughts of acquisition danced in their minds. Just as they were lost in contemplation, Dong Wang Gong, the foremost male immortal, approached Kunpeng. "I am Dong Wang Gong. Honored to meet you, Kunpeng," he greeted. Kunpeng, recognizing the situation, replied coolly, "I am aware of your presence. Dong Wang Gong, there's something you wish to discuss?" He held little fondness for this individual, perceiving Dong Wangong's ambitious nature, reminiscent of memories from his previous life. Nothing of consequence, Dong Wangong asserted. Kunpeng, your strength is unparalleled. I've been tasked by the saint to uphold the order of the primordial realm. Do you have any plans? He directly articulated his intentions, having observed Kunpeng's earlier humiliation. Although Kunpeng ultimately regained his standing, Dong Wangong believed he understood the perilous nature of a world governed by the law of the jungle. As the current male immortal leader appointed by Hong Jun, he was eager to amass power, contemplating the possibility of recruiting Kunpeng. Among those present, he had inquired of many, with a handful expressing willingness, but the majority had declined. Ding! The system detected the host status and presented options. Option 1. Agree to Dong Wangong's request. Reward. The Sea Calming Pearl. Option 2. Decline to join. Teach him a lesson. Reward. The supreme innate spiritual root. Huang Zhongli. Before Kunpeng could voice his response, the system's voice rang in his ears, catching him off guard. I choose option 2. Kunpeng silently declared his decision as a reincarnated Kunpeng. He was acutely aware of Dong Wangong's fate. Despite being the male immortal leader, his excessive arrogance would lead to a tragic demise. Aligning with Dong Wangong was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Brother, do you think Kunpeng will join forces with Dong Wangong? Dong Huang inquired. After numerous reminders from Emperor Jun, Dong Wangong had calmed considerably, maintaining composure. He will not. Kunpeng is the lord of the northern sea, came the assured reply, in the majestic halls of the Purple Cloud Palace. A solitary figure had once bested two from the west. Such formidable strength could hardly be expected to join their ranks, remarked Emperor Jun, his words laced with admiration and acknowledgement of Kunpeng's prowess. Very well, Kunpeng replied, his tone resolute. Splendid, splendid, exclaimed Dong Wangong, overwhelmed with excitement, unable to fathom the unexpected ease of the situation. Kunpeng, without a moment's hesitation, readily acquiesced, leaving Dong Wangong momentarily taken aback. However, you must surpass my strength. Let us engage in a friendly contest, Kunpeng continued, asserting that he needed to witness Dong Wangong's capabilities. The system stipulations mandated a decisive victory over Dong Wangong. Simple refusal would yield no rewards. Dong Wangong found himself momentarily perplexed. After all, Kunpeng was a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. With his own initial stage Great Luo Golden Immortal prowess, the prospect of combat seemed daunting, for he understood the disparity in their realms. I shall engage with you at the level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal in the initial stage. Kunpeng responded, discerning Dong Wangong's hesitation, and he promptly stated his intention to use his initial stage strength. Although Kunpeng was indeed at the mid-stage, unbeknownst to others, he had utilized a power-boosting experience card. In the minds of the onlookers, Kunpeng's strength was firmly established as that of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Is that truly the case? Dong Wangong inquired, his interest piqued. If that were indeed true, he believed he could contend with him. Having acquired the spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, he felt that a battle might yield victory. Indeed, it is true, Kunpeng thought to himself with a smile, relishing the bait he had cast. Otherwise, he would struggle to find an opportunity to compel Dong Wangong into combat, for while Dong Wangong was indeed arrogant, there was no personal enmity between them. The crowd turned their gaze towards the two, intrigued by the impending contest, though confusion lingered as to why Kunpeng would willingly propose a duel at the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With his exceptional strength, he could have easily declined. Who would dare to insist otherwise? Thus, with a firm resolve, Dong Wangong summoned his aura as a Great Luo Golden Immortal, manifesting the dragon-headed staff, which radiated an overwhelming brilliance, illuminating the entire mountain peak. The power emanating from the spiritual treasure elicited envy among the gathered primordial beings, for few possessed such artifacts, save for a handful of innate treasures. Excellent, Kunpeng thought, his own intent stirring as he summoned a shaped spiritual treasure into his grasp. The exuded a radiant glow, its pristine white surface adorned with violet patterns, its curves exuding an air of cosmic mystery. With a casual flick, the surrounding void trembled under the weight of this might. The heavens resounded with a thunderous hum. Kunpeng revealed the deed counting, causing envy to flicker in the eyes of all present. This rare artifact, among the assembled, could only be rivaled by Laozi's half-life treasure, the Celestial Yellow and Mystic Tower. While the tower was primarily defensive, its presence ensured Laozi's invincibility to in contrast, the deed counting represented unparalleled offensive capability. Even Laozi, upon witnessing the in Kunpeng's hand, was taken aback, while the others harbored deep-seated envy. None more so than Zhunti, whose gaze brimmed with jealousy, inwardly lamenting the absence of such a treasure in his possession. In the chaotic realm of the primordial world, as the deed counting radiated its formidable aura, Dong Wanggong's expression grew solemn. Yet he had no recourse. A confrontation was inevitable, with a multitude of powerful beings observing. Victory would bring glory, while defeat remained a thought unacknowledged. The anticipation among the celestial beings was palpable, for such clashes were indeed rare. With a resounding crash, Dong Wanggong swung the dragon-headed staff, conjuring a massive gray dragon shadow that coiled behind him. Roar! The dragon's cry reverberated through the heavens, its overwhelming presence causing the earth to quake, mountains crumbling beneath its might. Go! Dong Wanggong commanded. The colossal dragon shadow, surging toward Kunpeng. Unfazed, Kunpeng wielded the deed counting, channeling the surrounding energy, divine strength radiating from its form. A powerful pressure enveloped the mountain, the temperature plummeting as snowflakes began to fall, astonishing the onlookers who had not anticipated such a phenomenon. With both hands firmly gripping the Kunpeng unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of energy, infused with boundless strength, hurtling toward the gray dragon shadow. Boom! The terrifying force tore through the void. The collision of their attacks sending shockwaves that split the air. The dragon shadow disintegrated into starlight, while the deed-counting strike rapidly advanced toward Dong Wanggong. Swiftly dodging, he was taken aback by the speed of the assault. And in an instant, the two figures vanished, reappearing to engage once more. The clash of crimson and white light erupted in the void, akin to two suns colliding, unleashing a dazzling golden brilliance and terrifying energy. Countless mountains succumbed to the aftermath, reduced to mere dust in the chaos surrounding their battle. The assembled celestial beings watched intently, while Laozi pondered whether his Celestial Yellow and Mystic Tower could withstand this formidable strikes. Zhunti and Jieyin exchanged glances, relieved that during their earlier confrontation with Kunpeng, he had not revealed such a devastating artifact. Had he done so, their injuries would have been far more severe. For even a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal wielding the deed counting could easily overwhelm them. After several exchanges, Dong Wanggong found himself at a disadvantage, the tide of battle shifting against him. He deserves to be punished. The Eastern Emperor reveled in Dong Wanggong's plight, harboring long-standing resentment toward him as Kunpeng eyed Dong Wanggong. A smile crept upon his face. Seizing the opportunity, he intensified his assault. Wielding the deed counting with increasing ferocity, faced with such relentless onslaught, Dong Wanggong struggled to defend himself. For every strike he managed to block, Kunpeng unleashed a flurry of blows in return. Despite their equal standing in terms of cultivation, the deed countings might far surpass that of the dragon-headed staff. Dong Wanggong was sent sprawling into the distance, conceding defeat in this contest. Kunpeng, my friend, it appears I have lost. Dong Wanggong waved his hand and spoke rapidly. Fortunately, his words came swiftly to Kunpeng's fist, narrowly missed, striking Dong Wanggong's face. Had he hesitated for even a second, his opponent would have endured another blow. My apologies, fellow Taoist, Kunpeng said as he sheathed the measure of virtue. Gazing at Dong Wanggong, his exterior remained composed and tranquil, yet internally he was brimming with delight. The numerous injuries on Dong Wanggong's face, swollen and bruised, rendered him exceedingly disheveled. This is utterly hilarious, he thought to himself as he witnessed Dong Wanggong in such a sorry state. Dong Huangtai laughed heartily without reservation, showing no regard for his opponent's dignity. He was not alone in his amusement. Everyone present, at that moment, shared in the laughter, though none were as brazen as Dong Huang in their mockery. Most merely chuckled inwardly, for Dong Wanggong was, after all, the leader of the male immortals, and had to maintain a fa ade of dignity. Ding! The system chimed in Kunpeng's mind. indicating that he had successfully thrashed Dong Wang Gong and had obtained the spiritual root Hongjun as Kunpeng regarded Dong Wang Gong. The system's notification echoed in his consciousness, and he felt a new addition to his storage space, Hongjun Li. Hongjun Li, he mused, feeling a surge of elation. Not only had he relished the fight, but he had also acquired the spiritual root Hongjun Li. One of the top 10 spiritual roots. Its fruit matures only once every epoch. Although the ripening period is lengthy, merely inhaling its fragrance can enhance one's Taoist cultivation. Consuming one fruit could elevate a being to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, a height unattainable by most in their lifetime. Such treasures are exceedingly rare in the Hongyun realm. Acquiring this was vastly superior to obtaining ordinary spiritual treasures, although he himself was already at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. As Kunpeng, he held sway in the northern sea. Hence, it bore little personal significance to him, but for others, it was an incredibly valuable asset. Indeed, the system rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. Truly exquisite, Kunpeng sighed. He had acquired not only formidable treasures, but also a transcendent-level technique and the exceptional innate spiritual root Hongjun Li. Each of these alone could entice many to their demise. After a brief review, Kunpeng returned his focus to the beleaguered Dong Wang Gong. Barely suppressing his laughter, it was evident that Dong Wang Gong was in a state of utter disarray, feeling increasingly embarrassed. He wished he could vanish from the scene. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from provoking Kunpeng, thus avoiding the beating altogether. Now, having barely assumed the role of the leader of the male immortals, he found himself in this humiliating predicament. Not only had he failed to win, but he had also been thoroughly beaten, ultimately conceding defeat. Had Kunpeng not ceased his assault, matters would have been even worse. Most crucially, Dong Wang Gong noticed the gazes of everyone present, all regarding him with a certain look. Even his newly acquired followers, though silent, wore expressions that betrayed their amusement, were it not for the anticipation of the treasure's emergence. Dong Wang Gong would have long since departed. Fellow Taoist, possessing such a spiritual treasure is truly enviable, Nuwa remarked, gazing at Kunpeng with admiration. Though she was currently a great Luo golden immortal, she lacked any noteworthy treasures of her own. Witnessing Kunpeng's acquisition of a treasure of virtue only deepened her envy to not be envious. Taoist Nuwa, in due time. You too shall possess such treasures, Kunpeng reassured her, although she currently lacked any significant possessions. It was merely a matter of time. The future was still long. Just because she did not have it now did not mean she would not acquire it later, especially since she was destined to become a sage of heaven. After Dong Wang Gong's thrashing, the crowd's attention shifted to the treasures, with little lingering concern for the earlier incident. Their primary objective had been the acquisition of the treasures. Dong Wang Gong was no longer of significant interest to them. Like the others, Kunpeng stood in the void, awaiting the event. The crowd waited for several decades. Boom! The sound of deep thunder shattered the serene atmosphere. The crowd snapped back to reality, their eyes opening wide, all fixated on the location of the light screen. The treasures were about to emerge. Kunpeng observed the primordial formation, silently preparing for the impending treasure hunt. Not just him, but everyone was ready, some even whispering amongst themselves. Strategizing their actions, fellow Taoist, when the treasure appears, let us join forces to seize it and share the spoils equally, shall we? Agreed. Some less powerful innate deities found brief partnerships to acquire the spiritual treasure. Aware that only one treasure would materialize, teaming up would increase their chances of obtaining it, as many hands make light work. The three pure ones, united in purpose, were ready to act with expressions of assuredness. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang both unleashed their true solar flames, incinerating the surroundings, equally prepared for the event. The two figures, Quanti and Jieyin, were particularly conspicuous, their anxious expressions setting them apart from the rest. To better secure the treasure, they positioned themselves at the forefront, believing this approach would facilitate their acquisition once the treasure appeared. Upon the mountain peak, the pressures among the great Luo golden immortals clashed violently. The earth trembled and the void lamented. The celestial beings had long yearned for the spiritual treasure, and having just witnessed a confrontation between two treasures only intensified their desire. Without debating the victor between Kunpeng and Dongwangong, the mere presence of two treasures was enough to incite envy among all. As the overwhelming power radiated from the treasures grew stronger, their determination to acquire them intensified. Whoosh! Countless bolts of lightning crackled above the crowd. This extraordinary phenomenon signified the imminent emergence of the treasure. The collective focus of the crowd sharpened, their gazes locked onto the primordial formation. As the storm of lightning, thunder, and fierce wind subsided, a blinding white light erupted from the treasure. The primordial treasure had materialized. In an instant, everyone sprang into action, racing towards the source of the radiant light. The three pure ones surged forward, three streaks of light darting ahead. Each individual unleashed their unique skills as they soared towards the treasure. "Get out of my way! The spiritual treasure is mine. Dare to challenge me, and you'll meet your demise," they shouted, as the chaos of competition erupted. In an instant, the scene became a maelstrom of disorder. With the treasure now unclaimed, everyone vied for possession. As someone reached out to grasp it, a fearsome attack struck, sending them flying. Each time someone approached, they were met with a barrage of assaults. The treasure was now a free-for-all. Whoever seized it first would claim it, and no one would willingly yield. Even the formidable three pure ones faced the wrath of the crowd when nearing the treasure, making it exceedingly difficult for them to approach. Kunpeng glanced at the treasure and then took action. With wings unfurled, he soared into the wind, ascending to great heights with unbridled ambition. He unfurled his wings and swiftly soared forward, a terrifying aura enveloping him. Wielding the divine merit measuring ruler, he cut through the throng, arriving first before the treasure. Yet, the Kunpeng was no exception. Just as he was about to draw near, a multitude of attacks surged towards him. Compelling the almost triumphant Kunpeng to evade at once, it appeared that this treasure would not be easily obtained. Kunpeng mused silently, as the collective assault from the crowd intensified, that a direct approach seemed futile. He would need to bide his time for the right opportunity. Just as Kunpeng contemplated how to seize the treasure, the three pure ones were on the verge of success. Suddenly, the true fire of the sun clashed with numerous attacks, forcing them back once more. Every time one managed to retreat, countless assaults would follow. Kunpeng gathered his strength and flew toward the treasure, only to find the three pure ones beside him, with Emperor Jun and Dong Huang also nearby. Observing the three pure ones gaining ground, he noted their speed slightly exceeding that of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang. The two of them unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the three pure ones, tearing through the void with boundless divine might. Faced with this combined attack, the three pure ones had no choice but to divert their attention and cast their powers to defend against it. What a splendid opportunity! This was precisely the moment Kunpeng had been waiting for. Seizing the chance, he pushed his speed to the utmost, soaring upward and directly surpassing the three pure ones, as well as Emperor Jun and Dong Huang. The remaining individuals lagged behind, unable to catch up. Not good. It was Kunpeng. Only then did the three pure ones realize that their actions had inadvertently allowed Kunpeng to exploit this gap, with their goals aligned. They swiftly redirected their attacks toward him, but it was too late. Kunpeng reached the treasure first, swiftly claiming it for himself. In a flash, he evaded the oncoming assaults. Upon examining the spiritual treasure, he discovered its shape resembled a lotus flower. The lotus appeared immaculate, its petals pure white as snow, consisting of 12 layers that radiated a divine, pristine light. The 12 petals were symmetrically arranged around the lotus heart in a circular formation. Each petal was strikingly luminous, imparting an aura of sanctity and inviolability. Its surface bore ancient Tao patterns and textures. This was the 12-grade purifying white lotus, with the 12 petals symbolizing its rank. The 12-grade purifying white lotus. Kunpeng's expression was one of elation. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare. The 12-grade purifying white lotus, along with the divine merit golden lotus, the fiery red lotus, and the annihilation black lotus, were collectively known as the four great lotus platforms. It was derived from the seeds of the 36-grade creation azure lotus. With unparalleled defense, It could purify evil entities and grant immunity against the most malevolent forces. Furthermore, the 12th-grade purifying White Lotus was beneficial for cultivators, aiding them in comprehending the Tao and preventing the invasion of demonic thoughts. After securing the treasure, Kunpeng noticed that the others had ceased their assault, halting the conflict. Now that the spiritual treasure had an owner, they naturally refrained from further attempts to seize it. Humph. The primordial one among the 3 pure ones was quite displeased, realizing that his contention with others had allowed Kunpeng to gain an advantage. However, the primordial one merely felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, maintaining a facade of indifference. Brother, how infuriating. He actually let Kunpeng snatch it. Dong Huang expressed his discontent. Enough. Emperor Jun sighed, his heart heavy with regret, yet he held no further thoughts on the matter. He intended to cultivate a relationship with Kunpeng in the future, but if they soured their relationship now, it would be difficult to draw him in later. Emperor Jun merely lamented, believing it preferable for Kunpeng to possess the treasure rather than it falling into the hands of Dong Wang Gong or others. Among the myriad of innate divine beings, not only the 3 pure ones and Emperor Jun felt regret. Others shared the sentiment. Upon witnessing Kunpeng's acquisition, envy gleamed in their eyes, and some even grumbled about Kunpeng already possessing the divine merit measuring ruler, yet still daring to snatch such a treasure. The most exaggerated reactions came from Jieyin and Zhunti, who were nearly in tears upon seeing Kunpeng claim the 12th-grade purifying White Lotus. They approached Kunpeng, seemingly oblivious to the expressions directed at them. Only when Kunpeng let out a cold snort did they regain their composure. They wished to seize it, but were powerless against him, left only with envy. Everyone felt a surge of envy, yet no one harbored intentions of robbing him. When a spiritual treasure is unclaimed, anyone may attempt to seize it. Whoever possesses the ability claims it as their own. Now that the 12th-grade purifying White Lotus belonged to Kunpeng, their desires were extinguished. Furthermore, even if one were to consider seizing it, the strength of a mid-staged Luo Jinxian would necessitate careful consideration of their own capabilities before engaging in conflict. After all, attempting to steal someone else's spiritual treasure is the gravest taboo in the wilderness. One must either kill the other or be killed themselves. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on acquiring the treasure. Niuhua and Fuxi congratulated Kunpeng. They had witnessed Kunpeng's remarkable performance and were astonished by his ability to secure a spiritual treasure amidst a multitude of innate powers. Their own attempts to seize it had been in vain, for the presence of so many powerful beings rendered their efforts futile. Thank you, esteemed Taoists. It was merely a stroke of luck, Kunpeng replied with a smile. In that fierce contest, he had spotted a glimmer of opportunity at the last moment, leveraging the divine merit measuring ruler and his innate speed to secure the treasure. Indeed, Kunpeng spread his wings, rising against the wind, soaring to great heights. This was not mere rhetoric. When he exerted himself fully, few could keep pace with him. After the astonishment subsided, the crowd gradually departed, transforming into streaks of light that vanished from sight. Farewell, Taoist Kunpeng. May we meet again in the future. Fuxi and Niuhua also transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the horizon, disappearing among the peaks, eager to return and contemplate their insights. Kunpeng watched them depart, glanced around, and prepared to leave as well. Brother, should we invite Kunpeng to join us now? As the crowd dispersed, Dong Huang inquired. Given their desire to extend an invitation, this seemed an opportune moment. There's no rush. We shall revisit the matter later, Emperor Jun replied after some contemplation. When Dong Wang Gong extended the invitation, Kunpeng had immediately proposed a spar, but it was clear to astute observers that he merely wished to confront Dong Wang Gong under the pretense of a spar. It appeared that Kunpeng did not wish to affiliate with any faction at this moment. Even if they were to extend an invitation, it would be futile and might even leave an unfavorable impression. Given the circumstances, Emperor Jun deemed it unwise to press the issue now, opting instead to wait and see. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Kunpeng, on acquiring the treasure. Emperor Jun approached Kunpeng, expressing his sentiments, with the intention of fostering a positive impression. He greeted him that, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Taoist Emperor Jun." Kunpeng responded politely. Though he held little fondness for the Tudai in his past life, They had coerced him into ascending to the heavenly court. Fellow Taoist, Kunpeng interjected, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Without waiting for Emperor Jun to finish, Kunpeng transformed into a streak of light and departed him. Very well. With a heavy sigh, Emperor Jun gazed in the direction where the Kunpeng had soared away, his heart a tumult of emotions. After a brief moment, he and the Eastern Emperor transformed into streams of light and flew away. Time passed, though the duration was indiscernible. The chaotic visions that once filled Kunpeng's sight were replaced by a world teeming with vitality. The vast expanse of land was adorned with countless spiritual roots that sparkled brightly at a mere glance. Endless mountain ranges undulated in the distance, and within those mountains stood ancient trees, colossal and majestic, their peaks piercing the clouds and their branches casting shadows that obscured the sun. Among these ancient trees, spiritual beasts nestled, each uniquely shaped, their cries resonating with the vitality of life. Rivers surged relentlessly, crystal clear and revealing the bed beneath. Here lay the primordial world. How immense! Kunpeng marveled at the boundless land before him. His heart brimming with thought, he had only encountered the primordial world through novels and had never truly witnessed it. Yet he believed he had a certain understanding. However, upon seeing it firsthand, even with his preparations, he could not help but be struck by wonder. The beauty of his place was naturally formed, and every corner surpassed the landscapes of his previous life by leaps and bounds. After a prolonged flight, Kunpeng found himself above the northern sea. Below him sprawled a vast ocean, endless and unfathomable. The sea resembled a mysterious beast lurking at the edge of the land, the surface roiled with majestic waves. Crashing against the shore and producing a clear, resonant sound, the azure expanse appeared to stretch into an abyss without end. Numerous whirlpools swirled upon the immense sea. Ahead of Kunpeng, where the sky met the ocean, ethereal mists lingered, creating an enchanting spectacle. Roar! Across the vast waters, myriad beings stirred. Upon catching sight of Kunpeng, they trembled in fear, hastily diving into the depths and disappearing from view. Kunpeng cast a glance, and then transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the sea. Shortly thereafter, he arrived outside a grand palace. The palace was enveloped in a mysterious aura, radiating a resplendent glow. It was a magnificent structure, resplendent in gold and adorned with vibrant hues, exuding an aura of grandeur akin to an immortal temple. The towering entrance was imposing, with numerous intricate patterns carved into its colossal pillars. Welcome back, ancestor. Upon entering the palace, a respectful greeting echoed from the attendants. He had been away for several millennia, yet the passage of time had not dulled their memories. They dared not be negligent. Kunpeng nodded, observing the two attendants, and pondered that the primordial realm was fraught with danger. He must reorganize matters promptly. Through his recollections, he understood that within his faction, chaos reigned, a veritable mishmash of beings. Previously, Kunpeng had been rather indifferent to such matters, often turning a blind eye to the occurrences of slaughter and laxity, leading to a depletion of his own fortunes. After all, the primordial realm placed great emphasis on fortune, and Kunpeng, as a sovereign, was endowed with such blessings. With a firm voice, Kunpeng addressed his subordinates. Convey my command. Summon everyone immediately to the main hall. All affairs must be set aside. His tone was resonant and authoritative. Understood. His subordinates replied promptly, departing to fulfill his orders. What do you think? Will the ancestor S return and the summons be for some significant matter? One attendant speculated. Who knows? Another replied that in the past, the ancestor would return only to enter seclusion. Let us cease this discussion. If the ancestor learns of our chatter, we shall be punished in the depths of the northern sea. Kunpeng sat upon the dragon throne in the grand hall, gazing at the multitude of beings below. They represented his power in the northern sea. The primordial world was rife with conflict, and Kunpeng, a formidable Deluo golden immortal, had established a significant faction. Most beings from the northern sea congregated there in his quest to strengthen his influence. Kunpeng had welcomed all, resulting in the current assembly of diverse beings, each with varying levels of cultivation, none exceeding the Deluo level, with the most formidable among them being at the golden immortal level. salutations, ancestor. Upon the arrival of all, a chorus of voices resonated throughout the hall. There is no need for excessive formality. I summoned you all for a singular purpose. I shall not concern myself with past transgressions. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from wanton killing, plundering, or seizing treasures. Those who defy this decree shall face death. If you cannot adhere to this, you may leave now. Those who remain must comply. Kunpeng declared to the assembly. Past events held little relevance now. The Kunpeng of yore was no more. The current Kunpeng would not permit such behaviors to persist. The assembly responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the grand hall, expressing deep respect. Those who had previously engaged in such actions felt a chill of apprehension. From this point forward, the past would be rendered null and void. Ancestor, should others bully us, how should we respond? A voice arose from the crowd, filled with uncertainty. They understood the command to avoid trouble. Yet in the chaotic primordial realm, if one refrained from seeking conflict, others would surely seek them out. Remember, Kunpeng intoned, I instruct you to refrain from such behaviors. If others act against you, kill, Kunpeng's voice boomed. And as he uttered the final word, a palpable aura of killing intent manifested behind him, causing his subordinates to tremble with trepidation. Though he commanded his followers to avoid unnecessary violence, if provoked, they need not show leniency. The principle was clear, avoid trouble, but do not be weak. The primordial realm was rife with disputes and bloodshed. While others might remain indifferent, the northern sea belonged to his domain, and he could impose order. Yes, we heed the ancestors' decree. The assembly replied in unison, their worries dissipating. The meaning was clear, do not seek trouble, but do not fear it either. Once order was restored, Kunpeng dismissed the assembly. With matters of his fortune at stake, he wasted no time, addressing this issue immediately upon his return. Subsequently, Kunpeng ventured to a place rich in spiritual energy, for he had acquired the Hongjun Li and must plant it. Casting a glance around, Kunpeng waved his hand, planting the Hongjun Li. This area, abundant in spiritual energy, was exceptionally suitable for the growth of spiritual roots. As the Hongjun Li took root, it began to attract the surrounding spiritual energy, drawing in much of what had previously been absorbed by other spiritual roots. Truly, it was worthy of being called one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Kunpeng marveled, feeling a sense of supremacy as the majority of spiritual energy gravitated toward it. After planting the Hongjun Li, Kunpeng waved his hand once more, causing numerous spiritual roots to emerge from the ground. These had all been gathered by Kunpeng in the primordial realm. Spiritual roots were invaluable. One could never have too many, for they might prove useful one day. However, someone needed to tend to these roots. Kunpeng contemplated entering seclusion, for he could not neglect them. Just as he was lost in thought, a butterfly fluttered by him. You shall be the one. With a graceful gesture, the Kunpeng summoned a streak of luminous light, which descended upon the butterfly. Instantly, the butterfly plummeted to the ground and transformed into a crimson-clad maiden. I'm deeply grateful for your enlightening grace, Master, the maiden reverently proclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Had it not been for this divine intervention, she feared she might never have attained her true form. While some are born with innate intelligence, without the right opportunities, they may never achieve transformation in their entire lifetime. For the Kunpeng, a formidable being of the great Luo golden immortal tier, to enlighten a mere butterfly was a trivial matter. There is no need for excessive formalities, the Kunpeng replied. From this day forth, you shall be known as Showdown, that I entrust this place to you. Take good care of it. Yes, Showdown responded with a respectful bow, acutely aware that her very existence was a gift from the Kunpeng. Regardless of her tasks, she was bound to serve. Subsequently, the Kunpeng departed from that location, swiftly arriving at a secluded chamber within the palace. A sanctuary for his meditative practice. With matters now settled, he was ready to retreat into contemplation. First, he examined the cultivation technique awarded by the system. Sitting cross-legged in the void, the Kunpeng contemplated the Hongyun Dao Jing. Although he had practiced it to some extent, his understanding remained insufficiently thorough. Given the significance of cultivation, a comprehensive grasp was imperative. As he closed his eyes, he delved into the depths of his consciousness, scrutinizing the Hongyun Dao Jing. After much exploration, the Kunpeng was elated that as the system had described, it was indeed a path to enlightenment, capable of aiding him in achieving transcendence, should he master this technique completely. It could lead him to Hongyun and perhaps even beyond. Excellent. The Kunpeng rejoiced profoundly. For a cultivator, possessing a superior technique was an extraordinary boon. The Hongyun Dao Jing had undeniably opened the gateway to his path of enlightenment. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, until he eventually tempered his excitement, realizing the urgency of his training, that it was essential to understand that possessing a fine technique required diligent practice. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the 12-petal pure world, white lotus manifested before him. Now that he had secured this treasure, which not only offered formidable defense, but also facilitated cultivation. The Kunpeng unhesitatingly dripped a drop of his essence into the lotus. In the primordial realm, treasures of innate origin necessitated refinement for utilization. The merit quantity heavenly ruler was a reward from the system. Thus it required no refinement and could be used directly. However, the white lotus, being acquired, demanded refinement before it could serve its purpose. After several decades, the Kunpeng had completed a simple refinement of the 12-petal pure world white lotus. As a great Luo golden immortal, even such a treasure required little time to assimilate. Decades passed in the blink of an eye for the Kunpeng. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the lotus expanded, emanating a mysterious aura that flooded the entire hall, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of the space around it. Indeed effective. The Kunpeng mused, astounded by the aura radiating from the blossoming lotus. Recognizing its potential as a cultivation aid, he settled into the heart of the lotus. And as he did, a rich essence began to envelop him, a phenomenon sparked by the lotus's supportive energy. Deep within the North Sea, in a secluded chamber of a grand hall, the Kunpeng closed his eyes. Immersed in profound contemplation, devoid of distractions, the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him radiated an impressive aura. As he continuously circulated the Hongyun Dao Jing, the spiritual energy from the North Sea converged upon his chamber, coalescing into a multitude of energies, all of which he consumed, integrating them throughout his being. From him emerged a wave of white energy, causing the void to resonate in dismay. The strength of his aura was vast, its influence extending far and wide. Even upon the surface of the North Sea, the ripples of his energy were palpable. Within the palace, his subordinates, aware of the signs of impending breakthrough, were filled with shock and delight. Though it was not their own breakthrough, they celebrated as the Kunpeng was their venerable ancestor. The commotion from his secluded cultivation, however, went unnoticed by him. The Kunpeng remained oblivious to external occurrences, fixated solely on his nearing breakthrough. Earlier, within the Zixiao Palace, he had sensed the stirrings of advancement. He realized that should he wish to break through, he could do so. Yet at that time, the Kunpeng had refrained from doing so, knowing that even if he ascended, the stability of his new realm would be uncertain. That a century later, the intensity of his breakthrough aura intensified. Having been in seclusion for some time, he had fully assimilated all he learned from the Zixiao Palace. At this moment, the spiritual energy within a radius of several million miles had thinned, all consumed by the Kunpeng. In the depths of his consciousness, he stood in the void, his magnificent wings unfurled, enveloped in golden light that exuded an unmatched presence. The various phenomena within his consciousness were all crystallized by this aura. Above the grand hall, the surface of the sea was tumultuous, influenced by the Kunpeng's emanating energy, which had disrupted the previously calm waters. Numerous cultivators within the North Sea, upon sensing this aura, were struck with awe, directing their gazes towards the depths of the North Sea. The Kunpeng, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy coursing through his veins, allowed it to flow freely throughout his meridians. Boom! A deep rumble echoed, and gold radiated from the Kunpeng's form, piercing through the grand hall, soaring above the sea, reaching the clouds. An enigmatic aura enveloped him, and countless inscriptions sprawled across the entire hall, shrouded in mystery. The Kunpeng waved his hands, and all the inscriptions converged into his being. With each verse that fell, his strength amplified. The once dormant blood within him surged to life. Coursing rapidly, a radiant shield of light materialized behind him, exuding divine might. The brilliance of the treasure illuminated the space, and the swift flow of his blood rendered him nearly translucent, revealing the frenetic pace of circulation within. As if reborn, his bones crackled audibly. Even in a state of stillness, the Kunpeng's corporeal form exuded an undeniable hardness, intermittently releasing a terrifying aura. Enveloped in golden light, the Kunpeng resembled a divine entity, radiating an aura of unparalleled sanctity. Within his primordial spirit, the continuous operation of the Hongyun Tao Sutra filled the vast expanse of space with spiritual energy, and numerous stars manifested, illuminating the void. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, a manifestation of the power of the laws. The Kunpeng, now a formidable figure among the Deluo Jingxian, had transcended the confines of heaven and earth. Existing beyond the five elements that in the primordial chaos, any practitioner of the Deluo could sense the power of the laws and comprehend one or more of these principles as in Deluo Jingxian. The Kunpeng's own law was that of devouring, which he diligently cultivated during this period of seclusion. Meanwhile, throughout the years of the Kunpeng's retreat, the various factions in the primordial chaos were embroiled in relentless strife. The Eastern King of the East Sea, under the guise of leading the male immortals, harbored immense ambitions, covertly consolidating power and aggressively expanding his influence. Displaying a remarkable level of hubris, he accepted all who approached him, adopting a philosophy that anyone who came was regarded as his own, that he was indeed at the height of his power. Moreover, as his influence grew, the Eastern King resorted to coercive measures against those rogue cultivators who resisted joining his ranks. Consequently, animosity towards him intensified, yet most could only seethe with impotent rage, for the Eastern King's power was far beyond their reach. In stark contrast, the female immortal leader, the Western Mother, sought to gather some female immortals, not with the ambition of domination like her male counterpart, but rather to provide a sanctuary for rogue female cultivators, striving to keep them distant from the chaos of war. The conflict between the witch and demon clans, led by Emperor Jun and Dongwang, was also escalating. Yet, they faced a formidable adversary, the witch clan. Traditionally opposing each other, their animosities had only deepened over time, leading to frequent outbreaks of conflict between the two factions. The witch clan, endowed with innate divine strength, proved overwhelmingly powerful in one-on-one combat. Only multiple demons could contend with a single witch of equal rank. This situation remained largely unknown in the primordial chaos, with tensions mounting with the passage of time. Unbeknownst to the duration that had passed, the Kunpeng, in his retreat, had reached the final stage of his breakthrough. Within his sea of consciousness, countless chains of light began to spin rapidly, generating thunderous energy akin to meteors streaking across the sky, continuously expanding. With a resounding crash, a cataclysmic sound echoed in his mind, forming innumerable whirlpools. The terrifying power of devouring fervently absorbed the gathering spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The chains of light in the void were also relentlessly consumed by these whirlpools, periodically emitting dazzling brilliance from within his sea of consciousness. The entire expanse of the northern sea, spanning millions of miles, felt the impact of this devouring force. An overwhelming surge of absorption erupted, as if threatening to consume the very heavens and earth, amplifying the rate at which spiritual energy coalesced an indeterminate moment. A colossal wave of energy manifested within the sea of consciousness. Countless whirlpools seemed to receive a command, enhancing their devouring power as they voraciously consumed the amassed energy wave. Amidst this consumption, various phenomena emerged, glaciers melting, volcanoes erupting. Within the Kunpeng's sea of consciousness, these phenomena appeared and vanished in a mesmerizing cycle. With a thunderous roar, the devouring force emanating from the whirlpools intensified. Each instance of consumption bolstered the aura surrounding the Kunpeng. Sensing the imminent breakthrough, the Kunpeng felt immense satisfaction. After such a lengthy period of seclusion, he was finally on the cusp of a significant advancement, aware of the crucial nature of this final moment. He refrained from distraction, understanding that any lapse could jeopardize his breakthrough that a millennium passed. The sea of consciousness of the Kunpeng had descended into tranquility, all phenomena dissipating, returning to a previous state. Yet the aura emanating from him had undergone a profound transformation. The essence of mid-stage Deluo Jingxian resonated from him, powerful and complete. With a mere wave of his hand, a formidable wave of energy radiated from the chamber, sending shockwaves throughout the surroundings. The terrifying force erupted, creating chaos in the air akin to a tsunami, instilling fear. Some beings within the sea were overturned by this overwhelming presence. In the chamber, behind the Kunpeng, a pair of colossal wings materialized, golden and translucent. Exuding a majestic and sacred aura that I have broken through, he declared, having achieved a perfect mid-stage Deluo realm. Opening his eyes, the magnitude of his aura had drastically increased. This time, he had ascended a major realm, solidifying several minor realms into a state of completeness, all while remaining stable without any signs of fluctuation. His foundation was profoundly solid. To an uninformed observer, it might seem that the Kunpeng had long since entered the mid-stage Deluo Jingxian realm. Yet, despite this breakthrough, the Kunpeng found himself unable to advance further. Although he had reached a state of mid-stage perfection, he stood just a step away from entering the late-stage Deluo realm. This gap, however, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. He was already quite satisfied with his achievement of mid-stage perfection, though it appeared to be merely a single realm. One must understand that ascending realms is often an arduous endeavor, not merely achievable through seclusion. Many have reached a bottleneck, remaining in seclusion for eternity without transcending. For instance, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Tai realm, some have chosen to isolate themselves in pursuit of ascension to the Luo, only to fail after enduring endless epochs. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges in achieving breakthroughs. The Kunpeng's significant advancements during his retreat were greatly attributed to his profound Taoist technique. The Hongyun Dao Sutra. Now, as a mid-stage perfected Deluo Jingxian, he could contend even with late-stage powers, bolstered by the numerous trump cards at his disposal, both offensive and defensive treasures. This was his confidence. Moreover, during this period of seclusion, he elevated his devouring law to a new level, and with the assistance of the Hongyun Dao Sutra, he harnessed his own remarkable speed to comprehend a new law, the law of light. With such swiftness, the Kunpeng could confidently assert that no one of equal rank could match his speed, for the power of the law of light was beyond compare. With this newfound ability, he became invincible in speed among his peers. After tidying up, the Kunpeng rose to his feet, concluding this phase of seclusion that we welcome the ancestor back from retreat. Upon exiting the chamber, he was greeted with respect by those awaiting him. He nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the area where the Hongjun was cultivated. As soon as the Kunpeng appeared, a woman approached him with deference, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to my master." The woman in question was a millennium ago, the delicate butterfly gently touched by Kunpeng. Observing the meticulously organized surroundings, Kunpeng nodded in approval, acknowledging her careful attention to detail. Everything was splendid. Countless spiritual roots shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors. After a brief glance, Kunpeng proceeded to the Hongjun. Although it blossomed once every 10,000 years and bore fruit in the same interval, it had matured significantly over the course of a millennium. Its form now markedly different from its previous state. "Well done," Kunpeng praised, eliciting immense joy from the butterfly. Having already transformed and developed her own thoughts, she felt a deep sense of happiness to be acknowledged. Her outward calm concealing an inner elation. After a glance at Hongjun, Kunpeng familiarized herself with the current state of Biming. Throughout this millennium, the forces under Kunpeng had adhered to her directives, refraining from instigating conflict both within and beyond the Northern Sea. Although some disputes had arisen, the resolution of these matters was executed in accordance with Kunpeng's will, thanks to her earlier efforts at reform. The disposition of her followers had undergone a significant transformation. They had become remarkably united, refraining from bullying the weak and avoiding unnecessary trouble. Satisfied with these results, Kunpeng felt it was a fitting time for a journey of exploration. Having briefly outlined her intentions, Kunpeng transformed into a streak of luminous light, soaring above the ocean's surface, departing from the Northern Sea and heading towards the Primordial continent, after a millennium of seclusion. Kunpeng once again found herself amidst the grandeur of the primordial world, marveling at the breathtaking vistas before her. The celestial reflections she remembered from her past life paled in comparison to the splendor she now beheld. As she glided slowly through the vastness of the primordial realm, she observed various confrontations among cultivators. Unbeknownst to her, these skirmishes had escalated to a point of mortal conflict. Such sights were commonplace in this realm, and she chose to remain indifferent. The primordial world operated on the principle of causality. Interfering in the affairs of others would inevitably entangle her in karma. Thus, she feigned ignorance towards such occurrences. In addition to the conflicts among cultivators, she witnessed battles between the Wu and Yao clans during her flight. Numerous small-scale skirmishes unfolded around her, yet she paid them no heed. Ever since the emergence of the first sage, the primordial era had been marked by the calamity of the Wu and Yao. In her memories, Kunpeng had been embroiled in the battlefield of the Yao, surviving but sustaining severe injuries during the tribulations. She had endured, hidden away in the Northern Sea, merely clinging to life. The tribulations, she had no desire to participate and would resolutely avoid being drawn into them. Contemplating this, Kunpeng's expression grew grave as she recalled the perilous nature of these calamities. Aware of the numerous beings involved, that it was exceedingly dangerous. Without sufficient strength, one could easily be swept away. In her previous life, Kunpeng had initially sought to evade this disaster. Had she remained in the Northern Sea, she would have faced no troubles. Yet her inability to contend with the likes of Donghuang Tai and Jieyin had compelled her to join the fray. Moreover, Kunpeng understood that despite her rebirth, the ambitions of Jieyin and Donghuang would likely lead them to pursue her. Thus, she needed to possess adequate strength to defend herself. Otherwise, the outcome would be grim. These thoughts swirled in her mind. Kunpeng reassured herself with the knowledge of her level cultivation methods. She had faith that these techniques would enable her to alter her fate. Even if confronted by those two, she would not fear them, for strength commanded respect. Should Kunpeng's power grow formidable enough to instill dread, no one would dare to provoke her. Help? Please! Just as Kunpeng soared through the primordial expanse, a woman's cry for help pierced the air. Reacting instinctively, Kunpeng turned towards the source of the distress. Her dismay. She beheld dozens of women being relentlessly pursued by a group of demonic beings. Among the fleeing women, the highest cultivation level was that of a Tai golden immortal, while the most powerful among the demons boasted the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. Please, esteemed elder, save us. The women, desperate and beleaguered, called out to Kunpeng as they fled, their faces marred with blood. Remnants of a fierce battle. Ding! The system detected the host's status and prompted the following choices. Ignore the situation and refrain from interference, rewarding 2 innate spiritual treasures, or intervene to rescue the distressed individuals. Rewarding the supreme treasure, the Qian Kun Ding. As Kunpeng pondered her options, the system's voice resonated within her. With the prospect of rewards in mind, she resolved to act. Within her capabilities, she would extend her aid. With a single thought, Kunpeng materialized before the group. Each woman, though humanoid in form, possessed breathtaking beauty. Recognizing their origins, she identified them as members of the Fox clan. Greetings, Taoist friend. We implore you not to interfere in this matter. The leader of the group spoke, her form reminiscent of a deer, adorned with 7 antlers and 3 eyes. Although a great Luo golden immortal, she exhibited caution and refrained from immediate confrontation. Kunpeng recognized her as Baze, one of the 10 great demon saints of the future. However, she was taken aback by the rapid subjugation of Baze by Jieyin. You are Baze? Kunpeng inquired, harboring a degree of admiration for this being. Unlike others who might have reacted with hostility, Baze remained composed and displayed remarkable adaptability. Indeed, Baze responded, acutely aware of Kunpeng's superior aura. He discerned the precariousness of the situation, understanding that it would be unwise to offend Kunpeng unless absolutely necessary. Having only recently ascended to the great Luo golden immortal stage, he recognized the importance of restraint. That I shall save these individuals, Kunpeng declared softly, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Her words manifested as reality. All but Bays among the demonic pursuers were rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground in anguish. A mid-stage great Luo golden immortal could dispatch these adversaries effortlessly. The Fox clan members, witnessing Kunpeng's decisive action, felt a surge of relief, knowing the danger had largely dissipated. Daoist friend, you must consider this carefully. This is a matter of great import to Jieyin and Donghuang. Bays cautioned, refraining from action himself, fully aware that the enemy's strength far surpassed his own. He resorted to invoking the names of Jieyin and Donghuang, hoping to elicit a measure of caution from Kunpeng. Humph. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. I shall rescue these individuals, even if Jieyin and Donghuang were to confront me directly. What of it? Kunpeng spoke coldly. Bays, being quite astute, recognized his own inferiority and refrained from attacking, instead revealing the entity behind him. Having heard of Bays' exceptional wisdom, Kunpeng found the reality to align perfectly with the impressions in his mind. Bays was not reckless like many other demon clans, thus he had no choice but to offend him. With a steely resolve, Bays emanated the aura of a great Luo golden immortal, as he was indeed on a mission. Failure would not bode well for his return. Bays, you are not a match for me. Today, I present you with two choices. One is to submit, the other is death. Kunpeng regarded Bays with a certain admiration. In his memories, while Bays was not a combatant, he excelled in strategy that if he could be brought under Kunpeng's command, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, should Bays refuse, Kunpeng would show no mercy. He merely admired Bays, but was not incapable of eliminating him. Upon hearing this, Bays fell into contemplation. He was not impulsive. He knew the gravity of the situation and needed to think it through. After all, he was no match for Kunpeng, and refusal would only lead to his demise. The decision concerning life and death required careful consideration. I am willing to submit, Bays said after a moment of reflection, cupping his hands in respect. Although he was carrying out orders and understood that failing to capture someone from the Fox clan would complicate his report, preserving his life took precedence. Kunpeng's intent was clear. Refusal would result in death. To Bays, his life was now in another's hands. If he perished, all would be for naught. Being a wise individual, he naturally would not seek death. A newly ascended great Luo golden immortal stood no chance against Kunpeng, who was in the mid-stage of the great Luo. Instant annihilation. Seeing Bays submit, Kunpeng waved his hand, and the oppressive aura that had weighed upon the gathered demon clans vanished. The others adopted a posture of respect as well. With Bays' submission, the remaining demon clan members had no strength to resist. Surviving was the best outcome. None desired death. Thank you, Senior Kunpeng, for your timely assistance. The Fox clan members expressed their gratitude. With Bays' capitulation, their danger was entirely alleviated, and they felt secure. Not at all, Kunpeng replied nonchalantly. This was a mere trifling matter, yielding Bays' submission and earning him rewards. We are also willing to submit to you, Senior Kunpeng. The entirety of the Fox clan proclaimed in unison. Although their strength was modest, they were astute. Before them stood a formidable being, a great Luo golden immortal. Such a powerful ally was a rare find. Their reluctance to submit to the subordinates of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang stemmed from the brutality of those two. In contrast, Kunpeng's reputation was well known throughout the vast wilderness. Though the Fox clan had fallen from their former glory, they remained aware of external affairs, including Kunpeng's reputation. The demon clan of the Northern Sea had been reformed under Kunpeng's governance, exhibiting good conduct and refraining from wanton slaughter. Aligning with such a force promised safety. If they did not seize this opportunity, the vast wilderness remained perilous. The Fox clan was not adept in battle. Their beauty and mastery of seduction often attracted trouble. Rise! Kunpeng nodded in agreement. That moment. A task was triggered by the system. Having subdued Bays, he would not refuse those willing to submit, upon seeing Kunpeng's consent. The members of the Fox clan beamed with joy, their happiness immeasurable. They felt as though they had found a solid backing in Kunpeng's forces. After all, he was a powerful great Luo golden immortal, and the dangers of the wilderness were numerous. Under his command, they could attain security amidst the current chaos. Ding! The host has completed the option. Reward. The spiritual treasure Qin Ding. At that moment, the system voice echoed. And another spiritual treasure materialized in Kunpeng's storage space. Excellent. Yet another treasure acquired. Kunpeng sighed inwardly. The Qinkuan was indeed a remarkable artifact. He knew that it was transformed from the lotus pod of the primordial blue lotus. Classified as a supreme, innate spiritual treasure with formidable defensive capabilities. Its efficacy could restore the original state of treasures, enhancing the quality of spiritual treasures and herbs, allowing later-stage items to transform into innate ones. Having obtained the Qinkuan, along with the merit tool Yang Tianqin, the 12th grade pure world white lotus, Kunpeng found himself among the wealthiest individuals, especially since at this time, Hong Jun had yet to distribute spiritual treasures. With these thoughts, Kunpeng refocused his attention on Bays and the Fox clan members. Bays, lead the Fox clan to the Northern Sea immediately. Take this jade tube with you, as he spoke. A stream of white light descended into Bays' hands. Although Bays had submitted, Kunpeng understood that he still needed to continue his journey through the wilderness. Thus, he entrusted them with the jade tube to return first. Yes, Bays and the Fox clan members responded respectfully. Now under Kunpeng's command, they were obliged to follow his orders. Shortly after, dozens of streams of light shot into the sky, heading towards the Northern Sea. With this matter concluded, Kunpeng did not linger, but soared into the distance. After an indeterminate period, Kunpeng suddenly halted mid-flight. Standing atop a mountain peak, he gazed in awe at the scene before him. Before his eyes loomed an immense mountain, exuding a majestic aura, as if a primordial giant were piercing the clouds and connecting heaven and earth. Just a glance delivered a powerful visual shock and sense of oppression. The mountain's form was unlike any other, its edges irregular yet unique, with steep cliffs that inspired trepidation, dotted with countless radiant golden stones. Every aspect of this landscape left Kunpeng in astonishment. This mountain was no ordinary peak. It was the transformed spine of the Pangu deity, known as Bujo Mountain, the foremost divine mountain of the wilderness. This was the reason Kunpeng felt a sense of dread upon arriving at Bujo Mountain. Truly magnificent. Indeed, it was Bujo Mountain. Kunpeng marveled as he beheld the distant peak, although he was still some distance away. He felt a formidable pressure emanating from it, weighing heavily upon his spirit. Fortunately, as a great Luo golden immortal, he could withstand it. Any ordinary cultivator would likely be unable to approach it all. The vicinity of Bujo Mountain was predominantly inhabited by the Wu clan. While the pressure here was immense, they lacked spiritual consciousness as long as they did not come too close. Pangu's oppressive force would not greatly affect them. Since he was already here, he might as well explore. Kunpeng determinedly approached Bujo Mountain. Many fear to draw near due to the overwhelming pressure. Usually, no one would come unless necessary. However, while the pressure was dangerously formidable, it also held benefits for strengthening the body. Utilizing the oppressive force of Bujo Mountain to temper his physique presented a golden opportunity. Most importantly, Kunpeng believed that as the foremost divine mountain of the wilderness, Bujo Mountain must harbor numerous opportunities. After all, in this era, many chances had yet to be discovered. Perhaps a venture up a mountain would yield some rewards. With that in mind, Kunpeng swiftly flew to the foot of Bujo Mountain. The pressure here was indeed formidable. After Kunpeng arrived at the foot of Mount Bujo, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him, far stronger than before, leaving him somewhat disconcerted, taking a moment to acclimate at the base of the mountain. He began his ascent. From a distance, one could see a figure, moving slowly yet with remarkable steadiness, steadily climbing upward. Initially, Kunpeng managed to withstand the pressures of the climb. However, as he ascended higher, the burden became increasingly unbearable. At this moment, Kunpeng refrained from using any magical powers for protection, instead allowing the oppressive force to refine his physical form. With a resounding crack, the bones within Kunpeng's body snapped and reformed in a relentless cycle. Simultaneously, his blood coursed through his veins with the vigor of a rushing river, ceaseless and unyielding. His heart raced, pounding loudly within his chest. The oppressive force of Mount Bujo permeated every part of him. During his ascent, he caught glimpses of a few formidable Deluo Jin. Also climbing the mountain to temper their bodies. At first, Kunpeng could still see their shadows, but as he progressed further, the pressure intensified and many could no longer endure it, ultimately abandoning their climb. Despite their status as the Luo Jin, this was no ordinary peak. It was the foremost divine mountain of the primordial era. While the Luo Jin possessed the capability to ascend, two additional factors, great willpower and a steadfast heart, were equally crucial. Lacking either would greatly hinder one's ability to persevere. At this moment, Kunpeng felt utterly drained, his body marked by the trials of the oppressive force. Yet, despite the immense discomfort, his resolve remained unshaken, and he continued to ascend, step by step. As time passed, Kunpeng's vision became blurred, rendering him unable to see clearly. The pain in his body reached a state of numbness, devoid of sensation. Halfway up, the overwhelming pressure caused a slight wavering in his determination. Exhaustion weighed heavily on his mind. Even a small further effort seemed insurmountable. However, he recalled that the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, and if he could not withstand this minor hardship, how could he ever hope to change his fate? This realization invigorated Kunpeng, awakening him to the harsh reality of the primordial world, where the weak were devoured by the strong, that if he faltered now, how would he confront even greater challenges in the future? The more he contemplated, the more resolute his willpower became. Stagnant no longer, he drew upon his formidable determination to ascend once again. Each step upward was accompanied by an unending agony, yet whenever he felt he could not continue, he found a way to redeem himself. After 500 years, Kunpeng sensed through his primordial spirit that the summit was not far off. Looking down, he saw a sea of clouds swirling below, shrouded in mist with no discernible end. Glancing upward revealed a similar obscurity, veiled by ethereal energies. The peak of Mount Bujo loomed ever closer, yet Kunpeng was utterly exhausted. After a brief pause, he resumed his ascent. Although he was near the summit, the final stretch felt more arduous than all the heights he had previously climbed combined. For the first time during this climb, he directly experienced the essence of despair. A feeling so profound that despite possessing memories of two lives, he had never encountered such anguish. Yet, there was a silver lining. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle, Kunpeng could faintly perceive that his flesh and blood had grown stronger through the refining pressure of Mount Bujo, a transformation he had never felt before. With a final, labored effort, Kunpeng reached the last step and collapsed. Utterly spent, his limbs rendered powerless as he lay on the ground, having reached the limits of exhaustion. Though he retained some awareness, he could not muster the strength to rise. Moments later, he opened his eyes, channeling his magical energy to restore the decayed parts of his body, which rapidly regained their former vigor. In an instant, Kunpeng's physical form returned to its pre-climb condition, now elevated to a new pinnacle of strength, significantly more formidable than before. During cultivation, the refinement of the primordial spirit is indeed paramount, yet the physical body holds equal importance and must not be overlooked. The arduous journey had not been in vain. Reflecting on his transformation, Kunpeng marveled at the newfound strength of his physique, now capable of contending with the ancestral witches. This was a profound realization. His body could now rival that of ordinary innate spiritual treasures, a display of immense power. Throughout the primordial realm, apart from the saints and the 12 ancestral witches, few could match such strength. Having fully absorbed the changes within his body, Kunpeng rose to his feet. He had completely acclimated to the oppressive forces of Mount Bujo and could now move freely within its confines. As he took flight, he soon noticed the surrounding air currents becoming chaotic, with fierce winds howling and the ground trembling. Endless streams of energy converged towards a singular point, accompanied by an ancient aura, one so potent that even a mid-staged Luo Jin like Kunpeng could not withstand it. Fortunately, this ancient presence was not directed at him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Gazing towards the source of the converging energy, Kunpeng beheld a radiant golden light that was blinding. Only after a moment did the brilliance fade, allowing him to open his eyes once more. The tumultuous energy had dissipated, revealing a majestic, ethereal figure before him. Though this figure remained still, it emanated boundless magical power, terrifyingly formidable. Even in comparison to the Saint Hongjun, it was several magnitudes stronger. Young friend, the ethereal figure addressed Kunpeng, its voice ancient and resonant. echoing atop Mount Bujo for an extended time. Who could this being be? Kunpeng immediately recognized that the power surpassing that of the saints resided at the summit of Mount Bujo. He could only surmise it to be the great Pangu. Junior Kunpeng pays his respects to the great Pangu. Kunpeng proclaimed, bowing respectfully before the ethereal image of the great Pangu. It was said that the great Pangu had battled against 3,000 demons, an immensely powerful figure. Now, witnessing him firsthand, he appeared even more formidable than Kunpeng had imagined. How many years have passed? The great Pangu began, since the dawn of creation. Few have ventured to this peak. Your cultivation may be modest, but your tenacity is unmatched. The ethereal figure regarded Kunpeng with a hint of astonishment. Others had come before him, yet none had reached this height through sheer willpower as Kunpeng had. Hearing such praise from the great Pangu filled Kunpeng with elation. The figure before him was none other than the great Pangu, an immensely powerful entity that in comparison, Kunpeng's mid-stage de luo Jieyin cultivation was akin to that of an ant. This ethereal presence must be a remnant of the great Pangu's essence. Observing the great Pangu's figure, Kunpeng silently mused as he understood. After the great Pangu's battle against the 3,000 demons and the creation of the world, his essence transformed into the backbone of Mount Bujo. The ethereal figure must be a mark left behind by the great Pangu himself. Young friend, you are indeed perceptive, the great Pangu's figure responded, seemingly attuned to Kunpeng's thoughts that I shall soon fade into nothingness. Our meeting today is a fateful encounter, and I shall grant you a boon. Take heed and absorb this gift. Thank you, venerable great Pangu. Kunpeng expressed with gratitude. Kunpeng was filled with immense joy, for he had not anticipated that his journey to the top of Bujo Mountain would lead him to encounter the ethereal manifestation of Pangu. Most significantly, he was granted the opportunity to witness a grand transformation bestowed by Pangu himself. It is essential to note that Pangu is an unparalleled figure, having substantiated his path through sheer strength. A being without predecessor or successor. With a single force, he shattered myriad laws that in his time, he vanquished 3,000 demonic deities, obliterating them all single-handedly, and no matter how potent one's divine abilities or how abundant their power. Before the mighty Pangu, they were utterly defenseless. As Kunpeng pondered these thoughts, he was suddenly oblivious to the transformation of his surroundings. He was no longer atop Bujo Mountain. Before him lay an expanse of blinding white, filled solely with the boundless essence of chaos. The ethereal figure of Pangu had vanished. Could it be? Kunpeng mused, surveying his surroundings. The sight before him sparked a realization of his location. Before he could fully comprehend, the previously gentle, chaotic essence erupted into ferocity, manifesting various extraordinary phenomena. The void was torn asunder, and an overwhelming force of laws emerged. Time, causality, fate, each power threatening to annihilate the very fabric of this realm. Storms raged, thunder echoed across the firmament, and the earth fissured beneath him. Kunpeng gazed in astonishment, recognizing that if such forces were to manifest in the primordial world, they would likely render him incapable of enduring even a moment. The chaotic realm began to tremble, and Kunpeng was filled with trepidation at the unfolding spectacle. This was the might of Pangu. He watched in disbelief as Pangu, wielding a divine axe, strode forth from the heart of the dark tempest. With each step, the ground quaked beneath him. The transformation Pangu referred to was a call for him to witness the clash against the 3,000 demonic deities. As Kunpeng beheld this scene, he understood the essence of the transformation. It was an invitation to observe the battle between Pangu and the 3,000 demons. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the 3,000 demonic deities materialized before Pangu. Each was uniquely formidable, towering within the chaotic expanse, none exuding weakness. Although Pangu stood alone, his gaze bore no trace of fear. In contrast, the 3,000 demons, while their eyes glinted with malice, also revealed a hint of trepidation. The reason was simple. Pangu's cultivation far surpassed that of the demons. Pangu, today, you seek to slay us all? Let us see if you possess the capability, bellowed one of the demons, their voice reverberating like thunder. Although Kunpeng was merely observing, The sheer force of the proclamation left his ears ringing uncomfortably. The 3,000 demons embodied the essence of the 3,000 great paths. Even from afar, their influence was palpable. Such strength, Kunpeng intently focused, realizing he could not afford to miss this rare opportunity. After all, he was witnessing Pangu's battle against the 3,000 demons. Should he glean any insights, it would undoubtedly bolster his own cultivation. The teachings of the sages often led to profound realizations, and the sight of Pangu's clash with the demons was surely extraordinary. With keen perception, he was determined to absorb all he could. "You shall all perish today," Pangu declared calmly. With the divine axe in hand, he addressed the 3,000 demons as if they were invisible. Then, raising his mighty axe, he cleaved towards them, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. Buzz! The void shattered across vast expanses, releasing untold dark energies. The might of the axe threatened to obliterate all. The recently mended void was torn anew, causing the entire chaotic realm to tremble. The demons, witnessing Pangu's onslaught, contorted their faces in rage, each summoning their strongest attack in a desperate bid to defend themselves. Crash! Countless streams of energy, forged from the power of laws, converged into a singular force, radiating an aura of terror. Yet, the combined assault of the demons resembled mere glass. Boom! A deafening sound of shattering echoed as Pangu's strike pierced through their defenses, surging forth with unrivaled dominance into the heart of the demons. "Pangu, even if I perish, I shall ensure you do not emerge unscathed." The anguished cries of the demons resounded as many fell, gravely wounded by a single blow. Such overwhelming force, and yet even the mightiest of demons could not withstand Pangu's strike. Kunpeng, watching in amazement, was left speechless by the sheer magnitude of power on display. After Pangu's devastating assault, the remaining demons did not retreat. They understood that there was no escape. To survive, they had no choice but to confront Pangu head-on. Following his initial strike, Pangu did not relent. He continued to wield the divine axe with relentless fury, striking until none of the demons remained. Only then did he cease, dissipating from Kunpeng's view. The scene around Kunpeng faded. Yet he kept his eyes closed, still immersed in contemplation. Though the vision of Pangu's battle had vanished, the vivid images lingered vividly in his mind, replaying endlessly. This was the monumental clash between Pangu and the 3,000 demons. Both sides possessing powers far beyond Kunpeng's OWN. As a figure of the great Luo golden immortal realm, he found it challenging to fully digest the experience immediately, while absorbing the battlefield's essence. Kunpeng radiated an aura of formidable strength, a manifestation of his newfound insights that a millennium later, Kunpeng opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state. He had successfully recorded the events of Pangu's battle against the 3,000 demons and had even conceived a new divine ability, heavenly opening 3 styles. However, though he had birthed this technique from his observations of Pangu's conflict, he could currently only execute one of its forms due to his present cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal. To unleash its full potential, he would need to attain the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan great Luo realm. Standing amidst the void, Kunpeng felt the true essence of his newfound ability. Moments later, a look of joy graced his face. With this technique, he could now engage in battles beyond his current level. After all, it was no ordinary ability. It was a legacy intrinsically linked to Pangu, the progenitor of the primordial world, an exalted being of unmatched renown. Thus, the heavenly opening 3 styles became the foundation of Kunpeng's confidence to confront greater challenges. Moreover, during this moment of enlightenment, he gained not only this divine technique, but also other invaluable insights. Rumble! Just as Kunpeng rose to his feet, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, wreaking havoc in his surroundings. The force of his aura exploded mountains for miles around, affecting vast expanses across the land. The void tore apart, and behind him, streams of black, chaotic energy surged forth. This extraordinary phenomenon signified that Kunpeng had successfully ascended from the mid-phase to the late phase of the great Luo realm. While witnessing Pangu's battle against the 3,000 demons, he had simultaneously cultivated his technique, which led to such a remarkable transformation. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-phase, The chasm between that and the next realm was monumental. Without fortune, some cultivators might never break through in their lifetimes. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended to the late phase of the great Luo realm. Kunpeng quietly remarked to himself, this unexpected breakthrough was beyond his anticipation. Initially, Kunpeng sought to comprehend a certain divine ability, for his current mastery of such powers was rather modest. Even if he possessed some, they were quite ordinary, yet he found himself elated. After all, as a cultivator, a breakthrough in one's realm is a cause for joy. Who could remain indifferent to such an achievement? Kunpeng was no exception. That I am deeply grateful to the esteemed Pangu. Kunpeng expressed with reverence towards the spot where Pangu's ethereal figure had vanished. He had received a fortuitous boon from Pangu, aiding him in both understanding a divine ability and enhancing his realm. Such outcomes were to be expected. Following this, Kunpeng continued his exploration of Mount Bujo. It was a rare occasion to visit this foremost sacred mountain of the primordial world. He could not simply depart without thorough exploration. The vastness of Mount Bujo was immense, and he had scarcely traversed even 1% of its expanse, with countless areas yet to be discovered. Moreover, Kunpeng had already reached the summit, feeling no pressure from the mountain at this moment. Transforming into a streak of light, he began his search for spiritual treasures. Many spiritual treasures in the primordial realm were unclaimed. Should he chance upon any, they would rightfully belong to him. Kunpeng's search was swift, commencing from the peak of Mount Bujo. During his quest, he discovered numerous spiritual roots, herbs, and medicinal plants. In any given spot, he could unearth a plethora of such treasures. He held no disdain for these items. He collected as many as he could. Although their immediate utility was unclear, their potential future value was uncertain. He prepare for any unforeseen needs. He gathered all that he deemed beneficial. After a century of searching, Kunpeng found himself at the mountainside. Throughout his search, he had only discovered one mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, with the rest being primarily spiritual roots. Although innate spiritual treasures were currently unclaimed, the sheer size of Mount Bujo made it exceedingly difficult to search every nook and cranny. Even with Kunpeng's prowess at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he could not inspect every location. Additionally, many treasures were destined for those with affinity. If one lacked such a connection, they might pass right by a spiritual treasure without ever realizing its presence. Many treasure seekers in Mount Bujo returned empty-handed, their efforts proving fruitless. Finding a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure was a stroke of luck for Kunpeng. Enough is enough. With so many gains, he felt satisfied and had no intention of continuing his search. His experience at Mount Bujo had yielded an elevation in realm, a strengthening of his physical form, comprehension of a divine ability, and the acquisition of a spiritual treasure, that he was thoroughly content with his bountiful harvest. At the mountainside of Mount Bujo, he could see streaks of flowing light manifesting, traversing the void. A few cultivators, like Kunpeng, sought treasures amidst the mountain's grandeur. The oppressive aura at the summit was formidable, leaving it devoid of visitors. However, at the mountainside, the pressure was considerably less intense, allowing many cultivators to search for treasures. At that moment, Kunpeng stood at the edge of the mountainside, gazing at the boundless continent in the distance. Just as he contemplated leaving, he recalled the words exchanged between Yuhua and Fuxi in the chaos. Given that he was at Mount Bujo, a thought emerged in his mind. Since he was here, why not pay a visit? After a moment contemplation, Kunpeng resolved to pay a visit. Having previously interacted with Fuxi and Yuhua, it seemed fitting to drop by, especially since he had no pressing matters at hand. Whoosh! With a single thought, Kunpeng transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring forward. Now adept in the principles of light, his speed was astonishing. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of Fuxi and Yuhua's sanctuary. Greetings, esteemed immortal. A young acolyte approached Kunpeng, cupping his hands in respect. Although still a youth, he acted with remarkable wisdom. Upon seeing Kunpeng, he sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Even though Kunpeng concealed his aura, the acolyte could discern his exceptional nature merely by observing his demeanor. Given the number of visitors who had come to this place recently, the acolyte was convinced that Kunpeng was a powerful figure. I am Kunpeng, here to pay a visit. I hope you would kindly inform your superiors. Kunpeng addressed the young acolyte. The acolyte's courteous demeanor left a positive impression on him, despite his youthfulness. "Please, follow me." The acolyte, not daring to neglect his duty, gestured for Kunpeng to enter the cave. Soon, he led Kunpeng into Fuxi and Yua's sanctuary, a cave imbued with rich spiritual energy, nearly palpable within the space. The cave walls were adorned with numerous intricate patterns, arranged in a harmonious sequence, emanating a faint, ethereal glow, hinting at profound mysteries. Although the cave was modest, it possessed an air of celestial wonder, appearing exceedingly enigmatic. "Kunpeng, my friend, welcome," Fuxi greeted with a smile upon seeing Kunpeng enter. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Kunpeng." Nua, standing beside Fuxi, addressed him warmly. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Nua." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Fuxi. I apologize for my unexpected visit today. I hope for your understanding." Kunpeng replied, "Not at all. Not at all. What are you saying, fellow Taoist Kunpeng?" Fuxi responded with a smile, exuding a humble and courteous demeanor that was quite pleasant. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fuxi and Nua invited Kunpeng to sit down. "My friend, here are some spiritual fruits. Do taste them." Nua gestured, offering the fruits. These spiritual fruits were gathered from Mount Bujo. Although cultivators do not require sustenance, these fruits can enhance the palate. Delicious, Kunpeng did not hold back, picking up a fruit and savoring it. Having traversed for so long, he had yet to properly enjoy such delicacies. As he tasted the spiritual fruit, he found its flavor delightful. Truly impressive, fellow Taoist Kunpeng. To have attained the late stage of the Great Luo is indeed enviable, Fuxi remarked, surprised by Kunpeng's strength. During their last encounter, Kunpeng was at the mid-stage of the Great Luo, but upon their reunion, he had ascended to the late stage. Fortunately, Fuxi was unaware that Kunpeng had only recently advanced from the early stage. Had he known of Kunpeng's rapid progression, he would have been even more astonished. Nua, standing beside Fuxi, also marveled at Kunpeng's late-stage strength. The higher one's realm, the more challenging the ascent becomes. Transitioning from early to mid-stage is less arduous, but progressing from mid to late stage is considerably more difficult. "Fellow Taoist Fuxi, your cultivation has also improved," Kunpeng noted, observing that both Fuxi and Nua had reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo since their last meeting. After a casual conversation, Fuxi's expression shifted to one of concern. "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, what is your perspective on the conflict between the witch and demon clans?" Fuxi inquired, noting that the discord between the two factions had escalated. That Jieyin and Zhunti have visited recently to discuss this matter. "In the grand scheme of fate, there are predetermined outcomes," Kunpeng replied, aware of the unfolding events yet unable to divulge specifics. Such knowledge was part of celestial secrets. Speaking too freely might disrupt the cosmic balance. Especially concerning the impending calamity of the witch and demon clans, a misstep could have dire consequences. Alas, with a sigh, Fuxi felt a sudden stir in his heart. He had an ominous premonition that significant events were about to unfold. Yet, despite his calculations, he could not discern the underlying reasons. Even though Fuxi possessed profound knowledge of divination, he remained unable to comprehend the current situation. "There is no need for such concern, brother. Did not our friend Kunpeng say that there are arrangements made in the unseen realms?" Nua interjected. The bond between the two siblings was strong, and seeing Fuxi troubled did not weigh heavily on her heart. "Let's not dwell on this, since Kunpeng has made the effort to visit us. Why not engage in a discourse on the Tao among the three of us?" Fuxi suggested, setting aside his thoughts. Although the matter had affected him, he was still a formidable figure of the Great Luo realm. Capable of maintaining his composure, it was customary not to discuss guest affairs. Yet Fuxi could not help but seek Kunpeng's opinion, for he regarded him as a trustworthy companion. "Very well," Kunpeng agreed, seeing no harm in such a discussion. The essence of discussing the Tao lies in exchanging individual insights. Each person's understanding of the Tao is unique, and engaging in such discourse holds great benefits for practitioners. After a brief period of idle chatter, their discussion on the Tao commenced. The exchange among Great Luo practitioners was nothing short of extraordinary. Within the cavern, an intense gathering of external energies occurred as boundless spiritual essence converged. Numerous Tao texts materialized, covering the entire cave. The three, Kunpeng, Nua, and Fuxi, Each displayed their 3 flowers above their heads, representing heaven, earth, and humanity. In an instant, the cavern was aglow with shimmering golden light. Whenever Kunpeng spoke, a unique phenomenon occurred. Similarly, when Yuhua shared her insights, another wondrous sight emerged. Each of their teachings was distinct, with no hierarchy among them, as each was an expert in their own domain. Kunpeng stood amidst the void, drawing in boundless spiritual energy from the outside world, which melded into his being. Yuhua's teachings deepened his understanding of the path of creation, achieving a new level of insight. Yet, this was merely scratching the surface, as they were merely discussing the Tao. Nonetheless, it was a typical occurrence. Likewise, Kunpeng's teachings also yielded significant gains for both Fuxi and Yuhua. But a millennium later, the spiritual energies within the cavern became gentle, and the extraordinary phenomena dissipated, returning to their original state. The discourse on the Tao between Kunpeng, Fuxi, and Yuhua came to a close. The 3 of them retracted their auras and opened their eyes. Fuxi and Yuhua wore expressions of joy, clearly having gained numerous insights from the discussion. Kunpeng felt similarly, having garnered new understandings of various paths, despite not achieving an elevation in realm. Following the conclusion of their discourse, Kunpeng rose, preparing to depart. "Are you leaving so soon, Kunpeng?" Yuhua inquired, noticing his movement. "It is indeed time for me to depart," Kunpeng replied. Although a millennium may pass swiftly in the grand scheme of the wilderness, he understood that all gatherings must eventually come to an end. It was impossible for Kunpeng to remain indefinitely. With the discussion concluded, it was time for him to take his leave. "Must you truly go, Kunpeng? Please stay a while longer. Allow me the pleasure of hosting you properly." Fuxi urged, feeling the passage of time had been too swift and he had not adequately fulfilled his role as a host. "That I appreciate your hospitality, but I have matters to attend to back home, so I shall not impose further," Kunpeng stated. Recognizing his firm resolve to leave, Fuxi and Yuhua refrained from pressing the issue, respecting Kunpeng's obligations. After bidding farewell to Yuhua and Fuxi, Kunpeng exited the cavern and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. Leaving Mount Bujo, Kunpeng soared over the vast wilderness, observing a landscape markedly different from that seen upon his emergence from the northern sea. The ominous aura of the wilderness was becoming apparent. Witnessing the signs in the void, Kunpeng understood that these were omens preceding a calamity. Thunder rumbled. As Kunpeng flew, he heard a resounding clap of thunder. What could this be? Kunpeng pondered, intrigued. Could it be that a spiritual treasure is about to appear? With many opportunities arising in the wilderness, the likelihood of such phenomena heralding the emergence of a spiritual treasure was considerable. Contemplating this, he made his way toward the source of the thunderclap. In the blink of an eye, Kunpeng arrived atop a mountain peak. Upon surveying the scene, he beheld endless bolts of lightning cascading from the void, striking a luminous sphere enveloped in white. Was this a sign of impending manifestation? Observing the spectacle, Kunpeng sensed no aura of a spiritual treasure, and he recognized that this phenomenon was merely a precursor to transformation. The lightning in the void signified the tribulation of transformation. Roar, with a mighty roar. The gathered lightning intensified, striking the luminous sphere with greater ferocity. The aura emitted by the lightning was exceedingly fearsome. However, Kunpeng, as a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, stood atop the mountain, impervious to its wrath. Observing the lightning, Kunpeng discerned that the individual undergoing transformation was surely extraordinary. There are various types of tribulations, and the lightning before Kunpeng was the 99 tribulation. While not the most formidable, the 12 tribulation was indeed powerful. The 99 tribulation still possessed considerable might. The stronger the tribulation, the more remarkable the individual undergoing transformation. Kunpeng himself was among the first innate deities to undergo transformation in the wilderness, a true pioneer. The tribulation he faced back then was the 12 tribulation. The first 8 bolts of lightning fell rapidly, and the golden sphere withstood them. Yet the final bolt was gathering strength, its aura intensifying. The surrounding void darkened ominously, and the 9th bolt of lightning was more formidable than the first 8 combined. Even the prepared luminous sphere exhibited signs of trepidation. However, amidst the fear, it understood that this transformation tribulation was a necessary trial. Regardless of fear, it was a reality to confront. With a thunderous roar, the final bolt of lightning struck, causing the sphere to explode. The figure soared into the void. Was that a rock? Kunpeng recognized the being transforming before him. Initially, he had thought it merely a common demon undergoing transformation, yet he was taken aback to discover it was the ROC, and oh wonder it warranted the 9-9 tribulation. Kunpeng mused, realizing that this rock was the offspring of the primordial phoenix. He was aware that the primordial phoenix had two sons. Besides the rock, the other was the renowned Contention of later generations that in Kunpeng's memory. Contention wielded the five-color divine light, capable of vanquishing all that stood in his path. Who goes there? Once the rock had transformed, it quickly noticed Kunpeng's presence. With a swish, it descended in a flash of light before Kunpeng. It is an honor to meet a senior here. I apologize for any prior disrespect. The rock, recognizing Kunpeng's overwhelming aura, felt as if it were an ant before him. This moment, it expressed utmost respect. In a world governed by strength, the rock, despite having transformed, had possessed intelligence for quite some time. Encountering a being of such divine prowess, it dared not show even a hint of disrespect. And oh harm done, Kunpeng replied. I merely passed by and stopped to take a look. I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple. The rock transformed into a human form and respectfully addressed Kunpeng. Upon sensing Kunpeng's aura, he also became aware of the presence of others nearby, whose cultivation levels, although inferior to Kunpeng's, could still pose a challenge to him. Observing Kunpeng's formidable strength, the rock thought that if he could become his disciple, it would save him a great deal of trouble. Very well. Our encounter is a matter of fate. Thus, I shall take you as my disciple today. From this moment forth, you shall be my personal apprentice. Kunpeng consented. In the primordial world, fate held significant importance. Drawn by an extraordinary phenomenon, he had come to this encounter, which was indeed a matter of destiny. Moreover, Kunpeng had not yet taken any disciples, a consideration he had entertained before but had forgotten due to his immersion in cultivation. Disciple rock greets master. The rock knelt before Kunpeng, filled with joy. He had initially contemplated testing the waters to see if he could become a disciple, even considering the possibility of rejection. After all, a being of such caliber as the great Luo Golden Immortal was merely a fleeting encounter. Even if you were not accepted as a disciple, the rock would not dare to voice any complaints, attributing it to his lack of fate. Kunpeng helped the rock to his feet. The rock was the son of Yuanfeng. Possessing extraordinary roots, with guidance in his cultivation, he would likely achieve remarkable accomplishments. Now that you are my disciple, I bestow upon you this spiritual treasure for your protection. Yes, he spoke. Kunpeng waved his hand, and a spiritual treasure fell into the rock's grasp. Kunpeng possessed numerous treasures, and as the rock was his first disciple, it would be unseemly to be stingy. Thank you, Master. The rock was overjoyed, not only for successfully becoming a disciple, but also for receiving a congenital spiritual treasure. This feeling was simply exquisite. He understood that the primordial world was fraught with dangers. Having a spiritual treasure in hand provided an added layer of security. Moreover, remember this: you must not harm your fellow disciples. Kunpeng admonished, for he was the lord of the northern underworld. There were many beings residing there, and given that the rock had just taken on a human form and was still inexperienced, it was necessary to impart such prohibitions. Yes, the disciple vowed to heed his master's teachings, his tone filled with deep respect. Observing his disposition, Kunpeng nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, two streaks of light soared towards the North Sea. It had been several millennia since Kunpeng last emerged from the North Sea. Now that he had accepted the rock, it was time to return. Meanwhile, within the northern underworld palace, Bai Zhe, gravely injured, sat despondently in a chair. As his subordinates inquired, "Great immortal Bai Zhe, what shall we do next?" Having submitted to Kunpeng, he belonged to the northern underworld. We cannot venture out. The 9 nether python is treacherous and cunning, and you cannot contend with it, Bai Zhe replied. Although he possessed the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal, he had been ambushed by the 9 nether python and severely injured. Faced with such a formidable foe, even the combined might of all in the northern underworld would not suffice. Our course of action is to remain within the protective array. As long as we do not venture out, even if the enemy wishes to enter, it shall not be so easily accomplished. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, following Bai Zai's orders. Bai Zai was appointed by Kunpeng. In his absence, all would heed his command. Wait, Bai Zai instructed the assembled crowd. Although he was not fond of combat, he was adept at strategy. Given that the enemy was a great Luo golden immortal and he was injured, Bai Zai understood that unless absolutely necessary, they could not afford to engage in direct confrontation. Great immortal Bai Zai, the Nine Nether Python, is exceedingly arrogant. Its subordinates are currently launching fierce attacks on our northern underworld palace. Shall we not retaliate? An urgent sea ogre wielding a large sword rushed in, suggesting. The creatures of the northern sea were united in their animosity, ready to charge forth at a moment's notice. No. Bai Zai interjected, this moment. He too longed to fight, but such actions would only result in needless casualties. In the mid-stage of Great Luo, aside from Kunpeng, none could match such strength. The crowd sighed, their impulsiveness quelled. Elsewhere, within a grand hall, the Nine Nether Pythons sat in a chair, wearing a triumphant smile. Although Bai Zai is in the northern underworld, he is gravely injured. Once we initiate our assault, the northern underworld shall be ours. Upon hearing this, the others in the hall rejoiced. Should they successfully seize the northern underworld palace, they would be the strongest in the northern sea, second only to the dragon clan. All of you, heed my command. Assemble immediately and march with me to conquer the northern underworld palace. Yes, the multitude of demon creatures responded enthusiastically as fellow beings of the northern sea. They had long harbored trepidation towards the northern underworld. Now, with Kunpeng absent and Bai Zai in a weakened state, they merely needed to breach the protective array surrounding the northern underworld palace to claim it as their own. Moreover, with the Nine Nether Python personally leading the charge, the demon clan felt this endeavor was foolproof. Recently, the Nine Nether Python had just broken through to the mid-stage of Great Luo. His ambition was immense, and he set his sights on the northern underworld palace in the perilous Primordial continent, where dangers abounded. Home to the Wu and Yao clans, he wisely chose not to court disaster. The Nine Nether Python, aware of Kunpeng's strength being at the mid-stage of Great Luo, akin to his own, reasoned that even if Kunpeng returned, he would be able to contend with him. Thunderous roars echoed as the Nine Nether Python swiftly organized his forces, gathering all in a mere moment. Their numbers swelled, and their influence had expanded significantly in recent years, attracting many beings. The once azure sea turned ominously dark as the Nine Nether Python passed through, a formidable force heading directly for the northern underworld palace. Many beings, seeing this, fled in fear, anxious to avoid entanglement. The army led by the Nine Nether Python was unstoppable, swiftly approaching within 1,000 miles of the northern underworld. Bai Zai, leading the forces of the northern underworld, stood ready to intercept. Although the northern underworld palace was protected by a great array, this time it was the Nine Nether Python who had taken the field. The protective array would not suffice to withstand his might. Bai Zai and his kin positioned themselves to defend their territory. Despite the overwhelming numbers on the enemy's side, none among the northern underworld were daunted. Halt! You stand before the sacred ground of our northern underworld palace. Those who intrude will face death, Bai Zai proclaimed in a deep voice. Though he was gravely injured, he showed no sign of fear. The beings accompanying Bai Zai bellowed in unison, their voices resonating across the boundless sea. Friend Bai Zai, the Nine Nether Python appeared before him with a flash, smiling. You are no match for me. Last time I left you severely injured. I doubt your wounds have healed, that I advise you to surrender. The Nine Nether Python unleashed the aura of a great Luo golden immortal, sweeping the surroundings. The terrifying presence of a great Luo was such that merely the aura he emitted caused many of Bai Zai's companions to falter, retreating to a distance. Humph, Bai Zai retorted, though my strength may not match yours. You expect me to bow to you? That is impossible. Even if I must die today, I shall not submit. Holding a long spear, Bai responded, fully aware of his own inadequacy in facing the foe. Yet his heart had long since surrendered to Kunpeng, unwaveringly loyal. Over the years, in Kunpeng's absence, he had taken it upon himself to manage all affairs, both great and small, tirelessly laboring from the inside out. Now, even in the face of a Jieyin, or even the likes of Dong Huang, Tai, Yi, and Di Jun, Bays would not yield. Bays, I hold great admiration for your talents. However, should you fail to recognize your own limitations, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Jieyin coldly remarked, sweeping his hand to manifest an endless black mist that engulfed the azure sea, transforming it into darkness. Having previously encountered such a situation, Bays had already devised strategies for combat. He manipulated the protective array of Biming Palace, unleashing a radiant beam of golden light that erupted from within. In an instant, he dispersed the black mist, obliterating it entirely, seeking death. Jieyin growled. Witnessing his attack vanish, the colossal black serpent materialized behind him. Roar! The black serpent coiled majestically, its powerful presence filling the air as it let out a thunderous roar. The surrounding spiritual energy converged, manifesting formidable might, while malevolent energy surged skyward, expanding relentlessly. As Jieyin prepared to strike, Bays did not dare to be complacent. He immediately transformed into his true form, revealing himself behind. His aura surged dramatically, and the celestial starlight enveloped him, signifying his enhanced strength. Bays, being astute, recognized his disadvantage and took the initiative to attack. With spear in hand, he unleashed a wave of energy directed at Jieyin, whose power shattered the void in its wake. Humph, stubborn fool, Jieyin bellowed, as the serpent above him began to writhe. With a swift motion of his hand, it expanded to a staggering size of 100,000 zhong, charging towards Bays' attack with terrifying momentum. The clash between the energy wave and the colossal serpent produced a deafening explosion, tearing through the air above the North Sea. The vast emptiness was ruptured, revealing land beneath the sea, creating a stark divide. The battle among the Luo was fearsome. Even the residual shockwaves from their collision were extraordinary. Despite being in the North Sea, a boundless expanse, its depths resembled an abyss. Even a Deluo golden immortal would require time to traverse from the surface to the ocean floor. After the strike, Bays coughed up blood. Though he was an early-stage Deluo, he bore severe injuries. Compounded by the fact that his opponent was a mid-stage Deluo, his wounds did not shake Jieyin in the slightest. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Bays thought inwardly, manifesting his true form once more, igniting his essence, and charging at Jieyin with renewed vigor. The spear, now enveloped in golden light, shone brilliantly, illuminating the sea around them. This was Bays' final resort. Should he unleash it, he risked injury at best, or the loss of his very essence at worst. Yet, despite the peril, he hesitated not, for the fate of the North Sea hung in the balance, surprised at Bays' willingness to burn his own essence. Jieyin remarked, Bays, is this truly worth it? Your power surges, yet you forget I am a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal. How could a wounded early-stage Deluo stand a chance against me? After declaring this, Jieyin unleashed a colossal serpent, gathering an overwhelming aura of malice to strike at Bays. The speed was unmatched, the force terrifying. Bays could hardly react before he could defend himself. The serpent pierced through him. Upon exiting, he spewed blood once more, his injuries worsening. Fortunately, the might of the protective array bolstered him. Otherwise, that single strike could have spelled his doom. The disparity in their strengths was profound, and Bays, who was not inherently suited for battle, had already achieved much by holding his ground thus far. Alas, Bays sighed deeply, filled with regret, yet utterly resigned. Observing Bays' inability to retaliate, Jieyin proclaimed, Bays, you lack the strength to fight back. Continue this path, and you shall surely perish. Once more I offer you a chance. Submit now, and all shall be forgiven. Humph, Bays retorted, you wish for our submission? Never. Even if we perish today, we shall not yield. Indeed, even in the face of death, they would not submit. Before Bays could respond, the beings of Biming Palace collectively cried out, each one resolute in their defiance, undeterred by their dire circumstances. Their injuries varied, yet not one among them exhibited fear. Young and old alike stood firm. Jieyin, taken aback by their unwavering spirit, had initially believed that threatening them with death would instill fear in Bays. However, To his astonishment, even those of lesser strength displayed no sign of trepidation. As Luo, the golden immortal, he could easily discern the resolve of those before him. After a moment of shock, Jiu Yumeng's expression darkened as he bellowed. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. No longer wishing to waste words, he resolved that if they could not be made to submit, then their demise would be an easy task. With that, Jiu Yumeng spewed forth a stream of black liquid, seemingly innocuous yet highly poisonous, his venom capable of eroding all it touched. Even the faintest whiff could spell doom for those lacking sufficient cultivation. Baze closed his eyes, having exhausted all means of resistance. Severely wounded, he braced himself for death. Just as Baze and his companions were about to be engulfed by the venom, a white lotus appeared before them. Upon contact with the black liquid, it vanished without a trace. Then, a figure emerged between Baze and Jiu Yumeng. Jiu Yumeng, Kunpeng's cold voice rang out, "How dare you lay a hand on Biming Palace?" Upon seeing Kunpeng's arrival, Baze opened his eyes, feeling the wounds upon him begin to heal, even the poison dissipating gradually. Finally, he had returned. Baze's heart soared with joy as he gazed at Kunpeng, relieved to have narrowly escaped death. The other beings rejoiced at Kunpeng's return, their faces alight with hope. "Kunpeng, even with your return, what difference does it make? I shall not fear you. The fate of Biming Palace is still uncertain." Jiu Yumeng's expression grew grave as he beheld Kunpeng's presence. As a mid-staged Luo golden immortal, he was well aware of the legends surrounding Kunpeng. Yet, having come so close to conquering Biming Palace, he was unwilling to retreat now. "Baze, lead them to safety. I shall handle the rest." As the Kunpeng turned to face Baze, he observed the mindset of the surrounding beings. The sense of satisfaction welled up within his heart. The environment around him bore the scars of a fierce battle recently fought, and the indomitable spirit displayed by the crowd took Kunpeng by surprise. "Indeed," Baze responded, his heart finally at ease. Kunpeng had returned, and he was confident that he could vanquish the Juyo Python. He promptly led the others back into the Biming Palace, leaving only Kunpeng and the Juyo Python standing amidst the void. "Master," the rock gazed in astonishment at his master's formidable presence. Over the years, Kunpeng had exhibited a gentle demeanor, making it hard to fathom that such a character could harbor such fury. Yet, witnessing the surrounding devastation ignited a fierce anger within the rock. He had always been taught by Kunpeng to uphold righteousness, and in the face of an invading enemy, the only course of action was to fight to the death. Even in the face of overwhelming odds that if one possessed superior strength, mercy was not an option. Outside the Biming Palace, Kunpeng hovered in the void, the 12-petal pure world, white lotus manifesting behind him. Radiant white rays of light blossomed from the lotus, exuding a gentle yet profound aura. The 12-petal pure world white lotus. The Juyo Python recognized this sacred lotus, fully aware of its purifying abilities against all things, rendering its venom ineffective in that moment. The toxic mist exuded by the Juyo Python was swiftly obliterated by the white light, and in the blink of an eye, the world around them began to dissipate. The 12-petal destruction lotus was specifically designed to counteract the most malevolent of beings, making it the Juyo Python's natural nemesis. What? The Juyo Python was taken aback. Just moments ago, Kunpeng had only unleashed the power of the mid-stage Deluo. Yet now he had ascended to the late stage of Deluo. Die. Kunpeng regarded his foe with a calm, yet piercing gaze. With a wave of his hand, a point of light emerged, which in an instant transformed into a colossal sphere of energy, encompassing millions of zhang, obscuring the heavens and drawing the attention of all present. "Array, activate," the Juyo Python commanded, not daring to underestimate the situation. His subordinates glowed brightly as they channeled their magical energies into the golden light. Coalescing around the Juyo Python, simultaneously, a barrier of light enveloped the area, forming the Juyo Python's grand formation, the 10,000 Demons Array. Empowered by the formation, the Juyo Python wielded a spear, leaving a fearsome shadow in its wake. As the spear's shadow materialized, a terrifying aura radiated outward. Go. With the Juyo Python's command, the spear's shadow lunged towards the colossal energy sphere. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, shattering the sky and releasing a torrent of chaotic energy. The Jieyin Python's attack vanished, and the 10,000 demons array was breached. Baze and the others stood in shock, unable to believe that in such a short time, Kunpeng had become a formidable late-stage Deluo powerhouse. His magical prowess was unparalleled. Even against such a terrifying formation, a single strike was sufficient to shatter it. Both Baze and the others were left in awe at Kunpeng's capabilities, as were the hidden cultivators observing from the shadows, astonished by his ascension to the late stage of Deluo. The Jieyin Python was surely destined for defeat. Impressive. The late-stage Deluo realm was indeed something to be reckoned with in the current era of the primordial chaos. As the crowd marveled, the energy sphere unleashed by Kunpeng surged towards the Jieyin Python, retaining its might even after breaching the 10,000 demons array. Seeing the oncoming attack, the Jieyin Python desperately attempted to defend itself. With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, a gigantic python coiled protectively before him, infusing it with vast amounts of magical energy in a bid to withstand the impending strike. It was a futile effort. Even with all his might, the Jieyin Python could not prevail. The disparity in their realms rendered sheer effort ineffective. After enduring Kunpeng's blow, the Jieyin Python found itself gravely wounded, left without the strength to retaliate. Fortunately, it had previously burned its essence to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, it would have perished by now. That I surrender, friend Kunpeng. Please spare my life. I submit, the Jieyin Python pleaded, realizing it could not defeat Kunpeng and opting for capitulation. Unthinkable. The Jieyin Python was deserving of death, being both treacherous and cunning. Baze interjected. Upon hearing Baze's words, Kunpeng gestured with his hand. Understanding what needed to be done, he had gleaned enough about the Jieyin Python to know of its insidious nature and crafty schemes. The attack on the Biming Palace would not be overlooked. With the Jieyin Python's defeat, its hundreds of thousands of demon followers lost their will to fight and dropped their weapons in surrender. Jieyin Python, today's events are of your own making. You have no one to blame but yourself, Kunpeng remarked coldly. Had the Jieyin Python not attacked the Biming Palace, this scene would never have transpired. The Jieyin Python's actions had made it irredeemable in Kunpeng's eyes. Die. With Kunpeng's command, the Jieyin Python transformed into a streak of light, fleeing with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. How infuriating. He managed to escape, Baze lamented, lamenting the Jieyin Python's flight. The others shared the sentiment. After all, although the Jieyin Python was no match for Kunpeng, it was still a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal and could likely evade capture. However, these were merely the thoughts of the onlookers. Kunpeng had no intention of letting his foe escape. Thinking of fleeing, it wouldn't be that simple. With a thought, Kunpeng vanished from his spot, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued the fleeing Jieyin Python. His speed left the onlookers in the blink of an eye. Kunpeng had caught up to the Jieyin Python, who had been burning its essence to escape, setting aside the disparity in their cultivation levels. Even at equal strength, the Jieyin Python could not hope to outrun Kunpeng, who commanded the laws of light. And no matter how fast the Jieyin Python burned its essence, it was to no avail. At this moment, the Jieyin Python had lost its life force and fallen. With a wave of his hand, Kunpeng collected the Jieyin Python's corpse. Though lifeless, the body of a Deluo golden immortal was an invaluable prize. You may disperse, Kunpeng addressed the remaining subordinates of the Jieyin Python. With their leader defeated, there was no need to pursue them further. Upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately retreated, not daring to linger. Within moments, they had all departed. Thus, the battle concluded with the fall of the Jieyin Python. The onlooking cultivators were left in stunned silence, marveling at Kunpeng's overwhelming strength. The Jieyin Python had it coming. They were astonished at Kunpeng's prowess and speed. The scattered cultivators around them were left agape, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of Kunpeng's might. Baze, you have performed admirably. With a swift motion, Kunpeng appeared beside Baze. Fully aware of the circumstances that had transpired, he understood that the entire Biming Palace stood on the brink of peril, and it was Baze who courageously rose to confront the Jieyin Python, fighting valiantly to protect Biming. This act of bravery only deepened Kunpeng's admiration for Baze. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Baze exhibited unwavering resolve even in the face of formidable foes. "This is what a subordinate ought to do," he replied. Now that the danger had subsided, his injuries had nearly healed under the care of the 12-petal pure world white lotus. Meanwhile, a sense of exhilaration surged within him as the subject of the Biming Palace. He felt elated to receive praise from Kunpeng, the sovereign of Biming. Outside the Biming Palace, Kunpeng surveyed the surroundings, and with a grand wave of his hand, a stream of luminous energy descended, revitalizing everything around him, restoring the destruction in an instant. In the blink of an eye, not a trace of chaos remained. After resolving the matter of the Jieyin python, Kunpeng led everyone back to the Biming Palace. He realized once again the necessity of possessing formidable strength. Hovering in the void, he contemplated the recent events that, in this primordial realm, one truly needed sufficient power to prevail. Kunpeng, at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal stage, was capable of confronting the Jieyin python. Had he faltered this time, the Biming Palace would have faced a genuine invasion, reinforcing his understanding of the importance of personal strength. In the aftermath of this ordeal, the denizens of the Biming Palace grew increasingly united, grasping the essence of unwavering resilience. This determination was sown in the hearts of all. After secluding himself for several decades, Kunpeng emerged, now at the pinnacle of the great Luo stage. Finding it difficult to advance further in his cultivation, reflecting upon the multitude of beings in Biming, an idea took root within him. In 30 years, he would impart teachings in Biming, inviting all who are fated to attend. Kunpeng's resonant voice echoed throughout the northern sea, signifying his intention to share wisdom with the myriad beings. Upon hearing this announcement, the beings were overwhelmed with joy and tears of elation. Although Kunpeng was not a sage, he was nonetheless a formidable great Luo golden immortal. The news of his impending teachings spread like the voice of the heavenly Tao, resonating across the entirety of Biming and the Northern Sea. Many beings, cultivators, and even great Luo experts were left in awe upon hearing this revelation. The Dapeng bird, engrossed in his own seclusion, was filled with excitement at the prospect of his master's teachings. "My master is about to speak. I must prepare diligently." As a Tai golden immortal, the opportunity to listen to such teachings would be invaluable. Baze opened his eyes, a joyful expression gracing his features. He too was elated by Kunpeng's forthcoming discourse. As a great Luo expert, he found it increasingly challenging to make further progress in his cultivation. Listening to the teachings would undoubtedly yield fruitful insights. Upon hearing of the great Luo golden immortal's impending lecture, the myriad beings of the Northern Sea immediately ceased their activities, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the discourse. The current great Luo experts were among the pinnacle of power in the primordial realm, and none wished to miss this opportunity. 3 decades swiftly passed, and within Biming, a divine light shot into the heavens as Kunpeng's figure manifested before the gathered crowd, his wings unfurling to shroud the sky, emanating a mysterious aura as if the very cosmos were under his command. After surveying the assembly below, Kunpeng spoke slowly. 30 years have elapsed. Today, I shall impart teachings in Biming. How much one comprehends is entirely dependent on one's own insights. Salutations, immortal sovereign. The multitude bowed in gratitude, comprising various beings, not limited to those of Biming, all drawn to the invitation to listen. The notion that anyone could attend implied that all were welcome. Kunpeng did not turn away any who came, regardless of their cultivation level. There were those of lesser cultivation and others of higher standing. The small cannot grasp the great. The young cannot comprehend the aged. How can one claim to understand? The morning cicada knows not the dusk. The cicada knows not the seasons. This is the essence of the small year. The spirits of the underworld perceive 500 years as spring and 500 as autumn. Those of the great tree perceive 8,000 years as spring and 8,000 as autumn. This is the essence of the great year. Now, having heard for so long, does it not evoke sorrow among the assembly? The extraordinary phenomena accompanying the great Luo's teachings were mesmerizing, with Kunpeng's voice resonating like celestial music throughout the Northern Sea. With every utterance, supreme magical power manifested, and the essence of the Tao unfolded. Shrouded in mystery, Each listener was absorbed in their own contemplation, interpretations varying among them. As the great Luo, golden immortal, Kunpeng's understanding of the Tao surpassed that of all present, providing insights that would benefit those below him to varying degrees. Bays, exuding a formidable presence as a great Luo, golden immortal, found clarity in many of his long-held confusions during this discourse. Questions that had puzzled him for centuries were resolved. The Dapeng bird, possessing an extraordinary lineage as the son of the Yuanfeng, also experienced significant growth during this session, advancing from the mid-Tai golden immortal stage to the late stage of the same realm. Not only he, but many beings experienced gains as well. However, there were also those who struggled to comprehend, as individual aptitude varied greatly. With the passage of time, Kunpeng's teachings delved into increasingly profound depths. While this was not a challenge for him, it became increasingly difficult for those of lower cultivation and lesser comprehension. As time progressed, more individuals found themselves lost in understanding. Even Bays, a great Luo, golden immortal, grappled with some of Kunpeng's later teachings. By the conclusion, when the discourse turned to the great Luo's Tao, the crowd was left bewildered. What does this mean? Is there a fellow Taoist who can elucidate this? Good, excellent. I find myself unable to comprehend. The myriad questions that arose during the discourse were voiced, seeking responses, yet they hesitated to speak further, fearing reprisal. Each individual could only bury their confusion within, too intimidated to express any thoughts. After witnessing Kunpeng's triumph over the Jiyu python, the respect for the Lord of Biming had only deepened among all beings, both within and beyond Biming. That a millennium later, Kunpeng opened his eyes. Concluding this session of teachings, the multitude remained enraptured in their reflections. Even Bays, with his eyes tightly shut, remained lost in contemplation. Everyone shared this state, failing to synchronize with Kunpeng's rhythm, instead remaining immersed in their insights. As this session of teachings came to a close, Kunpeng spoke once more. Upon hearing his words, those still lost in their reflections were abruptly awakened. One by one, they opened their eyes, gazing at Kunpeng in the present moment. The interruption of their contemplations, typically a source of great frustration, was met with reverence given the significance of Kunpeng's teachings. Simply being present was already a great fortune. The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey. My teachings today are but a mere glimpse. Each of you possesses your own path, and how far you traverse it depends on your own efforts. Kunpeng stated, speaking the truth. While many perceived his teachings as profound and enigmatic, those who had never heard a great Luo golden immortal's discourse might strive to emulate him. The reason for Kunpeng's assertion lay in the nature of cultivation. Blindly adopting another's path would yield poor results and numerous drawbacks. Only by forging one's own way could one achieve longevity in their practice. The paths of others may serve as reference, yet the core relies on oneself, in imparting wisdom to the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Kunpeng gleaned considerable insights regarding his own path. Thank you, immortal sovereign. A multitude of beings bowed in gratitude before Kunpeng. Having received his teachings, they naturally understood the importance of expressing thanks. You may depart at your leisure. Kunpeng addressed the assembly, and with that he vanished into the void. One by one, they dispersed. The lecture concluded, and their immediate task was to retreat into seclusion to ponder and assimilate the insights gained from the discourse. After the denizens of Biming Palace departed, many chose to enter a state of meditation. Having endured a great battle, they were acutely aware that in the current primordial world, strength was paramount to avoid being oppressed. Bai Zhe and the great Peng also withdrew into seclusion, for they had yet to fully digest the lessons imparted. Thus, they promptly entered their meditative states. The second lecture at Zixiao Palace commenced, and all who were fated to attend were welcome. In his retreat, Kunpeng heard the resonant voice of Hong Jun. The sound of the sage echoed through the heavens and the earth, in every corner of the primordial realm. The presence of that sage's authority could be felt, even in the Biming Palace where Kunpeng resided. As the voice reached his ears, it was accompanied by an intangible pressure that weighed upon his heart. Kunpeng attempted to resist, but despite exerting all his efforts, he could not withstand the slightest bit of it. Beneath the sage, all are but ants, Kunpeng reflected, recognizing the immense power of the sage. He had always known the sage was formidable. Yet he had not anticipated that a mere voice could wield such overwhelming might. The path to further cultivation seemed elusive. The second lecture has begun, a perfect opportunity to attend, Kunpeng murmured, after imparting knowledge to the beings. He again withdrew into seclusion for 1,000 years, yet he had not achieved a breakthrough. His power remained at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Now that the second lecture was commencing, it was indeed timely. With a thought, Kunpeng unfurled his wings, harnessing the power of the law of light, and soared out of the north as in the blink of an eye, he ascended to the heavens. Flying towards the chaos, not only Kunpeng, but others too were ready. Having heard Hongjun's call on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian emerged from their meditative states. Eldest brother, second brother, the sage's second lecture is imminent. We must set out, Tongtian declared, concealing his aura as he looked at Yuanshi and Laozi. Their brotherhood had grown strong. Tongtian would always consult his elder brothers before taking action. You are right. We indeed should proceed, Yuanshi replied, his heart brimming with joy. After gaining profound insights during the first lecture, he had broken through in his cultivation during this retreat. He believed that if he attended this second lecture, his understanding would reach new heights. Indeed, Laozi replied nonchalantly. Although his demeanor was calm, he was the most exhilarated among the three, for he had gleaned the most from their previous insights. However, due to his character, he did not outwardly display his excitement. The three exchanged glances and then transformed into 3 streaks of light, darting out of the Grand Hall. Exiting Kunlun Mountain, they flew towards the chaotic world, in a certain Grand Hall within a cave. Dongwang addressed Jieyin. Eldest brother, the sage's teaching has commenced. We should go. Yes, let us depart, Jieyin responded, having enhanced his strength during his prolonged retreat. Now, with the second lecture beginning, he felt elated. In the west, senior brother, the sage's second lecture is about to begin. We must hurry, lest we arrive late, Jieyin said as he emerged from his contemplative state, having remained in seclusion since the conclusion of the first lecture. Agreed, Chanjing replied, and the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the horizon. Red Cloud, the second lecture has commenced. Let us attend. Xinyuanzi spoke, for he shared a close bond with Red Cloud. Since the conclusion of the first lecture, they had remained together in seclusion, reflecting on their insights. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi sighed internally, recalling the matter of offering a seat to Red Cloud, which had slipped his mind until now. Very well, Xinyuan friend, with the second lecture underway. Let us go, Red Cloud replied. His spirits lifted as for Xinyuanzi's thoughts on the seating matter. He held no regrets, viewing it as trivial. Whether he offered a seat or not, they were both attending the lecture at Zishao Palace, which would have no bearing on his own experience. After a brief moment of preparation, the 2 streaks of light shot towards the sky. Moreover, across the vast expanse of the primordial continent, numerous streaks of light soared into the heavens, all heading towards the same destination. Each individual was eager to arrive first, for after attending the first lecture, the vast majority had experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation. It was rare to find those who had not. Anyone who earnestly contemplated would reap some rewards, be it great or small. However, there were still others who chose not to attend. Beneath Mount Bujo, within the Wu clan, the 12 ancestral witches convened in the ancestral hall, deliberating whether to attend this lecture. After the last time, we couldn't comprehend anything. It would be a waste of time to go again. Zhu Rong was the first to voice his reluctance, due to lacking a primordial spirit. He had fallen asleep during the previous lecture, finding it tedious. Now, with the second lecture beginning, he was disinclined to participate once more. Indeed, I too have no desire to attend, echoed several other ancestral witches, sharing his sentiment. While they had not dozed off like Zhu Rong, they had gleaned little from the first lecture and thus were disinterested in attending again. Since that is the case, let us forego this opportunity. Jiang, the leader of the ancestral witches, spoke up that he reasoned that attending would yield little benefit. It would be better to utilize the time for other pursuits rather than idling about. The ever-restless ancestral witches found themselves confined in such lectures, feeling stifled. Hutu's sister, what are your thoughts? Jiang inquired, noticing Hutu's troubled expression. Among the 12 ancestral witches, they were most concerned for the youngest. Hutu, there's something troubling you. Hutu, if someone is bullying you, tell me, and I shall deal with them. Zhu Rong interjected, his temper fiery and his thoughts straightforward. Seeing his sister in distress, he assumed she had been wronged and immediately adopted the demeanor of a protective elder brother. Its nothing. After the Earth Mother expressed her agreement with the views of her elder brothers, Emperor Jiang and others, she remained contemplative. Ever since she witnessed the power of the sages, her mind had been preoccupied. Without a primordial spirit to grasp the sages' teachings, she found herself pondering the future development of the witch clan. Within the ancestral hall of the witch clan, after bidding farewell to the gathered crowd, the Earth Mother returned to her tribe. After much reflection, she, unable to settle her restless heart, resolved that it was imperative for her to visit the Zixiao Palace this time. Unlike the other ancestral witches, her demeanor was gentle and kind, creating a stark contrast with the other 11 ancestors. Whether in thought or action, she exhibited a level of meticulousness that surpassed the rest. Consequently, the Earth Mother transformed into a streak of flowing light and soared out of the tribe. Heading towards the horizon, in the midst of chaos, where boundless nothingness prevailed, countless streams of light darted through the turbulent winds of the void. Though originating from disparate locales, they all converged upon a singular destination. One after another, centuries later, Kunpeng descended, arriving at the Zixiao Palace, which was still devoid of any other presence. He was the first to arrive, propelled by the laws of light and his own swiftness, allowing him to reach ahead of all others. However, the seating arrangements had already been predetermined, eliminating any potential disputes over positions this time. The attendees approached with the mindset of simply not missing out, especially since the sage Hong Jun had proclaimed that seating could not be arbitrarily altered. None would dare to defy this decree. Upon his arrival, Kunpeng immediately took his designated seat upon the mat. No sooner had he settled than he felt a mysterious aura enveloping him, as streams of light encircled his form. Shortly thereafter, 3 more streams of light rushed in from outside, revealing 3 individuals whose energies were intertwined as they took their places on the mats. The newcomers were none other than the 3 pure ones, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Kunpeng, my friend, you arrived quite early, Tongtian remarked with a hint of surprise, having anticipated that the 3 brothers would be the first to arrive. Humph, Yuanshi snorted disdainfully, promptly closing his eyes. Following the previous incident, he had not regarded Kunpeng favorably. Laozi, while slightly taken aback, maintained an impassive expression. After casting a glance at Kunpeng, he immersed himself in contemplation. Soon after the 3 pure ones settled, a man and a woman entered from the outer hall. Nuwa and Fuxi. Kunpeng, my friend, you truly are early, Nuwa greeted warmly as she took her place on her designated mat, with Fuxi seated just behind her. Greetings, Kunpeng, Fuxi said as he settled down, returning the salutation. Nuwa, Fuxi, I too have just arrived, Kunpeng replied respectfully. It had been quite a while since their last meeting, and he could sense that both Nuwa and Fuxi had grown stronger. Not in terms of realms, but in their overall essence. With a whoosh as Nuwa and Fuxi settled in, a multitude of streams of light surged from outside, as figures such as the river of the underworld. Dong Wanggong and Xinyuanzi appeared in the hall one after another. They filled the space, with the attendees being largely the same as before. After all, having gained insights from the initial lecture, no one wished to miss this opportunity a second time. However, this was excluding the witch clan. Of the 12 ancestral witches who had attended last time, only the Earth Mother had come this round, while the others were absent. Once everyone arrived, their gazes turned towards the mats, where only Kunpeng's adjacent mat remained unoccupied, drawing considerable attention. Could it be that the Jane friend will not be coming? One speculated that it is possible. Another conjectured. Perhaps they are simply on their way. The assembly of innate powers speculated. And were it not for Hongjun's prior statement regarding the immutability of seeding, a fierce contention might have erupted at that moment. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Zixiao Palace, brother, there hasn't been a soul in sight along the way. Are we perhaps the first to arrive? Zhunti pondered aloud upon noticing the absence of others. It matters not, Jane replied expressionlessly. Hongjun has established the rule that seating cannot be casually changed. Even if we arrive last, Our positions will remain the same as last time." After their exchange, Zhunti and Jieyin soon spotted the Zhixiao Palace ahead. Upon seeing this, they accelerated towards their destination. Subsequently, two streaks of light appeared within the grand hall of the Zhixiao Palace. Zhunti and Jieyin had arrived. Observing that a multitude of innate powers were already seated, Zhunti realized he was the last to arrive. He also felt a sense of relief that the seating had been predetermined by the sage. Otherwise, he feared he would have been left without a mat this time. "Brother, that Kunpeng seems to be opposing us. Should we teach him a lesson?" Dong Huang glared fiercely at Kunpeng. He was aware of the incident involving Bays, but had refrained from addressing earlier due to his urgent desire to expand his influence. Now, upon encountering Kunpeng in the Zhixiao Palace, the straightforward Dong Huang was tempted to take action. "Let us discuss this another time." After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jun responded to Dong Huang's words. Upon learning of the matter concerning Bai Zhe, he too felt a surge of anger. However, due to his profound insights gained during Seclusion and the escalating conflicts between the witch and the demon, both he and Dong Huang found themselves unable to address the issue at hand. Delegating the task to others felt inappropriate, for the current Kunpeng was a formidable figure among the Deluo Golden Immortals. Without their intervention, others would fare even worse. Moreover, in Emperor Jun's eyes, with the second lecture about to commence, their primary purpose was to attend and absorb the teachings. There would be ample time to resolve this matter later. There was no need for haste. Dong Huang remained silent, casting a cold glance at Kunpeng. Faced with the formidable auras of both Dong Huang and Emperor Jun, Kunpeng, undeterred, recognized the hostile gaze directed at him. He unleashed his own aura. Clashing with theirs, he was no longer the Kunpeng of old. Now, he reacted to all adversities without yielding. The primordial realm was inherently a world where the weak were devoured by the strong, and actions required no justification to others when explanations were necessary. It was merely a sign of insufficient strength. Kunpeng understood this principle well. His current approach was to mirror how others treated him, that if they respected him a foot, he would return a yard. Upon the arrival of the myriad powerful beings in the Zhixiao Palace, their states varied greatly. Some engaged in lively discussions about their realizations over the years and the teachings of the quasi-saintly path being presented. Others, however, remained oblivious to the happenings within the hall, their eyes shut tight as they immersed themselves in contemplation. Only Hutu sat in sorrow, separated from the joy and enlightenment displayed by the others. She occupied the last row, her expression one of deep thought, her mind clouded. Her gaze fixed upon the clouded throne above, her countenance betrayed her troubled spirit. Kunpeng, on the other hand, was absorbed in his own realizations. The commencement of the second lecture signified that the calamity between the witches and the demons was drawing closer. He could not afford to delay even for a moment. Fully aware of the impending developments, he resolved to seize every opportunity for cultivation. Within the Zhixiao Palace, atop the clouded throne, Hong Jun made his silent entrance. Unnoticed by all, Kunpeng himself failed to perceive the moment of Hong Jun's appearance. Upon seeing the sage, the assembly refrained from the previous tumult. Immediately snapping back to focus, their discussions abruptly halted. All eyes turned respectfully toward Hong Jun, whose aura had intensified once more. Kunpeng sensed the sage's presence and noted that the energy radiating from him was even more mysterious and powerful than before. He understood that Hong Jun's teachings benefited all beings, and in truth were also a means to enhance his own strength. With each lecture, Hong Jun's power grew to be by the time the third lecture concluded, his might would reach its zenith. This lecture, regarding the quasi-saintly path, would depend entirely on the individual's capabilities for comprehension. Hong Jun, with an impassive expression, addressed the myriad innate beings below. "Thank you, sage." The crowd responded with heartfelt gratitude. After a satisfied nod from Hong Jun, he commenced the second lecture. The emergence of all things must have a beginning. Honor and disgrace arise in accordance with one's virtue. Flesh rots, giving rise to worms. Fish decay, attracting pests. Neglecting oneself leads to calamity. Striving for dominance invites restraint. Filth within oneself breeds resentment. When kindling is uniform, fire blazes fiercely. When the ground is uniform, water becomes saturated. Flora flourishes, trees provide shade, and birds find respite therein. Vinegar attracts insects. Hence, it is said that words can summon disaster, and actions can invite disgrace. Thus, a gentleman must be cautious in his endeavors. As the sage delivered his teachings, extraordinary phenomena manifested. Azure vapors appeared from thin air, enveloping each individual. Scriptures and purple lotuses materialized in abundance. Kunpeng, attuned to the rhythm of Hongjun's discourse, channeled the Hongyun Tao Sutra. As he did so, the 3 flowers atop his head radiated immeasurable light. With each passing second, Kunpeng's aura intensified, becoming increasingly potent. Ethereal waves of pale, white energy emanated from him, and within the 3 flowers, golden light shone brilliantly, consuming the various scriptures and phenomena within Zhixiao Palace, absorbing the abundant azure vapors. Each individual's 3 flowers manifested without exception. All the innate deities in Zhixiao Palace were enraptured by the teachings. This lecture focused on the quasi-saintly path, while their strengths might only reach that of the Deluo golden immortals. And despite the teachings addressing the Deluo path, they remained at a loss regarding the quasi-saintly path, especially since Hong Jun had not previously elaborated on it. Even if he had, transcending to quasi-saint status was no easy feat. Although Kunpeng possessed his own method, breaking through remained a formidable challenge. The divide between the Tai, golden immortal, and Deluo was already significant, yet the gap between Deluo and quasi-saint was even greater. The higher the realm, the more difficult the cultivation breakthrough. As the assembly of immortals listened intently, absorbed in their contemplations, time passed, and the lecture approached its conclusion. Each person exhibited some changes in their auras, growing considerably stronger. The innate powers of the likes of Mingyi, Dong, and Emperor Jun radiated formidable energy. Kunpeng's aura had been on an upward trajectory from the very beginning. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, with his 3 flowers absorbing the azure vapor at an accelerated pace, akin to a torrential downpour gathering strength. The resonance of his Tao became intensely rich, nearly materializing in his substance. Almost there, Kunpeng's expression brightened. This phenomenon was a sign that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Boom! He did not suppress his burgeoning energy, but allowed it to erupt freely that a beam of golden light surged forth, impacting the heavens and earth. The commotion naturally drew the attention of many, with numerous gazes turning toward him, their faces reflecting envy as they recognized that Kunpeng was on the verge of a breakthrough. Kunpeng was indeed about to transcend. Jing, sitting beside him, felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Kunpeng and was consumed by envy. He was acutely aware of the energy radiating from Kunpeng, feeling both admiration and jealousy. Why, seated on the same mat, was he not the one breaking through? Not only Jieyin, but many powerful beings present shared similar sentiments, their expressions mirroring either envy or jealousy. Among the 3 pure ones, the astonishment was particularly pronounced, as it was Kunpeng who was the first to break through during this lecture. Rather than any of them, that it was well known that they were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing far superior roots compared to Kunpeng, yet they had not advanced as swiftly. While others remained oblivious, Kunpeng understood his situation all too well. Although his roots were not insignificant, they were not particularly outstanding compared to the others. The key lay in his possession of a complete and unique cultivation method, the Hongyun Tao Sutra. This was something no one else had, and it was the crucial factor in his impending breakthrough. Boom! The aura of Kunpeng surged once more, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that radiated from his being. The essence emanating from the 3 flowers above him had grown more profound than ever before. The exquisite presence of a fully realized Deluo Jin Xian blossomed from him, leaving the assembly of innate powers utterly astonished. The might of a perfected Deluo Jin Xian captured everyone's attention. Even Laozi opened his eyes to behold the spectacle, gazing upon Kunpeng's resplendent aura with a hint of envy. The expression of envy also flickered across the usually inscrutable face of Wu Wei. However, following Kunpeng's breakthrough, others too experienced their own ascensions. The 3 pure ones and several others gradually reached new heights of power, with even those yet to break through exhibiting a palpable tendency to do so. Joy illuminated the faces of the assembly as they witnessed the innate deities of Zhixiao Palace achieving successive breakthroughs. Yet, Hutu watched from the sidelines, feeling a profound sense of discomfort. While so many had transcended, she felt utterly untouched, reminiscent of the previous occasion. Attentively, she listened to Hongjun's teachings, yet found herself lost in comprehension. Observing the triumphs of others, her lack of a primordial spirit rendered her unable to grasp the essence of their enlightenment. Leaving her heart in turmoil, Luo Jin perfected. Kunpeng mused silently. Savoring his own aura, he felt a wave of elation at having attained the pinnacle of Luo Jin in the current Zhixiao Palace. Few had reached this level of breakthrough. Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones, had now achieved the perfected state of Luo. Kunpeng was the first to break through, with Laozi following as the second to ascend to this exalted realm. Even after his own momentous achievement, Kunpeng continued to absorb the teachings being imparted, knowing that cultivation must not cease here, that he understood that beyond Luo lay the realm of quasi-sainthood. Having achieved this breakthrough, he realized that excessive joy could be a distraction. Thus, grasping the path to quasi-sainthood as elucidated by Hong Jun was of utmost importance. After the breakthroughs, the assembly, much like Kunpeng, indulged in a moment of joy before delving back into contemplation. As the lecture drew to a close, Hong Jun addressed the multitude. With his voice resonating through the hall, the deities emerged from their meditative states. This session of teachings had yielded significant insights for the assembly. Save for Hutu, who lacked a primordial spirit, the second lecture has concluded. You may depart at your leisure, Hong Jun announced before vanishing silently into the clouded platform. Hutu gazed in the direction of Hongjun's disappearance. Her thoughts unvoiced. Confusion clouded her mind as she contemplated inquiring. Yet before she could articulate her question, Hong Jun had already vanished. With a resigned sigh, she thought, I shall have to wait until the next encounter to seek answers. Whoosh! With the conclusion of the second lecture, the assembly transformed into streaks of light, swiftly exiting Zhixiao Palace. The speed of their departure was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, only Kunpeng and a few others remained. Seeking treasures, Kunpeng realized that following the conclusion of the lectures, it was the time for spiritual treasures to emerge. The rapid exodus of the three pure ones and the others was indicative of their sensing the imminent arrival of these treasures. Kunpeng quickly exited Zhixiao Palace and transformed into a radiant streak, plunging into the boundless chaos. Drawing upon his experience in the chaotic world, he soared swiftly, unfurling his wings and propelling himself with all his might. Slicing through the gales and turbulent currents as he journeyed toward the primordial wilderness that a century later, Kunpeng encountered the three pure ones and others. Even those who had set out later kept pace with the group as they arrived in the primordial world. Together, they made their way toward Mount Bujo, while some unaware of the spiritual treasures followed along, drawn by the crowd. Upon reaching Mount Bujo, Kunpeng found himself entirely at ease. The oppressive force he had once experienced during his trials there had diminished over time. Though vast, the mountains resonated with a sense of direction, guiding the assembly. After a century, Kunpeng and the powerful beings arrived at the location where the spiritual treasures were about to manifest. Before their eyes lay a scene of lush spiritual energy. Flourishing spiritual roots and herbs, illuminating the surroundings with their brilliance. Yet, none paid heed to the vibrant scenery. All eyes were drawn to the dazzling vines that radiated an extraordinary aura. Upon the vines rested 7 identically sized gourds, each exuding a unique essence, intricate and mystical. The sight evoked expressions of delight from all present. Following the second lecture, the era of quasi-sainthood was upon them. According to Hongjun's teachings, to transcend into quasi-sainthood required severing ties with the past, necessitating spiritual treasures. Thus, each deity present yearned to claim the treasures now before them. The innate spiritual root of the gourd vine. Kunpeng recognized the scene instantly, recalling that the gourds had previously been divided among the three pure ones, leaving him with none. With this thought, a spark ignited in Kunpeng's eyes, and a new idea took shape within him. Esteemed friends, this spiritual treasure is fated to be mine. I shall take one first. As the treasures appeared, Zhunti could no longer remain passive, leaping forth eagerly. Although he had not sensed a connection to the treasures, he believed them to be his by right, indifferent to the opinions of others. Zhunti, do you claim the treasure is yours by fate? Jieyin interjected. Naturally, he opposed Zhunti's assertion that he had genuinely felt a connection to one of the 7 items. With Zhunti's desire to seize it, Jieyin would not acquiesce. Indeed, Zhunti, what gives you the right to assert that the treasure is yours? Others echoed, their reactions robust. After all, these treasures hailed from Mount Bujo, and even with fate, it seemed unlikely they would fall to him. With so few treasures and so many seekers, the distribution would surely be problematic. Realizing his own chances were slim, Zhunti sought to stir the waters, wishing to complicate matters for others as well. The assembly fell silent, grasping his implications that it was evident that there were not enough treasures to satisfy everyone. With only 7 gourds and so many present, each harbored aspirations of claiming one, just as the assembly pondered how to approach the acquisition of the spiritual treasures. A figure arrived at astonishing speed before the innate gourd vine, sweeping it up with a single motion, uprooting it along with the soil beneath. Instantly, the crowd erupted in commotion, particularly those who sensed the treasures. As their energies surged and their gazes turned toward Kunpeng, the reason was clear. That figure was none other than Kunpeng himself. In the primordial world, strength was paramount, and Kunpeng stood among the most powerful present. Had the unfolding events adhered to the original narrative, he would have likely gained nothing. Yet, with his formidable strength and numerous hidden cards, Kunpeng had no intention of following the predetermined script. Kunpeng, my friend, Zhunti admonished, is this not excessive? Though he could not claim the treasures himself, he felt a surge of jealousy as he witnessed Kunpeng's actions, deliberately redirecting the crowd's ire toward him. Zhunti, if you desire the treasures, feel free to come and try, Kunpeng retorted coldly, unleashing a formidable aura that pressed down upon Zhunti. Not good. Realizing the approaching pressure, Zhunti and Jieyin did not dare to underestimate the situation, immediately channeling their powers to resist. Yet, the disparity in their realms was vast. Even united, they were sent flying far away. Whoever wishes to claim it may come forward. The voice of Kunpeng is unremarkable, yet conceals boundless majesty. Its resonance reverberates throughout the surroundings. Lingering without dissipating, the onlookers remain silent, fully aware of Kunpeng's prowess, which surpasses that of most present. Should they choose to confront him together, it is entirely plausible that they would falter against him. However, the dilemma lies in the uncertainty of whether they would even secure the coveted spiritual treasure after defeating him. Furthermore, they would also face the peril of being vanquished by Kunpeng, a being of the great Tao's consummation. The first to engage may very well meet their demise. Although the spiritual treasure is undeniably significant, its value pales in comparison to the sanctity of life itself. Neither Qian nor Jieyin utter a word. In the face of absolute strength, they can only suppress their dissatisfaction internally, maintaining a facade of calm. While most choose silence, there remain dissenters such as Mingyi and Randang, whose auras swell with intensity, poised for confrontation. Additionally, several members of the witch clan, drawn by the commotion, are also present, including ancestral figures like Hutu and Zhurong, yet their lack of interest in spiritual treasures renders them mere spectators. Unwilling to engage in such matters on Mount Bujo, the innate powers unleash their auras, casting peculiar gazes upon Kunpeng. Notably, the 3 pure ones and Emperor Jun sense a connection to the treasure, their irritation palpable at Kunpeng's audacity. Were it not for Kunpeng's formidable strength, a lesser being would have been beset long ago. Brother, how dare this Kunpeng act with such arrogance? If we do not teach him a lesson now, when shall we? Dongwang declares to Emperor Jun, recalling Bai Zai's incident and now witnessing the treasure being seized for himself. He finds himself increasingly restless. Wait, Emperor Jun replies, acknowledging the validity of Dongwang's words. However, he senses the urgency reflected in the expressions of the 3 pure ones, whose anxiety surpasses even his own. Among the 7 gourds, 3 belong to Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, their auras betraying their impatience. even more so than Donghuang's. Kunpeng, my friend, Yuanshi interjects, the treasure you possess is fated to align with me. Your conduct not excessive. Unable to contain his frustration, Yuanshi speaks, for he currently lacks a spiritual treasure, and the one he had anticipated acquiring is now in the hands of another. Friend Yuanshi, Kunpeng boldly retorts, my intentions have been made abundantly clear that if you wish to claim it, come forth and make your attempt. He remains utterly undaunted, even in the face of the three pure ones. Upon hearing this, the crowd turns their gaze toward the three pure ones. Kunpeng, my friend, Laozi, the leader of the three pure ones, finally speaks, enveloped in an aura of profound energy. His intentions are unmistakable, although he possesses the heavenly yellow exquisite pagoda. This gourd is undeniably fated for him that in days past. Laozi appeared indifferent to worldly matters, but when it concerns his own gains, he is anything but apathetic. As I said before, Kunpeng replies nonchalantly, unwavering in his stance. His tone calm, yet resolute. Then it seems we are destined for a confrontation, Laozi declares, unperturbed by their equal standing as perfected great Tao golden immortals. If the treasure is not relinquished, then conflict is inevitable. The assembly is taken aback by Laozi's words. His demeanor is a stark contrast to their usual perception of him, making this display all the more shocking. Yuanshi and Tongtian, equally poised for battle, stand ready to act at Laozi's command. Ding! The system's voice echoes just as Kunpeng is about to speak. Host status detected. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Surrender the 3 gourds. Reward: 6 peaches of immortality. Option 2. Defeat the opponent. Reward: 100,000 merit points. Glimpsing the 2 options, Kunpeng requires but a fleeting moment to decide, as he resolves to seize all 7 gourds. He had already anticipated the outcome. He is undoubtedly inclined toward the second option. Come forth. Kunpeng gazes at Laozi, his aura surging in preparation for the impending clash. Yuanshi and Tongtian, eager to engage, are halted by Laozi's gesture, signaling them to refrain. During the previous chaos, he had yearned to experience Kunpeng's merit calibrating measure, and now that they share the same realm, he intends to confront Kunpeng alone. Though Yuanshi and Tongtian are eager for combat, they yield to their elder brother's command and step back. Boom! Kunpeng and Laozi stand poised in the void, their auras clashing even before the battle commences, causing the surrounding peaks to crumble. The assembly of innate powers observes intently. One side boasts the invincible merit calibrating measure, while the other wields the unparalleled defensive prowess of the heavenly yellow exquisite pagoda. The interplay of offense and defense sparks speculation among the onlookers. Which of these treasures reigns supreme? The discourse is varied, with some asserting that the merit calibrating measure holds the advantage, while others contend that the heavenly yellow exquisite pagoda is superior. Yet, amidst their conjectures, the might emanating from both treasures remains evenly matched. And given their equal realms, none dare draw definitive conclusions. Kunpeng regards Laozi with keen anticipation, mirroring the eagerness of the gathered deities, curious to discern whether his treasure surpasses that of his opponent. Boom! Laozi, crowned by the heavenly yellow exquisite pagoda and enveloped in its aura, launches an assault on Kunpeng. The full force of a perfected great Tao golden immortal erupts, shattering the void. Beams of energy explode forth, wildly targeting Kunpeng. Standing resolute in the void, Kunpeng remains unyielding as countless beams pass by him. Whoosh! Laozi's speed is astounding. In the blink of an eye, he appears behind Kunpeng, delivering a devastating blow. Boom! A tremendous sound resonates as the merit calibrating measure collides with the heavenly yellow exquisite pagoda. The impact unleashes a tempest of purple and yellow lightning, a fearsome aura enveloping the vicinity, reducing surrounding stones to dust and creating a remarkable spectacle. The ensuing shockwave reverberates, the void cracking under the strain. After the initial clash, Laozi remains suspended in the void, his defensive treasure withstanding the merit calibrating measure's assault without harm. Truly, the merit calibrating measure is formidable. Kunpeng muses inwardly, astonished by the strength of the heavenly yellow exquisite pagoda. Following the exchange, Laozi silently reflects, recognizing that had he not possessed this defensive treasure, he would have been unable to withstand the merit calibrating measure S might, leaving him now with injuries. Such overwhelming power causes the gathered deities to breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that they were not the first to engage, for Kunpeng's wrath would have been directed at them. Clang! With a mighty flap of its wings, the Kunpeng unleashed a formidable force, the celestial shining brilliantly, as an overwhelming magical power surged toward Laozi. With a thunderous crash, a radiant yellow light manifested before Laozi. It was the protective barrier of the precious pagoda, and with such an unparalleled defense above his head, Laozi stood in an invincible position. The Kunpeng remained silent, casting a glance before it struck. Boom! A resonant sound echoed as it wielded the purple divine, effortlessly cleaving the heavens above. In an instant, it appeared before Laozi. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. What incredible strength! Everyone marveled in astonishment. Nearby, the two beings known as Jieyin were left speechless. The Kunpeng's assault was overwhelmingly powerful, almost unimaginable. Though they did not step into the fray, a sense of trepidation burgeoned within their hearts. Dongwang observed the clash without fear, for he possessed the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, one of the three supreme treasures of creation. He believed he could withstand the onslaught of the celestial. Thus, upon witnessing the Kunpeng's attack, instead of cowering like the others, he felt a desire to test the might of the celestial. Concentrate, the Kunpeng murmured. With a gentle wave of the celestial, boundless spiritual energy began to coalesce around it, causing chaos in the surrounding phenomena. Mountains were influenced by this aura, erupting in explosive bursts. That moment, the Kunpeng's aura surged, momentarily surpassing even Laozi's. This was the divine ability it had acquired on Mount Bujo, the three styles of creation. Now, it was being employed in combat against Laozi. Merely relying on the celestial's attack and the defense of the heavenly yellow pagoda, it would be no easy feat to breach that protection. The Kunpeng had no desire for a protracted battle. What is this? Laozi exclaimed in surprise as he felt the weight of this terrifying power, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. Even with the safeguard of the heavenly yellow pagoda, an unsettling anxiety lingered within him. Yuanshi and Tong Tian shared a similar foreboding sensation. Why did the Kunpeng's aura feel so familiar? Beside them, Hutu sensed the Kunpeng's presence and was both astonished and familiar with this power. The other ancestral witches felt similarly, recognizing the potency of this force. The three purities and the witch clan could perceive such a mentality, while the others only felt the overwhelming presence that eclipsed all in attendance. Go! The Kunpeng, suspended in the void, wielded the celestial, merging the power of the first style of creation into its form. An inexhaustible torrent of magical energy surged forth. The crowd was thrown into disarray, particularly those newly ascended to the realm of the Luo Jin Xian, who were gripped by sheer terror. As the celestial unleashed an attack, a golden wave of light emerged, displaying an unmatched might that manifested in the void, influencing all surrounding phenomena. Thunderous explosions resonated through the air as vast expanses of the void erupted, dimming the sky above and unleashing a cacophony of thunder. Countless mountains were obliterated in the wake of the first style of creation, an unparalleled force that none could contest. Under the Kunpeng's will, the golden wave surged directly toward Laozi. This is bad. Laozi's expression flickered with alarm as he unleashed his supreme magical power. The Tai Buddha dust in his hand swayed vigorously, streams of light pouring into the heavenly yellow pagoda. Under the infusion of his magic, the protective barrier before Laozi solidified, transforming into an impenetrable wall of brilliance. Boom! Before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The golden wave unleashed by the Kunpeng shattered the defenses of the heavenly yellow pagoda. The once invincible shield crumbled like glass, unable to withstand the assault. Following this, Laozi himself was sent flying 100,000 miles away after the protection was breached. Tong Tian and Yuanshi swiftly darted to his side. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded by the sight. No one had anticipated that the supposedly unbreakable defense of the heavenly yellow pagoda would be breached. A pall of despair settled over them. The legendary protection that promised invincibility had been so easily shattered. The power of the Celestial was terrifying indeed. How dreadful! Fortunately, I refrained from intervening earlier. The shock among the innate beings was palpable. For as long as Laozi had taken form, his defenses had never been breached. Yet now, the Kunpeng had accomplished this with a single strike. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, it would have been hard to believe. "Brother, should we join forces?" Tong Tian proposed to Laozi, his heart heavy with discontent at witnessing his elder brother's plight. "Indeed, brother, let us unite," Yuanshi echoed in agreement. Faced with such a situation, it seemed impossible for Laozi to contend with the Kunpeng alone. However, they believed that united, they could overcome this adversary. "There's no need," Laozi replied. Though slightly injured, it was not a grave wound. Yet, the Kunpeng's power was overwhelming that, in Laozi's eyes, even if the three of them combined their strengths, they would still falter against such an attack. After all, Tong Tian and Yuanshi were merely at the late stage of the Luo, and even united, they would not suffice as opponents. Having revealed his trump card, Laozi realized that he could not best his opponent and dismissed any further thoughts. "We shall depart." With that, he vanished from view. "Humph," Yuanshi scoffed, casting one last glance at the Kunpeng before begrudgingly leaving. His treasured artifact had been lost, and, as one of the three purities, he felt an acute sense of humiliation at being so easily defeated. Yet, with Laozi's command, he had no choice but to comply. Sigh, Tong Tian let out a lament, also disappearing from sight. Without Laozi's consent, he would not dare to act. He could only resign himself to retreat. The first style of creation was indeed formidable, the Kunpeng mused. Recognizing that the damage inflicted by this attack was beyond his expectations, the defense of the heavenly yellow pagoda had truly been shattered in an instant. However, the Kunpeng now lacked the magical power to unleash a second attack. Having drawn upon the first style of creation once, neither his magical energy nor his stamina were sufficient for another round. Yet, such a display was no longer necessary. The crowd remained wary. When had the Kunpeng become so powerful? And from whence had this divine ability emerged? Ancestor Mingi concealed his aura, initially planning to intervene when both sides were locked in a fierce battle. However, upon witnessing the Kunpeng's formidable attack, he withdrew several artifacts. Despite possessing numerous treasures, who would refuse more? The others followed suit, retracting their auras in fear of the Kunpeng's wrath. They lacked the defensive treasures that Laozi wielded. A single strike could spell their doom. Even if it did not claim their lives, it could severely harm their essence that we cannot engage, Jieyin remarked to Dong Wang, recognizing that even the three purities were no match for the Kunpeng. His resolve waned as he acknowledged that Laozi had already fought and demonstrated that he could not contend against the Kunpeng. All he could do now was wait for another opportunity to settle the score. Humph! The Eastern Emperor retracted the Chaos Bell, casting a glance at Kunpeng, harboring a sense of discontent within. Were it not for the words of Jieyin, the Eastern Emperor's character might have compelled him to act at that very moment. After their exchange, Jieyin and the Eastern Emperor departed from Bujo Mountain. With their exit, many others gradually took their leave as well. Although Kunpeng lacked the capacity to unleash a second divine ability, the crowd remained oblivious to this fact. All they knew was that Kunpeng possessed formidable strength, having triumphed over Laozi, the foremost of the three pure ones. No one dared to provoke him. In a world where strength reigned supreme, Kunpeng's displayed prowess instilled fear in all. One by one, they transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky. Ding! The host completed option 2. Earning 100,000 merits, Kunpeng concealed his aura as the system's voice resonated. 100,000 merits. Kunpeng mused, feeling quite pleased. Merits, indeed, are versatile. They can be utilized for an array of purposes. They can aid in overcoming cultivation bottlenecks and can be infused into magical treasures. The extraordinary power of the merit-quantifying heavenly ruler and the heavenly yellow Ling Long pagoda stems from their formation through the condensation of merits. Hence, their attack and defense capabilities are astonishing. They can suppress fate, restore the physical body, and rejuvenate the primordial spirit, proving beneficial to cultivators at any stage, including saints. Kunpeng understood that the subsequent ascension of the three pure ones, Nuwa, and others to sainthood, was achieved through the accumulation of vast merits, harmonized with the primordial purple energy to attain their status. Viewed in this light, acquiring 100,000 merits surpassed the gain of a spiritual treasure. After all, spiritual treasures are plentiful in the primordial realm. If one possesses sufficient strength, they are easily obtained. However, merits are different. To earn merits in the primordial world, one must engage in deeds that benefit all beings. They are not granted without reason. Kunpeng concealed his aura, leaving only a handful of individuals present. Mingi Dongwangong, Niuhua, Fuxi, Hongyun, and Zhunti. Niuhua gazed at her friend Kunpeng, wanting to speak but unsure how to begin. Like the three pure ones, she sensed a connection to the treasure. Yet, given that Kunpeng had obtained it, she found herself at a loss. As she contemplated the gourd, Kunpeng approached her. Niuhua, this spiritual treasure rightfully belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Niuhua's expression turned to one of shock. She doubted her hearing. Did he truly mean to bestow it upon her? Fuxi, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. Although they were acquainted with Kunpeng, the treasure was now his, already claimed. Could he truly give it away? Thank you, Kunpeng, my friend. Niuhua finally regained her composure and expressed her gratitude. She felt elated. Receiving a spiritual treasure was a joy for anyone. Subsequently, Kunpeng presented her with the gourd that originally belonged to her. Thank you, Kunpeng, my friend. Fuxi also addressed Kunpeng, while others remained empty-handed. Niuhua had received one, and he felt pleased for his sister. There is no need for such formality, Kunpeng replied, having forged a decent rapport with Niuhua. Furthermore, the gourd he gifted was indeed originally hers to owe him. It was merely a trivial matter. The others, witnessing Kunpeng's generosity towards Niuhua, were filled with envy. Kunpeng, my friend, Zhunti interjected, the West is barren, and my brother and I are tasked with the great responsibility of revitalizing it. I hope you will consider this and part with another gourd. Zhunti approached Kunpeng. Initially reluctant to speak, having just endured a fierce battle, he hesitated to provoke Kunpeng. However, seeing Kunpeng's willingness to give Niuhua a gourd emboldened him to ask. Kunpeng, my friend, Dongwangong chimed in, I hold the position of the foremost male immortal in the primordial realm. Maintaining order therein, I too hope you will grant me a gourd. Like Zhunti, Dongwangong approached Kunpeng, emboldened by Zhunti's request. Certainly, Kunpeng replied nonchalantly, turning to face Dongwangong and Zhunti. The crowd, hearing Kunpeng's consent, displayed expressions of astonishment. Could they truly ask so freely? Just as they prepared to voice their requests, Kunpeng interjected, as for the spiritual treasures, they may be given, but it depends on whether you possess the strength to claim them. His words rendered Mingi, Hongyun, and the others silent. The implication was clear. To obtain the treasures, they must first defeat him. How could they contend with him? Even Laozi was no match for Kunpeng, and the others stood no chance either. Dongwangong and Zhunti's faces fell immediately, realizing their momentary excitement had been in vain. Confirming their inability to acquire the spiritual treasures, Zhunti and the others departed. They dared not demand from Kunpeng nor covet Niuhua's treasure. Throughout the primordial realm, it was known that Fuxi was exceptionally protective of his sister. Niuhua, anyone daring to covet her spiritual treasure would surely face his wrath. Kunpeng, my friend, we shall take our leave. Fuxi and Niuhua bid farewell, transforming into streaks of light as they departed. Their fondness for Kunpeng had only grown, especially for Niuhua, who felt her admiration for him soar after receiving the treasure. Brother, why do you think Kunpeng bestowed this treasure upon me? Niuhua inquired during their flight. Perhaps, Fuxi replied with a smile. This is merely fate. Though uncertain, he noted his sister's evident fondness for Kunpeng and offered a speculative thought, that moment. Only Kunpeng remained atop Bujo mountain. The gathering had concluded, and the others, unable to secure a spiritual treasure, opted to retreat for closed-door cultivation. Kunpeng approached the mountain's edge, gazing out over the boundless primordial land. He unfurled his wings and soared toward the northern sea. Upon returning to the northern underworld palace, Kunpeng promptly examined the spiritual treasures he had acquired. Before him lay 6 gourds. He recognized the purple gold gourd as Laozi's, intended for storing elixirs in the future. The other 4 belonged to Hongyun, Dongwang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, each possessing their own significance. However, Kunpeng's attention was entirely captivated by the final black gourd. Though it appeared withered, it was the most formidable among them. The 6 gourds suspended from the vine paled in comparison to this one. Observing the vine beside him, seemingly inconsequential, he recognized it as a spiritual entity, utilized for creation. Besides these items, Kunpeng also discovered a mound of soil before him. It appeared ordinary, yet emanated a mysterious aura. 9 heaven's breath soil, Kunpeng exclaimed. This soil was exceptional, far from ordinary. Additionally, he had acquired the 3 radiance divine water, a spiritual item with healing properties and capable of nurturing other spiritual entities. He resolved to plant the black gourd without delay. With a sweeping gesture of his mighty hand, Kunpeng gathered all treasures into his possession, leaving only the formidable black gourd before him. This gourd was excessively powerful, requiring a vast amount of spiritual energy for absorption, and it remained in a state of immaturity that it needed to continue growing. Although it could be considered a treasure even now, its true potential would only be realized when it reached maturity. Reflecting on this, Kunpeng recalled a saying, "The more ordinary something appears, the more extraordinary it often is." Such was the case with this black gourd, which seemingly held no trace of spiritual power. Had it not been for Kunpeng's memories from 2 lifetimes, he would never have surmised that this inconspicuous gourd was the most formidable of all in the Beiming Palace. As Kunpeng arrived at the location designated for planting Hongjun, he was approached by Xiaodai. "I pay my respects to my lord," she exclaimed with utmost reverence upon seeing Kunpeng's arrival. "I leave these matters in your capable hands." With that, Kunpeng waved his hand, causing the 3 light, divine water, and other treasures to materialize before Xiaodai. "What is this?" Xiaodai gazed at the spiritual artifacts in sheer astonishment, her expression one of profound surprise. Now that she had attained a measure of cultivation, albeit modest, she recognized the rarity of the items before her. With Hongjun already present, the addition of an innate gourd vine was beyond her expectations. "Yes," after recovering from her shock, Xiaodai responded, her admiration for her lord deepening. After briefly outlining some tasks, Kunpeng took his leave, entrusting the cultivation of spiritual roots to Xiaodai. The current Kunpeng was preparing to enter seclusion. The Zixiao Palace spoke of the path to quasi-sainthood, and Kunpeng had gained immense insights from his studies. Before entering seclusion, he intended to seek out Baizhe and the rock, but both were still engaged in their own meditative practices, and Kunpeng resolved to postpone this visit. The Beiming Palace had become remarkably quiet. Following the incident with the 9 nether python, no one had come seeking trouble. Subsequently, Kunpeng entered a secret chamber, standing amidst the void with his eyes tightly shut. Immersed in profound contemplation. 3,000 years later, a tremendous commotion erupted within the Beiming Palace, various extraordinary phenomena manifesting. These disturbances originated from the secret chamber, sweeping across the entire Beiming region. The rock and Baizhe, both in seclusion, abruptly opened their eyes, concluding their meditation to investigate the source of the commotion. "What could this be, master?" The rock gazed at the surrounding phenomena, his expression one of profound astonishment. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. The aura emanating from it was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond his capacity to withstand. Simultaneously, he surmised that this phenomenon was likely a precursor to Kunpeng's impending breakthrough. However, the intensity of this power was markedly different from what he had previously encountered. Baizhe, too, shared in the astonishment, observing the manifestations radiating from the secret chamber with wide-eyed wonder. It was important to note that Baizhe possessed the strength of a Deluo golden immortal. While Kunpeng had always been formidable, he too had once been a Deluo golden immortal. Unlike the current situation, the energy before Baizhe had transcended that realm, indicating a sign of impending breakthrough. Baizhe stared toward the direction of the secret chamber, his heart racing with awe. Yet he and the rock were filled with joy. For Kunpeng, the master of Beiming, such a breakthrough was a matter of celebration. At that moment, the spiritual energy within the Beiming Palace became exceedingly dense, a powerful force of absorption drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence. Above the northern sea, this energy also exerted its influence, causing numerous mountains to collapse into flat plains in an instant. Many nearby cultivators were stirred by this aura, and upon witnessing the phenomena, The rock and Baizé promptly returned to their meditative states. The strength of this phenomenon, coupled with its profound Tao rhythm, proved beneficial to both of them. Within the secret chamber, Kunpeng channeled his cultivation method, the power of the laws manifesting in an extraordinarily mysterious manner. Additionally, multitudes of radiant lights illuminated the chamber, rendering it exceptionally bright. Kunpeng was enveloped in waves of the power of the absorption laws, while above him, countless spiritual energy orbs were displayed, continually drawn in by the absorption force radiating from his being. The Tao rhythm coalesced into written forms, merging with the spiritual orbs at a speed akin to light. Kunpeng remained undisturbed, lost in his insights, and as the spiritual power was absorbed, the intensity of the chamber's absorption force grew ever stronger. As if the very world were on the verge of being devoured, the aura emanating forth surged with alarming rapidity. Boom! The entire Beiming palace trembled. Many bewildered beings, sensing the aura, mistakenly believed an attack was underway against the palace. However, upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomena within, they quickly realized it was their ancestor in seclusion, on the brink of a breakthrough. Now, Kunpeng had refined the laws of absorption to a minor success, only one final step remaining before his breakthrough. As for why he did not pursue the path of the three corpses, it was because Kunpeng understood that achieving sainthood through this method would bind him to the heavenly Tao. While it could be described positively as entrusting one's primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao, a less flattering interpretation would be that of being a puppet, the three pure ones in Yuhua. For instance, were all heavenly Tao saints, their primordial spirits anchored within the heavenly Tao, rendering them immortal. This path, while appealing, was not one Kunpeng would choose, as he had already developed a complete cultivation method and a distinct path to enlightenment. Thus, he naturally opted for the path of law, despite its considerable challenges. However, with the support of the Hongyun Tao Sutra, he found it manageable in the past, during his time at Bujo Mountain and at the Zixiao Palace's second lecture. Combined with his experiences over the years, Kunpeng's mastery of the laws of absorption had reached a modest level of achievement. Understanding of the laws could be categorized into 5 stages: initial success, minor success, medium success, major success, and perfection. Each Deluo Golden Immortal could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, corresponding to the initial success stage. Minor success referred to the realm of the Hongyun Golden Immortal, synonymous with the early stage of quasi-sainthood. As such, when the laws reach perfection, one could attain the status of a Hongyun Deluo Golden Immortal Saint. The final step, the aura surrounding Kunpeng intertwined with the laws within the secret chamber, producing an exceptionally potent Tao rhythm. Boom! The skies above Beiming darkened, thunder roaring as black clouds rolled ominously. Countless gazes turned skyward. The vastness of the wilderness meant that not everyone was aware of this event. But the inhabitants of the northern sea were keenly aware. Under the scrutiny of innumerable eyes, Kunpeng's aura erupted, surpassing even that of a Deluo Golden Immortal, successfully breaking through to the Hongyun Golden Immortal realm. In the midst of chaos, Hong Jun sensed this powerful aura, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Despite being a saint, detached from worldly desires, he had not anticipated that Kunpeng would choose this path over his three corpses method. As a saint, Hong Jun was attuned to all movements within the wilderness. And while the wilderness had yet to witness a breakthrough to quasi-sainthood, Kunpeng's alternative path had led him to be the first to reach this realm, a fact that caught him off guard. However, he did not dwell on it. Casting a glance, he closed his eyes once more in the depths of the northern sea. Within the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King Ao Shun was deeply affected by this aura. He had not expected that Kunpeng could successfully break through to the quasi-saint realm. Staring toward Beiming, Ao Shun as heart brimmed with astonishment. The last time he had checked, Kunpeng was still at the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. How could it be that only a brief time later, he had achieved the status of Hongyun Golden Immortal? After the Kunpeng achieved the breakthrough to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, the following millennia witnessed a series of advancements in cultivation among many. At Kunlun Mountain, 3 formidable auras ascended to the heavens in succession. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian successfully broke through to the quasi-saint realm. They were the first to reach this level after Kunpeng's attainment of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Similarly, Inhua and Fuxi on Mount Bujo also exuded two powerful auras, sweeping across thousands of miles, successfully attaining the quasi-saint realm. Xinyuanzi, Dongwang, and Mingi, among others, also reached the quasi-saint level. That it can be said that this era has become the age of quasi-saints, giving rise to a fierce contention over spiritual treasures. Numerous innate powers relied on severing their corpses to attain the quasi-saint status, as the prerequisite for breaking through to this realm was indeed the act of corpse severance, alongside possessing spiritual treasures. However, the vast multitude of beings in the primordial chaos, numbering in the billions, found spiritual treasures to be scarce, held only by a select few. Those with higher cultivation levels would seize treasures from those of lesser strength. This phenomenon prompted many Deluo golden immortals who possessed spiritual treasures to choose seclusion for safety, as the danger was palpable. The two realms of quasi-saint and a Luo golden immortal were fundamentally incomparable. Even a perfected Deluo golden immortal would be instantaneously defeated if confronted. Those with spiritual treasures yet insufficient strength began to hide away. Yet, some remained in seclusion, while a few unruly cultivators brazenly sought them out, resorting to murder and theft. Such occurrences were not infrequent in the primordial chaos. Among the many quasi-saints, aside from Kunpeng, who pursued the path of laws, the 12 ancestors of Wu also treaded the same path. Although the 12 did not comprehend the three-corpse path, they inherited the legacy of Pangu, which enabled the Wu clan to enhance their cultivation. During the same period, the situation between the Wu and Yao clans grew increasingly dire, with battles erupting frequently. While the overall strength of the Wu clan surpassed that of the Yao clan, the latter's sheer numbers were overwhelmingly greater. In the primordial chaos, one could often witness large-scale conflicts between the two clans. Within a grand hall, Jieyin and Dongwang observed the situation with growing anxiety. "Brother, our Yao clan has expanded significantly. We require a stronghold," Dongwang remarked to Jieyin. Currently, the Yao clan boasted an impressive number, yet their lack of a centralized stronghold, being scattered across the primordial expanse, hampered their ability to provide timely support during confrontations with the Wu clan, leading to a series of defeats and substantial losses. The disarray could be likened to a scattered sand dune. "This is indeed a pressing issue," Jieyin pondered. Acknowledging the Yao clan's considerable numbers, he had contemplated this matter as well. Consequently, Jieyin tirelessly searched the primordial realm for a suitable location for the Yao clan stronghold, but found none that met his expectations. "Brother, since we cannot devise a solution for now, should we pay a visit to Beiming?" suggested Dongwang, recalling Kunpeng. Known for his straightforward nature, he had kept the matter of Beis in mind. Previously, he had refrained from confronting the latter due to insufficient strength. But now that both he and Jieyin had severed a corpse and achieved quasi-saint status, they need not fear Kunpeng. The time for reckoning has arrived. "We shall revisit this matter later," Jieyin stated, remembering the situation. However, his focus lay not on Kunpeng, but rather on the Yao clan. While Kunpeng was a concern, addressing the stronghold issue was paramount. "Brother, perhaps I should go alone and confront Kunpeng," Dongwang proposed. Jieyin was reluctant. While he considered the trip, holding the chaos bell, he was confident he could face anyone in a one-on-one scenario. "Do not be hasty," Jieyin replied, declining Dongwang's suggestion. He understood that with the primordial chaos having entered the quasi-saint era, Kunpeng had undoubtedly ascended to quasi-saint cultivation as well. That it would be unwise for Dongwang to venture alone. The risks were too great, given Kunpeng's formidable reputation over the years. If they were to go, it would require both of them. Alas, Dongwang sighed, realizing his thoughts diverged from those of Jieyin. Nevertheless, as the elder brother, he felt compelled to heed Jiyin's words. With the decision made, he refrained from further speculation. "Second brother, please summon the various Yao leaders," Jieyin instructed, pondering that since he could not devise a solution, he would see if others had alternative ideas. After all, the matter of the stronghold was urgent, and swift action was preferable. Dongwang nodded and proceeded to summon the others. Before long, 9 individuals stood before Jieyin, each possessing formidable strength, all at the Deluo golden immortal level. These were the 9 who had been subdued by Jieyin and Dongwang: Jimeng, Yingzhao, Faden, Feilian, Jiuying, Shangyang, Qinyuan City, and Guha. Now, let us discuss our thoughts on the Yao clan stronghold, Dijun began. Having no viable solutions himself, he sought the perspectives of the others. We could establish multiple concentrated camps for the Yao clan across various locations, and subsequently designate a central stronghold. Within the North Sea Dragon Palace, after Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North Sea, returned from outside, he overheard two members of the Dragon clan whispering, "I tell you, that Fox clan member is truly beautiful if she hadn't fled so swiftly." Hearing this, Ao Shun halted in his tracks and addressed the two. "What are you two discussing? What is it?" Aoshuan spoke solemnly, a sense of foreboding taking root in his heart. Near the shores of the North Sea, he had encountered a group of women, but we did nothing. The two dragon kin were visibly shaken, their voices trembling. It was rare to hear Aoshuan speak in such a manner. They were bewildered. After all, it was merely a trivial matter, and yet he was incensed. "But in Biming?" Aoshuan inquired, recalling that he had heard whispers of the Fox clan's allegiance to Biming. Could it be that they were from Biming? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Indeed, the two dragon kin were terrified in the face of the Dragon King's questioning. They were acutely aware of the prohibitions against such conduct. Yet a handful still chose to defy them. "Fools!" Aoshuan, the North Sea Dragon King, bellowed, striking them down with a single blow. The two sprawled on the ground, immediately prostrating themselves in a plea for mercy. "Too fearful to move. Bring forth these two scoundrels and confine them to the dungeons. Deal with them according to Dragon Clan customs." The North Sea Dragon King commanded sharply, and soon two others approached. "Yes," they responded respectfully, proceeding to apprehend the offenders. Once the matter was settled, Aoshuan ascended to the Grand Hall, taking his seat upon the dragon throne, his expression clouded with worry. "I must go there myself," he thought, contemplating his decision to visit the Biming Palace. He was well aware of the reputation of the Kunpeng. If one did not provoke him, there was typically no trouble. Others would not seek out conflict without cause. Conversely, the consequences could be dire. Aoshuan was all too familiar with the incident involving the Juyo Python, a swift and brutal execution. Now, with members of the Dragon Clan having acted in such a manner, although they had not succeeded, they were still opposed to a Biming that boasted a quasi-saint. While they too had their quasi-saint powerhouses, those had already been imprisoned. The current Dragon Clan was ill-equipped to confront Biming. The quasi-saint Kunpeng was not one to be trifled with. Subsequently, Aoshuan retrieved some spiritual treasures from the treasury and departed the Dragon Palace, heading towards Biming. Awang, a formidable figure among the great Luo Golden Immortals, moved swiftly and soon arrived at the gates of the Biming Palace. "Friend Bays, Aoshuan requests an audience. Please convey my message." Aoshuan spoke courteously, maintaining a respectful demeanor. He had come to offer an apology and dared not assume any airs. "Follow me." Bays nodded, aware that the Kunpeng was already a quasi-saint. Along the way, he had been informed of Aoshuan's arrival. "Aoshuan, why are you not residing peacefully in your North Sea? What brings you to Biming?" The Kunpeng inquired, fully aware of Aoshuan's purpose but choosing to remain silent, curious about his attitude. "I have come to extend my sincerest apologies. Members of the Dragon Clan inadvertently offended individuals from Biming, and for that I express my contrition," Aoshuan stated, presenting two innate spiritual treasures before Kunpeng. Although he was the North Sea Dragon King, the Dragon Clan had long been in decline, and times were not what they once were. Moreover, he was now facing a quasi-saint, a mere great Luo Golden Immortal. Aoshuan understood the need to adopt a humble posture. "Is the Dragon Clan truly affluent?" Kunpeng mused, his surprise at Aoshuan's offerings tempered by the historical dominance of the Dragon Clan during the Three Clans era. Though their current strength had waned, their treasuries still held considerable depth. Since nothing has occurred, then all is well. Kunpeng waved his hand dismissively, accepting the treasures. The Fox clan was known for their exquisite beauty, and the Dragon Clan, naturally inclined towards such allure, still found this matter surprising. However, given it was merely a first-time incident without any grave outcomes, and considering Aoshuan's earnestness, Kunpeng chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, Aoshuan was the North Sea Dragon King who had personally come to apologize, bringing treasures along that it would be unreasonable to reproach him. "Thank you, esteemed immortal." Aoshuan exclaimed, releasing a sigh of relief. The two spiritual treasures held little significance for him. His visit had two primary objectives. First, to offer an apology, and second, to foster goodwill as a creature of the Northwest in this perilous age of quasi-saints. Establishing favorable relations with such beings was paramount. I will ensure strict oversight upon my return, Aoguang continued, emphasizing the need to prevent such incidents from recurring. Once was tolerable, but should a more significant issue arise next time, it would be disastrous. The distance between Beiming and the North Sea was not great. While Aoshuan may not venture there often, not everyone shared that restraint. If matters were not addressed, the subordinates could easily stir up trouble. No matter, Kunpeng replied, recognizing Aoshuan's adeptness at managing situations. Esteemed immortal, I have a humble request. I wonder if it is appropriate to voice it. Aoshuan began. Speak freely, Kunpeng encouraged, noting that Beiming had maintained a non-interference policy with the Dragon Clan. May I propose that you select treasures from the North Sea Dragon Palace treasury in exchange for your assistance should the Dragon Clan face difficulties in the future? Aoshuan suggested. He felt the present dangers of the wilderness were too great. And if they were to encounter formidable foes, it could spell peril, especially with their quasi-saints now imprisoned and unable to provide support. The strongest among them were merely great Luo golden immortals. In a time when quasi-saints reigned, the Dragon Clan could no longer afford to be complacent. Though they may not face immediate threats, it was prudent to secure a safeguard for the future. Aoshuan was indeed astute. Kunpeng regarded him with newfound respect, surprised by this unexpected proposal, and no problem. Kunpeng readily agreed to Aoshuan's request, his interest piqued by the prospect of the Dragon Clan's treasury. During the era of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, the Dragon Clan had been supreme. Although they had since retreated from the grand stage of the wilderness, their treasury would undoubtedly still contain a wealth of treasures. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Aoshuan expressed, his heart racing with excitement. He felt he had achieved his innermost desires. In Aoshuan's view, treasures were mere external possessions. True worth lay in strength. The ability to procure the aid of a quasi-saint was invaluable. If there are no further matters, please make your way back that in time. I shall visit the North Sea Dragon Palace myself, Kunpeng stated. Initially, he had intended to go now, but another matter awaited his attention. A visit to the North Sea Dragon Palace treasury would have to be postponed. Then I shall take my leave, Aoshuan declared, quickly exiting Beiming. His purpose in Beiming had been fulfilled on his way back. Aoshuan felt elated, as if he had struck a jackpot. His face radiated joy. Esteemed immortal, just now a person came, claiming to be from the Purple Mansion. Here is the invitation they left behind. Baze entered the grand hall. Presenting the invitation he had received, he was unaware of its contents, having had no time to inquire before the messenger departed. I understand. Kunpeng opened the invitation and glanced at it. Dear Taoist Kunpeng, the Purple Mansion grand ceremony will take place a millennium hence. After a brief perusal, he discerned the underlying intentions. For so long, Dong Wanggong had held the title of the foremost male immortal without truly proclaiming his dominion over the primordial chaos. Ostensibly, this event was the Purple Mansion grand ceremony. However, in reality, it served as Dong Wanggong's declaration of himself as the supreme male immortal, aimed at enticing more beings to join him and expand his influence. Kunpeng merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. If Dong Wanggong were genuinely devoted to managing the primordial realm and maintaining order, attending would not be an issue. Yet, the intentions behind this Purple Mansion grand ceremony were unmistakable. It was merely a ploy for power expansion. Such a grand occasion did not necessitate Kunpeng's presence. He could simply delegate someone to attend on his behalf. Not only Kunpeng, but others also received invitations from the Purple Mansion in Kunlun Mountain. The three purities likewise received Dong Wanggong's invitation. Eldest brother, second brother, Dong Wanggong invites us to the Purple Mansion grand ceremony. Should we attend? Tong Tian inquired, although he was already aware of the invitation's implications. However, he could not decide on his own and awaited his brother's counsel. Humph! The ambition of this Dong Wanggong is exceedingly grand. Yuan Shi scoffed. The intent was evident to him. Yuan Shi had no desire to attend. He merely opened his eyes to glance at the invitation upon receiving it, then returned to his meditation. Now, he chose to remain silent, wishing to disregard the matter altogether. "We shall not attend," Yuan Shi declared. Suggesting they merely prepare some gifts, he held a disdain for Dong Wangong and preferred not to make an appearance. Although Dong Wangong was appointed as the foremost male immortal by Hong Jun, he exploited this title to continuously expand his own power, harboring ambitions of unifying the primordial chaos. Tong Tian understood immediately and chose to disregard the issue as well. Yuan Shi's thoughts aligned with his own. In the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the underworld, Mingyi, opened his eyes from contemplation and disdainfully remarked, "Dong Wangong, your arrogance will surely lead to your downfall one day." Upon seeing the invitation, he felt a profound disdain. The ambition of Dong Wangong was widely recognized. Like the three purities, Mingyi had no desire to participate in this grand ceremony, in the Western Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West, as the foremost female immortal, also received Dong Wangong's invitation. This Dong Wangong is exceedingly arrogant. While he claims it is the Purple Mansion grand ceremony, the underlying intent is to dominate the primordial chaos. Indeed, we cannot attend. To do so would be to submit to Dong Wangong. A group of female immortals, sheltered by the Queen Mother of the West, discussed the matter. Many believe it was unacceptable to attend, as it was clearly a bid for supremacy. "That I shall not go." The Queen Mother of the West mused, casting her gaze towards the direction of the Purple Mansion. Although she remained silent, she had already made her decision. Initially, she hoped Dong Wangong would manage the primordial realm effectively. Yet his expansion over the years was well-known to in the Sun Star. The Eastern Emperor, upon receiving Dong Wangong's invitation, felt an immediate surge of anger. "You, Dong Wangong, will regret this one day," with a cold snort. He thought that had he not been preoccupied with locating the demon tribe's stronghold, he would have already stormed the Purple Mansion. "And no need for such fervor, second brother. We simply shall not attend." Jieyin interjected, sharing the same sentiment as the Eastern Emperor. This time, Dong Wangong's intentions were glaringly obvious. Had it not been for his current search, he would have accompanied the Eastern Emperor to confront him. Many powerful beings in the primordial realm received invitations from Dong Wangong. Due to his evident ambition, most shared the same view and did not wish to attend. Even upon receiving the invitation, they chose not to pay it any heed. However, many would still go, particularly the scattered cultivators. There were numerous scattered cultivators in the primordial realm, and they would opt to participate for those of higher cultivation. This event was deemed beneath their notice, whereas for those of lower cultivation, it presented a commendable opportunity. In the midst of the ongoing conflict between the witches and the demons, it was easy to get embroiled in the chaos. Joining the Purple Mansion might be a prudent choice, as it could provide a means to avoid the turmoil. Within the Purple Mansion, Dong Wangong sat in the Grand Hall, his spirit elated after dispatching the invitations. "All invitations have been sent, I presume." He addressed the gathering below, surveying the assembly from his elevated position. He had long held the title of the foremost male immortal, and in his eyes, his faction was substantial. He believed that most of those invited would attend, for the title of foremost male immortal was personally bestowed by a sage. Even if they did not attend out of respect for Dong Wangong, they would certainly come to honor the sage. "All has been dispatched," someone below reported, confirming that all notifications had been duly made as per Dong Wangong's directives. Excellent. With everything prepared, they awaited the commencement of the ceremony. Dong Wangong felt content, convinced that all was under his control, his thoughts filled with the anticipated successes of the Purple Mansion grand ceremony. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the Purple Mansion grand ceremony arrived. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling with activity. Outside the grand doors of the Purple Mansion, one could observe various extraordinary phenomena prepared for the ceremony. Massive pillars adorned with countless intricate patterns exuded an aura of mystery. A multitude of celestial beings stood at the entrance, ready to receive the guests. Amidst the gaze of the assembled crowd, attendees began to arrive in succession. Dong Wangong's mood brightened as he witnessed the influx of guests into the Grand Hall. Initially, scattered cultivators arrived in person, which he found quite flattering. However, upon seeing some representatives instead of individuals, Dong Wangong felt discomfort, interpreting their absence as a lack of respect. Yet, as it was the day of the grand ceremony, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. While Dong Gong feigned cordiality in his reception, he could not shake the feeling of dissatisfaction within. Fortunately, numerous scattered cultivators attended. Otherwise, the fade would have been exceedingly awkward. Inside the Purple Mansion, those attending the grand ceremony were predominantly scattered cultivators, though a few powerful beings were present, such as the Taoist Hongjun. His perspective on the matter diverged from the others. Being a sociable individual, he chose to attend the ceremony in person. The Western figures, Zhunti and Jieyin, despite perceiving Dong Gong's ulterior motives, had come primarily to seek potential benefits, given their impoverished state. Once the guests had gathered, Dong Gong addressed the assembly, and thus the Purple Mansion grand ceremony commenced. Today, I declare in the name of the foremost male immortal. On this day, with a tremendous roar, golden light emanated from Mount Bujo. The heavens above radiated with resplendent hues, shining down upon the earth in a dazzling display. That moment, gazing up from the base of Mount Bujo, one could witness a plethora of extraordinary phenomena. Spirit beasts soared and clouds swirled, manifesting various wonders imbued with an air of profound mystery, descending upon the primordial land. Eldest brother, could this phenomenon herald the emergence of a treasure? The Eastern Emperor remarked, sensing an opportunity and believing that this extraordinary occurrence was destined for him. Indeed, the great Jieyin was filled with joy, for he bore the imperial decree. He could sense that the manifestation of this extraordinary phenomenon was destined for his emergence. Both he and his companion were overwhelmed with delight as they gazed towards the direction of Bujo Mountain. The commotion was immense, and many others felt its reverberations, including the three pure ones who also sensed it. Initially, they intended to investigate, but upon realizing that this opportunity was not meant for them, they reluctantly refrained from pursuing it. Such a fortuitous occurrence, while splendid, is governed by the laws of cause and effect that permeate the wilderness. When treasures materialize, if one cannot discern a connection, any forceful attempt to seize them will inevitably lead to consequences. This is a matter of utmost significance that none dare overlook. After casting a glance at this extraordinary sight, the three pure ones promptly retreated to their meditative practices. Within the Wu clan, the prominent ancestors also discerned this phenomenon, yet they were traditionally indifferent to matters of treasure. Even the events unfolding atop Bujo Mountain failed to capture their attention. The Wu clan members continued their affairs undisturbed at Beiming Palace. Kunpeng observed the direction of Bujo Mountain and realized that it was the heavenly court emerging in accordance with the grand design, prepared for Jieyin and Dong Huang. Thus, upon sensing the manifestation at Bujo Mountain, he did not feel compelled to investigate further. If a spiritual treasure were to appear, it would be worth a look for a chance to obtain it. However, the emergence of the heavenly court was a matter destined for Jieyin and Dong Huang, not for others. While those of higher cultivation paid little heed to this phenomenon, some lesser cultivators, driven by curiosity, ventured to witness it, attracting a number of powerful beings in the process. After sensing this fortuitous opportunity, Jieyin and Dong Huang hastily flew towards Bujo Mountain, unleashing the true fire of the sun. From afar, two colossal golden crows could be seen, enveloped in the sun's true fire, racing towards Bujo Mountain. The sight of Dong Huang and Jieyin intimidated several lesser cultivators along their path. These two quasi-saints were not to be trifled with. Before long, Jieyin and Dong Huang arrived at the summit of Bujo Mountain, following the radiance emitted by the phenomenon. What unfolded before their eyes was an entirely new realm. Comprising 33 layers, the grand hall stood majestically before them, shrouded in clouds, appearing both veiled and ethereal. The hall was adorned with intricate Tao patterns that radiated a resplendent light, adding an air of mystery to the entire structure. Heavenly Court! Upon entering this realm, Jieyin and Dong Huang quickly realized they had discovered the stronghold of the demon clan they had long sought. Brother, this place has ample space. The IT is splendid. Rich in spiritual energy, a veritable treasure land, perfectly suited to serve as our demon clan stronghold. Dong Huang exclaimed excitedly. His expression brimming with joy, he burst into laughter, affirming, indeed, this location is meant for our demon clan. Jieyin, equally elated, felt a profound sense of belonging as he arrived. Brother, time is of the essence. We must swiftly relocate our demon clan here. Dong Huang urged Di Jun, as their clan was scattered across the wilderness and lacked unity. With the emergence of this location, Dong Huang was eager to act. Agreed that we must announce this without delay. Di Jun concurred, recognizing the urgency of relocating their clan. Subsequently, Di Jun and Dong Huang issued commands to the 9 great demon kings to lead their subordinates into the heavenly court. Due to the long-standing conflict between the Wu and demon clans, the relocation was executed discreetly, avoiding any significant disturbance. After several months, the demon clan had largely settled in the heavenly court, with only a portion remaining in Biming. Besides that, there were few demons left in the wilderness. During the migration, despite their stealth, the Wu clan could not be completely oblivious to the movements of the demons. However, even upon discovery, the Wu clan chose not to intervene. For them, the demons relocating to a new territory was beneficial in the grand scheme of things. At this moment, Di Jiang sought out Ho Tu to inquire about the matter. Ho Tu, what are your thoughts on the demons' relocation? Di Jiang asked. He had consulted other ancestors, and their responses were largely similar, leading him to conclude it was not a favorable development. I cannot say for certain. However, the demons moving to another location appears to be advantageous for us. Ho Tu replied, noting that the current circumstances seemed favorable for the Wu clan. She disliked conflict, and with the demons departing from the wilderness, the potential for strife would diminish, making the Wu clan easier to manage. Indeed, Di Jiang acknowledged, the absence of the demon clan from the wilderness was indeed beneficial for the Wu clan. Yet he also recognized another point. The demons' relocation could facilitate their growth, which posed a concern for the Wu clan. As the leader of the 12 ancestors, Di Jiang pondered these implications more deeply. Let us proceed step by step, Ho Tu suggested, expressing her keen interest in the affairs of the Wu clan. With the demons' migration underway, she weighed both the advantages and disadvantages, yet the current situation left her uncertain about how to proceed. Within the heavenly court, in the Lingxiao Hall, Di Jun, Dong Huang, and the various prominent demon lords convened to deliberate. Although the heavenly court had gathered a substantial portion of the demon clan, Di Jun felt that something was still lacking. Unable to discern what it was, he summoned the demon kings to collectively address his concerns. Seated upon the dragon throne, Di Jun addressed the assembly. The current state of our demon clan is a testament to everyone's efforts. We occupy the heavenly court, enjoying both temporal and spatial advantages. One day, the Wu clan shall surely prove no match for us. The crowd responded with expressions of delight, acknowledging the truth in Di Jun's words. The situation within the heavenly court was indeed as he described. It was flourishing and expanding. With no presence of the Wu clan and abundant spiritual energy, it was an ideal environment for the demon clan to thrive. Accordingly, the prospect of surpassing the Wu clan seemed imminent to the gathered demons. Brother, Dong Huang interjected. Now that our demon clan has fully migrated to the heavenly court, it is the perfect moment to proclaim our presence to the wilderness, with 90% of the demon clan now residing in the heavenly court. Only a small fraction remained in the wilderness, that he believed it was time to announce their arrival to the world. What do the rest of you think? Di Jun asked the other demon kings. Eager to hear their opinions on this matter, as the leader of the demon clan, he valued the insights of his peers in decision-making. Indeed, the establishment of the demon clan is a fitting declaration to the wilderness. That is feasible. The 9 great demon kings expressed their agreement, finding the proposal commendable. Thus, it was decided they would announce the establishment of the demon clan to the wilderness. Di Jun smiled and said, although the demon clan is currently gathered in one place, the name of the demon clan has not been officially proclaimed in the vast wilderness. With a unanimous decision, Di Jun immediately set his plans into motion. He issued commands for all members of the demon clan to cease their current activities and prepare to announce their presence in the wilderness. Days later, Di Jun and Dong Huang, leading a multitude of demons, arrived before the Ling Xiao Palace and proclaimed, Heavenly Tao, hear my words. Today I, Di Jun, lead billions of demons to declare our existence in the wilderness. Demons, arise. As soon as the words left his lips, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, signifying agreement with Di Jun's declaration. Following this, a shower of merit descended from skies, enveloping Di Jun, Dong Huang, and the others in a golden aura. With the infusion of merit, Both Jun and Tai reached the pinnacle of the early quasi-saint realm, nearly attaining the mid-level. Furthermore, the 9 great demon kings also received merit, elevating their cultivation to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Countless demon soldiers experienced a significant enhancement in their strength. The establishment of the demon clan and the bestowal of merit sparked envy among the innate beings of the wilderness. Meanwhile, the opposing Wu clan, led by Jiang and the 12 ancestral witches, gathered in the ancestral witch hall to discuss the matter. What scheme are the demons concocting? Zhu Rong exclaimed, gazing toward the heavenly court, although he was unaware of the specifics of the demons' actions. His disdain for anything related to them was palpable. In my opinion, the ancestral, which Gong interjected, we should launch a direct assault on the heavenly court to teach the demons a lesson. His temperament mirrored that of Zhu Rong, fiery and impulsive. Observing the demon's audacious move, Ho Tu suggested, why don't we, the Wu clan, also declare our existence in the wilderness? If they can do it, so can we. With the demon clan's burgeoning strength, she felt it was imperative for the Wu clan to make a similar declaration. That is feasible. Does anyone have any objections? Speak now, and we shall discuss, Jiang stated, knowing that any decision made would require unanimous consent from the ancestral witches. The assembly nodded in agreement. Even Zhu Rong, who, despite his simplistic thinking, recognized the potential benefits of Ho Tu's proposal for the Wu clan. Seeing no dissent, Jiang and the 12 ancestral witches mirrored the demons by proclaiming the Wu clan's existence in the wilderness. The outcome was similar to that of the demons, as merit descended upon them, further fortifying their physical forms. Though they lacked a primordial spirit, the merit served as a universal remedy, enhancing the ancestral witches' corporeal strength to a new level. The establishment of both the demon and Wu clans became a widely known phenomenon across the wilderness. Any sentient being was aware of this event. In the West, the figures of Jieyin and Zhunti gazed enviously at the merit descending from the heavenly Tao. Brother, when will we also receive such merit? Zhunti lamented, envious of the rewards bestowed upon the Wu and demon clans while they remained barren in the West. Alas, Jieyin sighed, merit is not given freely by the heavenly Tao. He too desired it, but understood that such rewards were not easily obtained. After some discussion, both retreated into seclusion, recognizing that their primary focus should be on enhancing their own strength. Meanwhile, the great roc, soaring through the skies, had been traversing the wilderness for 1,000 years. During this time, its mindset and various attributes had evolved. As it journeyed across the wilderness, it encountered numerous challenges. With a newfound temperament, it acted cautiously and refrained from boasting. Throughout its travels, the roc faced perilous situations, affirming that the wilderness was indeed fraught with danger. This journey has been immensely rewarding. It mused while in flight. In the past, while residing in the North Sea Palace, it had not fully grasped the dangers of the wilderness. Though aware of them, it had never truly experienced such threats. Experiencing is different from mere contemplation. The idealism of thought contrasts sharply with the harshness of reality. The roc's journey served as a testament to this truth. Moreover, throughout its trials, it refrained from mentioning its master, seeking to rely solely on its own capabilities. While it knew its master was powerful and could offer protection, invoking their name might invite unnecessary complications. The roc understood that while one might receive temporary protection, it could not be relied upon indefinitely. In the realm of the unknown, one must depend on oneself. If everything were to hinge on its master, personal growth would be stunted. Trials forge growth, and this is a necessary experience. Following the establishment of the demon clan, the 9 great demon kings were directly conferred the title of the 9 great demon saints. Their status now ranked just below Jun and Donghuang, but above billions of demons at that moment. Within the 33 layers of heaven, the 9 great demon saints convened to discuss matters. Although the overall strength of the demon clan had increased, Jun perceived it was insufficient, especially with the formidable Wu clan in existence. To surpass them, the demon clan's power must expand. My esteemed colleagues. Jun began, his voice calm, yet commanding, I have summoned you today to address a singular matter. How can we swiftly enlarge the influence of our demon clan? His imperial aura radiated around him. asserting his dominance. Currently, the majority of the demon clan resided within the heavenly court, with the exception of the Kunpeng from the North Sea. After contemplation, the demon Saint Gui Che proposed, "I have pondered this matter. Since most of our kin are within the heavenly court, our only option for rapid expansion is to recruit the demons of the North Sea." Upon hearing Kunpeng, Dong Huang Tai interjected, "Elder brother, I have a plan. Our demon forces are currently robust, and this is the opportune moment to strike the North Sea. If we can bring Kunpeng into the heavenly court, our clan's power will ascend to new heights." Dong Huang had long desired to take action against the North Sea, so naturally, he would bring it up during discussions of expansion. Indeed, Kunpeng resides in the North Sea, and he is one of us. If we can persuade him to join, it would indeed benefit our clan greatly. However, Kunpeng is a formidable quasi-saint. Should we attempt to recruit him? If he agrees, then all is well, that if he refuses, it could lead to a fierce battle. Furthermore, there is another clan more suitable for recruitment. Jieyin spoke up, but he recognized that while Kunpeng's allegiance would significantly bolster the demon clan, the possibility of him joining was uncertain, that if he were unwilling, his formidable strength would likely result in a fierce confrontation, making such an endeavor ill-timed. "Oh, pray tell," Jun inquired, intrigued by Jieyi's words. Given the current necessity for expansion, he had considered the demons of the North Sea, but felt the timing was not right. "The Dragon Clan," Jieyin spoke up. He had entertained this thought long before. However, at that time, the demon clan was not as powerful as it is now. Today, with the celestial court's might, even the Dragon Clan could be subdued. The Dragon Clan? Jun mused quietly. He had contemplated the Dragon Clan as well. Nevertheless, the Dragon Clan was once the sovereign during the era of the three clans. Even though it has now fallen and retreated to the four seas, it likely still possesses formidable beings. Your Majesty, rest assured, although the Dragon Clan was powerful during the era of the three clans, they are no longer what they used to be. They have since declined. Even if there are still mighty beings among them, with our current strength, what is there to fear? Jieyin seemed to perceive Jun's concerns and continued, fully aware that the Dragon Clan had formidable warriors. Yet the ancestral dragon had long been imprisoned. Even in the unlikely event that there are powerful beings in place, given the current situation of the demon clan, there was no need for fear. "Good, Jieyin. Your idea is commendable," Jun exclaimed with delight, as he had harbored some worries before. However, upon Jieyi's words, he instantly awakened to the reasoning. Although the Dragon Clan possesses formidable beings, the ancestral dragon is already confined. Coupled with the current strength of the demon clan, even if the Dragon Clan retains some powerful warriors, there is nothing to fear. Today, should the demon clan join forces with the Dragon Clan, their power would undoubtedly surge. Who among you will venture to reclaim the Dragon Clan from the four seas? Jun declared, having now established himself as the sovereign of the celestial court. His esteemed status rendered it beneath him to personally lead an expedition against a fallen Dragon Clan. "Elder brother, I shall go. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee success." Dong Huang Tai spoke up, his inherently combative nature making him eager for this task. "Very well, second brother. You shall go, lead the demon clan, and set forth to the Dragon Clan at once." Jun acquiesced to Dong Huang's request. The extent of the Dragon Clan's foundation remains somewhat unclear. Sending Dong Huang, who possesses quasi-saint strength and wields the chaos bell, would ensure that even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he could retreat unscathed. Once the decision was made, Jun dismissed the assembly. After Dong Huang Tai exited the Lingxiao Palace, he prepared to embark on his journey. Boom! In the heavens, a vast array of demon soldiers emerged, filling the sky with dark clouds. Lines of demon warriors now occupied the space between the clouds, their presence imposing. Leading them was Dong Huang Tai, wielding the chaos bell, exuding an aura of immense dread. Countless beings across the Hongyun continent sensed this. The demon clan's expedition, particularly with Dong Huang Tai personally taking action, was a rare sight. The purpose of the demon clan was clear, their momentum formidable. As the Dragon Clan, they naturally felt this disturbance. Upon learning of the situation, Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, swiftly rallied his kin and appeared above the East Sea, following his lead. The other three Sea Dragon Kings, sensing danger to their clan, hastened to join him. Ao Qin of the South Sea, Ao Run of the West Sea, and Ao Shun of the North Sea. The Dragon Clan, dispersed across the four seas, regarded the East Sea as their base, with Ao Guang as their elder brother. With the East Sea in peril, the other three seas could not simply stand by. Ao Guang. We, the Demon Clan, align with the heavenly forces. Do you wish to submit to the celestial court? Dong Huangtai, he looked down upon the East Sea Dragon King, his aura radiating power. The mere diffusion of his energy caused mountains to crumble around them. Eastern Sovereign. We of the Dragon Clan have already retreated to the four seas, detached from worldly affairs that we do not wish to partake in the conflicts of Hong Huang. Ao Guang, suppressing his rising ire, addressed Dong Huang. As the East Sea Dragon King, he represented the Dragon Clan. Being addressed thus weighed heavily on his heart, yet he understood that, given the opposing party's quasi-saint strength and his own pinnacle of Deluo Jinxian, he was no match and could only respond with such diplomacy. Ao Guang, do you truly believe you're still the Dragon Clan of the era of the three clans? Dong Huang scoffed, his demeanor darkening immediately. The chaos bell in his hand swayed precariously, poised for attack. Had it not been for Di Jun's prior admonition to avoid conflict if the Dragon Clan was reasonable, Dong Huang's temper would have seen him strike Ao Guang the moment he finished speaking. After all, Dong Huang Taiyi's volatile temperament was not to be trifled with, alone with his bell. He was nearly invincible in terms of realm in the East Sea. The Demon Clan set their sights on the Dragon Clan. Observing from afar, various cultivators began to speculate about this unfolding scene. Faced with the Demon Clan's intimidation, how would the Dragon Clan respond? Do you think the Dragon Clan will yield to the Celestial Court? I doubt it. After all, the Dragon Clan was once the sovereign during the era of the three clans. Even in decline, I believe they would not easily submit. The four Sea Dragon Kings possess only Deluo Jinxian strength, while Dong Huang is a quasi-saint. If they refuse to yield, a battle seems inevitable. Many cultivators analyzed the situation with a sense of morbid curiosity. Despite the Demon Clan's grand display, no one wished to become embroiled in the conflict. They merely observed, detached from the fray. This is a common state of affairs in Hong Huang. When no immediate benefit is at stake, everyone tends to remain uninvolved as for the outcome. To those watching, it was merely a result, and they cared little for the details. The Demon Clan has gone too far. Although we of the Dragon Clan have fallen, we will not allow ourselves to be bullied so easily that if you wish for our submission today, then let it be war. Ao Guan declared loudly. Recognizing that there was no turning back, he shed his restraint, his aura surging dramatically, ready to engage. Indeed, if it must come to blows, let it be so. Enough of your prattle. The other three Dragon Kings responded in unison, their own spirits mirroring Ao Guang's, prepared for battle. Even though they were merely Deluo Jinxian, they exhibited no fear in the face of a quasi-saint. Very well, very well. You possess such spirit. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Dong Huangtai, he spoke coldly. He had not engaged in battle for quite some time, and the Dragon Clan's current stance suited his inclinations perfectly. Kill. With a single command from Dong Huang, an endless tide of demon soldiers surged from the void, charging towards the Dragon Clan. In the blink of an eye, they clashed with the Dragon Army. Although the number of demon soldiers was vast, the Dragon Clan's foundation was profound, and their numbers were not insignificant. Dong Huang Tai, he no longer held back, directly summoning the Chaos Bell. Clang. A resounding bell tolled, shaking the heavens and earth, releasing a terrifying aura. Wherever the sound traveled, mountains were obliterated. The void reverberated ominously, as if on the verge of rupture. Even the very fabric of the East Sea trembled violently. The waters surged, and the ground quaked. I shall witness the true might of the Chaos Bell. Ao Guang and the other three Dragon Kings, upon seeing the impending attack from the Chaos Bell, did not dare to relax their guard. Each wielding spiritual treasures, they unleashed their supreme magical powers. Boundless spiritual energy coalesced, and behind them, for dragon silhouettes appeared, radiating brilliant light. Roar. The four dragon roars echoed, reverberating throughout the East Sea. The dragon figures behind Ao Guang and the others hovered for a brief moment in the void before swiftly charging towards the assault of the Chaos Bell. Boom! At the moment of impact, the shadow of the dragon was shattered, and the void was torn asunder, scattering countless fragments. Below, the sea surged tumultuously, raising colossal waves that towered thousands of fathoms high. Following the strike, Ao Guang and the other three retreated 1,000,000 miles away. In the face of the quasi-saints' assault, they were fortunate that the protective dragon scale shielded them, preventing them from suffering grievous injuries from Dong Huang's blow. They merely sustained superficial wounds that a myriad of cultivators gazed in awe at the devastating power of Dong Huang Tai's Chaos Bell. With a single strike, it had sent the 4-sea dragon kings hurtling away, making everyone acutely aware of the quasi-saints' might and the terror of the Chaos Bell. The unparalleled defensive capabilities of the Chaos Bell were known only through hearsay, as most powerful beings had never witnessed its true power. Today's battle left them profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, a fierce conflict raged between the demon soldiers and the dragon clan. With their overwhelming numbers, the demon race held an advantage, yet the situation was dire, resulting in heavy casualties. The battlefield was strewn with the fallen, and the sea was stained crimson with blood. Boom! After sending the 4-sea dragon kings flying, Dong Huang Tai was enveloped in the true fire of the sun. He wielded the Chaos Bell and struck towards the 4-sea dragon kings 1 against 4. From a distance, one could only perceive 5 beams of light colliding. Each clash reverberated with a thunderous impact and the sound of the void fracturing. Wielding the Chaos Bell and embodying the strength of a quasi-saint, it took only a few exchanges before the 4-sea dragon kings were brought low. Fortunately, Dong Huang had not delivered a fatal blow. Otherwise, these 4 Deluo golden immortals would have undoubtedly perished under the full force of Dong Huang's might. Elder brother, what shall we do? Dong Huang Tai is a quasi-saint, and the Chaos Bell in his hand is exceedingly formidable. Ao Qin spoke up, defeated yet devoid of fear in his gaze, prepared for the possibility of death. Alas, Ao Guang lamented, if only the ancestor could emerge. How could we allow a Dong Huang to run rampant among our dragon clan? His heart was filled with countless regrets. The formidable beings of the dragon clan were absent, leaving them in such a dire predicament. He felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness, yet his eyes were filled with resignation. Facing a quasi-saint without external aid, no one, save for the ancestor, could stand against Dong Huang. Furthermore, their ancestor had long been imprisoned and could not possibly come to their aid, even in this grave crisis. By the way, 4th brother, did you not mention that Bei Ming had befriended a powerful figure? Ao Guang inquired, recalling what Ao Shun had said. In light of their current peril, he thought of that individual. Indeed, Ao Shun replied, I shall send someone to notify him immediately. The Lord of Bei Ming had promised to lend a hand during our dragon clan's time of need. I shall dispatch someone at once. Ao Shun spoke, realizing that the attack from Dong Huang had come too suddenly, leaving him no time to contemplate. Had he not spoken, he might have overlooked it entirely. In his view, Kunpeng was also a quasi-saint. Given the severity of the dragon clan situation, his arrival would undoubtedly provide salvation. With that thought, Ao Shun utilized the dragon clan's secret method to send a message to his people, instructing them to rush to Bei Ming without delay. What are you four murmuring about? Will you submit or not? The demon race is aligned with the will of heaven. Why do you still not comprehend? Dong Huang Tai appeared before Ao Guang and the others. A mocking smile gracing his lips, his tone laced with arrogance, he refrained from attacking further, instead opting for a patient discourse. Dong Huang, our dragon clan has no desire to join the heavenly court. Why must you press us so relentlessly? Ao Guang responded, as someone had already gone to summon aid. Their current task was to stall Dong Huang until help arrived. Humph, Ao Guang. Dong Huang scoffed, I've been quite patient. Do not refuse a toast, and instead force down a punishment drink. With a cold snort, he swiftly lost his patience. Having already spoken so plainly, he was incensed to see them remain obstinate. A murderous intent flickering in his eyes, Jieyin had warned him that it was best not to kill, but if the dragon clan insisted on resistance, he would not hesitate to do so. Faced with Dong Huang's wrath, Ao Guang and the others exchanged glances, steeling themselves for the inevitable. With great sweeping gestures, they began to chant incantations to Ha. As their voices resonated, Ao Guang's aura surged dramatically in that instant. The other three merged their powers into him, activating the Dragon Clan's secret technique, elevating Ao Guang to quasi-saint strength to a quasi-saint. Is it? Dong Huangtai remarked. How intriguing. Let us see how long you can endure. He regarded Ao Guang with no hint of trepidation, dismissing the notion that this hastily augmented quasi-saint could truly compare to one of pure lineage. Boom! With a flick of the chaos bell. The very fabric of this realm was ensnared. A terrifying energy materialized, hurtling towards Ao Guang with the speed of light. Roar! Ao Guang transformed into his true form, a golden dragon soaring into the void. Charging directly at the impending assault of the Chaos Bell, he moved swiftly, matching the velocity of the bell's attack. Rumble! The collision reverberated, shaking the heavens and earth, unleashing a torrent of brilliant light that enveloped the entirety of the Eastern Sea. The impact of the Chaos Bell transformed into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the ether. Ao Guang was sent reeling backward. Although he had managed to withstand the blow, his expression was far from favorable. Despite being a quasi-saint, his strength stemmed from a secret technique. Confronting Dong Huang, who wielded the Chaos Bell, he could only hope to delay rather than defeat him. Elder brother, are you all right? The North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun inquired, noting the pallor on Ao Guang's face, which revealed that he was clearly outmatched. That I am fine. I can hold him off for a while longer, Ao Guang signaled, acknowledging their lack of alternatives. They had no path of retreat and could only press on. Let us see how long you can endure. Dong Huang's voice rang out as he launched another offensive. With the Chaos Bell in hand, he swiftly appeared before Ao Guang, raising the bell to strike once more. Boom! The speed was overwhelming. Ao Guang was caught off guard and struck by the Chaos Bell's attack, crashing into the earth and creating a bottomless pit. In the next moment, a colossal dragon ascended from the depths of the pit, transforming into a gargantuan form that loomed over Dong Huang. Its immense claws blotted out the sun as they swiftly descended upon him. Dong. Seeing this, Dong Huang immediately shielded himself with the Chaos Bell, bracing against the dragon's claws. And no matter how fiercely Ao Guang attacked, he could not breach the defenses of the Chaos Bell. Its unparalleled offensive and defensive capabilities were formidable, rendering it nearly impregnable. Upon learning that the demon race was assaulting the Dragon Clan, the ancestral Wuzhurong looked on with disdain, remarking towards the direction of the Eastern Sea, "This demon race only knows how to bully the weak and shy away from the strong." In his perspective, the demon race merely revels in bullying the weak, that he secretly contemplated that should they dare to assault his witch clan, they would surely face dire consequences. Although the 12 ancestors of the witches were aware of the situation, they only paid it scant attention. Even though they possessed the strength to contend with the demons, they would not involve themselves in matters that did not pertain to them, in the desolate wilderness. They would disregard anything that did not serve their interests, including the witch clan's mortal enemies, the demon race. Unlike others, the witches would openly denounce the demon's behavior as disgraceful, yet that was the extent of their response. Meanwhile, in the northern abyss, Aoshuan's envoy, after a strenuous journey, finally arrived at their destination. Upon arrival, they were received by Bai Zhe. Having made prior arrangements, he did not obstruct them, but led them before Kunpeng. Within the grand hall, upon sighting Kunpeng, the envoy from the Dragon Clan knelt and implored, "I beseech you, immortal sovereign, save my Dragon Clan." His voice was urgent, revealing a profound sense of desperation. "Rise and speak." Kunpeng gestured, lifting the kneeling figure. Internally, he was taken aback. Save the Dragon Clan? In the current desolation, few had the audacity to provoke the Dragon Clan. This situation aroused his suspicions. Bai Zhe, standing nearby, shared a similar sentiment. Aware that although the Dragon Clan had fallen, they were not to be trifled with. That it is the demon race. The Dragon Clan envoy began, recounting the events as the Heavenly Court suddenly dispatched forces to the Eastern Sea, led personally by Dong Huangtai. "Dong Huangtai," Bai Zhe exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. At the mention of the demon race, his earlier doubts dissipated. although the dragon clan had declined, if it was indeed the demons who acted. Given their current strength, it was entirely plausible. After all, their power had surged dramatically since their establishment in the Heavenly Court, a fact well known to all. The Heavenly Court? Kunpeng pondered, recognizing how the Heavenly Court had emerged in response to the tides of fate, allowing the demon race to flourish. Presently, the demon race possessed the capability to launch an offensive against the Dragon Clan. What surprised him was how recently the Heavenly Court had been established. And yet their ambitions to annex the Dragon Clan were so overt. Very well. Kunpeng sighed. He had previously made an arrangement with the Dragon King Hongjun of the Northern Sea, agreeing to assist if the Dragon Clan faced peril. The envoy's arrival suggested he sought aid due to this pact. Must we intervene? Baizhe inquired, knowing that Kunpeng had the strength to involve himself. However, abstaining from action would merely be a matter of stating that it was not the Northern Abyss's concern, especially given the present might of the Heavenly Court, which boasted 2 quasi-saint powers and formidable overall strength. To intervene would be tantamount to declaring war against the Heavenly Court. It matters not. Kunpeng replied, fully understanding Baizhe's thoughts. Yet, as the Lord of the Northern Abyss, he could not afford to be untrustworthy. Otherwise, how would others perceive him? Moreover, he sensed that this time it was the Dragon Clan under threat. But next time, it could very well be the Northern Abyss. This opportunity would allow him to gauge the current might of the Heavenly Court. Baizhe chose not to argue further. He was acutely aware of his leader's resolve, which was unlikely to change. I am willing to accompany you, Baizhe proposed, confident that, as a great Luo golden immortal, he could be of assistance. Baizhe, you shall remain in the Northern Abyss Palace. Kunpeng commanded. Dongwang Tai was a quasi-saint. Baizhe's presence would bear little weight. Kunpeng deemed it sufficient to go alone. Wonderful. The Dragon Clan shall be saved. The envoy from the Dragon Clan rejoiced upon hearing Kunpeng's words. Thus, the threat facing the Dragon Clan seemed to hold a glimmer of hope for resolution. The expression of anxiety that had marked their faces moments before was now replaced with elation, as a heavy burden was lifted from their hearts. After briefly outlining a few matters, Kunpeng departed with the Dragon Envoy, swiftly leaving the Northern Abyss Point. 2 streaks of light shot skyward, heading straight for the Eastern Sea. Simultaneously, the battle in the Eastern Sea remained fierce and brutal. Although Aowang was a quasi-saint, his strength had waned severely due to the secret methods he employed, leaving him gravely injured and unable to match Dongwang Tai. Aowang, Dongwang Tai called out once more. Will your Dragon Clan join the Heavenly Court? He appeared before Aowang and the other 3, his patience wearing thin. With a murderous intent brewing within him, he declared that joining would ensure their survival. Otherwise, they would face annihilation. Our Dragon Clan seeks only to retreat to the 4 seas, caring little for the affairs of the wilderness, Aowang replied, his resolve firm as he prepared for battle. Although the Dragon Clan had fallen, their demeanor remained resolute, with none showing fear of death, all standing their ground. As the Dragon Clan faced defeat, onlookers among the cultivators murmured among themselves, "The Dragon Clan is doomed." Alas, many lamented, observing the plight of the Dragon Clan. They were all too aware of the Dragon Clan's former dominance, and the current state of affairs evoked a sense of regret among many. Very well. Since you were so obstinate, do not blame me. Dongwang Tai thought grimly as he activated the Chaos Bell, unleashing waves of power directed at the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Boom! A loud crash echoed as a figure materialized before the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. With a wave of his hand, he countered the Chaotic Bell's assault, dissipating its attack. The appearance of this figure left many astonished, particularly the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Who is this? Be cautious, Aowang exclaimed, a mix of surprise and concern for the figure's safety, recognizing the formidable opponent that Dongwang Tai presented. Immortal Sovereign, the Dragon Clan rejoiced, recognizing the newcomer as Kunpeng. Thank you, Immortal Sovereign. Aowang, the leader of the 4 Seas, expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, his heart soaring with joy. With a quasi-saint now involved, they stood a chance against Dongwang Tai. The onlooking cultivators were utterly taken aback by Kunpeng's intervention. Kunpeng, why has he chosen to act? I believed he had no ties to the Dragon Clan. Given Kunpeng's dominion over the northern abyss, some interaction with the dragon clan seemed entirely reasonable. Now, with two quasi-saint powers in play, the question lingered as to who was the stronger. The gathered cultivators were left in a state of shock. Despite Kunpeng's status as a quasi-saint, they had not anticipated his involvement, given his previous lack of engagement with the dragon clan. "Kunpeng, my friend, what is your intent?" Dong Huangtai suppressed his fury and inquired. Astonished that Kunpeng would involve himself in what he deemed a matter concerning the dragon clan and the heavenly court. "Dong Huang, my friend," Kunpeng replied, "I implore the heavenly court to cease hostilities today and grant peace to the countless souls of the Eastern Sea." Kunpeng spoke, his demeanor composed as he gazed upon the Eastern Emperor Tai. The heavens and the dragon clan were embroiled in conflict, and while the injuries of both factions were noteworthy, it was the myriad beings of the East Sea who bore the brunt of the calamity. "Friend Kunpeng," Eastern Emperor Tai began, his tone laced with a hint of coldness, "this matter concerns the heavens and the dragon clan. Should you truly wish to involve yourself, do not blame me for being impolite." It was clear that persuading him to withdraw was a futile endeavor. His aura had already erupted. "Very well," Kunpeng conceded, recognizing the lack of room for negotiation and the urgency of the situation. A confrontation was inevitable. Although Eastern Emperor Tai was a quasi-saint with the Chaos Bell in his possession, Kunpeng was also a Hongyun golden immortal, with an array of hidden strengths at his disposal. He was unafraid to engage in battle with the Eastern Emperor. "Humph! With that, let the battle commence," Eastern Emperor Tai bellowed, unleashing his aura toward Kunpeng. In response, Kunpeng wielded an invisible force, effortlessly neutralizing the oncoming attack. The clash between quasi-saint powers was imminent. This time, Eastern Emperor Tai intended to hold nothing back against the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, whose strength rivaled that of the great Luo Golden Immortals. Given his past grievances against Kunpeng and the ongoing strife between the Dragon Clan and the Heavens, he was ready to unleash his full fury. With a flick of his thought, Eastern Emperor Tai conjured a sea of flames behind him, radiating an intense heat that unsettled many. Observing this, several onlooking cultivators quickly summoned their spiritual treasures to shield themselves from the searing heat. Indeed, this was the true fire of the sun. Kunpeng marveled at the flames before him. It was said that the sun's true fire consumed all, and its manifestation today surpassed his expectations. The sun's flames could incinerate all things, a fire of utmost yang. Kunpeng had formulated a strategy to counter this blaze. He stood upon the 12-petal world-extinguishing white lotus, enveloped in the lotus's radiant light. He felt no hint of the sun's fierce heat. Though the 12-petal world-extinguishing white lotus was designed to combat the most sinister entities, its defensive capabilities were formidable in the hands of a Hongyun golden immortal. Even the power of the sun's flames struggled to breach its defenses as he grasped the merit-measuring ruler and stood upon the 12-petal pure world lotus. Many cultivators without treasures looked on enviously. Guang and his companions were equally impressed by Kunpeng's prowess, marveling at his possession of two supreme treasures, an enviable feat that few could match in their midst. "I shall see whether you are more formidable or I," Eastern Emperor Tai thought, excitement coursing through him as he gazed at Kunpeng's treasures. He was a naturally combative spirit, and today, facing Kunpeng, he could indulge his battle lust. "Go!" With Eastern Emperor Tai's command, the sun's true fire surged into action. The flames cascaded from the sky like a deluge, rushing toward Kunpeng. Wherever the flames passed, the void was rent asunder. The sun's true fire was dominantly fierce, exuding a momentum that seemed to eclipse even Kunpeng's own. Standing resolute, Kunpeng remained unmoved as the 12-petal world-extinguishing white lotus blossomed with dazzling light, enveloping the entire surface of the East Sea. The dragon and demon clans below could see nothing but a blinding expanse of radiance. The sound of the sun's true fire shattering the void around Kunpeng echoed clearly. Everything in his vicinity was obliterated, yet he remained unscathed amidst the chaos. "Suppress!" Eastern Emperor Tai roared, slapping the chaos bell with his hand. A resounding chime reverberated through the heavens and earth, followed by a golden stream of light that spread across thousands of miles in mere seconds. This attack showcased the true might of the chaos bell. Even a slight exertion was enough to create earth-shattering consequences. Previously, in his encounter with Ao Guang and others, Eastern Emperor Tai had not unleashed his full potential, nor the true power of the Chaos Bell. Many felt their primordial spirits tremble at the sound of the bell, expressions contorted in agony as the chimes caused profound distress. Some less adept cultivators suffered severe injuries from the bell's resonance. The relentless tolling echoed, unsettling countless beings to the brink of despair. The innate treasure displayed its unmatched power, rendering it invincible. Witnessing this, Kunpeng immediately summoned his power, wielding the merit-measuring ruler as his aura began to swell. A luminous barrier enveloped him, effectively countering the sonic assault of the Chaos Bell. After withstanding this blow, Kunpeng swiftly retaliated. The merit-measuring ruler emanated a palpable killing intent, instilling fear in the hearts of all surrounding beings. Boom! Kunpeng unleashed a red divine light with the merit-measuring ruler. Though composed of condensed spiritual energy, it bore no distinction from physical force. Its divine might seem poised to annihilate the very fabric of existence, unsettling all in its wake. The world appeared ready to be pierced by this singular strike. Whoosh! The divine light surged forth with astonishing speed, leaving behind trails of crimson illumination that lingered in the void. The attack hurtled toward Eastern Emperor Tai, its terrifying essence causing him to furrow his brow in apprehension. The speed was so prodigious that he could hardly muster a response as the divine light closed in. Eastern Emperor Tai hastily interposed the Chaos Bell before him. Bang! The divine light struck the Chaos Bell, producing a series of resonant sounds that reverberated outward. After a considerable interval, the force of the merit-measuring ruler's attack dissipated. Yet Eastern Emperor Tai was sent sprawling millions of miles away, vanishing from sight. What? The Chaos Bell could not withstand the attack from the merit-measuring ruler. The power of the merit-measuring ruler is astonishing. No, the defenses of the Chaos Bell cannot be so easily breached. Look at Eastern Emperor Tai. While Eastern Emperor Tai was indeed pushed back, the defenses of the Chaos Bell remained intact, and he himself sustained no injury, merely being repelled. Nevertheless, this display left many in shock. Such power was truly formidable. Eastern Emperor Tai felt a surge of dissatisfaction. As a quasi-saint wielding an innate treasure, he had been forced back by Kunpeng, with the stakes so high. Concerning the future of the demon race, he resolved firmly that he could not afford to lose. Roar! Eastern Emperor Tai bellowed, his aura erupting violently as shock waves rippled outward. As his power intensified, his form expanded, casting an enormous shadow over the East Sea. This was the full manifestation of Eastern Emperor Tai's strength, unleashed in its entirety, radiating a terrifying presence. The might of a quasi-saint instilled fear among all beings. The complete power of a quasi-saint was an overwhelmingly fearsome force. Yet, despite the daunting strength of his opponent, Kunpeng remained undaunted. The Eastern Emperor was a quasi-saint, but he was a Hongyun golden immortal. In the instant when the opponent's power surged, the intentions of the adversary were laid bare. A desire for swift resolution, to conclude the battle with haste. Though the insight into the opponent's thoughts was clear, Kunpeng dared not be complacent, for the might of a quasi-saint was formidable beyond measure, demanding utmost vigilance. Grasping the measure of virtue, Kunpeng swiftly approached the Eastern Emperor, engaging in combat with fervor, despite the Eastern Emperor unleashing his most potent combat prowess. Kunpeng was fortified by the principles of light, granting him exceptional speed, rendering him difficult to strike. This battle proved to be a valuable experience for Kunpeng, as he had yet to fully utilize many of his techniques in the past. Now, facing a rival of similar caliber, he yearned to test his skills against the opponent. However, execution fell short, as he was unable to unleash his full potential. Only through action can the truth of all things be discerned. In the blink of an eye, Kunpeng had exchanged countless blows with the Eastern Emperor. Though he appeared diminutive before the Eastern Emperor, none dared to underestimate him. Each strike that Kunpeng unleashed was an unparalleled force. The terrifying clash between the two wreaked havoc upon the surrounding mountains for millions of miles, transforming the seas, rivers, and earth in cataclysmic upheaval. Meanwhile, as Kunpeng battled the Eastern Emperor, the Dragon Clan and the demon race in the heavenly court engaged in a fierce struggle. Especially after Kunpeng's arrival, the morale of the Dragon Clan surged, each member seemingly empowered beyond their previous limits. With the addition of the Four Seas Dragon Kings, the demon race began to reveal signs of disadvantage. Although Ao Guang and his companions had sustained injuries, they remained formidable figures of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. While they could not match the Eastern Emperor, they were more than capable of dealing with his subordinates among the demon race. On the land of the Eastern Sea, countless figures clashed in brutal combat on the other side. After exchanging over 100 rounds with the Eastern Emperor, Kunpeng sensed a weakening in the latter's aura. Though the Eastern Emperor had unleashed the full might of a quasi-saint, such power exacted a heavy toll on his mana. It was evident that he could not endure for much longer. Though Kunpeng also experienced fatigue, he was bolstered by the 12-petal pure world White Lotus, allowing him to maintain his strength. At this moment, his aura was not inferior to that of his opponent. After evading a strike from the Eastern Emperor, Kunpeng seized the opportunity presented by the brief pause and chanted, "Heaven's opening seal." As the words fell from his lips, he silently recited the incantation, gracefully gesturing with his hands. Boom! In an instant, the vast void was torn asunder, as if the apocalypse had descended. The Heaven's opening seal, a divine technique of the three styles of Heaven's opening, had been cultivated to its second form since Kunpeng had attained the realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal. In the heavens, an endless tide of chaotic energy surged forth, and Kunpeng's aura eclipsed that of the Eastern Emperor. The very fabric of space felt constricted, rendering the existence of time imperceptible to all beings. In this moment, time itself seemed to stand still, as a terrifying aura enveloped the hearts of all present. Even the Eastern Emperor, witnessing Kunpeng's divine technique, found his expression slightly altered for a fleeting moment. He feared whether his chaos bell would be shattered, a sensation he had never before experienced. The second form of the Heaven's opening technique unleashed by Kunpeng was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, a sense of fatigue washed over his mind. Though the second form could be executed by a primordial golden immortal, this divine technique was born from the insights gained during the Battle of Pangu against the 3,000 demon gods. Currently, Kunpeng only possessed the strength of an early-stage primordial golden immortal. While he could perform the technique, it required a significant expenditure of his spiritual energy, surpassing that of the first form. However, with the assistance of the White Lotus, this sensation posed little impact on Kunpeng. Soon after, he would swiftly recover. Boom! As Kunpeng's divine technique descended, the Eastern Emperor hastily summoned the Chaos Bell to shield himself. The might of Kunpeng's attack was overwhelming. Upon colliding with the Chaos Bell, a cacophony of grinding sounds erupted. Anyone who heard this sound found their hearts troubled, as it resonated with deafening intensity. Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to be obliterated. As a torrent of chaotic energy manifested, leaving no trace of intact mountains in sight, the defenses of the Chaos Bell were forcefully breached, and the Eastern Emperor was struck violently into the ground, creating a seemingly bottomless pit. Witnessing the divine technique shatter the defenses of the Chaos Bell, Kunpeng was taken aback, exclaiming, "Truly impressive." Even the formidable defenses of the Chaos Bell could not withstand the onslaught of the second form of Heaven's opening. When a great Luo Golden Immortal executed the first form, it was already formidable. Now, having ascended to the realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal, the power Kunpeng wielded exceeded even his own expectations. Those present were left utterly astonished. The defenses of the Chaos Bell had been breached? Am I seeing things? What divine technique did Kunpeng just unleash to possess such might? Indeed remarkable. The Eastern Emperor had been defeated in this clash. Kunpeng, my esteemed friend, is undeniably powerful, able to dominate even the Eastern Emperor. Many gazed in shock at this scene, and even Kunpeng himself marveled at the might of his divine technique. Others were equally astounded. For the Chaos Bell was renowned for its supreme defenses, wielded by a quasi-saint. This outcome was almost too incredulous to fathom. The Four Seas Dragon Kings looked upon Kunpeng with immense joy in their hearts. Based on the recent circumstances, it seemed Kunpeng had triumphed over the Eastern Emperor, thereby resolving the crisis facing the Dragon Clan. The Eastern Emperor swiftly retreated into the void, and the blood at the corner of his mouth clearly indicated he had sustained injuries. How could Kunpeng's previous divine technique be so potent as to breach my Chaos Bell's defenses? The Eastern Emperor himself was taken aback, for the Chaos Bell had always been his strongest trump card, one that had withstood many battles over the years without being compromised. Yet today, it had indeed been breached. Humph. Today's events will be remembered. The Eastern Emperor cast a cold glance at Kunpeng. Though he could continue to fight, he realized that persisting would only hinder his ability to subdue the Dragon Clan. Moreover, he harbored apprehensions regarding Kunpeng's strength. Retreating was the wisest course of action. Withdraw. With a disdainful huff, the Eastern Emperor led the demon army back into the heavens, departing towards the heavenly court. Watching the Eastern Emperor's retreat, Kunpeng remained composed, for the outcome of the day had been achieved. The heavenly court had retreated, as for what the demon race would do next. He held no concerns that in the primordial world, strength reigned supreme, as long as Kunpeng's power remained formidable. Even facing the entirety of the heavenly court, he would fear nothing. Thank you, immortal sovereign, for alleviating our Dragon Clan's crisis. Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, flew before Kunpeng and spoke. Had it not been for Kunpeng's intervention against the Heavenly Court's forces, the Four Seas Dragon Kings might not have survived this encounter, especially considering they faced a quasi-saint. The Eastern Emperor had initially refrained from delivering a fatal blow, hoping instead to compel their submission to the Heavenly Court. Without support, the consequences for the Dragon Clan were dire. It is of no consequence that I had previously assured Ao Shan that I would lend a hand if assistance was required. Kunpeng responded, although I have assisted the Dragon Clan this time, I too have gained significant insights during my duel with the Eastern Emperor. Through the crucible of battle, I have resolved several dilemmas on my path of cultivation. The clash benefits both sides, which is why in the primordial era, many beings seek out others for sparring and competition. Immortal Sovereign, you are a great benefactor to my Dragon Clan that I sincerely hope you will visit us. Allowing me to extend my hospitality, Ao Guang invited, recognizing that for Kunpeng, it was merely a matter of extending a hand. Yet for all of the Dragon Clan, it was a matter of life and death. Indeed, Immortal Sovereign, please come to our Dragon Clan, so that we may adequately express our gratitude. Ao Shun interjected, having previously mentioned Kunpeng's impending arrival. Today's invitation could not have been more opportune. Then I shall graciously accept, Kunpeng replied, not wishing to refuse, for he had long desired to visit the Dragon Clan. Although Biming lies within the Four Seas and is not far from the Dragon Clan, Kunpeng had previously had no interactions with them and could not venture forth recklessly. Today, however, presented the perfect opportunity to witness the state of the once dominant power of the three clans. Subsequently, Ao Guang led the members of the Dragon Clan away. Despite suffering significant losses in this battle, they were all recoverable, and the crisis had been averted. These losses were trivial in the grand scheme of things. The chaotic phenomena on the surface of the Eastern Sea had also dissipated, as the spiritual energy of the primordial era was abundantly sufficient to restore itself, provided that the destruction was not inflicted by a sage. After this battle, Kunpeng's reputation soared, and the inhabitants of the primordial realm came to recognize the formidable prowess of the Lord of Biming. Currently, he had breached both of the primordial realm's greatest defensive treasures. First, he had clashed with Laozi and shattered the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, astonishing countless onlookers. Today, he had also breached the defenses of the innate treasure. It is worth noting that few could penetrate the defenses of the Chaos Bell and the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda within the entirety of the primordial realm. Have you heard? The heavenly court seeks to subdue the Dragon Clan. Yet the Lord of Biming intervened and repelled the Demon Clan. I was present during that battle. The Lord of Biming possesses unmatched divine abilities and is exceedingly powerful. Many within the primordial realm were abuzz with this news. Some marveled at Kunpeng's audacity to meddle in the affairs of the heavenly court, which was no longer something an ordinary individual could provoke. His involvement in this matter would undoubtedly invite numerous complications. Conversely, others believed that Kunpeng's ability to intervene indicated he possessed sufficient strength to confront the heavenly court without fear. Although this expedition was part of the heavenly court's forces, the Eastern Emperor Tai faced off against Kunpeng and ultimately fell short. This battle allowed many to witness Kunpeng's strength firsthand. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace stood an enormous hall, resplendent in gold and radiating dazzling light. Precious orbs were embedded within its structure, lending an air of mystery. From a distance, one could behold the boundless ocean sparkling with brilliant golden hues, a reflection of the hall's brilliance. This hall served as the stronghold of the Dragon Clan, which had retreated to the Four Seas since the era of the Three Clans. The Eastern Sea Dragon King reigned supreme among the Four Seas. Seated within the hall, Kunpeng beheld the surroundings and the state of the Dragon Clan, unable to suppress his admiration. The Dragon Clan truly lived up to its legacy as the dominant power of the Three Clans, and he could feel the depth of their heritage. Upon entering the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, he sensed the remnants of their former glory. Immortal Sovereign, Ao Guang gestured. This is a specially crafted spiritual liquid from our Dragon Clan. Please indulge. This liquid, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, could enhance longevity and improve cultivation when consumed. Such an offering was reserved for the highest guests. Ordinarily, it would not be prepared for just anyone. However, since Kunpeng had saved the Dragon Clan, they believed he was deserving of such hospitality. Intrigued, Kunpeng took a sip, feeling a refreshing sensation that invigorated both body and spirit. Although he was already a powerful figure, a primordial golden immortal, and typically found little use in ordinary spiritual liquids or fruits, this particular liquid was indeed remarkable. With a clap of his hands, the Eastern Sea Dragon King summoned dozens of beautiful maidens into the hall. Though their faces were not visible, their alluring appearances were unmistakable. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ao Guang stood and declared, "Immortal Sovereign, I shall now escort you to the Dragon Clan's treasury." Previously, Ao Shun had promised Kunpeng access to the treasury in exchange for his assistance, and Ao Guang would not forget this. Kunpeng nodded in acknowledgement and rose from his seat, following Ao Guang and the others toward the treasury. Under the guidance of the four, they arrived at the Dragon Clan's vault, which loomed before Kunpeng like an imposing gate. With a swift motion, Ao Guang waved his hand, and the massive door swung open with a resounding thud. As it opened, a brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the surroundings and signaling the presence of treasures within. "Immortal Sovereign, this is the treasury of my Dragon Clan. Please feel free to peruse and select at your leisure," Ao Guang gestured. Although Ao Guang was not entirely certain of the treasures housed within, he knew they contained a wealth of valuable items. Since the Dragon Clan had retreated to the Four Seas, they had seldom engaged in external conflicts and had little need for spiritual treasures. Given Kunpeng's status as a benefactor, Ao Guang was determined not to be stingy. Kunpeng nodded in response and stepped inside, greeted by a dazzling array of colors and treasures that sparkled brilliantly. Such a plethora of spiritual treasures. Kunpeng marveled at the sight before him, and he had anticipated the Dragon Clan possessed a fair number of treasures, but he had not expected such an abundance. A vast array lay before him, so numerous that one might mistake them for commonplace items. After a moment of astonishment, Kunpeng released his spiritual sense to probe deeper. Although there were many treasures, numerous items were rather ordinary. As a primordial golden immortal, Kunpeng was discerning and would not be easily impressed. Furthermore, he had no intention of emptying another's treasury entirely. He sought only what was suitable. As Kunpeng explored with his spiritual sense, the four Dragon Kings outside conversed. "We owe our gratitude to the Immortal Sovereign. Without him, our Dragon Clan would surely have faced peril," Ao Guang mused, reflecting on the experience. He realized that as long as one remained weak, even without provoking others, one could still become a target for trouble. The other three shared similar sentiments, each contemplating the implications of their recent experiences. Through Kunpeng's probing, the ranks of all the treasures became apparent. "What is this?" Upon noticing a collection of 12 orbs radiating intense spiritual light, Kunpeng approached and recognized them. They were the 12 sea-settling pearls. With a single glance, Kunpeng instantly recognized this treasure, one he was quite familiar with. It belonged to the category of innate spiritual treasures, possessing extraordinary power, although it could not be compared to the spiritual treasures in Kunpeng's possession. Should it manifest in the primordial chaos, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. With a wave of his mighty hand, Kunpeng secured the treasure. After acquiring 12 stabilizing pearls, he continued to probe with his primordial spirit, searching diligently. During his quest, he stumbled upon 2 additional innate spiritual treasures. Upon discovering these 2 artifacts, Kunpeng exited the treasury. He had thoroughly examined the treasures within, selecting a few suitable ones before making his departure. As Kunpeng emerged, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings approached him, having waited outside the treasury for his return. Immortal Sovereign Ao Guang inquired, somewhat surprised by the swiftness of Kunpeng's exit. Did you manage to select something suitable? He wondered if perhaps Kunpeng had found nothing worthy. If that were the case, Ao Guang would feel quite uneasy. Not at all, Kunpeng replied. I have indeed found something suitable, although many of the treasures did not meet his standards. His exploration revealed several that were appropriate. That's excellent, Ao Guang responded, relieved to see Kunpeng's affirmative reaction. Well then, it is time to return, Kunpeng declared. This matter had reached its conclusion. Assisting the Dragon Clan was the cause, while obtaining the spiritual treasures was the effect. The cycle had been fulfilled. Remaining with the Dragon Clan served no further purpose. Immortal Sovereign, you need not rush away. You could stay a while longer, allowing our Dragon Clan to express our gratitude, Ao Guang suggested. Although Kunpeng had acquired the spiritual treasures, Ao Guang believed that the assistance provided in resolving the Dragon Clan's crisis was of greater significance, making the 2 matters incomparable. There is no need, Kunpeng replied. While he understood Ao Guang's sentiments, he was not one to take advantage of others. Staying longer in someone else's domain could be seen as an imposition. Moreover, the Dragon Clan had suffered significant losses in their recent battle against the Demon Clan. It would be prudent for them to reorganize and recuperate. Thus, it would be inappropriate for Kunpeng to linger in the Dragon Palace. Then we shall not insist on your stay, Immortal Sovereign. Should there be any future need for the Dragon Clan's assistance, please do not hesitate to let us know. Recognizing Kunpeng's resolute intent, Ao Guang refrained from further attempts to keep him. They would have to repay this favor another time. With that, Kunpeng bid farewell to Ao Guang and the others, swiftly exiting the Dragon Palace and transforming into a streak of luminescent light as he soared towards the northern abyss, creating immense waves upon the ocean's surface. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Hall, Dong Wangtai recounted the events of their expedition with the Dragon Clan to Jieyin, who erupted in fury. Enraged, he could hardly contain himself. That Kunpeng dares to meddle in the affairs of my heavenly court. Jieyin snorted coldly, exuding an aura of sovereign authority. As the ruler of the heavenly court, his noble status was undeniable. That Kunpeng's actions were a direct affront to the heavenly court, and Jieyin could hardly tolerate it. Brother, if you ask me, now that the heavenly court is engaged in battle against the northern abyss, I cannot believe that Kunpeng alone can withstand us, Dong Wangtai proposed. Having been defeated by Kunpeng, he felt a burning desire for vengeance. The other 9 demon saints also fell into deep contemplation at this moment. The expedition had been poised for success, yet the sudden appearance of Kunpeng disrupted their plans. What do you all think? Jieyin addressed the 9 demon saints. Considering the recent failures of the Dragon Clan and the loss of Demon Clan influence, he harbored intentions of visiting the northern abyss to teach Kunpeng a lesson. After all, this incident was widely known in the primordial chaos. If it were simply brushed aside, where would the heavenly court's authority lie? I believe this poses no problem. Ghostkar was the first to agree, seeing it as a viable course of action. The dignity of the heavenly court could not be allowed to be challenged, not even by Kunpeng. Your Majesty, I believe we must exercise caution, Jieyin interjected. Kunpeng's intervention in this expedition against the Dragon Clan was unforeseen. However, we should not act recklessly. Our primary adversary remains the Witch Clan, and we should not divert our attention to the northern abyss at this juncture. Jieyin pondered deeply, acknowledging the unexpected nature of Kunpeng's actions. Yet, it was imperative to remain composed. An attack on the northern abyss might present an opening for the Witch Clan. Are we simply to endure this affront? Ghostkar countered, opposing Jiemin's perspective. The heavenly court's might is formidable. Why should we fear Kunpeng? We need not tread lightly. Jieyin fell into contemplation, weighing Jiemin's reasoning. After careful consideration, he regained his composure. Emotions often cloud judgment. Having just heard of the insult to his authority as the ruler of the heavenly court, he had reacted in anger. However, recognizing that their primary enemy was indeed the witch clan, he acknowledged that his earlier thoughts had been impulsive and found merit in Jimeng's words, "We shall indeed address Kunpeng." But not at this moment that Jun addressed the assembly, his demeanor now composed. He recognized that acting impulsively was ill-advised. Should he indeed mobilize forces to assault Beiming, the Wu clan would inevitably become embroiled, leading to a perilous situation from all fronts, an outcome Jun was keen to avoid. In his heart, the distinctions of priority were already clear. Furthermore, after establishing the Yao clan in the heavenly court, the animosity between the Wu clan and the Yao clan had escalated to the point where conflict was almost inevitable upon their encounters. In such a dire circumstance, Jun could not afford to be reckless. Observing Jun's resolute stance, Gui Che, who had previously disagreed, refrained from further comment. Although he harbored his own thoughts, the authority lay firmly with Jun. Whatever he proclaimed was to be adhered to. Even Dong Huang Tai Yi, in this context, chose silence, heeding the words of his elder brother. Following Jimeng's remarks, Jun found a newfound appreciation for this Yao saint. Despite the Dragon clan's refusal to submit, it was an unexpected turn of events that none had anticipated, and thus no blame was cast for the failure. Gui Che, despite voicing his thoughts, was not reproached by Jun. Differing opinions were acknowledged, yet all were motivated by a shared intention for the heavenly court's welfare. Upon returning to the Beiming palace, Kunpeng discovered an influx of life forms, significantly more than before. After inquiring, he learned that these beings were remnants of the Yao clan left behind after the heavenly court had gathered the majority of their kin, with nowhere else to turn and the loss of their homeland in the wilderness. They found themselves amidst the Wu clan that, in desperation, many had sought refuge in Beiming. The addition of these beings had notably strengthened the Beiming lineage, a development Kunpeng welcomed. Previously, he had stated that should anyone wish to join Beiming and abide by its regulations, they would be welcomed without exception. Thus, in the boundless wilderness, aside from the heavenly court in Beiming, few other sanctuaries existed. As he pondered this, Kunpeng noticed Bai Zhe entering. "What orders does the immortal sovereign have?" he inquired, somewhat taken aback by Bai Zhe's presence. It was surprising to see Bai Zhe had reached the perfected stage of Deluo Jingxian so swiftly. Achieving such a level at this stage was no small feat, as advancement beyond Deluo posed considerable challenges. Bai Zhe's accomplishments were commendable. The heavenly court is vast, and the Wu clan is widespread in the wilderness. Beiming must avoid becoming embroiled in these conflicts. Kunpeng cautioned. Now, more than ever, we cannot afford to be complacent. Although he had established the rules for Beiming, it was imperative to reiterate them to prevent any unfortunate incidents. "Understood," Bai Zhe replied. "I comprehend your intentions, immortal sovereign." Even if there were aspects he did not fully grasp, he would come to understand them once he fulfilled his duties. "Bai Zhe, take this spiritual treasure," Kunpeng proclaimed, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, revealing a primordial spiritual treasure before Bai Zhe. "Thank you, immortal sovereign," Bai Zhe exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement upon receiving such a rare artifact. After all, spiritual treasures were scarce within the wilderness. It was only natural for Bai Zhe, now a Deluo Jingxian, to feel exhilarated. After a brief exchange with Bai Zhe, Kunpeng's thoughts drifted to his disciple. The Dapeng bird. It had been some time since their last parting. While he was uncertain of the challenges the Dapeng bird had faced, he was confident that it remained safe. The luminous energy he had infused into the Dapeng bird was intended to shield it from adversaries, allowing him to intervene if danger arose. That a millennium had passed without any indication of peril befalling the Dapeng bird. Much to Kunpeng's satisfaction, navigating the wilderness with the strength of a Tai Jingxian was fraught with danger, and the absence of threats indicated substantial growth. After a millennium of seclusion within the Beiming palace, Kunpeng's cultivation had advanced from an initial stage of Hongyun Jingxian to the mid-stage. His comprehension of the devouring principles had also reached a new level. He assessed his own cultivation. Kunpeng maintained a serene demeanor, Not allowing himself to become overly elated, he was well aware that the third lecture at Zhixiao Palace was imminent. Currently, in the wilderness, the power levels of beings were relatively comparable. Many were at the early to mid-stage of quasi-saints, with only a few at the level of the Luo Jingxian. The distances between their strengths were not vast, and while they might remain oblivious to future developments. Kunpeng, however, understood that post-lecture would usher in the era of saints. Therefore, even with his advancement to the mid-stage of Hongyun Jingxian, he refrained from excessive excitement, though there remained some time before the era of saints commenced. For Kunpeng, as a Hongyun Jingxian, time was but a fleeting moment. Dong. The time had come. The third lecture was about to begin. From the depths of chaos, an ancient voice resonated across the vast wilderness. The assembly of primordial deities, previously deep in contemplation, opened their eyes in unison, transforming into streaks of light racing toward the horizon. Kunpeng, too, became a flash of light, soaring toward Zhixiao Palace. Having already visited the chaos twice, he arrived at Zhixiao Palace in merely a few decades before. He was the first to arrive, and prior to his arrival, the palace was devoid of any presence. Once seated upon meditation mat, a multitude of innate powers gradually entered. Before long, the seats of Zhixiao Palace were filled, with attendees mirroring those from the second lecture. Kunpeng sensed the auras of those present, primarily quasi-saints, with a handful still at the level of the Luo Jingxian. As he absorbed the atmosphere, Hong Jun manifested upon the cloud bed before him. Upon his emergence, he surveyed the gathered assembly, his tranquil countenance revealing a trace of satisfaction. Most attendees had achieved the status of quasi-saints through the method he had imparted. Their breakthroughs brought him a sense of fulfillment. Although Kunpeng was not a quasi-saint of the three corpses, the majority within Zhixiao Palace were. The presence of one or two individuals was inconsequential. Very well, the third lecture commences. This time, we shall discuss the path of the saints. How much you can comprehend depends solely on yourselves, Hong Jun declared, then proceeded to lecture without further regard for the audience, to govern the world. One must not be swayed by personal merit or folly. Thus, one should discern wisdom from wisdom and folly from folly. One must not be influenced by right or wrong. Therefore, one should acknowledge what is true and what is false. The discourse on the path of the sage this third time is far more elusive than the previous two. The audience this time is not enveloped in profound comprehension. Most are left in a fog of confusion, struggling to grasp the essence of the teachings. Even Laozi, seated at the forefront, though seemingly absorbed in contemplation, harbors a profound perplexity within, finding the teachings difficult to comprehend. The expressions of the others betray their bewilderment, as they openly display their inability to understand. The two figures from the west, Zhunti and Jieyin, were troubled visages, as though consumed by an overwhelming inferno, reflecting their own confusion. They sense that this time, they are merely witnesses to the regularity of the divine beings, while Hongjun embodies the sage, and they themselves are but quasi-saints, utterly lost in understanding. Kunpeng, however, gathers his thoughts to listen intently, channeling the insights from the Hongyuan Tao scripture. At the outset, he manages to keep pace with the rhythm of Hongjun's teachings through his own comprehension of the scripture. Yet, as the discourse progresses, Kunpeng too finds himself adrift in confusion, much like the rest. The chasm between a sage and a quasi-saint is indeed ineffable. It would be abnormal for anyone to fully grasp the teachings. Unperturbed by the audience's demeanor, Hong Jun continues his exposition, stating that the ability to understand lies within their own capabilities, while failure to comprehend indicates a lack thereof. Time swiftly passes, and 3,000 years have elapsed. Despite the general lack of understanding, everyone, except for Kunpeng, is racking their brains in contemplation. Observing their struggle, Hong Jun declares, "Enough, the lecture concludes here. The audience snaps back to awareness, casting their gazes upon Hong Jun, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. Kunpeng shares in this sentiment, grappling with myriad points of confusion, which cannot be resolved in a moment, but must be digested in solitude. Thank you, Daozu. The assembly collectively expresses their gratitude to Hong Jun, marking the conclusion of the third lecture, after which Hong Jun is henceforth referred to as Daozu. What follows is of utmost significance. After expressing his thanks, Kunpeng is keenly aware that Hong Jun remains, likely to arrange matters of importance. This thought breeds uncertainty within Kunpeng, now occupying a significant position. Will Hong Jun take him as a disciple? Though indifferent to the prospect, he cannot help but feel curiosity about the outcome. Noticing the perplexed expressions of the crowd, Hong Jun inquires, "Do you have any questions? Now is the time to ask, and I shall answer each one." He is well aware that the path of the sage is readily comprehensible to him, yet remains a daunting enigma to the assembly of celestial beings. Upon this invitation, the once quiet Zixiao Palace erupts into a flurry of inquiries. Many are eager to seek clarity, momentarily unsure of which question to pose first. "Dare I ask, Daozu, what is the Tao?" Laozi rises first to ask. His inquiry resonates with the collective curiosity of the assembly. "The 3,000 paths are all Tao," Hong Jun replies succinctly, imparting significant clarity with just a few words. "Dare I ask, Daozu, how can one become a sage?" Yuan Shi queries, his question reflecting the deepest concern of the assembly. Apart from Kunpeng, who possesses insight into the path to sagehood, the rest remain largely in the dark. The teachings of the sage's path, as expounded by Hong Jun, focus on understanding rather than the means to attain sagehood. All 3,000 paths can lead one to become a sage, Hong Jun states, his expression unchanged. The audience erupts in excitement upon hearing this revelation, finding joy in the response. Yet, Kunpeng alone maintains a tranquil demeanor. The assertion that all 3,000 paths can lead to sagehood is undeniably true. However, the arduousness of traversing these paths is not widely understood among those in Zixiao Palace. It is crucial to note that Hong Jun himself attained sagehood through the path of the three corpses. And while there are alternative methods, few succeed. For instance, Pangu followed the path of the law of strength. Despite his formidable prowess, none have succeeded in that path besides him. This context underpins Kunpeng's profound comprehension of the formidable power he witnessed during Pangu's battle against 3,000 demons. A power that manifests when unleashed. As Hong Jun addresses the multitude and seizes a moment of pause, Hutu stands to pose her query. "Daozu, do the Wu clan lack primordial spirits? Can they still attain sagehood?" Having missed her chance to inquire previously, she seizes the opportunity now that Hong Jun remains, determined not to let this moment slip by. "I have already stated that all 3,000 paths can lead to sagehood. The Wu clan can also become sages," Hong Jun replies. "Although the Wu clan does not cultivate primordial spirits, they practice the laws. It may be challenging, but it is not impossible." "Thank you, Daozu, for your clarification." Hutu expresses her gratitude with great joy. This simple affirmation brings immense happiness to her heart, as she had long assumed that the absence of a primordial spirit precluded her from attaining sagehood. Hongjun's words have dispelled her previous misconceptions. After Hutu's inquiry, silence falls over the assembly, and Hong Jun speaks again. "The heavenly Tao is incomplete. With the conclusion of these 3 lectures, I shall complete the heavenly Tao and embody the Tao. From this point forth, the heavenly Tao shall be Hong Jun, and Hong Jun shall not be subordinate to the heavenly Tao." Upon hearing this, the audience is overcome with a sense of reluctance. The notion of completing the heavenly Tao to stabilize the primordial chaos resonates deeply with the assembly of celestial beings. Yet, Kunpeng's perspective diverges from that of the others. The purpose of Hongjun's 3 lectures is to unify with the heavenly Tao. He speaks of completing the heavenly Tao through embodiment, yet the reality is more intricate. "Daozu, your compassion is boundless," the assembly exclaims in unison. Even Kunpeng, despite his understanding of Hongjun's intentions, joins in the collective gesture of reverence. Though Hong Jun may not recall the identities of each individual who expresses gratitude, he is acutely aware of those who do not. As the moment of unification approaches, he declares, "I shall select 6 disciples from among you." Excitement ripples through the crowd at the prospect of becoming disciples of the sage, each aspiring to be among those chosen. Who would not wish to be a true disciple of one so powerful? Yet, amid the jubilation, they notice the arrangement of cushions within Zixiao Palace, each corresponding to one of the 6 disciples. This thought ignites speculation among the multitude. As the speculation swirls, Hong Jun speaks again. Laozi, you are an incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing the merits of creation. You may become my direct disciple. The Hongyuan's gaze falls upon Laozi, whose typically unperturbed countenance radiates excitement at this moment. Disciple pays respects to the master. Laozi bows to Hong Jun, and the assembly watches, envious of his fortune. Yuan Shi, also an incarnation of Pangu's primordial spirit, contemplates the notion of Hong Jun accepting him as a disciple, murmuring under his breath, though no sound escapes his lips. Yet his expression reveals his thoughts to the observing crowd. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, you two are also incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Endowed with the merits of creation, you may become my direct disciples. Hongyuan's gaze shifted from Laozi to the eagerly awaiting Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. I pay my respects to my teacher, they expressed in unison, their joy palpable at becoming disciples of a saint. Their smiles were so broad they could hardly contain them. With only 3 spots remaining, the crowd below grew increasingly envious, and a wave of jealousy swept through those present. Though they had not secured a position, they still yearned to be disciples of the saint. Despite the saint's declaration of only accepting 6 disciples, no specifications were made regarding their identities, leaving the crowd undeterred in their aspirations. A chorus of cultivators bowed in unison, all wishing to become Hongyuan's disciples, aware that time was of the essence. Any glimmer of hope was too precious to overlook. Kunpeng observed the assembly of celestial beings and shook his head. The selection of saintly disciples was already predetermined, akin to the choosing of the foremost among the immortal beings. Hongjun had long since established his candidates. Inwa, you are destined for great opportunities ahead, and you shall become my direct disciple, Hongjun proclaimed, directing his gaze toward Inwa. Disciple Inwa pays her respects to the teacher, she replied, filled with elation at being chosen as a disciple of the saint. Fuxi, standing behind her, shared in her joy, proud of his sister's achievement. One might mistakenly believe it was Fuxi himself who had been chosen as a disciple, given his expression, with only 2 spots left. The tension among the crowd was palpable as they anxiously waited to see whom Hong Jun would select next. Daozu, I wish to become your direct disciple, Jieyin boldly declared after Enwa had been accepted. His eagerness was unmistakable, as he assumed it was only natural that he would be next in line. Hong Jun responded, you may become my disciple, but only as a nominal one. Are you willing? After a brief pause, he spoke, disciple is willing. I pay my respects to the teacher, Jieyin replied, overwhelmed with joy at becoming a disciple of the saint, even if only nominally. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment, he was still a disciple nonetheless. As Hong Jun completed the selection of 5 disciples, Kunpeng felt a surge of anticipation for what Hong Jun would do next regarding the final position. Kunpeng himself had not been chosen for a seat on the mat. The gazes of the assembled primordial beings turned toward him. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Jun addressed Kunpeng. Kunpeng, you occupy this mat and share a connection with me. Do you wish to become my direct disciple? While Hong Jun spoke directly to others, his inquiry to Kunpeng took everyone by surprise. Ding! The system announced, detecting the host status and presenting the following choices. Option 1. Agree to Hong Jun's request and become his direct disciple. Receiving the spiritual treasure, the world-destroying mill. Option 2. Reject the offer. Receiving the spiritual treasure, the chaos pearl. Kunpeng hesitated, contemplating the implications of each choice. While being a disciple of the saint was undoubtedly enticing, he had already forged his own path. As he pondered, he found clarity within himself. Just as he was about to respond, he became aware of the intense scrutiny of those around him, though no words were spoken. The expressions of the great beings seemed to convey a silent message. Kunpeng, if you do not wish to accept this, do not burden yourself. Let this opportunity pass to me. This sentiment was especially pronounced from Jieyin and Zhunti, who realized that if Hong Jun took Kunpeng as a disciple, they would need to reconsider their future dealings with him. To be favored by the Dao ancestor was a mark of honor. Yet Kunpeng had his own path to walk, and thus he could not submit to Hong Jun's tutelage. Under the gaze of the assembly, Kunpeng declared to Hong Jun, I choose not to become your disciple. Ding! The system confirmed the completion of option 2, rewarding him with the chaos pearl. Upon uttering his decision, the system promptly placed the reward within his storage space. The Chaos Pearl, Kunpeng exclaimed, elated at acquiring such a top-tier treasure, which held the potential to conceal heavenly secrets among its many functions. This artifact was no less valuable than the merit-measuring ruler he possessed. The refusal to be accepted as a disciple of Hong Jun stunned the primordial beings for a millennium. What? Kunpeng has declined. How can one refuse the saint? To reject such an offer is unfathomable. The commotion echoed within the halls of the Zhixiao Palace. Kunpeng, this is a rare opportunity to become a disciple of a saint. You must not let it slip away. Inwa urged him through thought that, in her view, rejecting such a chance was akin to discarding a tremendous opportunity. I have my own plans, Kunpeng replied firmly. Inwa, recognizing his resolve, chose not to press further. At that moment, a new thought began to circulate among the crowd. Since Kunpeng had declined to become a disciple of the saint, many others now sought to fill the void. A chorus of voices rose in unison. I wish to become a disciple of the saint. So do I. The fervor of those wishing to be accepted was palpable, as nearly all present in the Zhixiao Palace voiced their desires. Save for Hutu, who, as a member of the Witch clan, held a singular reverence for Pangu and did not share the same aspirations as the others. Very well, Hongjun replied with an air of indifference. Not at all surprised by Kunpeng's decision to decline, he had anticipated the possibility of such an outcome, since Kunpeng's presence on the mat was unexpected. With Kunpeng's response, Hongjun did not press the matter further. Maintaining his calm demeanor, "Teacher, I have something to discuss," Jieyin interjected. "What is it? Speak," Hongjun replied, his expression unchanged. My junior brother, Zhunti, has also traveled a great distance to the west with me. The west is currently barren, and we will need to revive it in the future. I hope that the teacher will also accept him as a disciple, Jieyin proposed, formulating a plan within his mind upon witnessing Kunpeng's refusal. With one less position available for disciples, perhaps Zhunti could still be chosen. Zhunti, understanding the gravity of the moment, promptly stepped forward to bow before Hongjun with utmost sincerity, his earnestness evident. On the surface, Zhunti appeared to be a remarkably earnest individual, unmatched by anyone else in the Zhixiao Palace. Kunpeng watched as Hongjun deliberated. Initially, both Jieyin and Zhunti were positioned to become disciples. But with Kunpeng's rejection, Zhunti's opportunity now hung in the balance that, so be it. I still have unfinished business with the West, Hongjun mused before stating. Zhunti, you may also become my nominal disciple. After a moment's thought, he announced, disciple pays respects to the teacher. With utmost respect, Zhaoyang expressed his gratitude towards Hongjun. Although he was acknowledged as a named disciple, he felt that it was sufficient for a sage to consent, rendering the distinction between named and direct disciples less significant in his eyes. Upon hearing Hongjun's earlier discourse on cause and effect, Kunpeng could not help but reminisce about the conflict between the Tao and the demonic forces. The self-detonation of the demonic ancestor, Rahu, in the West had resulted in untold suffering. Hongjun, who emerged as the victor in the strife of the demonic paths, now bore the weight of such causality upon his shoulders. The cause and effect he spoke of earlier pertained to this very matter. As the 6 disciples were concluded, Zenyuanzai turned to Hongyun and remarked, Hongyun, had you not relinquished your position back then, perhaps one of these 6 disciples would have been your OWNAS, a close friend of Hongyun. Zenyuanzai always felt a twinge of regret regarding that decision. The disciples now gathered were all seated upon their respective cushions. Although Zhunti was not among them, it was under the condition of Kunpeng's refusal that Hongjun had agreed to take Zhunti as his pupil. Fate has its own design, and there is no need to force it. Hongyun sighed. While he felt a hint of regret, the thought of becoming a sage's disciple was not meant for him, and he chose not to dwell on it further. Emperor Jun and Donghuang, upon witnessing Zhunti being accepted as a disciple by Hongjun, felt relieved that Kunpeng had not been chosen. The others remained silent, as the 6 disciples had all been accepted, and no one dared to act frivolously in the presence of the sage. This was the primordial purple chi, the foundation of sanctity. To ascend as a heavenly Tao saint, one must possess it. As he spoke, 6 strands of purple aura materialized before Hongjun, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the entire Zhixiao Palace. The primordial Tao texts appeared above, shrouded in mystery. Is this the primordial purple chi? Kunpeng mused, captivated by the essence emanating from it. Even from a distance, he could distinctly perceive the extraordinary nature of this primordial purple chi. Not only Kunpeng, but the other innate beings also widened their eyes in awe. The reason was simple. Hong Jun had stated that to become a heavenly Tao saint, one must possess the primordial purple chi, the very foundation of sanctity that no one would wish to forsake. Yes, the 6 strands of primordial purple chi lay before them. All eyes turned towards the cushions, perfectly aligned with the number of disciples. Could it be that this chi was intended as an offering to the disciples? Just as everyone pondered this, Hong Jun, akin to the act of accepting disciples, directed his gaze towards Laozi. Laozi, this primordial purple chi I bestow upon you, so that you may become a sage in the days to come. Upon hearing this, one of the strands of primordial purple chi flew towards Laozi. Thank you, Master, Laozi exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, a smile breaking through his previously calm demeanor. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, this primordial purple chi I grant to you both, so that you too may become sages, with a wave of his hand. 2 strands of primordial purple chi descended before Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Thank you, Master, they responded, their joy surpassing even that of Laozi. To become a sage is a concept of immense significance. If Hong Jun, a being of his caliber, proclaimed that they could achieve such a status, then it was undoubtedly within reach. There's also a portion for you, destined to become a sage in the future. Another strand of primordial purple chi flew forth, landing before Enwa. Thank you, Master, she replied, her heart elated as she accepted the primordial purple Q. Become a sage in the primordial realm is to be nearly invincible, immortal and indestructible. How could one remain calm upon hearing such a proclamation? Fuxi shared in her joy, seeing his sister on the path to becoming a heavenly Tao saint, his face alight with happiness. Within the Zixiao Palace, upon witnessing while receiving the primordial purple chi, the nearby Jin Taoist grew anxious, his gaze fervently fixed upon Hong Jun, muttering under his breath, almost on the verge of speaking out. Jin, this primordial purple chi I bestow upon you, so that you too may become a sage. As Hong Jun concluded, yet another strand of primordial purple chi soared towards Jin. Thank you, Master, he expressed with gratitude, nearly bursting into laughter. With all eyes now focused on the last remaining strand of primordial purple chi in Hongjun's hands, a palpable longing filled the air as everyone yearned for their share. Hong Jun had explicitly stated that possessing this foundational primordial purple chi was essential for becoming a sage. Who would not be tempted? After bestowing the primordial purple chi upon Jin, Hong Jun turned his attention to Kunpeng, pausing before looking at Zhunti. Zhunti, you too are my named disciple. This primordial purple chi I bestow upon you. But a strand of primordial purple chi then flew to Zhunti. It seemed that not acknowledging Hong Jun as his master would result in the absence of this primordial purple chi. Kunpeng thought. However, he felt no envy. While the primordial purple chi was a requisite for becoming a heavenly Tao saint, he was on the path to becoming a Hongyun Daoyu Jingxian, thus indifferent to whether he acquired the primordial purple chi or not. As Zhunti received the primordial purple chi, the hearts of those present finally settled. All 6 disciples had received their share, and no primordial purple chi remained before Hong Jun. Yet the crowd believed there was still more to be had, and collectively bowed. Imploring, Tao Ancestor, show your compassion. We too desire this primordial purple chi. The assembly of innate divine beings bowed towards Hong Jun, their thoughts aligned, eyes fixated ahead, convinced that as a sage, Hong Jun must possess more than what had been distributed. Observing this scene, Kunpeng reflected on Hongyun. Initially, he surmised that Hong Jun would bestow the final strand of primordial purple chi to Hongyun. However, this outcome seemed unlikely to change. Hongyun would still receive the primordial purple chi. As Kunpeng anticipated, Hong Jun spoke again. This final strand of primordial purple chi shall be gifted to the fated one. Hong Jun stated impassively, and then, before him, another strand of primordial purple chi materialized, after casting a glance at the crowd within Zixiao Palace. The final strand of primordial purple chi, under Hongjun's control, soared into the air above them. Witnessing the purple chi flying through the air, the assembly of innate powers sprang into action. Each utilized their unique abilities in an attempt to seize the primordial purple chi. Yet, the power of a sage is beyond what any quasi-saint could touch. Despite their united efforts, it proved futile. After several attempts to grasp it, they ceased their efforts, watching instead as the primordial purple chi glided through the air, hoping it would descend before them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the primordial purple chi suddenly accelerated, descending from the skies. As it approached, everyone summoned their treasures, eager to intercept it. The sounds of clashing echoed, accompanied by powerful shock waves, yet they had no effect on the primordial purple chi. Ultimately, the primordial purple chi settled beside Xinyuan's eyes. Hongyun Taoist. It appeared that Hongyun had indeed been outmaneuvered by Hong Jun. Kunpeng sighed, realizing that while it seemed Hong Jun was merely granting the primordial purple chi, it was in fact a grand opportunity. Let us not forget what the primordial purple chi truly represents: the essence of sanctity, invaluable and not easily acquired. Without the requisite strength, holding it would not be a fortunate circumstance. Thank you, Tao Ancestor. Upon receiving the primordial purple energy, Hongyun offered a respectful gesture of gratitude towards Hong Jun. Now that he had acquired the primordial purple energy, he felt a profound joy akin to that of Jieyin and Zhunti. However, witnessing Hongyun's fortune ignited a sense of resentment among the onlookers, each casting him glances laden with hostility. Their murderous intent was palpable. Had it not been for the presence of sage Hong Jun, a fierce conflict might have erupted at that very moment. Immersed in the ecstasy of his newfound power, Hongyun remained blissfully unaware of the animosity directed at him. Yet, Xinyuan Zizi, standing nearby, was acutely aware of the myriad hostile gazes surrounding them, sending a chill of apprehension through him. The denizens of the Zixiao Palace, all innate powers, aspired to attain the foundation of sanctity. The other 6, being disciples of Hong Jun, were not to be trifled with. After all, the sage's backing commanded respect. As for Hongyun, he had at most Xinyuan Zizi by his side, and the crowd felt little fear. While it was unwise to act against him within the Zixiao Palace, once outside, no one would hold back that it was time to distribute the spiritual treasures. After the distribution of the primordial purple energy, Kunpeng turned his gaze toward Hong Jun. With the conclusion of his disciple selection and the division of the primordial purple energy complete, it was now time to allocate the spiritual treasures. With a sweeping motion of his hand from the cloud bed, Hong Jun conjured forth an array of spiritual treasures, each emanating an aura of profound mystery that left the assembled powers envious. Laozi, I bestow upon you this Taiji diagram, a tool to suppress the flow of destiny. As soon as the words left his lips, the Taiji diagram materialized before Laozi. Thank you, Master. Laozi expressed his gratitude, overjoyed to receive such a treasure. The Taiji diagram, an innate supreme treasure, was unmatched in defense. Such artifacts were coveted by all, even Kunpeng. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Taiji diagram, couldn't he help but sigh inwardly. Although the innate supreme treasure had yet to be fully unfurled, its aura spoke of invincibility. The Taiji diagram, the Excalibur of Immortals, and others were distributed accordingly as anticipated by Kunpeng. Laozi received the Taiji diagram, while Yuanshi obtained the Pangu banner. Once the distribution concluded, Hongjuan's gaze shifted to Kunpeng. Kunpeng, though you have yet to kneel at my feet, you are nonetheless favored by destiny that I present to you this god-slaying spear. Hong Jun declared to him. Kunpeng was an anomaly among the trio of teachings. Though he had not formally entered the mystical gate, he had already taken a seat upon the lotus pedestal. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Jun, finding no deeper insight, chose to bestow this spiritual treasure. Thank you, Tao Ancestor. Kunpeng accepted the god-slaying spear, taken aback by the unexpected gift from Hong Jun. However, he soon deduced that perhaps it was due to his elevated status on the lotus pedestal that warranted such a treasure. After pondering for a while, he shifted his focus to the newfound artifact. The god-slaying spear was indeed a formidable weapon of slaughter. Merely hearing its name instilled a sense of strength. Originally, this artifact belonged to the demon ancestor Lu. But following the defeat in the battle between Tao and demon, it fell into the hands of the victor, Hong Jun. With this spiritual treasure, Kunpeng felt emboldened to contend with the sages, although a sage's primordial spirit was entrusted to the heavenly Tao, rendering them immortal and indestructible. The god-slaying spear could directly harm the primordial spirit. With such a fierce weapon in his possession, Kunpeng felt a surge of confidence, knowing that the strongest beings in the Hongyun realm were the sages. With such a treasure, he believed that unless absolutely necessary, no one would dare to provoke him. The primordial spirit is not comparable to the physical body. When the physical body sustains damage, it affects only the exterior and is more easily restored. In contrast, when the primordial spirit is injured, it weakens one's cultivation and is exceedingly difficult to recover, requiring a significant period of recuperation. As Kunpeng acquired the god-slaying spear, many hearts sank simultaneously. The spear's might was known to all. They had initially thought that upon becoming a sage, they would fear nothing. Yet, with the emergence of the god-slaying spear, the dynamics shifted. Zhunti, upon seeing Kunpeng receive such a treasure, initially thought that once he became a sage, he would be able to overshadow him. Yet now he found himself overshadowed by the Tao ancestors' gift of a slaughter artifact. What of the god-slaying spear? Yuanshi remained unfazed, confident that even with such a weapon in Kunpeng's possession, he held the Pangu banner, which would assure his safety should conflict arise. The distribution of disciples, primordial purple energy, and treasures made the innate powers below restless, nearly jumping out of their skins. Why had they received nothing? They implored Hong Jun for treasures. Some lamented their lack of spiritual artifacts. Others wept openly, hoping that Hong Jun would bestow upon them treasures. In years past, I gathered several spiritual treasures. Now that I have attained the Tao, they are of no use to me. In the southeast of Zhixiao Palace, there are some treasures at the treasure distribution rock. You may go and collect them. As soon as Hongjun's words echoed, the crowd erupted in excitement, each racing at their utmost speed towards the treasure distribution rock. The scene within the hall became a spectacle of brilliance as myriad lights soared. Kunpeng, too, transformed into a streak of light and sped forth. Hongjun's intent was clear. The treasures at the distribution rock were free for the taking. Whoever was swift enough would claim them as their own. Faced with such an opportunity, none would let it slip away. And Kunpeng was no exception. Although he possessed many spiritual treasures, none could ever claim to have too many to, in the blink of an eye. The Zhixiao Palace was left with only Hong Jun. The crowd quickly arrived at the treasure distribution rock and immediately commenced their search. Each utilized their primordial spirit power to probe the depths of the rock. Kunpeng did the same, tirelessly seeking within. The space of the distribution rock was vast, stretching beyond sight. Each individual focused on their respective areas, diligently searching. In less than a moment, the treasures at the distribution rock were entirely claimed, not a single piece remaining. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and others each acquired dozens or even hundreds of treasures, ensuring that everyone left with something, albeit varying in quantity. During the search, Kunpeng too secured several dozen treasures. The gathered powers, standing in the void, surveyed their spoils with great satisfaction. Whoosh, as the last of the treasures vanished from the distribution rock, Kunpeng waved his hand, reclaiming the rock itself. Though utilized by Hong Jun for treasure storage, it was still a valuable artifact. After all, in the hands of Sage, it could not be an ordinary item. Upon witnessing Kunpeng's acquisition of the distribution rock, the crowd suddenly realized it could be taken as well. Many individuals feel a sense of regret, pondering why they did not conceive of it themselves. However, the crowd merely expresses their lamentation that the precious Baoyan was not acquired by them. Yet, throughout this quest, everyone has gained something. They may feel a twinge of regret, but do not harbor jealousy. After the assembly tidies up their spiritual treasures, they return to the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun is on the verge of achieving unity, with only the final step remaining. With such an abundance of spiritual treasures in their possession, it would be inappropriate for anyone to depart at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the vast Purple Cloud Palace is once again filled with people. Hongjun has been present all along, observing as everyone takes their seats to tea this moment. He also opens his eyes. Kunpeng, sensing Hongjun's aura, feels an unparalleled strength at this instant. This power is inscrutable and enigmatic that I am about to attain unity. Now that the 3 lectures have concluded, It is indeed the time for unification, Hong Jun states impassively. Upon witnessing Hongjun's imminent merging with the heavenly Tao, everyone displays a sense of reluctance. Zhunti, with tears in her eyes, beseeches Hong Jun, Master, I implore you to reconsider. It must be said that Zhunti's performance is quite convincing. The others similarly feign reluctance. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, Hong Jun continues, After I achieve unity, I shall not emerge unless it is a matter of great consequence. With these words, Hong Jun vanishes from the purple cloud palace. Unnoticed and without a sound, as he departs, the palace once again erupts into a lively atmosphere. Gone is the previously sorrowful Zhunti. Now, she revels in joy. Having obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, destined to become the future saint of the heavenly Tao, devoid of any sorrow, the tears shed during Hongjun's unification were merely an act. Whoosh! At the very moment Hongjun disappears, two beams of light shoot outward at astonishing speed. Hongyun, my friend, urges Xinyuanzi, we must hasten our departure. You now possess the Hongmeng purple chi, which will surely incite envy. It is fortunate that he alerts Hongyun to leave promptly. Otherwise, he might already be surrounded by formidable beings. After all, Xinyuanzi had previously sensed the envy directed at Hongyun. Once I comprehend this Hongmeng purple chi, I shall see if they dare to treat me thus. Thinks Hongyun, not being foolish and acutely aware of the malevolent gazes from the crowd. He understands the necessity of departing swiftly to avoid potential danger. As Hongyun makes his exit, the others transform into streaks of light, filled with murderous intent, pursuing him. With Hong Jun having achieved unity, he will not emerge unless it is a matter of great significance. The Hongmeng purple chi that Hongyun possesses is highly coveted by all. Hongyun, you had best obediently surrender the Hongmeng purple chi. Otherwise, you will surely meet your demise, the crowd shouts while in pursuit. Upon witnessing the multitude of powerful beings chasing after them, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi immediately accelerate their pace. Soaring forward, Kunpeng observes the actions of the crowd and merely shakes his head in resignation. He walks the path of the primordial chaos and naturally does not share the same obsession with the Hongmeng purple chi as the others. Furthermore, if he had desired the purple chi, he could have become Hongjun's disciple during the latter's acceptance of apprentices, thereby obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi. Not only is Kunpeng disinterested, but those who have already acquired the Hongmeng purple chi do not pursue further. Having already obtained a portion of the Hongmeng purple chi, they have no desire for Hongyun's 0.1 portion of Hongmeng purple chi can only sanctify one. Now that the three clear ones have it, they certainly will not chase after Hongyun. Kunpeng, my friend, Nuwa approaches and speaks. Originally, a portion of the Hongmeng purple chi was meant for you. Her tone is laden with sympathy for Kunpeng. It is evident to any discerning eye that Kunpeng did not receive the Hongmeng purple chi because he declined to become Hongjun's disciple. Although Kunpeng has acquired spiritual treasures, Nuwa believes that spiritual treasures pale in comparison to the Hongmeng purple chi. While the Hongmeng purple chi is indeed valuable, it does not align with my path and is thus unsuitable for me. Kunpeng responds, the Hongmeng purple chi leads to the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao, which would impose limitations that it is not what I desire. Though a saint may be invincible in the primordial chaos, the journey is long, and the future remains uncertain. I do not wish to be constrained. Indeed, Nuwa concedes, your temperament is admirable and worthy of envy. She remarks, acknowledging Kunpeng's remarkable composure in the face of immense temptation. After a brief conversation, Nuwa departs, eager to return and contemplate the Hongmeng purple chi now in her possession. Not only Nuwa, but the three clear ones also hasten to leave. After Hongjun's unification, they immediately vanish from the purple cloud palace, some pursuing Hongyun, others returning to reflect, and others departing this moment. Only Kunpeng remains in the purple cloud palace. After casting a glance around, he too takes his leave. In the midst of chaos, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi are enveloped in divine light, warding off the myriad attacks from their pursuers. Infuriating, Hongyun exclaims, witnessing the relentless pursuit from behind. His anger surges. He believes he has committed no wrongdoing and holds no enmity with the powerful beings of the primordial chaos. He has generally maintained good relations. Yet now, due to a single portion of Hongmeng purple qi, he is besieged. Hongyun, my friend, Zenyuanzi advises, do not dwell on this at such a time. Our best course of action is to return to Wuzhuang Temple and thoroughly comprehend the Hongmeng purple qi. Zenyuanzi, protected by the Earth Book, alongside his quasi-saint cultivation, find it exceedingly difficult for anyone short of a saint to breach the Earth Book's defenses. The pursuit lasts several centuries, spanning from the chaos to the primordial chaos, and ultimately to Wuzhuang Temple. Upon entering the temple, Zenyuanzi promptly activates the Grand Formation. Upon the arrival of the Mingyi ancestor and others, they each summon their treasures and launch an assault on Wuzhuang Temple. However, the temple's Grand Formation is indomitable, and after a series of bombardments, the assailants abandon their attack. Humph, I do not believe that you, Hongyun, can indefinitely remain hidden within Wuzhuang Temple. The venerable figure of Mingyi Lao Zhu gazed coldly at the 5 Zhuang Temple before him. He found himself in a position of helplessness. The Earth Book of Zenyuanzi possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Even an assault by quasi-saint level warriors could not inflict any damage upon it, unable to breach the defenses. They were compelled to linger at the 5 Zhuang Temple. Although this required the expenditure of time, what they awaited was the foundation for ascension to sainthood, and should they obtain it, they would achieve that lofty status. Despite the wait, many deemed it to be exceedingly worthwhile. However, not all chose to wait. Among them were Jieyin and Zhunti. As the sovereign of the heavenly court, Jieyin yearned for the primordial purple energy. Yet he could not afford to remain there indefinitely. They needed to return to the heavenly court swiftly to manage the overarching situation, for within the heavenly court resided countless demon clans, and they had been absent for several millennia. The Wu clan eyed the heavenly court with sinister intent. It could not remain leaderless for even a day as they approached the northern sea. Kunpeng observed a battle between the Wu clan and the demon clan. The demons, overwhelmed, were fleeing in disarray, while the Wu clan, brandishing wooden staffs, relentlessly pursued them. Kunpeng, witnessing this, felt no surprise. Although the demon clan had largely congregated within the heavenly court, a portion remained scattered. This remnant led a life of evasion in the wilderness, perpetually fearing capture by the Wu clan. "Senior, save me!" A demon, seemingly having spotted Kunpeng, called out in desperation. This individual was a powerful figure of the Hunyuan Jinxian level. Kunpeng heard the demon's cry. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a monkey. This piqued his interest. With a flicker of his form, he appeared before the monkey. "Senior, this matter concerns our Wu clan. I hope you will refrain from intervening." The Wu clan member greeted Kunpeng politely upon his arrival. He sensed that the being before him was no ordinary individual. "Be gone. You have no business here," Kunpeng replied to the Wu clan member, his tone calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. The Wu clan member, upon hearing this, was filled with trepidation. He wished to say something, but reconsidered, knowing that provoking such a powerful figure would lead to dire consequences. After casting a glance at the monkey, the Wu clan member departed. Such was the nature of a world where strength reigned supreme. While the Wu clan members were generally rather domineering, they would temper their arrogance in the face of a significant disparity in power, as was the case between him and Kunpeng. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." After the Wu clan member left, the monkey approached Kunpeng, kneeling in reverence. His strength paled in comparison to that of the Wu clan member. And had he fallen into their grasp, the current state of affairs between the Wu and demon clans would guarantee him no favorable outcome. Six-eared. Kunpeng pondered, recognizing that this monkey was likely the six-eared macaque. Although the monkey appeared unremarkable, akin to any other, its 6 ears stood out conspicuously. The more he contemplated, the more certain he became that the being before him was indeed the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque was one of the 4 renowned monkeys of the chaotic world: the Lingming stone monkey, the Chiho horse monkey, the Tonbi gibbon, and the six-eared macaque. Each of these monkeys possessed extraordinary abilities. The Lingming stone monkey could transform, discern heavenly timings, comprehend earthly advantages, and manipulate celestial bodies. The Chiho horse monkey understood the duality of yin and yang, adept in human affairs, skilled in entering and exiting situations, and proficient in evading death. The Tonbi gibbon could seize the sun and moon, compress vast mountains, discern fortunes and misfortunes, and manipulate the cosmos. The six-eared macaque excelled in hearing sounds, perceiving truths, understanding past and future, and comprehending all things. Each monkey possessed unique powers, all remarkable in their own right. That I implore you, Senior, accept me as your disciple. The six-eared macaque beseeched. Throughout the chaotic realm, he had sought masters repeatedly, only to be met with rejection. His peculiar abilities had rendered him an outcast, particularly after he had overheard a teaching from the sage Hong Jun, who declared, "The law shall not be transmitted to the 6 ears." This proclamation led many formidable beings in the chaotic realm to shun him as a disciple, leaving him wandering and pursued by the Wu clan. Now, seeing Kunpeng come to his rescue, he felt compelled to take a chance, especially given the escalating tensions between the Wu and Demon clans. The reason for his earlier pursuit by the Wu clan was merely a chance encounter. After a disagreement, the member of the Wu clan had swung a staff at him in anger. "Very well," Kunpeng conceded. "Since we have met, it signifies that we are fated as master and disciple." He did not reject the six-eared macaque. The macaque's origins were extraordinary, not inferior to those of other primordial beings. Despite his current predicament, being hounded by a member of the Wu clan, his innate talent was formidable. Although the saying "the law shall not be transmitted to the 6 ears" deterred others from accepting him as a disciple, Kunpeng felt no fear. "Master, I humbly beseech you to accept my bow." The six-eared macaque knelt before Kunpeng, overwhelmed with joy, his heart a tempest of emotion. Prior to Kunpeng's affirmation, he had considered various responses but never anticipated that his request would be accepted. Overcome with elation, he felt as though he finally had someone to rely on, no longer subject to bullying. "Rise," Kunpeng gestured, raising the kneeling six-eared macaque. "Since you are now my disciple, there are a few matters I must clarify. I do not concern myself with your past. From this moment forth, you must not behave as you have before. You must diligently cultivate your skills." Kunpeng imparted the same counsel he had given to the Doping bird to the six-eared macaque. Having transformed for quite some time, the macaque's temperament may not have matured fully. Now that he had been accepted as a disciple, Kunpeng could not allow the six-eared macaque to continue with his previous behavior. "Rest assured, Master, I understand that I will fulfill your expectations." The six-eared macaque responded respectfully, committing Kunpeng's words to memory. Having finally found someone to take him as a disciple, he was still reveling in his joy. Ahem! Just as he finished speaking, the six-eared macaque coughed several times. That Kunpeng's gaze fell upon the macaque, noticing numerous scars adorning his body, indicative of previous beatings. Whoosh! A streak of light descended from Kunpeng, enveloping the six-eared macaque. In an instant, all of the injuries he had suffered were healed. "Thank you, Master." The six-eared macaque felt the transformation of his body and was filled with happiness that he was at the Tai Jinxian level. And the chaotic realm was perilous. Having eavesdropped on the teachings, he had undoubtedly faced many adversities. The injuries he bore were the result of his encounters while navigating the chaotic realm. "Fear not, Master," he assured, "I will not allow myself to be bullied as before." The six-eared macaque vowed internally, determined never to be victimized again. "Indeed," Kunpeng affirmed, "you are my second disciple. I've already accepted another before you." He mentioned this to the six-eared macaque to inform him that he had an elder brother disciple. "Master, where is my elder brother now?" The six-eared macaque inquired about the matter of Kunpeng taking on disciples. He was not the least bit surprised, for he was well aware that his master was a formidable being who had indeed taken on disciples before. It was entirely normal. However, he now sought to ascertain the whereabouts of his senior brother. Having traveled through the vast wilderness, he presumed that his brother should have returned by now. Kunpeng spoke, reflecting on the passage of several millennia. It was time for his journey to conclude and return to the North Sea. Soon after, Kunpeng departed with the six-eared macaque, soaring across the boundless horizon, where 2 golden streaks of light could be seen racing towards the northern the North Sea Palace, after a prolonged period of seclusion following the return of the rock. He had successfully ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon learning that his master had returned with a companion, his interest was piqued. Entering the grand hall, he spotted a monkey standing beside Kunpeng. "Master, who is this monkey?" the rock inquired, his gaze fixed curiously upon the newcomer. Kunpeng glanced at the rock, assessing his aura, and was pleasantly surprised to find that he had indeed advanced to the Great Luo. As a disciple, Kunpeng felt a sense of pride in his pupil's progress. "This is my newly accepted disciple, the six-eared macaque," Kunpeng introduced, gesturing towards the macaque Dada. "It turns out he's my junior brother." The rock exclaimed, stepping closer to the six-eared macaque and placing a hand upon his shoulder. "Greetings, senior brother Depeng." The six-eared macaque replied, somewhat taken aback by the impressive cultivation level of his senior, who had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. That not be so formal. "Junior brother six-eared." The rock chuckled warmly. His approachable demeanor instantly endeared him to the six-eared macaque, who had initially perceived him as somewhat aloof. However, a few casual exchanges and gestures revealed a kindness that touched the macaque's heart. Having endured much hardship in the wilderness, this newfound warmth was a stark contrast to his previous experiences, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. "Dapeng, please show six-eared around the North Sea." Kunpeng instructed. "Of course, master," the rock replied, wrapping an arm around the six-eared macaque's shoulder as they made their way outside the palace. "No need for formality with me. Just be comfortable. Let me tell you, junior brother six-eared, there are countless wonders to behold in our North Sea. Come, allow me to show you, and I assure you will be thoroughly pleased." Thanks to the rock's enthusiasm and familiarity, the two quickly grew close, laughing and conversing as they strolled out of the hall. After their departure, Kunpeng retreated to his secluded chamber to commence his own period of meditation. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red spear materialized before him, its shaft adorned with crimson patterns, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Even without activation, this weapon instilled a sense of dread within the great primordial golden immortal Kunpeng. "This is the god-slaying spear," he marveled, recognizing it as a weapon of unparalleled lethality. It was remarkable that even he, a being of such power, could feel its formidable presence. Subsequently, Kunpeng infused a drop of his essence blood into the spear. Having obtained it from Hong Jun as a treasure, he had yet to refine it. With a resounding crash, as Kunpeng's blood merged with the god-slaying spear, the chamber was engulfed in a brilliant crimson light. For a moment, it transformed into a hellish realm, a terrifying aura of bloodlust permeating the air, so potent that it felt nearly tangible. Even those newly arrived in the North Sea could sense the overwhelming murderous intent, causing trepidation among many. After several centuries, Kunpeng finally opened his eyes. The suffocating aura had dissipated. The god-slaying spear was no ordinary innate spiritual treasure, but a weapon of slaughter. Even a basic refinement took him 100 years. Once completed, he stored the god-slaying spear away and retrieved an even more exceptional treasure. With a thought, a small orb appeared before him, roughly the size of a fist, covered in ancient Taoist patterns that radiated a dazzling golden light, casting an air of mystery throughout the chamber. This was the Chaos spiritual treasure, Chaos Pearl. Its aura surpassed that of the god-slaying spear, exuding an even greater sense of the extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Kunpeng stowed the Chaos Pearl away. Although refining this treasure was notoriously challenging, it was a reward from the system and could be used directly without the need for refinement, saving him considerable time. Next, Kunpeng settled into a meditative posture in the void, determined to digest the wealth of knowledge imparted during the saints' teachings. He channeled the Primordial Tao Sutra. The spiritual energies of the North Sea began to converge upon him. Mysterious Taoist symbols emerged from his form, floating in the air and emanating a soft glow, signs of the sutra's operation intertwining with his insights from the teachings at Zhixiao Palace. Suddenly, an overwhelming radiance erupted from Kunpeng, illuminating the heavens as the terrifying aura of the great primordial golden immortal surged forth from him, accompanied by an insatiable force of devouring power. The atmosphere within the chamber began to churn violently, creating whirlwinds that disrupted the very fabric of order. In an instant, chaos reigned. The yin and yang reversed, and the air was thick with the essence of the great primordial golden immortal dominating the space. As time passed, Kunpeng absorbed the spiritual energies of the cosmos with increasing fervor. The influx of energy seemed as if it would engulf the North Sea Palace entirely. His physical form manifested behind him, colossal and majestic, soaring through the void and devouring all in its path. The chamber brimmed with spiritual energy, and with each drop he assimilated, the signs of his impending breakthrough became increasingly pronounced. Was he on the verge of yet another ascension? Zhe slowly opened his eyes after prolonged seclusion, astonished at the imminent breakthrough of Kunpeng. It is essential to note that Kunpeng is treading the path of the primordial Tao, rather than the path of the three corpses. Achieving a breakthrough on this path is exceedingly arduous. Even though a considerable amount of time has elapsed since the last breakthrough, all involved are already formidable beings of this realm. Time is merely a concept. For those who cultivate, an extended duration of practice does not necessarily equate to heightened prowess. In the primordial chaos, some beings emerge as Tai golden immortals, and after cultivating for merely a few millennia, attain the status of great Luo golden immortals. Conversely, there are those who, despite having transformed into Tai golden immortals, have undergone endless epochs of cultivation, yet remain unable to transcend to the great Luo. Thus, the signs of Kunpeng's impending breakthrough so astonished Jieyin as consummate great Luo golden immortal. He is well aware of the daunting challenges that lie ahead in ascending to a higher realm. Zhe's astonishment was mirrored by others. The inhabitants of the North Sea could all sense the explosive aura emanating from Kunpeng Point. 2,000 years later, Kunpeng opened his eyes within the confines of the secluded chamber. Having ascended to a new level of cultivation, he had now reached the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, and his mastery of the laws had also undergone a breakthrough, achieving a new level of profundity. This period of seclusion could be regarded as a dual harvest for Kunpeng, as both his cultivation and understanding of the laws had advanced. Following this retreat, he did not vacate the chamber. Instead, Kunpeng continued to sit cross-legged in the void, muttering incantations, his aura exuding an enigmatic quality. With a serene demeanor, he remained as immovable as a mountain, gesturing to conjure a beam of white light that coalesced into a golden jade tablet. Appearing at the center of the chamber, the jade tablet radiated brilliance, revealing 3,000 characters of demonic script. As Kunpeng opened his eyes, the light from the tablet dissipated. He proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above, I, Kunpeng, in the pursuit of advancing the development of the primordial world, hereby establish the demonic script today, and I implore the heavenly Tao to bear witness." The moment his words fell, the heavens and earth underwent a transformation. A resounding boom reverberated throughout the primordial expanse. In the void above, clouds churned ominously as lightning manifested. The 3,000 demonic characters erupted with golden light, enveloping Kunpeng in a dazzling aura. Thunder rumbled, striking down towards the North Sea. The golden light of the 3,000 demonic characters shone brilliantly beneath the darkened skies. In the North Sea, all beings stood transfixed, gazing upwards, momentarily lost in thought. Under the watchful eyes of the myriad beings, the 3,000 demonic characters collided with the lightning, producing radiant sparks that danced in a continuous cycle. Despite the ferocity of the lightning, it could not shatter the demonic script. The relentless strikes of lightning grew increasingly fierce, yet the demonic characters remained steadfast as a mountain in the void. At this moment, after being tempered by the lightning, the demonic script manifested a deeper resonance with the Da'od. As the celestial phenomena faded, the demonic characters returned to the jade tablet. The demonic script propelled the momentum of the primordial world forward, gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao. From the void, merits descended, splitting into two. The majority enveloped Kunpeng, while a smaller portion settled within the jade tablet. With the infusion of merit, the previously unremarkable jade tablet transformed into a treasure of merit. Its power was extraordinary, embodying both offense and defense, making it an exceedingly rare artifact. Kunpeng chose not to refine the merit absorbed into his being immediately. Instead, he stored it away, coupled with the merits bestowed by the system. Kunpeng had his own plans for the future. Having just achieved a breakthrough, although these merits could enhance his cultivation, they were still insufficient. Thus, he decided to reserve them for future use. Kunpeng's establishment of the demonic script left the myriad innate powers of the primordial world in a state of astonishment. Among the three pure ones, none anticipated that Kunpeng could create such a script. It demonstrated immense wisdom. Tong Tian opened his eyes, recognizing that the establishment of the demonic script would facilitate the development of the primordial world. This level of intellect evoked Tong Tian's admiration that it is merely the demonic script. What is so remarkable about it? Yuan Shi, who had always harbored disdain for the demon race, found himself surprised yet dismissive upon learning of Kunpeng's creation of the demonic script. The demon race stands firm, he mused, as the demonic script came into being. Laozi spoke to himself, his expression serene, as though he had foreseen this very moment. The three of them reflected briefly before sinking back into contemplation. Having received the primordial purple energy, they were disinclined to divert their attention to other matters. Meanwhile, Fuxi and Yuhua, similarly engrossed in their own seclusion, opened their eyes upon sensing Kunpeng's establishment of the demonic script. I never expected my fellow Taoist Kunpeng to create the demonic script, Yuhua thought to herself. Had she not been immersed in understanding the primordial purple energy, she would have likely visited the North Sea by now. Fuxi, too, expressed admiration for Kunpeng's achievement. Being a person adept at reasoning, he had sensed that the demonic script would emerge during this period, yet did not expect it to be crafted by Kunpeng. In the West, the two figures of Jieyin and Zhunti were filled with envy, not for the creation of the demonic script, but rather for the merits associated with it, as merit is a panacea. As individuals from the West, they were indifferent to the nature of the demonic script. Their envy lay solely in the merits Kunpeng had gained. Brother, when might we acquire merit ourselves? Zhunti inquired of Jieyin. Do not dwell on such thoughts, junior brother. Now that we have obtained the primordial purple energy, let us focus on comprehending it. Jieyin replied. Our master has said that once we grasp it, we can attain sainthood. Although Jieyin felt envy, his thoughts were not on how much merit Kunpeng had amassed, but rather on the urgency of understanding the primordial purple energy. This was of utmost importance, hearing his elder brother Jieyin's words. Zhunti found them most reasonable and soon fell back into contemplation. Similarly, beings such as the River Styx and the Queen Mother of the West were also astonished by Kunpeng's creation of the demonic script, which would benefit the development of the primordial world. Even those who were not of the demon race admired this feat, recognizing that such an action required not only great wisdom, but also considerable strength, an undeniably complex endeavor. Amidst the astonishment of many, the commotion in the heavenly court was the most pronounced. Jun, the sovereign of the heavenly court, contemplated Kunpeng's establishment of the demonic script. It is crucial to acknowledge that the heavenly court had established the demon race, gathering all demon beings within its domain. Jun had previously contemplated the significance of the demonic script, but could not deduce its implications. With the emergence of the demonic script, his resolve to recruit Kunpeng into the heavenly court intensified. In his view, Kunpeng's creation of the demonic script, coupled with his position as the ruler of the heavenly court, constituted a monumental event that he believed rightfully belonged to the heavenly court. Furthermore, although the number of Kunpeng's kin in the North Sea was not as vast as that of the heavenly court, it was still substantial. Should they join the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly strengthen its ranks. Yet, Jun felt conflicted. Previously, when Dong Huang sought to conquer the dragon race, Kunpeng had intervened. Now, although Jun was the sovereign of the heavenly court, a being of supreme authority, he realized that winning Kunpeng's allegiance would not be a simple task. Brother, now that Kunpeng has established the demonic script, what should we do? Dong Huang inquired. Having already formulated a plan, if Kunpeng were willing to join the heavenly court, it would be the most advantageous outcome. Although he had clashed with Kunpeng before, such actions would pale in comparison if Kunpeng were to ally with the heavenly court. Let me ponder this matter carefully. Jun was immersed in deep contemplation. The current period was of utmost importance, and decisions made now could not afford even the slightest error. Each choice must transcend immediate concerns, considering the welfare of the entire demon tribe. Upon witnessing his elder brother Jun in meditation, Dong Huang did not interrupt. Fully aware of his own limitations, scheming was not his forte. Combat was his true strength, a sentiment echoed by the other demon saints, the 9 great demon saints seated in the grand hall. Remained silent, much like Dong Huang Tai, refraining from speaking at such a critical juncture. With the future of the demon tribe at stake, none dared to voice their thoughts without a solid plan. The demon tribe had grown significantly, Every step forward required utmost caution. A misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Second brother, prepare some gifts. We shall visit the North Sea, Jieyin declared after a moment of reflection. He concluded it was indeed necessary to make the journey. One must at least attempt it. Elder brother, do you truly need to go yourself? Leave it to me. Dong Huang responded eagerly, believing it was about time for such a visit. There's no need for any divine treasures, he added. Second brother, heed my instructions. Remember to remain composed, Jieyin instructed. The outcome was uncertain, yet for the sake of the demon tribe's future, he was willing to take the risk. Dong Huang sighed, understanding the implication. Though he felt uneasy, he complied without protest. The 9 great demon saints said nothing, feeling this approach merited a trial. If Jieyin were to personally visit Kunpeng, there was a chance of gaining an ally. Even if not, attempting was better than doing nothing. Once the decision to journey to the North Sea was made, Dong Huang swiftly prepared several innate divine treasures. When the heavenly court was first discovered, it housed many treasures, complemented by those acquired by Jieyin and Dong Huang from the treasure rock. The heavenly court's treasury was indeed quite rich. Although these innate divine treasures were precious, given the situation, they were trivial if the North Sea could successfully join the heavenly court. With the treasures ready, Jieyin and Dong Huang soared towards the North Sea. Their true forms were the 3-legged golden crows, allowing them to traverse the skies at remarkable speed. Before long, Jieyin reached the surface of the North Sea. After pausing momentarily, they descended into the waters. Baizhe sensed 2 immensely powerful auras and immediately flashed to the entrance of the North Sea Palace, where he encountered Jieyin and Dong Huang. Baizhe, my friend, Jieyin said courteously. We have come to visit and hope you will convey our presence. Despite being the sovereign of the heavenly court, he addressed Baizhe as a friend, indicating his sincerity. Please come in, just as Baizhe was about to respond. Kunpeng's voice resonated. Seeing this, Baizhe promptly said, Follow me. He gestured, uncertain of the purpose behind Jieyin and Dong Huang's visit, but taking Kunpeng's words as a sign that everything was prearranged. He followed suit. Shortly after, Baizhe led Jieyin and Dong Huang into a grand hall. Jieyin was astonished upon first seeing Kunpeng. Unable to discern his cultivation level, he realized that the inability to perceive Kunpeng's strength could mean 2 things. Either Kunpeng was of a higher cultivation level, or he had employed a special method to conceal his aura. Greetings, Kunpeng, Jieyin said with a smile. Please take a seat. Welcome, esteemed guests, Kunpeng replied, maintaining the decorum befitting hosts. Jieyin and Dong Huang settled down, and soon after, delicacies and spirit liquids were presented, though cultivators did not require sustenance. Such offerings were customary for hospitality. Having heard tales of the North Sea's superiority over ordinary blessed lands, Jieyin found the reality to be just as impressive. I apologize for this unannounced visit. I hope my friend will not take offense, Jieyin said, his tone warm and amiable, instilling a sense of ease. Meanwhile, Dong Huang indulged in the spirit fruits, having previously resolved to remain silent during this visit. Choosing instead to enjoy the offerings before him, my friend is being modest. The North Sea is quite ordinary and cannot be compared to blessed lands. Should you wish, you're always welcome, Kunpeng replied. Equally cordial. Despite being aware of the underlying motives, he chose to speak pleasantly. Esteemed guests, having journeyed from the heavenly court, what brings you here? Kunpeng inquired, skeptical that Jieyin and Dong Huang had come simply for a visit. Given their esteemed positions, Jieyin is the sovereign of the heavenly court and Dong Huang is his brother. He doubted they would travel such a distance without a purpose. Indeed, we have a matter to discuss. Jieyin began. The heavenly court has recently emerged, and the demon script you established not long ago signifies the inevitable rise of the demon tribe. And one can thwart this progression. Why not join the heavenly court? My friend, and together we can forge a great future for the demon tribe. Jieyin articulated patiently, his voice resonating with persuasive power. This visit bore a specific intent, to persuade Kunpeng to ally with the heavenly court. And he no longer concealed their purpose, awaiting Kunpeng's response. Indeed, Kunpeng acknowledged, the demon tribe is indeed on the rise, and the heavenly court is bound to flourish. However, I have long cherished my freedom and currently have no intention of joining the heavenly court. He responded calmly, recognizing the truth in Jieyi's words. The heavenly court was indeed prospering, but he understood that such growth would ultimately lead to decline. The fate of the heavenly court would be dire. Extremes inevitably lead to reversal. Yet, he could not disclose his thoughts, knowing the potential repercussions of expressing such sentiments to the sovereign of the heavenly court. That my friend, why not reconsider? If you join the heavenly court, I could appoint you as the heavenly court's demon master, revered above countless demon beings. Jieyin spoke patiently, then waved his hand, causing several innate spiritual treasures to materialize before him. Observing the conditions laid out, Jieyin wore an expression of resolute determination. The presence of these innate spiritual treasures was indeed enticing, particularly as they were offered by the celestial court's demon master, second only to Jieyin and Dong Huang in authority over countless demon clans. Such conditions, in Jieyi's view, rendered the prospect of Kunpeng's agreement quite hopeful. Even Dong Huang Tai, witnessing his elder brother present such terms, was taken aback. Bai Zhe, standing nearby, upon hearing Jieyi's proposal along with the mention of additional innate treasures, turned his gaze towards Kunpeng, harboring some doubts. The personal visit from the celestial sovereign, coupled with the allure of spiritual treasures and positions of power, underscored the significance of such an offer, a fact well understood by Bai Zhe. In the depths of the northern sea, within the North Underworld Palace, Kunpeng remained unruffled as he regarded the conditions presented by Jieyin. He calmly replied, I reiterate, I have no interest in the position of Demon Master. The terms offered by Jieyin were undeniably tempting. Several innate spiritual treasures and a prestigious role within the celestial court. For most, such an offer would likely result in immediate acquiescence, as the allure was overwhelmingly substantial, presenting only benefits and no apparent drawbacks. Are we to engage in combat? Dong Huang Tai could no longer contain himself at Kunpeng's refusal. His prideful demeanor flared, ready to confront. Sensing the escalating tension, Kunpeng readied himself, unleashing the aura of a Hongyun golden immortal, a terrifying pressure radiating throughout the grand hall. Undeterred, Dong Huang responded in kind, unleashing his own formidable presence to counter Kunpeng's. Jieyin, initially inclined to intervene, reconsidered upon reflecting on Kunpeng's earlier statement of disinterest in joining the celestial court. Thus, he allowed the confrontation to unfold, viewing it as an opportunity to gauge Kunpeng's strength should the situation appear feasible. He was prepared to join forces with Dong Huang. The clash of quasi-saint powers merely through the exchange of their auras caused the very fabric of the hall to tear. Suddenly, a pained cry escaped Dong Huang's lips as he was violently thrust against the wall, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The disparity in their realms became painfully evident in that moment. Second brother, cease, Jieyin exclaimed, rushing to prevent Dong Huang from summoning the chaos bell. The outcome of their earlier clash had provided Jieyin with a clear understanding of Kunpeng's prowess, most likely at the latter stages of quasi-saint cultivation, given that Dong Huang was only at the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The results of their confrontation were telling. Kunpeng, what is your intent? Jieyin inquired, assisting Dong Huang to his feet. Although Dong Huang had initiated the confrontation, Jieyin, as the sovereign of the celestial court and brother to Dong Huang, felt compelled to support his kin, despite the initial rudeness. What intent do you speak of? Kunpeng retorted coolly, fully aware of the implications behind Jieyi's actions. The lack of intervention when Dong Huang had spoken so disrespectfully indicated a deliberate test of Kunpeng's capabilities. Had Jieyin believed Kunpeng to be weak or easily bested, he would have certainly joined in the assault alongside Dong Huang. Kunpeng was astute enough to grasp these underlying motives, and thus felt no obligation to be courteous. Jieyin scoffed before departing North Underworld with Dong Huang. Under the current circumstances, retreat seemed the wisest course of action. Based on their recent encounter, even united, they stood little chance against Kunpeng. Once outside North Underworld, Dong Huang turned to Jieyin, expressing his frustration. Brother, are we to let this go unchallenged? The earlier encounter left him feeling aggrieved, and despite his injuries, he yearned for a confrontation with Kunpeng, who likely had surpassed the mid-stage of quasi-saint cultivation. With such formidable strength, even a combined effort would likely prove futile. Jieyin sighed, Acutely aware of the gravity of his position as the celestial sovereign, he too had desired to engage, yet the insurmountable gap in their realms rendered such a confrontation unwise. A battle would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. For now, we must tread carefully. Jun stated that Kunpeng's intentions were unmistakably clear. His acceptance of a role within the celestial court was virtually impossible. They would have to await a time when their strength could exceed his. Only then could they hope to compel Kunpeng's allegiance. Dong Huang fell silent, begrudgingly suppressing his anger. Under the present circumstances, no better alternatives existed. They could only proceed with caution. Meanwhile, in North Underworld, Kunpeng sat in the Grand Hall. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, had his strength been inadequate, he would surely have found himself in the celestial court, unable to remain in such tranquility. Memories of past events flooded his mind, recalling a similar scene. Yet with a vastly different outcome that in the original narrative. After establishing the demon script, Kunpeng had joined the celestial court, not by choice but under duress, with his very life being the leverage for his conscription. Will the celestial sovereign allow them to depart unscathed? Bai Zhe questioned, perplexed by Jun's restraint despite the earlier hostilities. He recalled Kunpeng's adage, one should respond in kind to the treatment they receive. Given Dong Huang's blatant disrespect, it seemed inconceivable that they would be allowed to leave unharmed. Their fates are not decided here. All is preordained, Kunpeng replied. He acknowledged Bai Zhe's point. If he had truly wished to eradicate them, Jun and Dong Huang would not have survived the encounter. Yet Kunpeng refrained from such actions, recognizing that they were pivotal figures in the calamity between the witch and demon clans, destined to meet their demise in due time. Bai Zhe, upon hearing Kunpeng's words, ceased his inquiries. Though he did not fully comprehend their meaning, he had spent enough time in North Underworld to understand that every action Kunpeng took was rooted in a deeper rationale. Perhaps the significance of these decisions would become clear in due course. The arrival of Jun and Dong Huang in North Underworld had certainly stirred the local inhabitants. What do you think the celestial beings want with us? They wondered, observing their departure. It was evident that their expressions were anything but pleased, having narrowly avoided conflict. The matter has sparked considerable discussion among everyone. Previously, the celestial court had dispatched troops to confront the Dragon Clan. Today, as they arrived in the northern underworld, the speculations were largely uniform. Furthermore, the sight of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang departing in a disheartened manner only served to corroborate the earlier conjectures. The six-eared macaque was engaged in conversation with the Rock, who also witnessed this scene. "Senior Brother Rock, what just transpired?" The six-eared macaque inquired. His demeanor had transformed significantly, having adapted to this place. His rapport with the Rock was quite amicable, as they frequently secluded themselves to cultivate together and would also indulge in leisure during their free time. "Is that even a question?" the Rock replied. "Given our Master S temperament, he is undoubtedly furious." Having been under the tutelage of the Kunpeng for quite some time, the Rock was well acquainted with his Master S ways. With two formidable beings arriving in the northern underworld and being from the celestial court, the aura that had radiated from the palace earlier made it clear to him what had transpired. "Junior Brother Lure, let me tell you, our master has not been idle since the Primordial era. It has been 3,000 years since Emperor Jun and Dong Huang visited the northern underworld. During this time, numerous events have unfolded in the Primordial realm. Outside Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple, a host of innate powers lay in wait, anticipating the arrival of Hongyun. Since the moment he entered Wuzhuang Temple, many have been lurking outside, yet they remain unable to breach its protective array. Meanwhile, within Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun is currently comprehending the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongmeng Purple Qi, the foundation of sanctification, Hongyun muttered to himself as he sat in the void. Throughout these millennia, he had experienced breakthroughs in cultivation and various insights. Yet he had not grasped even a hint of the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Fully aware of the ambush outside Wuzhuang Temple and the dangers that lurked, his only course of action now was to delve into the mysteries of the Hongmeng Purple Qi to resolve his predicament. Thus, he remained in seclusion, but I hope my friend Hongyun can unravel it soon, sighed Xinyuanzi, glancing in the direction of Hongyun's retreat. He understood well that the perils outside Wuzhuang Temple were immense. Venturing out posed significant risks, while remaining inside ensured safety. Although the gathering crowd did not come specifically for Zenyuanzi, the two were close friends that it was impossible for him to remain indifferent to Hongyun's plight. Not only would he protect him, but he would also provide him with a sanctuary for cultivation, enabling Hongyun to better comprehend the Hongmeng purple qi. The conflict between the witch and demon clans had also escalated significantly. Though the majority of the demon clan congregated within the celestial court, their presence on the primordial continent made them easily detectable by the witch clan, leading to inevitable confrontations in each skirmish. The witch clan often gained the upper hand, causing the demon clan to suffer greater losses. The Zifu Xianting, established by the Eastern Prince, had grown immensely powerful, standing as one of the three most prominent forces in the current primordial realm alongside the celestial court and the witch clan. As the influence of the Xianting continued to expand, the Eastern Prince's power swelled correspondingly. In a grand hall, the Eastern Prince sat atop the highest seat, addressing the assembly below. Esteemed colleagues, the celestial court has become exceedingly formidable, while the witch clan lurks ominously. What are your thoughts? As the leader of the male immortals, he recognized the necessity of addressing the conflicts arising from the expansion of his influence, particularly with the witch and demon clans. If only the Western Queen Mother from the Western Kunlun could align with us. Following the unanimous discussion among the attendees, the Eastern Prince set forth towards the Western Kunlun. Previously, he had contemplated the Western Queen Mother, appointed as the leader of female immortals by the Tao ancestor. Despite her seclusion over the years, a faction had joined her in the Western Kunlun. Most of the scattered cultivators in the primordial realm had already allied with the Xianting, while those who had not either possessed their own factions or were unwilling to join as the witch and demon clans grew increasingly formidable. The Eastern Prince pondered how to expedite expansion. Once resolved, he departed with several subordinates towards the Western Kunlun. However, upon arrival, he was met with rejection from the Western Queen Mother before he could even enter. After attempts at persuasion proved fruitless, he left in disappointment. On this day, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai were engaged in discussion when a frantic member of the demon clan rushed in. "Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report," the newcomer announced, urgency evident in his tone, conveying a sense of panic. "Speak properly. What is this disorder?" Dong Huangtai reprimanded. Emperor Jun gestured for the subordinate to rise and speak. There's a significant matter at hand." He mused, sensing the gravity of the situation that concerns the Xianting. "While we were on a mission, we were ambushed by them, and now our entire force has been annihilated, with 2 demon kings falling in battle. I'm the only one who has returned," the demon soldier relayed, his tone laced with fury. Initially, the mission had progressed smoothly under the leadership of 2 Deluo golden immortal demon kings. Who would have anticipated that they would be besieged by the Xianting without warning? What? The Eastern Prince? How dare he oppose the Celestial Court? Is he courting death? Dong Huangtai erupted in expletives. Ever since their last visit to the northern underworld, he had felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Today, hearing the Eastern Prince's insolence towards the Celestial Court ignited his fury, and he longed to reduce the Eastern Prince to ashes. "Are you certain this was orchestrated by the Xianting's Eastern Prince?" Emperor Jun inquired again. If it were the witch clan, he would not have been surprised. Conflicts between the witch and demon clans were commonplace. However, if it were indeed the Xianting, that would be a direct challenge to the authority of the Celestial Court. "Indeed, absolutely certain," the demon soldier affirmed, his voice resolute and his eyes ablaze with rage. The Eastern Prince, as Emperor Jun uttered those 3 words, his fury reached a boiling point, unleashing an overwhelming wave of solar fire. The wrath of the demon emperor reverberated throughout the entire Celestial Court. With recent events already weighing heavily, the audacity of the Xianting to act in such a manner was intolerable. As the sovereign of the Celestial Court, if this matter remained unresolved, who would still fear their authority? The reporting demon soldier was deeply intimidated by the scene. He had never witnessed such fury from Emperor Jun during his time in the Celestial Court. "You may leave. I am aware of this matter. I shall address it," Emperor Jun said, his demeanor softening as he spoke to his subordinate. "Yes," the young demon acknowledged, and then departed from Emperor Jun's presence. Once the soldier had retreated, Dong Huangtai turned to Emperor Jun. "Brother, the Eastern Prince is clearly provoking our Celestial Court. He dared to bully us." The wrath of Dong Huang Tai burned fiercely within him, wishing to storm into the Purple Palace immediately and demand an explanation. This time, he declared, "Dong Wang Gong, I shall make you pay dearly for your insolence." After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jun recalled his previous thoughts of annihilating this Dong Wang Gong while at the Zixiao Palace. Several times he had contemplated eradicating his rival, yet the opportune moment had eluded him, leaving his hand unstruck. Nevertheless, the memory of past grievances lingered in Emperor Jun's mind, although previous conflicts had been mere trifles. The recent demise of two demon kings, both of whom were to Luo Jinxian, represented a significant loss for the heavenly court, eroding its core strength. Now, with the loss of two key figures and countless subordinates, Emperor Jun could no longer remain passive. He resolved that Dong Wang Gong must face the consequences of his actions. Upon receiving Emperor Jun's approval, Dong Wang Tai rallied the demon army. At this moment, he stood atop a high platform alongside the great demon saints, addressing the multitude of heavenly court warriors below. "Dong Wang Gong dares to challenge our heavenly majesty. He shall receive the punishment he deserves. We march forth to vanquish Dong Wang Gong." Countless demons echoed their agreement. As members of the heavenly court, they felt a surge of indignation at the affront to their dignity, particularly after hearing of Dong Wang Gong's ambush on the heavenly army. Their collective fury erupted. The demon soldiers raised their weapons high, bracing themselves for battle. With a thunderous roar, under Dong Huang's leadership, the heavenly army surged forward with unstoppable momentum. The atmosphere was thick with demonic energy, drawing the attention of many formidable beings. The retribution for Dong Wang Gong was imminent. Tong Tian sighed, seemingly aware of the outcome that awaited. His expression remained devoid of surprise, calm as ever, showing no particular concern for the unfolding events. Yuan Shi and Laozi exchanged no words, acknowledging the situation, yet choosing not to engage. In the West Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West sensed the overwhelming demonic aura and gazed towards the direction of the Purple Palace, declaring, "Dong Wang Gong, today's events are of your own making. No one else could be blamed." Earlier, when Dong Wang Gong visited West Kunlun, the Queen Mother had rebuffed him. Now, witnessing the current turmoil, she felt a sense of relief in not aligning herself with Dong Wang Gong. After all, even if she had sided with him, the power of the heavenly court would not falter. After observing for a while, the Queen Mother advised the female immortals of West Kunlun to refrain from involvement, subsequently turning her attention away. The outcome of this battle held no bearing for her. Within the Wu clan, the ancestral shamans were also aware of the situation, but they reveled in the unfolding drama. The Wu clan had long been adversaries of the demon race. Thus, they anticipated a fierce clash between the heavenly court and the immortal realm, hoping for mutual destruction. Zhu Rong stood atop the high platform of his tribe, exclaiming joyfully, "Excellent! What a splendid fight!" His spirit soared at the prospect of witnessing his sworn enemies in conflict, a source of immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the Beiming Palace, Kunpeng sensed the movements of the heavenly court. He had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. With Dong Wang Gong's ambitions swelling, he knew his downfall was inevitable. Now that the heavenly court had taken action, it seemed likely that Dong Wang Gong would meet his end. Contemplating this, Kunpeng departed the Beiming Palace, soaring towards the Purple Palace. This impending battle promised both peril and opportunity, which Kunpeng could not afford to miss. His speed was remarkable. Before long, he reached the skies above the Purple Palace. Upon arrival, he beheld Dong Wang and the great demon saints surveying the Purple Palace from their elevated position. Leading the assembly was Dong Wang Tai, while Emperor Jun remained absent. Kunpeng understood the reason for this absence. With the assault on the heavenly court in full view, many were gathered, yet it was not the entirety of the court's forces, merely a faction. The main contingent remained under Emperor Jun's command, who, as the sovereign of the heavenly court, had to remain vigilant against potential incursions from the Wu clan, known for their formidable strength. Although the heavenly court was easier to defend than to attack, the absence of Emperor Jun could sow discord among the ranks, leading to chaos. Thus, the mission to confront Dong Wang Gong was undertaken solely by Dong Wang and several other demon saints, concealed in the void. Kunpeng possessed a chaos pearl, allowing him to mask his presence. This treasure, surpassing even the innate treasures in rank, enabled him to obscure his aura at this moment. Even Hong Jun would be unable to detect his presence. For the Chaos Pearl could veil the heavenly secrets, eluding the gaze of the heavenly Tao. Standing hidden in the void, Kunpeng went unnoticed. Dong Wang Gong. He called out, "Come forth before me." Upon realizing that Dong Wang Gong had yet to appear, Dong Wang Tai's fury intensified that moment. He was enveloped in the blazing sun's true fire, exuding a terrifying aura. Gazing upon the vast sea of flames and the heavenly army, countless beings trembled in fear. With a swift motion, a multitude of celestial lights appeared, heralding the arrival of Dong Wang Gong and his celestial allies before Dong Wang Tai. Faced with imminent danger, he knew he had to confront the situation directly. "What is your intention, Dong Wang?" Dong Wang Gong inquired, puzzled by the appearance of the heavenly army. "What is my intention, Dong Wang Gong? As the foremost among male immortals, you neglect the management of the wilderness, fixating instead on unifying it. Today marks your demise," Dong Wang Tai bellowed, his words laced with unbridled rage. "Humph, this immortal acts without needing your unsolicited advice," Dong Wang Gong retorted defiantly, refusing to acknowledge Dong Huang's claims. In such a grand confrontation, he would not concede. "Once I vanquish you, your arrogance will cease." Furious, Dong Wang Tai had no desire for further discourse. "Charge," he commanded, his hands sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of demon soldiers that surged forth like a river from the void. "Those who dare offend the celestial realm shall be met with no mercy." With a sweeping motion of his hand, Dong Wang Gong summoned the full might of the Zifu lineage, joining forces with the celestial armies in a fierce confrontation. As the two sides clashed, the air was filled with the cacophony of countless battles. Dong Huang Tai and Dong Wang Gong engaged in a titanic struggle, both possessing mid-level quasi-saint cultivation. Although Dong Huang Tai wielded an innate treasure, Dong Wang Gong was by no means weak, that he was the embodiment of pure yang energy, augmented by the fortune of the celestial court. Even when faced with an innate treasure, Dong Wang Gong was capable of exchanging blows with his opponent. Their confrontation unleashed a torrent of power, and from a distance, one could only hear the sounds of collisions and the shattering of the void, accompanied by the chaotic manifestations surrounding them, obscuring their figures entirely. Aside from the battle between Dong Wang Gong and Dong Huang Tai, the skirmishes among the various demon saints on the heavenly side were equally ferocious. Within the celestial court, besides the quasi-saint Dong Wang Gong, there were others of similar rank, pitted against the demon saints of the heavenly realm. Their encounters were no less significant. The battle escalated into a fevered intensity. Casualties mounted from the very outset. After enduring over 100 exchanges, the clash between Dong Huang Tai and Dong Wang Gong reached a stalemate. The power of the innate treasure was unexpectedly formidable. Although Dong Wang Gong held his ground, he was undeniably shaken by the might of the chaotic bell. In a fleeting moment, Dong Wang Gong, brandishing his dragon-headed staff, resumed his fierce duel with Dong Huang Tai. Observing the relentless struggle between the two, Kunpeng sensed that the time was ripe. He descended from the void, landing discreetly outside the gates of Zifu. Thanks to his concealed presence, none detected him at that moment. Silently, Kunpeng entered the Zifu. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a scene brimming with abundant spiritual energy, exuding a myriad of profound auras. However, Kunpeng was largely indifferent to such marvels, having established his own sanctum. He harbored no particular desire for this place. Once inside the Zifu, Kunpeng's purpose was clear: to locate the treasury. With a fierce battle raging outside, the inhabitants of Zifu had all ventured forth to confront the enemy. He anticipated Dong Wang Gong's defeat, knowing that the spiritual treasures would inevitably fall into the hands of the heavenly forces. Now that Kunpeng had arrived, he had no intention of letting the treasury slip through his grasp. The external conflict was indeed intense. Though within the Zifu, Kunpeng could faintly hear the sounds of battle outside. Despite the muffled nature of the noise, the very fact that it reached him indicated the ferocity of the fighting beyond. The Zifu was vast, yet Kunpeng's spiritual prowess was formidable. With his spiritual probing, he swiftly located the treasury's entrance, Upon arriving at the door, he encountered a barrier set by Dong Wang Gong. A luminous screen materialized before him. Enveloping the entrance, Dong Wang Gong was indeed cautious, having erected such a defense. Kunpeng mused internally, revealing himself, for he had reached the treasury and found the surroundings devoid of any onlookers, rendering concealment unnecessary. With a resounding boom, Kunpeng unleashed a stream of radiant energy upon the barrier before him. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the barrier was effortlessly breached. Kunpeng had indeed studied the intricacies of such defenses. Overcoming this was a mere trifle for him. Who dares to breach the defenses of my treasury? The moment the barrier shattered, Dong Wang Gong sensed the intrusion. Generally, the person responsible for breaking a barrier would feel its rupture. Thus, as Kunpeng breached it, Dong Wang Gong immediately perceived that someone had entered his treasury. However, he could not afford to be distracted at that moment. He resolved to address this matter after the current battle concluded. For he was engaged with Dong Huang Tai Yi, who wielded an innate treasure. Diverting his focus now could lead to dire consequences. Inside the treasury of Zifu, Kunpeng beheld a staggering array of spiritual treasures. Far more than he had anticipated. Impressive, he thought, marveling at the bounty amassed by Dong Wang Gong over the years. The collection rivaled that of the Dragon Clan's treasury, a testament to Dong Wang Gong's extensive hoarding. Just as Kunpeng contemplated gathering the treasures, he sensed another presence approaching from outside. Turning, he saw an individual enter, his expression somewhat sinister, brandishing two sharp swords as he advanced toward Kunpeng. "Greetings, my friend Kunpeng. What a surprise to encounter you here." The newcomer greeted Kunpeng, sheathing his swords. "Greetings, Minghe," Kunpeng replied, immediately recognizing the identity of the visitor. Although puzzled by Minghe's presence, Kunpeng was certain that, like himself, Minghe sought to explore the treasures of Zifu. "Why don't we split the treasures of the treasury between us?" Minghe suggested, noting the palpable tension in the air. Initially lying in wait outside Wu Zhuangguan for Hongyun, he had decided to come in person upon witnessing the heavenly forces assaulting Zifu. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos of battle, he stealthily infiltrated the treasury. Although he had not concealed his aura, the tumultuous fighting outside masked his entry, and thus he went unnoticed. Kunpeng, however, did not respond to Minghe's proposal. With a swift gesture, he gathered all the treasures before him, leaving not a single one behind. Minghe stared in shock, unable to fathom that Kunpeng would claim every last treasure. What is the meaning of this? Kunpeng, he demanded. He had anticipated at least a portion of the treasures remaining for him, but now found himself empty-handed. With the eradicating and abysmal swords in hand, Minghe was determined not to let this matter pass lightly. "Are you suggesting a confrontation, my friend?" Kunpeng remained composed, showing no signs of elation despite his considerable haul. His demeanor was as if nothing had transpired, gazing steadily at Minghe. "The barrier was breached by me, and you entered afterward. These treasures are rightfully mine to claim. That if you feel I have been overly greedy, I would advise against any confrontation." Kunpeng spoke. He did not take action, but that did not imply he would refrain from doing so. If Minghe dared to strike, Kunpeng would accompany him to the bitter end. If that is the case, then brace yourself for my sword. Minghe coldly snorted, preparing to engage. With so many spiritual treasures before him, it was inconceivable for him to remain idle. Minghe brandished the sharp sword in his hands, the sword aura crisscrossing within the chamber. The blood-red essence nearly became tangible, cleaving through the heavens with unparalleled might. Kunpeng maintained a tranquil demeanor, gently waving his hand to unleash a dim stream of light. An overwhelming force of devouring appeared, consuming everything around it. Soon, the murderous intent emanating from Minghe vanished entirely. Boom! Minghe's assault was neutralized by this stream of light, causing him to stagger back slightly. In that simple clash, the victor was already apparent. Aware that he was no match, Minghe transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Disappearing before Kunpeng, he had not anticipated Kunpeng's strength to be so formidable. Not a single treasure had been left behind. Arriving in the void outside the Purple Mansion, Minghe felt a surge of indignation. He had believed that this time the treasures of the Purple Mansion would belong solely to him, only to find himself utterly empty-handed. All the treasures had been claimed by Kunpeng. Most infuriating was the fact that Mingyi's strength paled in comparison to that of his adversary. Though it had been merely a simple clash, it had showcased the disparity in their powers. That Mingyi's attack had been effortlessly deflected, and continuing the fight would only lead to his defeat. Thus, despite his dissatisfaction, he resigned himself to the outcome. Observing Mingyi's retreat, Kunpeng did not pursue. He had merely executed one strike, which had not affected him in the slightest. The treasures of the Purple Mansion remained firmly in his grasp. As for whether Mingyi would return to seek retribution, Kunpeng felt no trepidation. Meanwhile, outside the Purple Mansion, after a prolonged battle, Dong Wangong found himself at a disadvantage. Following another blow, his figure was sent reeling far away. Crashing into countless mountain peaks, Dong Huang Tai swiftly appeared before Dong Wangong. That I never expected. You celestial beings to act so despicably. Dong Wangong steadied himself and spoke. He was convinced that the intrusion into the Purple Mansion's treasury was the work of the heavenly realm. After all, this battle had been instigated by the celestial forces. In this situation, Dong Wangong could think of no one else but the heavenly beings. Humph? Dong Huang retorted, "What qualifications do you have to judge our celestial affairs?" Confused by the sudden remark, Dong Huang was taken aback. However, he did not dwell on it. Regardless of whether they were despicable or not, he had made up his mind to eliminate Dong Wangong today. Without further ado, he seized the Chaos Bell and launched an attack on Dong Wangong. Today, I shall show you the true might of this celestial lord. After dodging Dong Huang Tai's strike, Dong Wangong bellowed, 10,000 immortals formation, rise! With Dong Wangong's command, a powerful aura surged forth, and the surrounding spiritual energy abruptly coalesced. The magical powers of all those from the Purple Mansion intertwined. In an instant, the entire void shimmered with divine light, imbued with unparalleled might. The power of the laws manifested, enveloping this realm in a luminous shield, ensnaring the celestial army without exception. Within, a new world formed. With Dong Wangong standing at its center, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. The 10,000 immortals formation, with Dong Wangong as its focal point, was a formidable combination of the Purple Mansion's forces. Once unleashed, Dong Wangong could harness the power of all those within the formation. This was his ultimate trump card, although it required a substantial cost to maintain, given the life-and-death stakes facing the Purple Mansion. Dong Wangong knew he had no choice but to deploy the formation. Such a remarkable 10,000 immortals formation. Gazing up at Dong Wangong, Dong Huang Tai's brow furrowed in concern. The power of the formation was indeed terrifying. Even wielding the Chaos Bell, Dong Huang Tai felt a sense of caution in the face of such a formidable array. The might of Dong Wangong's 10,000 immortals formation was not to be underestimated. Kunpeng also sensed this aura, surprised that Dong Wangong possessed such a lethal move. Kunpeng had some understanding of formations. If the array was sufficiently powerful, even a single person could dominate multiple opponents of equal cultivation. For instance, the Zhuxian's array of Tongtian could only be breached by the 4 saints. One person's strength could suppress 3 heavenly Dao saints. How fearsome that was, though the 10,000 immortals formation laid out by Dong Wangong was not as potent. It was still not to be taken lightly. Sensing the formidable power of the formation, Kunpeng felt a surge of anticipation regarding how Dong Huang would dismantle this array. It is merely a formation. What is so impressive about it? Dong Huang Tai declared, surrounding himself with the true fire of the sun, lifting the Chaos Bell high as he charged toward the formation center, aiming for Dong Wangong. Clang! As the Chaos Bell passed through, the void shattered. Seeing Dong Huang Tai advancing, Dong Wangong wielded his dragon-headed staff, channeling the immense magical powers of all present to unleash a massive beam of light. Colliding head-on with the Chaos Bell, a thunderous sound reverberated as the tremendous impact caused countless mountain peaks to collapse. With this single strike, Dong Huang Tai was sent crashing to the ground. Clearly, he was no match for Dong Wangong at this moment. Today, I shall see you perish, Dong Wangong proclaimed triumphantly. During their earlier confrontation, Dong Huang had dominated the engagement. Now, having knocked Dong Huang Tai down, Dong Wangong's expression radiated with elation. Boom! Dong Wangong swung his dragon-headed staff again, launching another assault on Dong Huang Tai. Wave after wave of light beams surged forth, carrying the destructive intent to annihilate. As these attacks approached, Dong Huang Tai raised the Chaos Bell above his head. Rumble. Sounds of collision echoed as the Chaos Bell successfully blocked Dong Huanggong's strikes, though Dong Huanggong's power was formidable. The Chaos Bell was a primordial treasure. Even under such intense assault, it proved difficult to breach its defenses. Observing the unwavering resilience of the Chaos Bell, Dong Huanggong intensified his onslaught. While the power of the 10,000 Immortals formation was immense, it required a significant expenditure of magical energy from all involved. With each attack he unleashed, those forming the array bore a heavy cost, necessitating a swift resolution. Otherwise, prolonged conflict would inevitably lead to the disintegration of the formation. It was uncertain how much longer it could endure. Kunpeng, observing the 10,000 Immortals formation, could sense its unstable aura. Although Dong Huanggong's strength surpassed that of Dong Huang Tai, the fluctuations in his energy were evident. Furthermore, given the noticeable increase in Dong Huanggong's attack speed, Kunpeng surmised that the formation could not be maintained for long. Yet, despite this realization, the power of the 10,000 Immortals formation continued to astonish many. They had not anticipated that Dong Huanggong possessed such a hidden card. What a remarkable 10,000 Immortals formation! It remains uncertain whether the Wanjian Grand Formation can withstand the onslaught from the Heavenly Court. This grand battle has drawn the attention of numerous innate powers. Although none of them choose to participate in the conflict, many prefer to observe from the shadows. Whenever significant events unfold, those uninvolved, regardless of the magnitude, seldom harbor thoughts of engagement. Yet, it is quite common for many to spectate. All sorts of individuals, of varying cultivation levels, can be found watching from the periphery. East King, despite the formidable nature of your Wanjian Grand Formation, do you truly believe that this emperor is powerless? With a cold chuckle, Dong Huang Tai summoned a figure strikingly similar to himself, another quasi-saint. This individual, a manifestation of Jieyin, was endowed with quasi-saint strength. Entrusted to Dong Huang before his departure, ensuring the obliteration of the East King. What? The East King's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the presence of two quasi-saints by Dong Huang's side. A foreboding feeling crept into his mind. But he swiftly banished such thoughts at this juncture. He could not afford to entertain despair. Victory in this confrontation was imperative. Charge! Dong Huang and the other two exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus. They soared towards the front from three directions, confident that their combined strength could breach the Wanjian Grand Formation. The East King was destined for defeat. Observing this, Kunpeng sighed deeply. Present, Dong Huang Tai commanded three quasi-saints against a solitary East King. The Wanjian Grand Formation was likely to be shattered. Boom! The assault from Dong Huang and his companions was ferocious. Under their concentrated onslaught, the East King found himself struggling to keep pace, his speed noticeably diminishing. This very scene caught Dong Huang Tai's attention. Sensing the East King's waning energy, he wielded the Chaos Bell and swiftly approached from behind. The speed of the three-legged golden crow was unparalleled. And with the interference of the two quasi-saints, the East King could hardly react. The moment Dong Huang Tai struck, it was with full force, invoking the Chaos Bell and raising it high to smash down. Simultaneously, the avatars of Jieyin and Dong Huang unleashed their full might, attacking from three angles. The East King quickly conjured a defensive barrier, pouring in a great deal of his magical energy. Boom! A shattering sound echoed as the East King's defenses crumbled, offering no resistance whatsoever. As his defenses were breached, the East King was brutally struck by Dong Huang Tai's Chaos Bell, crashing to the ground. Defeated, the East King's role as the eye of the formation had been compromised, leading to the automatic disintegration of the Grand Formation. The members of the Zifu lineage suffered a backlash, each sustaining considerable injuries. Having dismantled the Wanjian Grand Formation, Dong Huang Tai descended to the ground, gazing at the disheveled East King. East King, your time has come, Dong Huang Tai declared. Now that the Wanjian Grand Formation lay in ruins, the East King had no remaining trump cards. That I am the male immortal designated by the Tao ancestor himself. "Do you not fear the Tao ancestors' wrath should you slay me?" The East King retorted. With defeat now certain, he had no hope of victory left and could only invoke the Tao ancestor in the hope that Dong Huang would relent. If Hong Jun were to intervene, he would have done so long ago. The current conflict would not have transpired otherwise. Upon hearing the East King's words, Kunpeng gazed towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace amidst the chaos. Hongjun must be aware of the heavenly court's assault on the Zifu. After all, he is a saint. Given the magnitude of this operation, it would be impossible for Hongjun to remain oblivious. He simply chose not to intervene. His original intention in appointing the East King as the male immortal was to maintain order in the Honghuang. Yet the East King had allowed power to cloud his judgment. Hongjun was fully aware of every misdeed the East King had committed over the years. Now that matters had escalated to this point, Hongjun would not intervene. For him, the East King's demise was merely a trivial concern. "East King," Dong Huang Tai mocked, "for years, you have exploited the title of male immortal to expand your influence. Your ambition has drawn the Tao ancestors' ire." He knew well that the actions of the East King could not have escaped the notice of the saints. Had Hongjun wished to act, he would have done so long ago, likely during the initial mobilization of the Heavenly Court. Though Dong Huang had initially hesitated, uncertain if Hongjun would intervene, the absence of the saint's presence during the fierce battle between the Heavenly Court and the Zifu lineage made it clear to him that Hongjun would not involve himself in this matter. Impossible! The East King's eyes reflected an increasing fear. He sensed the truth in Dong Huang's words. He feared for his own demise. In this precarious situation, only a saint or someone capable of confronting the Heavenly Court could save him from death. Yet, the East King's actions over the years had left no one willing to assist him. Hongjun would not intervene. Though quasi-saints observed from the sidelines, they merely watched. Who would risk offending the Heavenly Court for someone entirely unrelated? Dong Huang Tai ceased his banter and launched his assault. Just as his attack was about to descend, the East King's aura surged dramatically, his expression filled with defiance. Was he preparing to self-destruct? Kunpeng, witnessing the East King's sudden surge of power despite his severe injuries, realized the threat. The East King was likely on the verge of self-detonation, for otherwise his aura would not have intensified so. Dong Huang Tai sensed the imminent danger and his expression turned cautious. The East King was a formidable quasi-saint. Even in his wounded state, he remained a genuine quasi-saint. The self-detonation of such a being was a matter of grave concern for all present. Even the hidden cultivators, upon realizing the East King's intent to self-destruct, hastily summoned their treasures for protection. "Today, even if this immortal must perish, I shall take you all with me." The East King's defiant voice echoed as he radiated golden light. Charging towards Dong Huang Tai in response, Dong Huang Tai raised the chaos bell before him, channeling his magical energy to its utmost capacity. The other demon saints and soldiers mirrored his action, shielding themselves with their respective treasures. Even the members of the Zifu lineage, upon witnessing the East King's impending self-destruction, hastily erected defenses as the moment of detonation approached. Escape was impossible for most, as they were already injured and unable to flee. They could only brace themselves for the explosive force. The East King was on the cusp of self-destruction. Outside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes, casting a glance at the East King's Zifu before closing them once more. His expression devoid of any emotion, as if nothing were amiss. Boom! The self-detonation of Dong Wang Gong unleashed a colossal wave of energy, enveloping the heavens and the earth for tens of thousands of miles. The aftermath was felt, revealing a grim scene of widespread devastation and casualties. The explosion caused by a mid-stage quasi-saint was an exceedingly rare and terrifying event. Even a formidable being like Dong Huang Tai, who immediately summoned the Chaos Bell for defense, still faced some repercussions from the blast. The others were even less fortunate. The demon saint from the Heavenly Court suffered significant injuries, although they possessed spiritual treasures for protection. None compared to the supreme artifact wielded by Dong Huang Tai, resulting in their wounds being far more severe. Many high-level cultivators were already injured, and a multitude of demon soldiers perished in the instant of Dong Wang Gong's explosion. Even some of the Luo Jin could not withstand the self-detonation of a quasi-saint. Casualties also occurred among those in the Purple Mansion, although the explosion was aimed at the demon race. The blast radius was too extensive. Dong Wanggong's subordinates suffered heavy losses as well. Even some distant observers, though far from the epicenter of the explosion, were similarly affected, just like those on the battlefield. No one anticipated the sheer might of a quasi-saint's self-detonation. This Dong Wanggong was utterly deranged. With his demise, the Purple Mansion fell, and the Heavenly Court emerged victorious. Many criticized Dong Wanggong's actions. Self-detonation among quasi-saints was indeed rare in the wilderness. Numerous quasi-saints had been slain, yet none had chosen to self-destruct. After all, among all quasi-saints, aside from the sage Hong Jun, the quasi-saint realm stands as the apex of power in the wilderness. A quasi-saint, unless in dire circumstances, would never opt for self-detonation. Thus, Dong Wanggong's self-detonation evoked astonished murmurs and comments from the onlooking cultivators. Kunpeng remained unscathed, though he was relatively close and witnessed Dong Wanggong being forced into self-detonation. He was protected by the Chaos Pearl. The explosion, while fearsome, did not harm him in the slightest. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have acted as he did. Kunpeng sighed, reflecting on how Dong Wanggong, the leader of the male immortals, had squandered a favorable hand. Had his ambitions been less grandiose, and had he genuinely managed the wilderness and maintained order, his fate would not have culminated in such a self-destructive end. The aftermath of Dong Wanggong's explosion left many in a daze, the scene of the explosion replaying incessantly in their minds, leaving a significant impact on the surrounding landscape. That moment. In the void where Dong Wanggong had detonated, a vast chasm appeared. An endless chaos storm erupted from within, wreaking havoc on all that surrounded it. After a considerable duration, the enormous black void in the sky began to heal on its own. Fortunately, the wilderness possessed strong, self-healing capabilities. Otherwise, the chaos storm would have wrought unimaginable devastation. Moments later, Dong Huangtai retracted the chaos bell, his injuries significantly healed. Observing the remaining multitude from the Purple Mansion, he spoke. Dong Wanggong is dead. If you are willing to submit to the Heavenly Court, I shall overlook past grievances. Although Dong Wanggong had perished, numerous followers remained. After all, he had established the Purple Mansion long ago, attracting many adherents. While not comparable to the Heavenly Court or the Witch Clan, their numbers were still considerable. Joining the Heavenly Court would bolster its strength. We are willing to submit to the Heavenly Court. The remaining individuals chorused in unison, clearly eager to join. Dong Wanggong was no match for Dong Huangtai. The others were even less so. Given the current circumstances, failing to join the Heavenly Court would likely result in death. Faced with life and death, even the unwilling had no choice. Whoosh, several streaks of light shot forth into the distance. The demon Saint Gui Che from the Heavenly Court, upon witnessing this, intended to pursue, but was halted by Dong Huangtai's gesture. Enough. No need to chase. The fleeing individuals were quasi-saint level beings. Dong Huang understood that such powerful beings would forcibly escape. Even if intercepted, they might resort to self-detonation like Dong Wanggong, leading to more losses than gains. The objective had been to eliminate Dong Wanggong, and with his death, the fleeing quasi-saints were inconsequential. After all, most within the Purple Mansion were still willing to join the Heavenly Court, making pursuit unnecessary. Understood, Gui Che halted. Though he had the desire to chase, he had no choice but to obey Dong Huang's command. Gui Che, lead them. Proceed to the Heavenly Court now. Dong Huang instructed Gui Che, with Dong Wanggong gone. There is no need to linger. Also, upon returning, ensure to take care of the injured. Dong Huang added, recognizing that while they had emerged victorious, Dong Wanggong's self-detonation had inflicted wounds on many. Dong Huangtai understood that to win the hearts of the people, he must consider all aspects in this battle. Both the Heavenly Court's members and those from the Purple Mansion had suffered countless injuries. His actions were a step towards showing care. "SU command." Gui Che replied, promptly leading the group towards the Heavenly Court. In the blink of an eye. Only Dong Huangtai remained outside the Purple Mansion. He cast a glance at the Purple Mansion before entering Dong Wanggong's former Grand Hall. The destruction of the Purple Mansion elicited the most significant reaction from the Witch Clan, their long-standing adversaries. They had hoped to witness both the Purple Mansion and the Heavenly Court suffer mutual destruction. Yet the ultimate outcome had been Dong Wanggong's self-detonation. The fall of the Purple Mansion signified an increase in the Heavenly Court's power. Infuriating, Dong Wanggong was utterly inept, although the ancestral, which Zhu Rong, was not on the battlefield. He had been observing closely, fully aware of the unfolding situation. Upon learning of Dong Wanggong's defeat, he could not help but express his disdain. "Humph, the demon race will be dealt with sooner or later," remarked the ancestral Witch Gong, who had come to visit Zhu Rong out of boredom. Though he had his own tribe, among the 12 ancestral witches, Gong and Zhu Rong shared similar temperaments and often engaged in discussions. Initially intending to practice together, upon witnessing Dong Wanggong's defeat and the Heavenly Court's victory, they lost all desire for such activities and began to vent their frustrations. It's all just relying on a broken bell. What's so impressive about that? Sooner or later, I'll shatter it, Zhu Rong declared towards the direction of the Heavenly Court, feeling deeply unsettled by their enhanced power. Had it not been for Di Zhang's warning to refrain from acting impulsively, the typically headstrong Zhu Rong and Gong might have confronted Dong Huangtai instead of merely lamenting. Where have the treasures of the Purple Mansion gone? Upon entering the Purple Mansion, Dong Huangtai found the treasury completely devoid of any remnants. Realizing this, he understood that the treasury had been raided beforehand at that moment. Dong Huangtai also grasped the implications of Dong Wanggong's earlier statement about the Heavenly Court's underhanded dealings. It turned out the treasury had been taken, and Dong Wanggong's remarks were misinterpreted as accusations against him. Forget it. With a deep sigh, Dong Huangtai refrained from overthinking the matter. Although the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, he chose not to investigate further. The acquisition of the Zifu treasure vault would be a boon, yet even in its absence, Dong Huangtai remained unfazed. For he possessed treasures of his OWI in the blink of an eye. He departed from the Zifu. Aside from the treasure vault, there were other items of interest, yet none captured Dong Huangtai's discerning eye. While the Zifu was indeed a realm of fortune, it paled in comparison to the Heavenly Court, which offered superior resources across the board. Thus, he left without claiming anything. His objectives had been met. Although the treasure vault eluded him, it did little to dampen his spirits as he joyfully returned to the Heavenly Court. Once Dong Huangtai had departed, Kunpeng made his appearance. What a pity, he lamented, surveying the once splendid Zifu, now reduced to a state of disarray. The aftermath of the quasi-saints' self-detonation had left its mark, transforming the landscape into a scene of devastation. As he surveyed the surroundings, numerous places lay in ruins. Not only did Kunpeng arrive, but the nearby cultivators who had been observing also revealed themselves as they contemplated entering. The sight of Kunpeng halted their intentions to owe them. It was evident that his presence signified an interest in the Zifu. After all, with the demise of Dong Wanggong, the Zifu, despite its disrepair, remained a place of potential restoration. The overwhelming strength of Kunpeng was palpable, instilling a sense of caution among the onlookers who dared not enter. In the world of the Primordial, where strength reigns supreme, obtaining anything requires considerable power. The Zifu, now ownerless due to Dong Wanggong's death, was ripe for the taking, despite its damaged state, were it not for Kunpeng's presence. It is likely that many would have already ventured inside. As the crowd remained still, an audacious cultivator seized the moment and boldly entered the Zifu. The others glanced at Kunpeng, searching for any reaction. Upon observing his indifference, they quickly deduced that Kunpeng had no intention of claiming the Zifu, prompting them to rush in as well. Get away from me. This place belongs to me. Scram. The scene erupted into chaos as a fierce battle ensued. While Kunpeng regarded the Zifu with disdain, the other cultivators saw it as a treasure. Despite its current state of ruin, it had once belonged to the esteemed Dong Wanggong, and even in its dilapidation, it surpassed the majority of their own sanctuaries. Given the dire situation of the Wu and Yao clans, prime locations had long been claimed by others, leaving most cultivators with only ordinary sanctuaries, if they had one at all. Thus, when this opportunity presented itself, None wished to let it slip away. After a fierce struggle, a voice rang out. Fellow Taoists, we are all here seeking a place. Why must we create such discord? Why not enter together? The Zifu was vast enough to accommodate them all. The proposal halted the fighting as they contemplated its merit. Among the cultivators, their strengths were relatively comparable. Unless it were a life-or-death battle, determining a clear victor would be challenging. Having already witnessed significant conflict, they understood that further skirmishes would only exacerbate the Zifu's damage. Agreed. Indeed, the crowd voiced their assent and soon transformed into streaks of light. Dispersing within the Zifu's a realm of fortune, the Zifu was more than capable of housing these cultivators. Eagerly, they began their search. The Zifu, expansive as it was, undoubtedly harbored areas of relative quality, alongside those of lesser worth. Ah, splendid, truly worthy of the Zifu. Excellent. Some found their desired spots, while others fell short, and a few, in their pursuit of better grounds, stumbled upon the most damaged locations, despite the Zifu's current state of disarray. It was still a remarkable find for these cultivators. Observing the Zifu, Kunpeng remarked that while it did not meet his standards, it was undoubtedly a treasure for others. Many of the wandering cultivators lacked fixed sanctuaries, their own being either ordinary or non-existent. Seeing their expressions of joy, Kunpeng understood that for them, this was akin to discovering a hidden gem. The ruined realm of fortune was incomparable to the sanctuaries of ordinary individuals. During his visit to the Zifu, Kunpeng not only acquired the treasure vault, but also the dragon-headed scepter of Dongwang Gong, a spiritual artifact, despite the immense destruction caused by Dongwang Gong's self-detonation. The innate spiritual treasure, being a primordial entity, sustained minimal damage. For an average individual, the impairment of a spiritual treasure would be a daunting challenge to mend without suitable means. However, for Kunpeng, this was merely a trivial matter, as he possessed the Qian Kuan Ding, an artifact capable of restoring such treasures. Even if its essence were compromised, it could be fully rejuvenated. Although the dragon-headed scepter had suffered damage, repairing it would pose no issue for Kunpeng. It merely required time. With a swift motion, Kunpeng soared towards the horizon, leaving the Zifu behind. The clash between the heavenly court and the Zifu had intensified the atmosphere of conflict within the primordial realm. While those immersed in the primordial may not perceive it from a high vantage point, one could observe a haze of malevolence lingering in the air. Recognizing this, Kunpeng understood that the impending confrontation between the heavenly court and the Wu clan drew ever closer. In the boundless expanse of the primordial, a streak of light darted through the sky at remarkable speed, its presence sending ripples of unease among the myriad beings below. This figure was none other than Kunpeng, who headed towards the primordial realm after departing from the Zifu. After several decades of flight, Kunpeng halted atop a mountain peak, not due to any discovery, but because he sensed a fierce battle occurring. One between quasi-saints. Such encounters were rare within the primordial realm. Drawing his attention, as he focused his gaze, he recognized a familiar figure alongside two other quasi-saint powerhouses. The familiar visage belonged to none other than the Western Taoist, who had once shared teachings with him at the Zixiao Palace. The other two quasi-saints, judging by their appearance, were evidently former inhabitants of the Zifu. Taoist Cunny, one of them exclaimed that we merely wish to pursue our freedom as wandering cultivators, not to join the West. This not a bit excessive. One of the wandering cultivators spoke. The two of them were originally subordinates of the Eastern King's forces when the Purple Mansion was destroyed. They fled at the first opportunity, narrowly escaping the clutches of the heavenly court. However, during their flight, they encountered Zhunti, who intercepted them. Fellow Taoists, Zhunti said earnestly, our meeting here is a matter of fate. You two share a connection with the West. Come with me to the West. His expression was particularly grave, as if he genuinely believed that the two individuals he encountered were destined to join the Western realm. In reality, Zhunti had rushed over immediately upon learning of the Eastern King's downfall, seizing the chance to recruit these two quasi-saints, hoping their addition would facilitate the West development. Kunpeng, he thought to himself. Surprised to see him here, he hadn't anticipated that the conflict among quasi-saints would involve Zhunti and others. Listening to their dialogue, Kunpeng quickly grasped the situation. The quasi-saints before Zhunti were former subordinates of the Eastern King, who, unwilling to join the heavenly court after the destruction of the Purple Mansion, had escaped and encountered Zhunti along the way. This led to the scene Kunpeng now witnessed. Kunpeng was not at all surprised by Zhunti's actions. He was well aware of Zhunti's infamous saying, which had lured countless cultivators to the west. Ding! The system's voice rang out, detecting the host status and presenting the following choices. Option 1. Persuade Zhunti with words, receiving a random reward of a spiritual treasure. Option 2. Intervene to stop Zhunti, earning the reward of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Note: failure to make a choice will result in no rewards. As Kunpeng observed, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Upon seeing the rewards, he declared, "I choose option 2. His eyes gleamed with determination, as he had already intended to intervene. After all, he had refrained from pursuing Zhunti's previous actions in the Purple Cloud Palace. But that did not mean he was indifferent. Now that they had crossed paths again, it was only right that Zhunti face some consequences. Zhunti, my old friend, it has been quite some time." With that, Kunpeng silently descended before Zhunti. Both Zhunti and the other two were taken aback. Kunpeng, when did he arrive? Zhunti mused, surprised by Kunpeng's sudden appearance. His arrival was entirely unexpected. As a quasi-saint, Kunpeng's ability to approach unnoticed implied a mastery of concealment or a superior cultivation level to Zhunti. It seemed likely that Kunpeng's cultivation surpassed his own. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Kunpeng," Zhunti offered politely, unable to perceive Kunpeng's true strength. Had he been able to sense it, their conversation would not have been so cordial. They would likely have already engaged in conflict over treasures. The two quasi-saints, previously blocked by Zhunti, felt a surge of hope upon seeing Kunpeng owe them. His arrival signified salvation. "Why are you not residing peacefully in the West? What brings you here?" Kunpeng inquired, feigning ignorance of Zhunti's intentions while refraining from exposing him just yet. "I find myself with idle time and decided to wander through the primordial chaos. Fortuitously encountering these two fellows, it is said that our meeting is predestined," Zhunti replied earnestly, though internally he was frustrated. He had finally seized an opportunity, and now he was faced with a mid-stage quasi-saint and two early-stage ones, an imbalance that made his task considerably more difficult. Had Kunpeng appeared just a moment later, Zhunti would have successfully taken them to the west. "Destined, you say? If that is the case, then since we have met today, it would seem that you are also destined to accompany me back to the northern abyss." Kunpeng responded. His words elicited nearly audible laughter from the two quasi-saints beside him, as they interpreted this as a direct challenge to Zhunti. "What do you mean by that? This matter does not concern you," Zhunti replied, his expression darkening as he recognized Kunpeng's implication. The latter's appearance was clearly intended to oppose him. "That I mean no offense. I simply believe this encounter is indeed a matter of fate and wish to exchange insights with you," Kunpeng stated. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming pressure coalescing throughout the surroundings. The sky dimmed, and the mountains trembled. Such power! The two quasi-saints thought, astonished by Kunpeng's formidable presence. Although they could not discern his precise cultivation level, it was evident that he was at least a mid-stage quasi-saint, and Zhunti might not stand a chance against him. Despicable! Zhunti thought bitterly. Finding himself in a difficult position, he was on the verge of success. Yet Kunpeng's sudden appearance threatened to thwart his plans, that if he did not handle this situation adeptly, he would likely lose the chance to bring the two quasi-saints back to the west. However, knowing that Kunpeng wielded the god-slaying spear, Zhunti felt a twinge of apprehension. Even saints harbor fears. As a mere quasi-saint, he could not afford to be reckless. "Then let us test our skills. Shall we?" Zhunti resolved, steeling himself. The opportunity he had nearly secured was too valuable to relinquish, and he decided to engage Kunpeng in a contest of strength that if he lost, he would simply retreat. With a thunderous sound, Zhunti summoned the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, unleashing a torrent of golden light from its branches. Boundless magical power radiated from him, enveloping his entire being. The brilliant glow illuminated the mountains, and even a casual strike from a quasi-saint could unleash catastrophic force. Moreover, wielding a congenital spiritual treasure, Zhunti's aura was terrifying. Immense boulders shattered into dust, and the space itself seemed on the verge of collapse. Resonating with a deafening roar, Kunpeng, unfazed, grasped the measure of virtue in his hand and charged toward Zhunti. His speed was astonishing, tearing through the fabric of space. Boom! The measure of virtue collided with Zhunti's attack, producing a cataclysmic sound. The assault from the seven treasures' mysterious tree vanished without a trace. Kunpeng effortlessly shattered Zhunti's strike with a mere flick of his wrist, in the blink of an eye. He struck again, moving so swiftly that Zhunti could not react in time. Kunpeng appeared behind him. How swift! Zhunti was astonished, unable to track Kunpeng's movements. The latter's speed had surpassed his perception. Just moments ago, Zhunti had anticipated Kunpeng's position to be at his side, only to find him directly behind Kunpeng, now at Zhunti's back, swiftly swung the measure of virtue downwards. Zhunti raised the seven treasures' mysterious tree to defend himself. With a resounding crash, a powerful impact erupted, unleashing waves of white energy that swept across the surroundings. The seven treasures' mysterious tree nearly flew away, and Zhunti was knocked to the ground. After the defeat of Zhunti, Kunpeng seized the opportunity to continue wielding the celestial measurement ruler in his hand, launching another formidable strike against his opponent. Having already sustained an injury, Zhunti found his seven treasures' mysterious tree sent flying by Kunpeng's renewed assault. I could see that moment. He appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly outmatched by Kunpeng. Kunpeng, my fellow Taoist, he proclaimed, let this be enough. Rising to his feet, Zhunti declared, his body marred by numerous wounds that, in mere moments, he realized he could no longer endure the battle. Fully aware of his inability to prevail, he wished to cease hostilities. Come again, Kunpeng had no intention of halting. Instead, he swung the celestial measurement ruler once more, pressing his offensive against Zhunti. Fellow Taoist, I concede. Here are two pieces of spiritual treasures that I implore you to refrain from further strikes. Zhunti, unable to withstand any longer, presented the two innate spiritual treasures before him, hoping to persuade Kunpeng to relent. He recognized the vast disparity between himself and Kunpeng. Continuing the fight would only lead to further injury. In that case, Kunpeng replied, I shall not be courteous. With that, he retracted the celestial measurement ruler, choosing not to continue his assault. Though their confrontation had been brief, it had inflicted significant harm on Zhunti, who was now at his limit. My treasures. Zhunti lamented as he watched his spiritual treasures being taken away, feeling a pang of deep sorrow. Although he was not particularly in need of those two treasures, his nature made it difficult for him to part with them so easily. Had he not done so, Kunpeng would undoubtedly not have ceased his onslaught. He could sense the imminent danger. Any delay could lead to dire consequences. Your spiritual treasures are commendable, Kunpeng remarked with feigned nonchalance. For him, having Zhunti surrender two innate treasures at once was indeed a considerable loss. While others might not grasp the significance, Kunpeng was acutely aware that Zhunti's heart was undoubtedly bleeding at the loss of those treasures. However, such matters held little concern for Kunpeng. Despite Zhunti's current pitiable state, he often sought treasures in the East. This was due to the devastation wrought in the West when Luo who self-destructed, leaving the region bereft of spiritual energy compared to the East, where life flourished. Thus, Zhunti frequently ventured eastward, in search of treasures and worthy companions. Over the years, many cultivators had fallen under Zhunti's gaze, forcibly drawn to the West. Although Zhunti was a figure of considerable strength, he was not a match for Kunpeng. Yet, countless beings in the primordial wilderness lacked his prowess. Whoosh! After casting a glance at Kunpeng, Zhunti departed from that realm. This journey to the east had been the most arduous for him. He had found neither treasures nor worthy companions, and had lost two innate treasures in the process. The more he pondered, the more distressing it became, yet he resigned himself to the fact that his strength was inferior. Sacrificing a few treasures to end this ordeal was a means of mitigating disaster. As Zhunti departed, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Option 2 and obtaining Primordial Purple Chi. As the words fell, a stream of Primordial Purple Chi materialized within Kunpeng's storage space. emanating a purple aura. Primordial purple chi, Kunpeng thought, eagerly anticipating further study upon his return. His spirits lifted at acquiring this treasure. Although he had no immediate need for it, its rarity suggested it could prove valuable in the future. With that thought, Kunpeng redirected his focus. "Thank you for your timely intervention, fellow Taoist," expressed the two quasi-saint beings. Their injuries evident. Given their inferior strength compared to Zhunti, had Kunpeng not intervened, they would have undoubtedly been dragged to the west. "Not at all. It is no trouble," Kunpeng replied. His actions were not solely motivated by a desire to aid them. Even in the absence of the system, he would have intervened, for Zhunti's prior treatment of him warranted retribution. For you, it was merely a slight effort, yet for us, it is a profound act of kindness. One of the quasi-saints expressed, gratitude shining on his face. To Kunpeng, it had been a simple intervention, but for them, it was akin to a life-saving grace. Unwilling to join the ranks of hope, they had prepared to fight Zhunti to the death. "These treasures are a token of our appreciation. Until we meet again," they bid farewell, and one left behind two spiritual treasures before vanishing into the void. Though they had been saved by Kunpeng, the treasures, as precious as they were, paled in comparison to the value of life itself. Kunpeng watched the direction in which they had disappeared, sweeping his hand to collect the treasures they had left behind. Though it was a simple act, it had indeed aided them. Subsequently, Kunpeng departed, soaring through the skies, reflecting on the two while he had rescued them this time. Their future fates remained uncertain. After all, the primordial wilderness was fraught with peril. Their encounter with Kunpeng had been fortuitous, but what if they faced stronger foes next time? Their destinies were still shrouded in mystery. In the depths of the northern sea, within the North Nether Palace, the Rock and the six-eared macaque sat across from one another. Six-eared junior brother. In matters of cultivation, one must not rush, the Rock advised the six-eared macaque, noting his troubled expression, presuming he faced a bottleneck in his practice. "Senior brother Rock, I am not hasty. It is not about cultivation," the six-eared macaque replied. Just as the Rock was about to speak, the entire North Nether Palace trembled violently. Boom! Accompanying the quake, chaotic phenomena erupted, but a powerful force of attraction surged through the North Nether. Six-eared junior brother, the Rock jested, "You still say there's nothing amiss?" Yet in the next moment, his countenance shifted to one of gravity. Could it be that someone was attacking this place? Having previously encountered the 9 nether python assaulting the North Nether, he could not fathom any other explanation for the current disturbances. "Senior brother Rock, what is happening?" the six-eared macaque queried, equally curious about the strange occurrences. Like the Rock, he wondered if an assault on the North Nether was indeed underway. "Let us go and investigate." After the Rock finished speaking, it ventured forth with the six-eared macaque to investigate the matter at hand. Moments later, they arrived at the location within the North Sea where their master had cultivated the spiritual roots. Simultaneously, Kunpeng reached the skies above the North Sea, where the extraordinary phenomenon was particularly intense. Even from outside the North Sea Palace, he could feel it. "What is this?" Kunpeng stood in the void, sensing the vibrations emanating from within the North Sea. His heart filled with curiosity, he glanced around, finding no one in sight. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, save for a tremendous pull of energy. With questions swirling in his mind, Kunpeng vanished from his location and, in the blink of an eye, appeared within the North Sea Palace. Following the source of this aura, Kunpeng arrived at the site of the gourd vine's cultivation. Upon inspection, he understood why such a stir had arisen in the North Sea. "Master, you have returned," greeted Xiao Dai, who tended to the spiritual roots as she hurried forward. "I have no idea what is happening. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and then this occurred," she continued. Today she had been tending to the cultivated spiritual roots, as usual when, unexpectedly, the gourd vine began to thrash about. She was perplexed, recognizing it as a primeval gourd vine, but unable to fathom the cause of such an anomaly. "Master, what is going on?" Both the Rock and the six-eared macaque approached. Equally astonished, they had initially thought someone was attacking the North Sea, only to discover that it was the gourd vine emitting this strange phenomenon. "You need not concern yourselves. Please step back," Kunpeng replied, gesturing for them to withdraw. Although Xiao Dai, the Rock, and the six-eared macaque were intrigued, they respected Kunpeng's wishes and departed together. Is it about to mature? Kunpeng pondered, gazing at the final gourd on the vine. Previously, it had appeared withered, yet now it radiated vitality. The gourd's opening resembled an abyss, continually devouring the spiritual energy coalescing around it. This phenomenon, aside from being a sign of the spiritual treasure's maturation, left Kunpeng contemplating nothing else. Is there a devouring principle? Kunpeng sensed that this final gourd emanated a principle of absorption. As his own mastery lay in the art of devouring, he was particularly sensitive to such principles. Any hint of it would not escape his perception. Moreover, he sensed an exceptionally strong devouring principle at play. This was also why he could perceive various anomalies even before reaching the North Sea. After observing for a moment, he noted that the final gourd on the vine continued its absorption unabated. In fact, as time passed, Kunpeng discerned that the aura it exuded grew ever stronger, as did its power to absorb. Nearby ordinary spiritual roots, unable to withstand the gourd's devouring force, were consumed entirely, leaving only the Hongjun behind. The area, once teeming with spiritual roots, now lay desolate. The gourd's ability to absorb ordinary spiritual roots and materials proved effective. But what are the others? A thought crossed Kunpeng's mind. Since this gourd could absorb cultivated spiritual roots and materials effectively, he surmised it would be equally potent with spiritual treasures. With that, Kunpeng waved his hand and placed several innate spiritual treasures before the gourd's opening. At present, Kunpeng possessed a considerable number of spiritual treasures. In the vastness of the primordial world, he could undoubtedly be counted among the wealthiest in terms of such treasures. Casting these few treasures into the gourd, he felt no remorse. Others might hesitate to part with their possessions, but Kunpeng would not bat an eye. Boom! As the treasures were consumed, the aura emanating from the gourd intensified, doubling in magnitude, and its devouring power grew correspondingly. If it proves effective, that simplifies matters, Kunpeng thought, his confusion transforming into delight, that he understood that although the last gourd had appeared withered at the time of harvest, once it returned to normalcy, it would emerge as the most formidable one. The others, while remarkable and crafted into spiritual treasures by the three pure ones in the original text, would pale in comparison to this final gourd if it achieved perfect maturation. Kunpeng observed the gourd's formidable devouring power and raised his hand to protect the Hongjun. He could not allow it to be absorbed. Once he secured the Hongjun, Kunpeng felt no further trepidation. He conjured a multitude of heavenly materials and earthly treasures before him, an impressive array of items, including spiritual roots and treasures. Each time he ventured outside, he would gather anything he deemed useful, in the blink of an eye. A vast assortment of heavenly materials and earthly treasures was completely consumed. The gourd's devouring power surged, emanating an increasingly terrifying aura, showing no signs of abating as it climbed ever higher. Seeing this, Kunpeng waved his hand once more, summoning all his spiritual treasures before him. Apart from the Chaos Pearl, he laid bare all his possessions, an array of colors radiating various auras. After collecting the primary treasures, Kunpeng intended to allow the gourd to consume the remaining spiritual treasures. For the sake of this gourd's growth, Kunpeng was prepared to invest heavily. However, despite the considerable cost, he felt no regret. Rather, he believed that the more the gourd absorbed, the more extraordinary it would become once its growth and devouring process is concluded. The greater the aura exuded by the spiritual treasures, the more rare and exceptional they were deemed in the primordial world. The emergence of spiritual treasures typically accompanied extraordinary phenomena, easily perceived by all. The louder the commotion, the more remarkable the treasure. As time progressed, the gourd's devouring power intensified, prompting discussions among the inhabitants of the North Sea. What is happening? What is the immortal sovereign doing? This has been going on for quite some time. Perhaps some treasure is about to emerge. Whatever it is, it does not concern us. The crowd's curiosity regarding the alluring energy was palpable. Initially, they had mistaken the situation for an attack, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was the aura of a spiritual object, alleviating their concerns. Never mind, with the immortal sovereign back, I shall not worry. Bujo, in Seclusion, also sensed the anomaly. He had intended to conclude his retreat to investigate, but relaxed upon learning of Kunpeng's return. Since arriving in the North Sea, No matter how significant the event, as long as Kunpeng was present, everything could be resolved. All was well. Brother Rock, Master has been inside for quite a while. Why has he not emerged? The six-eared macaque inquired. Decades had passed, and the phenomenon within the North Sea Palace showed no signs of dissipating. In fact, it only grew stronger, leaving him perplexed and wondering if such a prolonged occurrence should not have concluded by now. I do not know. The rock spoke. The Kunpeng has already sealed it off within. One can only sense the imagery. The specific circumstances inside remain unclear to everyone. Thus, each individual is filled with perplexity at this moment. At this juncture, the Kunpeng gazed at the gourd before him, feeling quite satisfied. Inside the gourd lay the essence of the law of devouring. The Kunpeng himself had cultivated the law of devouring, and if this were to be regarded as a spiritual treasure, it would complement him harmoniously. Indeed, a remarkable find. What if I were to cast in the primordial purple energy? He pondered, recalling the primordial purple energy that had been awarded by the system. Although it serves as the foundation for becoming a saint, placing it within the primordial chaos would undoubtedly stir a tempest. However, the Kunpeng pursued the path of the Hongyun, striving to attain the status of Hongyun Daiyujingxian, rendering such artifacts unnecessary for him. But he was curious about the potential transformations should the gourd consume it. Let us experiment, he resolved, and with a grand gesture, a wave of purple energy manifested before him. The moment it appeared, the purple energy soared into the gourd. Once the primordial purple energy was devoured, the gourd erupted with immeasurable radiance, dazzlingly illuminating the entire void. That a powerful aura of devouring permeated the surroundings, signifying a monumental change from its previous state. Witnessing this scene, the Kunpeng felt a surge of joy within, sensing the communication of a treasured artifact. Indeed, it did not disappoint, as he beheld the gourd that had consumed such an abundance of rare materials. He found its final maturation to be surprisingly gratifying, revealing itself to be a treasure of innate quality. Subsequently, after tossing in the corpse of the 9 nether python, the aura of the black gourd intensified once more. Observing this, the Kunpeng understood that this gourd could indeed devour anything: heavenly materials, earthly treasures, living beings, or objects alike. With this realization, a satisfied expression graced his face. After consuming the corpse, the gourd's aura began to subside, eventually returning to tranquility. Soon after, the Kunpeng gestured once more, retrieving the last gourd still hanging from the vine. This spiritual treasure had now matured, granting the Kunpeng an additional innate treasure. The next step was to refine it. With a mere thought, the Kunpeng entered the realm within the Chaos Pearl. Inside the Chaos Pearl lay a world where one could evade detection, highly beneficial for cultivation and enhancing the practitioner's comprehension. In the world of the Chaos Pearl, the Kunpeng sat cross-legged in the void, commencing the refinement of his newly acquired treasure. Whoosh! As he began the refinement, an endless stream of devouring energy surged forth from the gourd, absorbing the spiritual essence within the Chaos Pearl. The surrounding mountains, rivers, and landscapes underwent significant transformations as the refinement progressed. The sky dimmed, shrouded in a gloomy haze. After a century, the Kunpeng successfully refined the innate treasure gourd. Although this treasure belonged to the innate level and was challenging to refine, he was now at the late stage of the Hongyun Jingxian, and the refinement took place within the Chaos Pearl. Furthermore, as the Kunpeng cultivated the law of devouring, the gourd's essence aligned with this principle, facilitating a more effective refinement process. However, this was merely a preliminary refinement. Complete refinement remained beyond his current capabilities. Nonetheless, even in its initial state, the power of an innate treasure was formidable. For instance, Dongwang Tai wielded the Chaos Bell, which was also an innate treasure. He had not completely refined it, not due to a lack of desire, but rather a reflection of his insufficient strength to achieve full refinement. Yet despite this, the Chaos Bell's prowess was renowned throughout the primordial realm. With the bell in hand, he could easily contend with 3 to 5 ancestral witches of equal strength. In a direct comparison, ancestral witches were indeed more potent than ordinary beings of similar rank, and Dongwang Tai's ability to dominate 2 or 3 ancestral witches stemmed fundamentally from the bell's formidable might. The Chaos Bell exhibited great power, even unrefined. And the Kunpeng's innate treasure would not be any weaker. The final gourd among the seven, with its immense, devouring power, would serve him well in battle. With this thought, the Kunpeng's excitement grew. After such extensive nurturing and the consumption of numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, this outcome was undeniably worth it. Upon completing the refinement, the Kunpeng discerned that although the gourd was currently an innate treasure, its devouring attribute allowed it to potentially evolve upon consuming a sufficient quantity of items. Once it had devoured enough, it could advance to a chaos spiritual treasure or even a higher tier. However, the exact amount required for this transformation remained unknown to the Kunpeng. Yet he understood that it would necessitate a considerable quantity. For now, the Kunpeng need not concern himself with such matters. The long journey ahead afforded ample time for its growth, and he harbored no worries. After refining the innate treasure, the Kunpeng emerged from the Chaos Pearl, choosing not to enter seclusion, as he had no insights to contemplate. Even if he did retreat, it would be challenging to yield any substantial gains. Seclusion is most effective when insights are present. At this moment, it was not the most opportune time that a century later, upon emerging from his retreat, Baizé was summoned with an air of mystery that he quickly made his way to the designated location. Upon entering the grand hall, he encountered the Kunpeng, inquiring, "Why have you summoned me, immortal sovereign?" Baizé, puzzled, wondered what this occasion might entail. Typically, when the Kunpeng called upon him, there was likely a matter to discuss. As Baizé believed the Kunpeng had numerous affairs to attend to and would not summon him without cause. "Baizé, take these 4 spiritual fruits. How you choose to use them is entirely up to you." With a grand gesture, the Kunpeng presented 4 spiritual fruits before Baizé. The fruits emanated a radiant glow and were infused with a rich spiritual essence. Etched upon their surfaces were the words Hongjun. These were no ordinary spiritual fruits. They were the fruits born of the innate spiritual root, Hongjun Li. "Yes," Baizé exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that the 4 fruits before him were, in fact, Hongjun Li, having only heard of them in the past. He was now taken aback by the powerful spiritual energy radiating from them, which rapidly enveloped the entire hall. The primordial chaos is in turmoil. Many matters in the North Sea will be entrusted to you. You shall decide who receives the fruits. Kunpeng is aware that in this current primordial era, the conflict between the witch and the lich rages on. Although they reside far in the northern abyss, it does not guarantee their absolute safety. Kunpeng is not always present. The innate spiritual root, Hongjun Li, bears spiritual fruits that can elevate a person to the status of a grand Luo golden immortal. While the forces of the northern abyss are numerous, the number of formidable grand Luo golden immortals is exceedingly rare. Most are at the level of Tai golden immortals, and the truly powerful grand Luo golden immortals are few and far between. The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey for everyone. Without the right opportunities, some ordinary beings may never break through to the grand Luo level in their lifetime. They this moment. The fruits have ripened, presenting a perfect opportunity. It is still not the era of saints. Although grand Luo golden immortals are not invincible in the primordial realm, they are nonetheless considered powerful, for only the highest can attain the status of a saint. Very well, the immortal venerable has entrusted this to me, and I shall see to it that everything is arranged properly. The Kunpeng lineage is managed by Baze, who is well-versed in all matters, great and small. Upon receiving the spiritual fruits, Baze understands the necessary course of action. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave for now. Kunpeng does not need to inquire further to AS for how to proceed and who should receive these spiritual fruits. Kunpeng is confident that Baze will handle it adeptly. Understood. After Baze's response, he turned and exited. Shortly after, the 6-eared macaque entered. Disciples greet the master. The 6-eared macaque proclaimed respectfully that, Kunpeng inquired, "What brings you here?" "My disciple." Observing the 6-eared macaque, Kunpeng noted with surprise that his cultivation had progressed from mid-Tai golden immortal to late stage. "Master, I am troubled by my cultivation," the 6-eared macaque expressed. Having recently emerged from seclusion, he found his master free and decided to pay a visit. "Oh," Kunpeng replied, "speak your mind, and I shall help you find clarity. It is indeed a good sign to have questions regarding cultivation." Even Grand Luo Golden Immortals or Hunyuan Golden Immortals encounter misunderstandings. It is quite normal for the six-eared macaque, who is at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, to have uncertainties. Asking questions is commendable in Kunpeng's eyes. Master, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation recently. I am unsure of the next steps to take, the six-eared macaque articulated. Now at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, he found himself at an impasse, struggling to gain insight. His emergence from seclusion was due to the realization that remaining in isolation would yield no further progress. Such occurrences are commonplace, Kunpeng advised. When faced with a bottleneck, one must not become anxious, but rather calm their mind and maintain a stable attitude. Although these may seem like ordinary words, they are immensely beneficial for the six-eared macaque's current situation. Upon hearing Kunpeng's guidance, the six-eared macaque's heart appeared to grasp a newfound clarity, his face lighting up with joy. So that is it. It seems I was overly impatient before. The six-eared macaque suddenly comprehended the cultivation dilemma that had plagued him for so long, and in that moment, it was finally resolved. Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment, the six-eared macaque expressed, feeling a great desire to retreat for further contemplation. With this issue resolved, his thoughts became clear, and his mindset brightened. Understanding is good, Kunpeng reminded him. You must remember that in cultivation, one should not hurry. Pay no heed to others. He deemed this advice essential to convey. Given the multitude of individuals in the northern abyss, one may easily be influenced if such influences affect oneself. And without guidance, cultivation may become obstructed and clarity may be lost. Yes, I understand, the six-eared macaque affirmed. He would absorb his master's words, reflect on them internally, and transform them into personal wisdom. Are there any further questions? If you have any, feel free to voice them. I shall clarify them one by one, Kunpeng offered. Currently, he was in the northern abyss, and the six-eared macaque could promptly address any uncertainties. Although Kunpeng had imparted cultivation techniques to the six-eared macaque, encountering issues during practice is quite common for everyone. Even Kunpeng himself occasionally finds himself grappling with perplexities in his own cultivation journey. There are none. The disciple expressed his understanding. After gaining enlightenment, the six-eared macaque bid farewell to Kunpeng and promptly set off to enter seclusion in the Western realm. Brother, what has happened to your injuries? Upon seeing his brother Zhunti return wounded, Jieyin inquired. He had left in good spirits, only to return gravely injured, which took him by surprise. It was all Kunpeng's doing. The mere mention of Kunpeng ignited Zhuni's ire. This time, he had initially anticipated great gains, yet encountered Kunpeng's interference, resulting in a complete lack of rewards from his journey to the east. Kunpeng, Jieyi's heart also simmered with anger upon hearing the name. Zhunti, being his junior brother, had suffered grievously at Kunpeng's hands, causing Jieyin distress. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have likely ventured to the northern abyss to demand an explanation from Kunpeng. I recently encountered two quasi-saint cultivators. Zhuni recounted the events of his encounter with Kunpeng and the subsequent happenings in detail. After all, he was now severely injured and had lost two pieces of spiritual treasures. Such losses could not simply be overlooked. He silently vowed that Kunpeng would pay a price in the future. Brother, Jieyin suggested, if Kunpeng lacks the Hongmeng purple chi, and we comprehended ourselves to attain the status of saints, then we can return to demand an explanation. Let us see how Kunpeng responds. Given Kunpeng's current formidable strength, Jieyin believed it unwise to confront him directly at this time. They possess the Hongmeng purple chi, while Kunpeng does not. Thus Jieyin contemplated settling the score later. Indeed, brother, you are correct. Once we attain sainthood, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Zhuni concurred with Jieyi's perspective that, in his view, the issues they faced now would be addressed after achieving the status of saints. He believed that without the Hongmeng purple chi, Kunpeng would find it challenging to walk other paths, and the time for reckoning would arrive upon their ascension to sainthood. Brother, you have sustained serious injuries. First, let us tend to your wounds, Jieyin remarked, noting that Zhunti's injuries were far from trivial. He had sustained damage both internally and externally. Although their confrontation had lasted only a few exchanges, the difference in their levels of cultivation resulted in Zhunti suffering significant harm. Very well, Zhunti immediately assumed a meditative position in the void, channeling his energy. Jieyin also closed his eyes, entering a state of deep contemplation. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Hall, Emperor Jun convened with a gathering of demon saints to deliberate the future development of the heavenly court. Although they had recently obliterated the Eastern King's Purple Mansion, strengthening their own forces and elevating their status, they were keenly aware that their adversaries, the Witch Clan, were also growing in strength. Emperor Jun understood that, at present, the odds of engaging in a full-scale war with the Witch Clan were not in their favor. Hence, he had called for this assembly after the destruction of the Eastern King's domain. Now that the Eastern King's faction had been vanquished, their numbers had bolstered the heavenly court's might, yet it was still insufficient. The Witch Clan remained ever watchful. "What strategies do you propose?" The voice of Emperor Jun resonated throughout the space. Upon uttering these words, everyone present fell into a contemplative silence. In the current primordial world, the prospect of anyone joining the heavenly court seemed exceedingly slim. The circumstances surrounding the Wu and Yao clans were well known to all. The male celestial leader, Dong Wang Gong, had been vanquished, while the female celestial leader, Shi Wang Mu, resided in the West Kunlun. "What are your Majesty's thoughts?" proposed Yao Sheng Ingzhao, reflecting on the male celestial leader. Dong Wang Gong. He recalled the existence of a female celestial leader as well. Although Shi Wang Mu was not engaged in worldly affairs, she commanded a significant following among the female immortals. Possessing her own formidable influence, should an attempt be made to subdue her, given the current strength of the heavenly court, it was unlikely that Shi Wang Mu would be able to resist. Shi Wang Mu. Upon hearing her name, Emperor Jun fell in a deep thought. Prior to gathering everyone, he had already contemplated various matters. The idea of Shi Wang Mu, the female celestial leader, had not crossed his mind. After all, despite her status, her demeanor was quite the opposite of Dong Wang Gong's. She was not one to seek the limelight. Furthermore, considering her temperament, should they pursue such an action, it was likely that she would fight fiercely to the bitter end. "What do you all think?" Emperor Jun inquired, eager to hear the perspectives of others before making a decision. As the ruler of the heavenly court, he never acted impulsively, especially regarding such significant choices. "I believe Ing Zhao has a valid point. With the demise of Dong Wang Gong, if Shi Wang Mu refuses to join us, we could very well eliminate her as well," concurred Yao Shangui Che. Aligning with Ing Zhao's suggestion that, in his view, Shi Wang Mu was merely a quasi-saint with a cadre of female cultivators at her command. Assembling them should pose no challenge, while we may consider subduing the female celestial leader. It is worth noting that Shi Wang Mu is entirely absorbed in her own affairs. She remains distant in the West Kunlun, posing no immediate threat to us if we were to take action. Should she resist to the death, what would it matter if we leveled West Kunlun? It would still inflict damage upon our heavenly court, countered Jieyin, but he deemed it unnecessary to attempt to win Shi Wang Mu over. Given her limited power and her disinterest in external matters, over the years, she had provided a safe haven for many female immortals, while Dong Wang Gong had made attempts to visit her, only to be rebuffed each time that if they were to force the issue, it was entirely possible that Shi Wang Mu would resist to the utmost. Even if defeated, the losses to the heavenly court would be substantial, rendering the endeavor a fruitless one. Jimeng's reasoning is sound. Although Shi Wang Mu is the female celestial leader, there is no necessity to attempt her subjugation. She has always been disengaged from worldly affairs. Emperor Jun agreed wholeheartedly. While he aspired to expand his influence, he remained attuned to the prevailing circumstances, making decisions based on the specifics of each situation. Dong Wang Gong had been dealt with due to conflicts of interest with the heavenly court, whereas Shi Wang Mu, residing in West Kunlun, posed no real threat. After hearing this analysis, Ing Zhao and Gui Che found it reasonable. However, beyond this, they struggled to think of any other individuals. The other demon sages shared a similar sentiment. "Your Majesty," Jimeng interjected, "I am aware of one individual. If your Majesty were to personally pay a visit, perhaps they could be persuaded to join the heavenly court." "Who might that be?" Emperor Jun inquired. His interest piqued, as those who should have come to the heavenly court had already arrived. Who could Jimeng be referring to? The others, too, were intrigued, including Dong Huang Tai Yi, who turned his gaze toward Jimeng, eager to learn the identity of this individual. Fuxi, Jimeng replied. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in tacit agreement. Fuxi was a name familiar to all, a primordial being and one of the esteemed listeners at the Zixiao Palace. Fuxi, Emperor Jun used. Before the establishment of the heavenly court, he had visited Dong Huang, but it had merely been a courtesy call without any intention of recruitment. Now, Jimeng's suggestion sparked new thoughts in Emperor Jun's mind. Indeed, Jimeng's assertion was indeed commendable. The assembly began to murmur, deeming the prospect feasible. Should Fuxi choose to join the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly bolster their ranks significantly. In that case, let us resolve to proceed with this plan. Emperor Jun declared, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome of their deliberations. He had long wished to pay Fuxi a visit, but since ascending to the role of ruler, time had eluded him for other matters. However, the circumstances had now shifted. In Emperor Jun's view, other concerns could be set aside. The priority was to visit Fuxi. "Brother, shall I accompany you?" Dong Huangtai suggested, expressing concern over potential unforeseen events. He deemed it prudent to accompany Emperor Jun, considering that both Fuxi and Nu Hua were quasi-saints. Should anything unexpected arise, he would be there to assist. "And oh need, second brother, I have some rapport with Fuxi. This time, I will go alone. You should remain here to oversee matters, lest the Wu clan take advantage of our absence." Emperor Jun replied to Dong Huang he had indeed maintained a connection with Fuxi. Having visited him long ago, he understood Fuxi's character well enough that even if they were unable to successfully recruit him, it would not lead to conflict. At present, vigilance against the Wu clan was paramount. Although the heavenly court was easy to defend, they could not afford to be complacent. Preparedness was essential, and no oversight could be tolerated. "Very well. Take care, brother," Dong Huang acquiesced, recognizing the wisdom in Emperor Jun's words. The Wu clan posed a threat, and they could not afford to be careless at this juncture. After making the necessary preparations, Emperor Jun departed from the heavenly court and descended onto the primordial land. He tempered his aura and flew towards the direction of Bujo Mountain, where Fuxi's domain resided. This location was alarmingly close to the Wu clan stronghold, and given the tensions between the heavenly court and the Wu clan, should Emperor Jun be discovered, complications could arise. Although he was unafraid, he had matters to attend to and preferred to maintain a low profile to avoid trouble. Otherwise, given Emperor Jun's character as the ruler of the heavenly court, he would not typically resort to such stealthy maneuvers. With remarkable speed, akin to the three-legged golden crow he transformed into, Emperor Jun traversed the skies with great swiftness. Before long, he arrived at Bujo Mountain. His experience allowed him to locate Fuxi's domain with ease. Upon reaching the mountain, it took but a moment for him to arrive at Fuxi's abode. As he approached the entrance, he intended to greet the attendant nearby, but was greeted instead by Fuxi's voice. "Come in." Upon hearing Fuxi's invitation, Emperor Jun did not hesitate and swiftly entered. Fuxi, renowned for his skills in divination and a quasi-saint himself, may not have been able to foresee every event in the cosmos, yet he had undoubtedly anticipated Emperor Jun's visit. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Fuxi," Emperor Jun said as he stepped inside, offering a courteous salutation devoid of pretense, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor. "Please, take a seat, fellow Taoist." Fuxi gestured for Jieyin to take a seat. "I hope my unannounced visit today does not cause any offense," he remarked, after Jieyin settled down. He spoke, "This visit has indeed come rather unexpectedly. Just a moment ago, I had no intention of coming, and now I find myself departing from the heavenly court to pay you a visit." "It is of no consequence," Fuxi replied after a brief pause, continuing, "As the ruler of the heavenly court, your presence here today must surely indicate some significant matter at hand." Fuxi, Jiyin's arrival was undoubtedly more than a mere social call. After all, Jiyin was the sovereign of the heavenly court, the emperor of countless demon clans. It was hard to believe he had come simply for a casual visit. "I have heard that you excel in divination, and I can see that is indeed the case upon our meeting today. I have come with a specific purpose." "Where is Nu Hua?" Jiyun inquired, glancing around, noticing her absence. Fuxi and Nu Hua were siblings, yet today only Fuxi appeared. Prompting Jiyun's curiosity, "She is currently in seclusion. Please do not take offense, Jiyun," Fuxi explained. Niwa has acquired the primordial purple energy and is deep in meditation. For this energy serves as the foundation for her sanctification. Without fully comprehending it, she will not emerge from her retreat. Jieyin, please feel free to share what you wish to discuss with me. Fuxi continued. What is your perspective on the current state of the witch and demon clans? Jieyin queried. While the inhabitants of the primordial world were well aware of the situation between the two clans, he was eager to hear Fuxi's personal insights. The situation of the witch and demon clans? Fuxi mused, feeling a sense of uncertainty as someone skilled in divination. He had contemplated their circumstances, but found it challenging to predict outcomes during this cosmic tribulation. Not even the sages could accurately foresee what was to come. Despite numerous attempts, Fuxi had reached no conclusions. Presently, most demons had relocated to the heavenly court, leaving the primordial lands sparsely populated, primarily dominated by the witch clan for their development. I remain uninformed, Fuxi confessed, articulating his thoughts clearly. You are correct, my friend, Jieyin acknowledged. The heavenly court is now home to the majority of the demon clans, numbering in the billions, which is the prevailing trend of the primordial world. I have come today to extend an invitation for you to join the heavenly court and collaborate in our grand endeavors, Jieyin stated plainly, revealing the purpose of his visit and presenting a collection of spiritual treasures before Fuxi. Upon hearing Jieyi's words, Fuxi fell into contemplation. He had sensed that significant events were on the horizon, yet their precise nature remained elusive. However, with Jieyi's invitation to join the heavenly court, the confusion that had lingered in Fuxi's mind suddenly became clear. As for today's matter, I must take some time to consider, Fuxi replied. In a few days, I shall provide you with an answer. Although the uncertainty that had clouded his thoughts began to lift. The decision to join the heavenly court required careful deliberation. After all, such a choice was monumental, and Fuxi was not one to act impulsively. He needed to weigh the implications of joining before making a final decision. That is perfectly acceptable, Jieyin responded. These spiritual treasures are a token of my esteem. I hope you will accept them. Please take your time to consider, and should you come to a resolution, you are welcome to return to the heavenly court at any time. Jieyin smiled. Although Fuxi did not immediately agree, he did not refuse either. From Jieyi's perspective, this situation suggested a high likelihood that Fuxi would eventually join the heavenly court. Understanding Fuxi's character, Jieyin refrained from applying undue pressure. After spending time in the Unzao Mountains, it was time for him to return to the heavenly court. Previously, he could afford to linger longer, but now, as the ruler of the heavenly court, he had responsibilities to fulfill. Although he was physically present in the primordial lands, his thoughts remained with the heavenly court. With their discussions concluded, it was time for him to depart, allowing Fuxi the space to ponder his decision. With a swift motion, Jieyin transformed into a colossal, three-legged golden crow and soared towards the horizon. Watching Jieyin leave, Fuxi fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on their conversation. Brother, do you truly intend to join the heavenly court? As soon as Jieyin departed, Niwa emerged. Though she had been absorbed in her understanding of the primordial purple energy, she had attentively listened to Jieyi's words. As Fuxi's sister, their bond was profound, and she was genuinely concerned about the implications of Jieyi's invitation. In the midst of the ongoing strife between the witch and demon clans, the potential for conflict loomed ominously. While the heavenly court was formidable, the witch clan was no less powerful, especially with 12 ancestral witches, each possessing quasi-saint strength. If Fuxi were to join, it could indeed be perilous. Sister, I am fully aware of this matter, Fuxi reassured her. There is no need for concern. His emotions were indeed complex. He understood Niwa's apprehensions and was well aware of the current state of affairs between the clans. Yet, Fuxi had gained clarity and foresight regarding his future direction. Regardless, my brother must carefully deliberate this decision. Niwa sighed, recognizing that Fuxi had likely foreseen something significant. Remaining close to her brother, she understood that his actions were justified by deeper reasons. However, as a sister, she found it difficult to remain silent about her concerns. Do not trouble yourself over my affairs, dear sister. With the acquisition of the primordial purple energy, your focus should be on your own understanding and enlightenment. Fuxi discerned the concerns harbored by Niwa. Yet he found himself at an impasse. Should this matter remain unresolved, his thoughts would remain unexpressed. After a brief conversation between Fuxi and Nuwa, they each retreated into seclusion. Nuwa continued her contemplation of the primordial purple energy, while Fuxi withdrew to ponder the situation. Although he had foreseen certain outcomes, this matter required utmost caution and clarity of thought. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, upon Dijun's return, Dong Huang Tai approached him eagerly. "Brother, what news?" Dong Huang, deeply invested in the developments concerning the demon clan, had anticipated that Fuxi might join the heavenly court during Dijun's absence. Fuxi had mentioned needing to deliberate before deciding whether to join. Dijun, being the elder brother, was candid about the circumstances of his visit, sharing the results openly. "What? Fuxi is merely considering. Should I pay him a visit?" Dong Huang inquired. To him, Fuxi's need for contemplation seemed indicative of reluctance. "Second brother," Dijun replied, "this matter cannot be rushed." While Fuxi mentioned he would consider it, from our dialogue, I sense that he is likely to come. Albeit needing some time to reflect, that it would be counterproductive for us to visit Bujo Mountain again at this juncture. It might jeopardize our efforts. Dijun understood Dong Huang's impetuous nature. Although his actions could sometimes be rash, they ultimately stemmed from a desire to serve the heavenly court. "That I hope it is as you say, brother," Dong Huang expressed. If that were the case, he could afford to wait. However, if not, he would not hesitate to make another trip to Bujo Mountain. "What course of action should we take next?" he asked. "Wait," Dijun instructed. Although the heavenly court was populous, it lacked talent, especially individuals of Fuxi's caliber. This was why Dijun placed such importance on inviting Fuxi. Since ascending to the role of heavenly sovereign, few had warranted his personal visit. Kunpeng was the first, and Fuxi the second. After their discussion, they each returned to their respective pursuits. The heavenly court expanded its influence. The Wu clan became increasingly aware of these developments. Within the Wu clan's territory, 12 ancestral shamans convened. In my opinion, we should launch a direct assault on the heavenly court to demonstrate our might to those two birds. Ancestor Zhu Rong declared. Whenever discussions regarding the heavenly court arose, his fiery temperament was always evident. Ancestor Di Jiang shook his head in response. "The heavenly court is growing stronger, and so too is our clan. We must prepare ourselves, for their actions are aimed at expanding their power and gathering allies," Ancestor Zhu Jieyin advised. Conflicts between the Wu and demon clans were a daily occurrence. Though the majority of the demon clan resided within the heavenly court, they frequently appeared across the primordial land, resulting in skirmishes. While the Wu clan did not fear them, it was prudent to be prepared for the worst, given the nature of the Wu and demon rivalry. Recently, I noticed that Dijun visited Bujo Mountain. That I wonder what prompted that, Ancestor Chong Liang remarked. During Dijun's visit to Bujo Mountain, he had sensed it. Although Dijun had suppressed the information, it was not completely concealed. It could be felt by others. Chong Liang had just returned from an outing. As a quasi-saint, he possessed considerable strength, and even though the Wu clan lacked a primordial spirit, the 12 ancestral shamans wielded the power of the laws. Dijun went to Bujo Mountain. Di Jiang queried, puzzled. Hearing Chong Liang's words, he was intrigued. As the sovereign of the heavenly court, it was unusual for Dijun to personally venture to Bujo Mountain. Surely, he must be seeking some treasure there, Ancestor Zhu Rong speculated, convinced that Dijun's visit was motivated by the discovery of a precious artifact. Beyond that, he could not conceive of any other reason. Fuxi and Nuwa, the brother and sister, resided on Bujo Mountain. Perhaps Dijun's intention was to win them over, Ancestor Zhu Jieyin suggested. Indeed, that makes sense. Dijun is likely attempting to court Fuxi and Nuwa. Di Jiang concurred. Initially perplexed, he realized the truth once Zhu Jieyin articulated it, that Dijun's journey to Bujo Mountain was most likely an effort to entice Fuxi. Relay this command. Any actions taken by the heavenly court must be reported immediately. No one is to act independently, Di Jiang continued. Although he understood the heavenly court's attempts to gather power, he was confident that if the Wu clan remained vigilant, observing the court's movements, they would be able to respond promptly should any changes arise. "I shall return and issue these orders," the other ancestral shamans echoed in unison. There was no alternative. The heavenly court was their sworn enemy, and any of its maneuvers warranted their utmost attention. At Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Hongyun, having returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, immersed himself in the contemplation of primordial purple energy without a hint of relaxation. Initially, he believed that prolonged meditation would lead him to comprehend the primordial purple energy. However, he soon realized that the duration of seclusion did not correlate with deeper understanding. Since his retreat began, Hongyun had gleaned nothing of the primordial purple energy, leaving him feeling increasingly anxious, with his resolve wavering. This will not do, he pondered, ultimately deciding to leave Wuzhuang Temple. Although he was aware of the surveillance outside, the inability to grasp the primordial purple energy only heightened his agitation, jeopardizing his state of mind. Moreover, Hongyun understood that while he was safe within Xinyuanzi's Wuzhuang Temple, he could not remain there indefinitely. Xinyuanzi could provide protection, but there would inevitably come a day of parting. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Hongyun made the decision to depart from Wuzhuang Temple. With a wave of his hand, he left behind a message containing his thoughts for Xinyuanzi. After spending considerable time at Wuzhuang Temple, his departure coincided with Xinyuanzi's own seclusion, and the message served as a farewell. Once all was prepared, he left behind some spiritual treasures at his retreat, a gesture of gratitude to Xinyuanzi for his hospitality during this period. Whoosh! A crimson stream of light soared into the heavens. Parting the clouds with remarkable speed, it swiftly traversed the primordial expanse. In this period of seclusion, enlightenment seemed elusive. However, should one wander through the primordial realm, perhaps insight might be attained. Hongyun soared through the void, reflecting on the contrasting sentiments he harbored compared to those at Wuzhuang Temple. Unable to comprehend the Hongmeng purple qi, emerging now was merely an opportunity to relieve his mind, possibly leading to some understanding. Before long, Hongyun sensed a multitude of formidable auras converging towards him. Before he could react, a group encircled him. Most of these individuals were those who had previously attended lectures at the Zixiao Palace, lying in wait outside Wuzhuang Temple. Although Hongyun's departure was swift, it did not escape their keen perception. Hongyun, my fellow Taoist, the ancestor of the Nether River addressed him. If you surrender the Hongmeng purple qi today, I can guarantee your safety. His obsession with the pursuit of the Hongmeng purple qi was evident. While he was not the sole seeker of the Hongmeng purple qi in the primordial realm, among the six, only Hongyun, along with the three pure ones, Niwa, and Zhunti, were disciples of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The Nether River could not act against them, yet Hongyun was but a solitary loose cultivator. The Nether River and his companions were unafraid. Dear friends, Hongyun implored, this Hongmeng purple qi was bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Are you not wary of incurring the wrath of the saints? Aware of his disadvantage against these formidable beings, he invoked the name of Hongjun. Although he recognized that invoking Hongjun might not carry much weight at this moment, Hongjun was indeed a saint, and the powers before him were at most quasi-saint level, which he could still attempt to utilize. Oh, Hongyun, do you still not comprehend? The Hongmeng purple qi is for those with merit. The Tao ancestor Hongjun once proclaimed that this Hongmeng purple qi is granted to those fated to receive it. It has fallen upon you, but whether you possess the ability to safeguard it determines your true connection to it. The Nether River sneered. Even with Hongyun invoking Hongjun, he felt no fear. Hongjun had explicitly stated that the Hongmeng purple qi was for those with fate, evidently granting everyone an opportunity to attain sainthood, but without declaring it could not be seized. Thus, the Nether River and his cadre of innate powers were unperturbed by Hongyun's mention of Hongjun. There exists but one strand of Hongmeng purple qi. With so many of you, how shall it be divided? Hongyun's mind raced. Since invoking Hongjun failed to intimidate them, he would incite their internal strife. After all, with so many vying for a singular prize, only one could claim it. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into contemplation. As Hongyun had articulated, the Hongmeng purple qi was singular, yet the number of competitors was vast. Each pursued Hongyun solely for the Hongmeng purple qi. Regardless of who obtained it, discontent would inevitably arise among the rest. Do not fall for his ploy. Hongyun's words are clearly intended to incite discord among us. Should we acquire the Hongmeng purple qi, let us engage in fair competition. The Nether River declared loudly, as he discerned the hesitations among the crowd. Without addressing their uncertainties, their encirclement of Hongyun might dissolve. potentially leading to internal conflict. Indeed, correct, let be a fair competition. The majority, swayed by the Nether River's words, united in purpose once more. Although some recognized the unreliability of this notion, the immediate priority was to subdue Hongyun. Whatever the outcome regarding the Hongmeng purple chi, that would depend on their respective capabilities. Despicable. Hongyun's expression darkened, his demeanor growing increasingly grim. Faced with numerous quasi-saint powerhouses, he was but one man. Should a confrontation ensue, he would stand no chance of victory. Attack. The assembly exchanged glances and then collectively charged at Hongyun. The Nether River was the first to strike, wielding the Yuan II and the abyssal dual swords. Formidable artifacts of slaughter, as the blades emerged. A terrifying sword aura radiated outward, enveloping the realm. Boom! The Nether River ferociously swung his twin swords, unleashing two colossal waves of sword energy that intertwined and surged directly towards Hongyun. Wherever they passed, the void shattered, and the earth below cracked, extending for millions of miles, creating an unfathomable rift in the land. Humph. Then let us engage, Hongyun retorted coldly, his hands weaving intricate gestures, unleashing the power of a mid-stage quasi-saint. A resplendent crimson glow enveloped the realm, under which the Nether River's assaults gradually diminished, ultimately dissipating in mere moments. Seeing his attacks nullified, the Nether River did not relent. He summoned the 12th grade infernal flame Red Lotus behind him. For the sake of the Hongmeng purple chi, he revealed all his trump cards, demonstrating his profound yearning for this treasure. Concurrently, all present launched their assaults upon Hongyun, with over a dozen quasi-saints and nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals. Each wielded their respective spiritual treasures, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, all entranced by the allure of the Hongmeng purple chi. The disparity between the great Luo golden immortals and the quasi-saints was vast. Yet they exhibited no fear, rather a resolute determination to seize the opportunity. This fervor stemmed from the tantalizing promise of the Hongmeng purple chi. Having witnessed the might of the saints, each harbored a desire to possess the purple chi. Hongyun's emergence from Wuzhuang Temple and the subsequent encirclement by the innate powers drew the attention of many. This was no mere skirmish between two quasi-saints, but rather a concerted effort by over a dozen quasi-saints. Quasi-saints were the pinnacle of strength in the primordial realm, and the mobilization of dozens was unprecedented. In Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones, Taiji, Yuqing, and Shanqing, were roused by this turn of events. Uncertain of Hongyun's ability to evade this calamity, Tong Tian contemplated the situation. Given such circumstances, he deemed Hongyun's predicament perilous. An onslaught from so many quasi-saints posed a formidable challenge for anyone. Yet, with the Hongmeng purple chi in his possession, it would not be easily relinquished. Laozi and Yuanshi held no opinions on the matter. Although aware of Hongyun's peril, they too possessed the Hongmeng purple Q, IDS for who would attain it, and Hongyun's fate. Neither Laozi nor Yuanshi expressed concern. Meanwhile, Zhunti and Jieyin, even from afar in the west, sensed the unfolding drama surrounding Hongyun. Their curiosity leaned towards the outcome. "Brother, do you think Hongyun can escape?" Zhunti inquired. Since Hongyun's emergence from Wuzhuang Temple, he had been attentive to the developments. And now, with Hongyun besieged, he remained invested in the result that it seems this time Hongyun may be unable to evade his fate. The guiding presence of Jieyin seems to be lost in contemplation. The outcome he desires, which is inescapable calamity, hinges upon the position of the mat in the Zixiao Palace, relinquished by Hongyun. Such immense karmic ties, should they truly require repayment, are not easily settled in this moment of adversity. Jieyin is keenly interested in the unfolding events surrounding Hongyun. Should Hongyun meet his demise in this encounter, it would absolve the West of any debts owed. There are also formidable quasi-saint beings who are aware yet choose to remain indifferent to the situation, such as the Queen Mother of the West within the Western Kunlun. She possesses a keen awareness, understanding that anyone may seize the primordial purple energy. Yet, the question remains, what good is it to obtain it if one lacks the fate to claim it? Within Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzai is currently in a crucial moment of meditation, entirely oblivious to the events transpiring outside. Generally, during such retreats, One severs all ties with the external world, especially with the formidable protective array surrounding Wuzhuang Temple. Unless disturbed by an external force, Xinyuanzai would remain unaware of the assault on Hongyun, that he currently believes that Hongyun is still engaged in comprehending the primordial purple energy within his temple. In the northern seas, Kunpeng has learned of Hongyun's predicament, besieged by a multitude of powerful beings. Upon this realization, he departs the northern sea to witness the scene firsthand, while others are filled with trepidation. Eager to avoid involvement for fear of calamity, Kunpeng remains undaunted. Such concerns stem from a lack of personal strength. Currently, Kunpeng's power resides at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, affording him the ability to traverse the wilderness unchallenged. The more tumultuous the events, the more his interest is piqued. Thus, he transforms into a streak of light, piercing through the ocean's surface, soaring toward Hongyun's direction. On Hongyun's side, after enduring relentless assaults, he is gravely injured. Despite possessing mid-level quasi-saint strength, he cannot withstand the onslaught of so many adversaries. His continued resistance is a testament to his determination. Were it an ordinary quasi-saint, they would likely have perished by now. Hongyun, they taunt, you are no match for us. Surrender the primordial purple energy, or none shall save you today. The heart of Mingi has turned cold with murderous intent. Even if Xinyuanzai were to arrive at this moment, it would be too late. The crowd watches Hongyun with predatory eyes. Should they strike again, his demise is certain. Ha ha ha. Hongyun exclaims in desperation, I, Hongyun, have lived a life of virtue, with no enemies. Yet now, for a mere primordial purple energy, you seek to condemn me to death. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. His anguished cries resonate deeply. For many in this assault are acquaintances, some even having received his assistance in the past. Witnessing such betrayal elicits a profound response from him. Yet, none among his assailants harbor any guilt. Their sole focus is the primordial purple energy that in the face of personal gain. Their past camaraderie holds little weight. No one will stand by Hongyun simply because he has aided them in the wilderness. There are no eternal friends. If such friendships exist, it merely indicates a lack of conflicting interests. When those interests clash, friends swiftly become foes. Previously, in the wilderness, Hongyun was a congenial figure, and many would grant him favor. However, this was only in the absence of personal stakes. A mere gesture of goodwill was inconsequential. Submit or perish. Mingi's voice grows colder, his presence exuding a palpable aura of death. The number of assailants has increased since the onset of the attack, and urgency fills their hearts. As Mingi's command reverberates, they ready themselves for the onslaught. Assuming aggressive stances, let us perish together. Surrender the primordial purple energy, which is out of the question. With determination, Hongyun unleashes a powerful shockwave from his being. Thunderous roars resonate as the sky erupts, scattering clouds for thousands of miles. The self-detonation of a quasi-saint is an unparalleled force. Within a vast radius, devastation ensues. Not good. Mingi swiftly conjures the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus to shield himself. The power of a quasi-saint's self-detonation is formidable. In the wilderness, when Dong Wang Gong self-detonated, the explosion claimed countless demon lives. Those among the great Luo golden immortals without protective treasures fell victim to the cataclysmic force of Hongyun's self-detonation. Those present could scarcely fathom that Hongyun would resort to self-destruction. The unprepared and unprotected individuals perished on the spot, while even the quasi-saint powerhouses suffered considerable injuries. Even Mingi was not spared from the wounds inflicted by Hongyun's explosion, a turn of events he had not anticipated. As the aftermath of the explosion subsides, the assembled figures stabilize their injuries before transforming into streaks of light, propelling themselves forward. They are all consumed with the thought that Hongyun's self-detonation surely left the primordial purple energy behind. With a unified purpose, they engage in fierce combat, having cast aside any previous agreements of fair competition now that the primordial purple energy is at stake. The moment before, they were allies, yet now the allure of the primordial purple energy has led them to abandon all pretense of camaraderie. Even those in close proximity are hesitant to step forward, each vying for the opportunity to strike first. Alas, the primordial purple energy is missing. Mingi, utilizing the defensive prowess of the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus, arrives first at the site of Hongyun's self-detonation, only to find no trace of the primordial purple energy, which infuriates him. Hongyun, do you think you can escape? Mingi scoffs, then employs his avatars to swiftly search the area. Covering the entire expanse, pursue. The others swiftly react, scattering in different directions. They understand that Hongyun's self-detonation was executed by a mere avatar. His true self is not present here, using the avatar as a decoy for his escape. Meanwhile, Hongyun, bloodied and battered, is aware that the self-detonation of his avatar has also inflicted considerable damage upon him. He hopes they have not discovered his true self. As he flees toward the horizon, he realizes that he had no choice but to employ such drastic measures given the dire circumstances at Wuzhuang Temple. He pushes his speed to the limit, praying to evade his pursuers. Not long after, he encounters a figure ahead. Hongyun, you detonated your avatar, making us believe you perished. Were it not for my prior arrangements with my own avatars, you might have truly escaped. Mingi taunts. He had set numerous avatars in place to prevent Hongyun's escape. Upon realizing Hongyun's flight, he utilized his avatars to search. With 480 million blood god avatars, unless faced with a saint or unique means, escape from Mingi's scrutiny is nearly impossible. Mingi, my friend, Hongyun implores, if you allow me to leave today, I assure you I will repay you in the future. Hongyun spoke. Now he is gravely injured, and only Mingi remains. Thus he contemplated the possibility of negotiation, hoping it might be feasible. After all, if Mingi were to agree, there was a chance of escape this time. Repayment? What could he possibly offer? All I desire is the primordial purple energy, Mingi declared, his character always ruthless. As the Lord of the Blood Sea, he regarded Hongyun, a dying man, as having nothing of value to repay in the current situation. For Mingi to spare Hongyun, the primordial purple energy must be the trade. It would be impossible. Dream on. Hongyun resolutely retorted, preparing himself for battle. Boom! Mingi struck swiftly, wielding his dual swords with the speed of light, engaging Hongyun in combat. Despite Hongyun's severe injuries, it was not so easy for Mingi to overpower him quickly. The ferocity of their clash drew the attention of many, who rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, they witnessed the fierce battle between Hongyun and the ancestral Ming that moment. Hongyun had become the common enemy of all. As the crowd joined the fray, Hongyun, whom I have held on a bit longer, was swiftly overwhelmed. Dozens of quasi-saint powers, alongside numerous great Luo golden immortals, proved too much for him to withstand. You have forced my hand. Let us all perish together with the ancestors, with no escape route. Hongyun's aura surged violently. Observing his transformation, the crowd instinctively retreated, realizing that he was indeed preparing for self-destruction. They had already witnessed it once, and had no desire to be injured again. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound erupted. This self-detonation was even more powerful than the previous explosion of Hongyun's clone, as a significant number of great Luo golden immortals perished, their bodies strewn across the ground. The quasi-saints also suffered substantial shock, including Mingi himself. Despite being prepared, the force of Hongyun's true self-explosion surpassed that of his clone. This time, Hongyun Taoist truly fell. Upon his demise, the primordial purple energy manifested in the void, radiating a purple light amidst the blood mist, appearing faintly before everyone. The primordial purple energy is mine. Mine. Get away. The crowd surged forward, all eager to seize the primordial purple energy. While Hongyun was alive, they had but a single enemy, now that he had perished. Leaving behind this coveted primordial purple energy, former allies had become adversaries. Mingi, having sustained the least injury, bore the pain and struck down those around him, propelling himself towards the primordial purple energy, just as he was about to grasp it. An overwhelming force of absorption emerged, swiftly drawing the primordial purple energy away from Mingi's reach. Turning to see, it flowed to a figure clad in a black Taoist robe. This individual exuded immense power, and as he appeared, the spiritual energy of this realm rapidly converged towards him. That it was Kunpeng. After a long journey, he arrived just in time to witness this unfolding scene. Kunpeng, Taoist friend, what is your intention? Mingi demanded, his fury reaching a boiling point, a blood-red killing intent manifesting behind him. Previously, Kunpeng's actions in the Purple Mansion had already been etched in Mingyi's mind, and now, returning to seize the primordial purple energy, he would have acted without hesitation were it not for Kunpeng's formidable strength. The primordial purple energy is indeed admirable. I shall claim it, Kunpeng stated, casting a glance at Mingyi before surveying the gathered crowd, all of whom glared at him with malice. Though they had worked as individuals during the scramble, now that the primordial purple energy was in Kunpeng's possession, they all directed their gaze towards him. Dao friend, I offer these spiritual treasures. If you can relinquish the primordial purple energy to me, the treasures will be yours, Mingyi proposed, directly offering the flame lotus of karma and the dual swords of Ubi as trade. It was evident that he yearned for the primordial purple energy. Present such valuable items for exchange underscored his desperation. Spiritual treasures, which had accompanied a cultivator for so long, were not easily parted with unless absolutely necessary. Yet, in Mingyi's view, no treasure could compare to the primordial purple energy at this moment. Those treasures are indeed impressive, Kunpeng remarked, eyeing the spiritual artifacts in Mingyi's possession. The 12-grade flame lotus could unleash the devastating flame of karma, and the dual swords of Ubi were infamous for their ability to kill without consequence. Such offerings were undoubtedly tempting. Seeing Kunpeng's interest in the spiritual treasures, Mingyi's expression brightened considerably. He interpreted Kunpeng's demeanor as a likely indication of willingness to engage in the exchange. It was not only Mingyi who perceived this. Others nearby also recognized that Kunpeng seemed inclined to trade the primordial purple energy. Normally, refusal would be evident through words or expressions, but Kunpeng's praise for the treasures implied a willingness to barter for the primordial purple energy. With this realization, Mingyi's murderous intent dissipated, his expression softening as he approached Kunpeng, calm on the surface yet elated within. Ding! The system detected the host status and presented the following choices. Option 1. Relinquish the primordial purple energy and receive 10 9-turn golden pills as a reward. Option 2. Retain the primordial purple energy and receive a random system reward. Just as Kunpeng was about to speak, the system's voice interrupted. He had already formulated his answer in his heart. I choose option 2. After glancing at the choices provided by the system, Kunpeng decisively opted for the second. Consuming the 9-turn golden pills would elevate him to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, akin to the fruits born from the innate spiritual root Hongjun Li. Thus, option 1 held no appeal for Kunpeng. Option 2 was the clear path forward that I shall not trade, Kunpeng declared, observing Mingyi approach. The moment his words fell, Mingyi halted, frozen in mid-air, his expression darkening, the joy he felt moments before vanishing completely. Kunpeng Dao his friend, he warned, think carefully. Perhaps I alone may not be your match, but here stand many others. With the primordial purple energy in your possession, do you truly believe you can depart unscathed? Mingyi's voice was cold, clearly resorting to threats now that Kunpeng had refused the exchange. With so many powerful beings and more than one quasi-saint present, they believed a collective assault on Kunpeng would ensure he could not escape. The primordial purple energy remains here. If you are unwilling to comply, feel free to come and take it, Kunpeng shouted boldly. Undeterred by Mingyi's threats or the presence of so many others at this moment, his thoughts were resolute. If they chose not to engage, he would simply depart. He had no interest in dealing with these individuals. And if they sought to confront him, he would face them without fear. Let us all attack together. With the primordial purple energy in Kunpeng's hands, we cannot individually match him, but our numbers should suffice. The voice of Mingyi resonated through the air. Upon the conclusion of his statement, those who hesitated about joining the fray were galvanized into action. Indeed, with our numbers so great, we need not fear the might of a solitary Kunpeng. Let us charge together. Kill. The words of Mingyi stirred the crowd. Although they were aware of Kunpeng's formidable reputation, the allure of the Hongmeng Ziki was too potent to resist, and no one wished to depart empty-handed. Even in the face of potential defeat at this moment, they were willing to gamble. Wealth and honor lie in perilous ventures. The Hongmeng Ziki had thoroughly bewitched them. Boom! Mingyi was the first to launch an assault. followed swiftly by the collective onslaught of the throng that a cascade of radiant lights surged towards Kunpeng. If that is the case, Kunpeng scoffed, "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness," as he gripped his long spear. Despite having lost many of his spiritual treasures to the devouring gourd, remnants such as the god-slaying spear and the measuring rod of virtue remained with him. The emergence of the god-slaying spear dimmed the void above, manifesting a blood-red aura. Boom! With a casual sweep of the god-slaying spear, a terrifying power coalesced. Almost palpable, he surged forward, wielding the spear with blinding speed, and the divine might he exuded effortlessly dissipated the myriad attacks directed at him. The god-slaying spear. The sight of the long spear instilled a sense of trepidation within the onlookers, for this treasure was renowned for targeting the very souls of others, capable of injuring even saints. Facing Kunpeng were beings of only quasi-saint cultivation. How could they not fear the spear's might? After a moment's hesitation, their resolve hardened, and they cast aside their fears, though the god-slaying spear could indeed harm their souls. The sheer number of them, coupled with their blindness to the danger posed by the Hongmeng Ziki, rendered their dread inconsequential. Kill! They encircled Kunpeng, each summoning their treasures to unleash wave after wave of attacks. In this realm, the rifts in space that had just begun to heal were instantly shattered anew. This scene repeated itself, as Kunpeng remained composed, standing amidst the chaos, his killing intent intensifying with each passing moment. Rumble! The towering mountains below collapsed under the weight of Kunpeng's overwhelming aura, sending countless creatures fleeing in terror. The world descended into disarray. Armed with the god-slaying spear, Kunpeng resembled a war god, fiercely battling dozens of quasi-saints. The speed of both sides was astounding, and with each strike, the resulting shockwaves were immensely powerful. In a single movement, Kunpeng's spear claimed the lives of several dozen foes, though the remaining quasi-saints attempted to resist. They could not escape the toll on their souls. Each suffered wounds, however slight. How infuriating! How could Kunpeng be so strong? Mingi was astonished. They had dozens of quasi-saints attacking Kunpeng together, yet they were not gaining the upper hand. Suffering injuries instead, we must hold nothing back. If this continues, we shall never claim the Hongmeng Ziki, Mingi declared. This battle could not drag on. The expenditure of magical energy in a conflict between quasi-saints was rapid. Observing Kunpeng's unwavering demeanor from the beginning, he understood that restraint was no longer an option. They had to strike with full force. Roar! The group elevated their auras to their utmost limits, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Kunpeng. At this juncture, even if they fled, they knew Kunpeng would not let them escape. Thus, they resolved to fight to the bitter end. There was no turning back. The combined energy of over 10 quasi-saints resonated across millions of miles. Onlookers watching from afar were astounded by the spectacle. Kunpeng was single-handedly confronting dozens of quasi-saints. What a magnificent god-slaying spear! Even from such a distance, I could feel a tremor in my spirit. What would the outcome be? Such a sensational scene naturally drew countless spectators, although they dared not draw too close. This was not merely one quasi-saint, but a host of them. Such an event had never occurred in the primordial world. Even the conflicts between the heavenly court and the witch clan had not been this shocking. Those present and those afar alike turned their gazes toward the confrontation between Kunpeng and the mighty beings. Their hearts filled with trepidation. They could scarcely imagine the level of power required to face so many alone. Even the three pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, would struggle to extricate themselves from such a scenario. Yet here stood Kunpeng, displaying an aura that showed no signs of yielding. Observers noted the injuries inflicted on the souls of the attackers. Yet from an outward perspective, it was evident that Kunpeng held the advantage. This battle was perceived as a collective assault on a single opponent, while those unaware might assume that Kunpeng had encircled the others instead. Seeing his allies rallying their strength reignited Mingi's hopes. The combined strike of over 10 quasi-saint powerhouses, he thought, would surely incapacitate Kunpeng, if not slay him outright. In that case, they could force Kunpeng to relinquish the Hongmeng Ziki. Boom! Mingi's hands formed intricate seals, summoning flames that surged behind him. The aura of a Yuan Slayer and the abysmal killing intent manifested, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that ravaged the heavens and the earth. The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd conjured their supreme powers. The success or failure of their endeavor hinged upon this very strike, that a glance revealed an array of attacks charged with overwhelming pressure, hurtling toward Kunpeng. As he observed the incoming onslaught, Kunpeng's thoughts shifted, and he sheathed the god-slaying spear, summoning a colossal gourd. The gourd radiated with a resplendent glow, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an aura of unfathomable might. This artifact was none other than Kunpeng's innate treasure, the devouring gourd. Bang! As the mouth of the devouring gourd opened, it effortlessly absorbed all of the incoming attacks, engulfing them within its depths. In the blink of an eye, the collective assaults were utterly nullified. What? This is an innate treasure? Mingi's astonishment was palpable upon witnessing Kunpeng's devouring gourd. The might of an innate treasure was fearsome indeed. In the primordial world, apart from Hong Jun, Dong Wang, and the three pure ones, no one else he'd seen possessed an innate treasure. Now, as Kunpeng revealed his innate treasure, not only was Mingi shocked, but the others were equally astounded. This is bad. An innate treasure. Where did he acquire such a thing? An innate treasure. They had not anticipated that Kunpeng would possess one. The fearless spirits of the crowd wavered, as they could clearly sense that their opponent's aura exceeded their own. Now that he wielded an innate treasure, their trepidation grew exponentially. Kunpeng stood atop the devouring gourd, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Devour! With a light exclamation, Kunpeng summoned the devouring power of the gourd. A magnificent celestial might erupted, illuminating the surroundings with its voracious force. Suddenly, a black stream of light surged from the gourd's mouth, infused with dazzling lightning, exuding limitless power. Witnessing this, the crowd dared not be negligent. They hastily channeled their magical energies, conjuring various defensive barriers to shield themselves. Break! Kunpeng intoned softly, as the lightning unleashed from the gourd proved to be utterly invincible. The defenses conjured by the crowd crumbled under its might. With a cacophony of shattering sounds, the protective barriers were obliterated. Following the breach, the gourd's assault pierced through the crowd, and within moments, everyone was struck by the attack, spurting blood. The remaining Deluo golden immortal fell on the spot, their lifeless body plummeting from the sky. No, please no. A severely injured quasi-saint was consumed by Kunpeng's gourd, and thereafter, the aura around them vanished entirely. Only a few desperate cries echoed as this quasi-saint perished. Anyone devoured by the gourd faced certain death unless they possessed extraordinary treasures for protection or were saints themselves. Otherwise, survival within was an impossibility, a guaranteed demise. The unfortunate soul who had just been swallowed was a quasi-saint at the initial stage, already wounded. The moment they entered, they met an irreversible fate. Hongming, purple chi. I do not want it. As the disparity in strength between the two sides became glaringly evident, fear began to take root among some. Prior to the emergence of the gourd, the crowd believed they could take a chance, perhaps even seize victory. However, the recent scene, wherein Kunpeng's gourd had consumed a quasi-saint, shattered their hopes. With numerous quasi-saints present, the fact that one could be devoured signified that most of them were likely destined for the same fate. Whoosh! As one individual led the retreat, countless others followed suit, fleeing into the distance. What a bunch of fools! The old ancestor of the Mingi cursed under his breath, incensed by the sight of those fleeing. Kunpeng's might could only be matched by the collective effort of the crowd. Alone, Mingi knew he stood no chance. Now you wish to flee. It's too late. As Kunpeng observed the departing figures, he immediately intensified his magical energy. An even greater devouring power emanated from the gourd, transforming into arcs of lightning that surged towards the crowd. With several anguished screams, the bodies of the fleeing individuals were pierced, and they fell into the void. Thus, only a few quasi-saints, including Mingi, remained. They hovered in the void, gazing at Kunpeng. Fellow Taoists, Mingi addressed the remaining few. You know well the fate that awaits you. Our only option now is to fight. Though fear gripped him, he maintained a rational mindset. Analyzing the current situation, he understood that fleeing was futile. Those who had attempted it had already met their doom. Indeed, We shall fight together. In an instant, the group reached a consensus. Preparing for their final stand, it is your turn, Kunpeng declared from atop the gourd, making it clear he had no intention of sparing them. Attack! The crowd launched a united assault, a vast torrent of magical energy emanating from each individual. Countless arcs of lightning manifested, causing the heavens and the void to shatter, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Boom! Kunpeng raised a hand slightly, gathering immense spiritual energy in the sky, and a colossal black hand appeared, descending relentlessly upon Mingyi and the others. The attacks unleashed by Mingyi's group seemed futile, extinguished by the shadow of that hand. The speed was so swift that Mingyi and the others could scarcely react. Left with no choice but to withstand the onslaught, they were crushed into the ground beneath the immense handprint, a force that was simply insurmountable. Boom! Kunpeng exerted his strength, and the gigantic hand descended, leaving behind a bottomless imprint in the earth. Mingyi and the others lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Kunpeng, having reached the late stage of the Hongyun Golden Immortal, was far beyond their abilities. The might of that hand had directly suppressed several quasi-saints at the mid-stage. The onlookers were left in shock. What level of power did Kunpeng possess? It was utterly terrifying. A saint? No. In the entirety of the Hongyun, there was only one saint, Hong Jun. The crowd remained in a state of astonishment, unable to recover from the shock. The appearance of a congenital treasure that could defeat numerous quasi-saints, followed by the devastating power of a single palm that could overwhelm several mid-stage quasi-saints, was madness. Some of the quasi-saints watching from the sidelines silently rejoiced, relieved that they had not engaged in this battle, for the desire for the Hongmeng purple chi would have led to their own demise, mirroring the fate of those who had fallen. After all, a considerable number of quasi-saints were no match for Kunpeng. Even if they joined forces with the few quasi-saints at the initial stage, the outcome would remain unchanged, though the Hongmeng purple chi was worth risking one's life for. Opinions varied. Some believed it was worth the gamble, while others reasoned that if they perished, what good would it do to obtain such a treasure? After the devastating blow from Kunpeng's palm, Mingyi and the others were left without the strength to retaliate. Kunpeng's cultivation level surpassed theirs, and given that he wielded a congenital treasure, it was a miracle they were still alive. Kunpeng, my friend, Mingyi implored, I hope you will spare us for the sake of our past teachings at the Zixiao Palace. He spoke, fully aware that he was no match for Kunpeng, severely injured as he was. Although he was not as incapacitated as the others, he was in no condition to continue fighting. One more strike would mean certain death. Spare you. I've already given you a chance. This is of your own making. Kunpeng replied coldly. He understood that had he been unable to defeat them today, the outcome would have been entirely different. Kunpeng was well aware that they would not show him mercy. Their current pleas for mercy were solely to avoid death, and Kunpeng would not yield to them. Whoosh! Seeing that negotiation was futile, the remaining quasi-saints ignited their essence and fled into the distance, each caring for their own survival in the face of impending doom. Kunpeng cast a glance and then vanished from his position, transforming into a streak of light in pursuit. Fleeing was not an option. Moments later, Kunpeng had returned with the lifeless bodies of the fallen. Mingyi, very well. Kunpeng recognized the body before him as a mere avatar of Mingyi, not his true self. Meanwhile, on another front, how infuriating! Kunpeng, today's events will not be forgotten. I swear vengeance. Mingyi had returned to the Blood Sea, declaring that as long as the Blood Sea remained untainted, he would not perish. The being slain moments ago was merely his avatar. However, even though it was just a fragment of his essence, Mingyi was far from unscathed. His primordial spirit had suffered grievous wounds, and his body was marred with numerous injuries. It would take a substantial amount of time to recuperate. Mingyi had narrowly escaped with his life through his own avatar. For the others who had engaged in battle with Kunpeng, none had survived. All had perished this moment. Before Kunpeng lay numerous corpses, all belonging to the Luo Golden Immortals and Quasi-Saints. Not a single soul had escaped. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. That you have received a random reward of 1 million merit points. The system's voice echoed. 1 million merit points? Kunpeng was somewhat taken aback, the random reward of merit was astonishingly abundant. 1,000,000 merits could accomplish a multitude of things. Merit is often deemed as a universal remedy, and this reward was indeed remarkable. Just as he was about to collect the corpses strewn across the ground, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw Zenyuanzi approaching. "Greetings, Daoist Shunin," Kunpeng acknowledged, concealing his own aura. Zenyuanzi sighed as he gazed at the corpses. He had just emerged from seclusion, intending to witness Hongyun's enlightenment of the primordial purple qi, only to discover that he was no longer at Wuzhuang Temple. Upon seeing the message left by Hongyun, he hastily departed from Wuzhuang Temple. Hongyun had perished, his close friend. Zenyuanzi felt a profound sorrow and helplessness. He had warned Hongyun that he should not leave Wuzhuang Temple until he comprehended the primordial purple qi. Yet, who could have foreseen that Hongyun would disregard his counsel and meet such a tragic fate? Zenyuanzi hurried over, hoping for a change in circumstances, only to arrive too late. He could no longer sense the aura of death and understood that Hongyun had fallen. Daoist Kunpeng, please do not misunderstand. I did not come today for the foundation of sainthood, the primordial purple qi, Zenyuanzi clarified. Now aware that Hongyun had been forced to self-destruct by the likes of Mingi, he harbored no intentions of sparing those responsible. Even if they still drew breath. What matter does Daoist and Yuan have? Kunpeng inquired, intrigued. Upon Zenyuanzi's arrival, Kunpeng sensed that his intentions were not related to the primordial purple qi, yet he could not fathom what else might be at stake. Daoist Kunpeng, do you have time now? Would you care to visit Wuzhuang Temple with me? Zenyuanzi invited, hoping to have Kunpeng accompany him. Certainly. Just a moment, Kunpeng replied, turning to wave his hand, effortlessly collecting the corpses without leaving a trace. Zenyuanzi observed this scene with great confusion, but refrained from questioning, assuming there was a valid reason behind such actions. After Kunpeng had finished, he and Zenyuanzi set off together. The battle at the pre-saint realm had wrought devastation upon the landscape, which was now gradually returning to normalcy. As the crowd witnessed Kunpeng and Zenyuanzi departing, they too dispersed, for there was nothing more to see. Within Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi and Kunpeng sat across from one another, with a selection of spiritual fruits laid out between them, exuding an ethereal aura and appearing particularly mysterious. These fruits were none other than Zenyuanzi's prized ginseng fruits, born from a tree of innate spiritual roots. Much like Kunpeng's Hongjun Li, the ginseng fruit tree was also of innate spiritual origin. The ginseng fruit tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and takes another 3,000 years to mature. To obtain a single ginseng fruit, one must wait for 10,000 years. Merely inhaling its aroma can extend one's lifespan by 360 years, while consuming one grants an astonishing 47,000 years of life. Daoist Kunpeng, I implore you to sample this ginseng fruit. Zenyuanzi gestured towards the fruit before them. The ginseng fruit was a treasure of Zenyuanzi's temple. Typically, he would not offer it to just anyone. But today, as Kunpeng was a guest with a request, it was only fitting to extend such hospitality. I have long heard of Daoist ginseng fruit. I shall not be polite, Kunpeng declared, picking up a ginseng fruit and taking a bite. The fruit had little effect on him, given his status as a primordial golden immortal. It merely provided a modicum of spiritual energy, lacking any significant impact. Generally, spiritual fruits hold little power over formidable beings like him, but that does not diminish their value. Countless beings yearn to taste this ginseng fruit at least once. Daoist Xinyuan, please, speak your mind, Kunpeng urged. Aware that Zenyuanzi had come for a specific purpose, in the vast expanse of Honghuang, visits were customary, and given Zenyuanzi's invitation to speak at Wuzhuang Temple, Kunpeng felt there was a compelling reason behind it. Thus he refrained from declining. That I shall not conceal it from you, dear friend. There's indeed a matter concerning Hongyun, Zenyuanzi began, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts when Kunpeng interjected. Concerning Hongyun? Kunpeng asked, still perplexed. Hongyun had already self-destructed, leaving only the primordial purple qi in his wake. Kunpeng knew Zenyuanzi would not harbor any ambitions regarding that, for had he intended such things, he would have confronted Kunpeng upon his arrival. Yet upon reflection, apart from the primordial purple qi, Kunpeng could not conceive of any other matters at hand. Yuanzi paused before continuing. Could you possibly entrust me with his remnants of soul? Consider it a favor owed to you. Though Hongyun had perished in the explosion, a fragment of his soul remained. With only Kunpeng left on the battlefield, it was certain that he had collected it. Hence, Yuanzi proposed that Kunpeng visit Wuzhuang Temple to hope for the acquisition of Hongyun's residual soul. With a swift motion, Kunpeng conjured a red sword before Yuanzi. This sword was the remnant left behind by Hongyun's self-detonation, known as the Fire Cloud Sword. The Fire Cloud Sword was his spiritual treasure, and the remnants of Hongyun's soul resided within it. Taoist Jieyin, please accept it, Kunpeng said, acquiescing to Yuanzi's request. He understood now that this was the matter at hand. Kunpeng was not surprised by Yuanzi's actions. Given their close bond, it was only natural for him to seek out the remnants of his friend. Beyond this, there was little else that could be done. Thank you, Taoist Kunpeng, Yuanzi exclaimed with gratitude. Never having expected Kunpeng to so generously bestow the remnants of Hongyun's soul upon him, it was a significant concession. Had Kunpeng refused, Yuanzi would have had no recourse, for Kunpeng's strength was formidable enough to eliminate numerous quasi-saint powerhouses single-handedly. Fear not, Kunpeng reassured. Though Hongyun was deceased, a sliver of his soul remained. With proper nurturing, there exists the potential for rebirth in the future. Should you ever require assistance, you are always welcome at Wuzhuang Temple. Yuanzi's expression turned fervent as he accepted the remnants of Hongyun's soul and moved towards the innate spiritual root ginseng fruit tree. The abundant spiritual energy of the tree made it an ideal location to nurture Hongyun's remnants. Meanwhile, the heavenly court reacted strongly upon learning that Kunpeng had obtained the primordial purple qi. Brother, the primordial purple qi has been seized by Kunpeng, Dong Wangtai reported to Jieyin, having just returned to witness the aftermath of Kunpeng's actions.